In the martial world of the East Divine Continent, a battle rages between the martial god and Master Jun. The martial god has no clue who this freak is, yet he's getting absolutely pummeled. Master Jin has been stalking the martial god for ages. He craves to turn the martial god into a servant for his own use. As Master Jin begins to consume the martial god, fresh blood sprays everywhere. The martial god's mind spins in vertigo. Suddenly, a colossal golden hand appears out of nowhere, aiming straight for Master Jin, sending him flying. He hits the ground, leaving a crater shaped like 5 giant fingers. His body is mashed into paste. Humiliated, Master Jin has no choice but to retreat. But before fleeing, he vows to make this place his domain. Meanwhile, the martial god, though saved, is sweating bullets in sheer panic. He didn't know the East Divine Continent hid such a monstrous powerhouse. Surely, this must be a celestial being sent from the heavens to undergo a trial. The martial god drops to his knees, looking up at the sky to ask the name of the star that saved him. High in the air, a beautiful young man brushes back his silky hair and speaks. You may call me Ling Su. Ling Su is actually a transmigrator. Currently, he's living in seclusion, just enjoying a relaxed life. He's been in the East Divine Continent for 10 years, yet people here still constantly mistake his gender. In reality, Ling Su hides a massive treasure between his legs that can rise to the occasion at any moment. In short, he is a bona fide male. Let's put that aside. The East Divine Continent is a world where strength reigns supreme. Strength reigns supreme. Here, his unreal beauty has caused him no end of trouble. When he first transmigrated here, a bunch of pot-bellied men were drooling over Ling Su's kingdom-toppling beauty. He had no master to teach him, no fairy to protect him, no system either. However, he had one stroke of luck, physical strength like a cannon blast, and that power just keeps growing by the day. A few years later, when outer gods invaded, Ling Su suppressed them all with the power of a single palm strike, saving the East Divine Continent. Thinking no one could match his strength anymore, he came to this emerald bamboo mountain to live in seclusion. Just then, a voice calls out, snapping Ling Su back to reality. Sister Ling, we came to find you. It's Qin Yuni, a lowly he's known for a long time. Ling Su is annoyed by her habit of always calling him sister. It's basically because as Ling Su grows up, he becomes as beautiful as a girl. Anyone who sees this face assumes he's a great beauty rather than a manly man. Uncle Qin, standing nearby, joins in on the teasing. So, Ling Su decides to teach him a lesson. He puts on a shy, coquettish face. Uncle Qin, are you laughing at me too? The two of them stand there, faces turning as red as tomatoes. Uncle Qin coughs dryly to get back to business. Ling Su takes a sip of tea, curious. Yuni speaks up. Tomorrow, the Time Ming Sect is holding a disciple recruitment ceremony, and I want you to come with me. Hearing this, Ling Su chokes on his tea. How can a recluse like me go out in public like that? Qin Yuni's eyes well up with tears. She uses a sweet, pleading tone to beg Ling Su. Her sparkling eyes seem to say, you are the invincible one-palm savior. Ling Su holds his face defeated. Even if he's invincible, his one weakness is Yuni's pouting. Ling Su pats her head. Seems like yesterday you were just a little girl running around, and now you're so big. Uncle Qin has been silent this whole time, feeling totally lost and out of place, constantly muttering to himself, Ling Su is a man. Ling Su is a man. Back to the main topic, news regarding the Time Ming Sect. Sects in the East Divine Continent are as numerous as stars in the sky, but the Time Ming Sect is a famous, major sect, located south of Dawn Mountain. The martial god ranked it in the top 300 of the heavenly sect list on the martial Dao board. For ordinary martial artists like them, the Time Ming Sect is a pretty solid choice to sign up for. While Uncle Qin is passionately explaining, Ling Su asks a very oblivious question. What's the martial Dao board? Uncle Qin has to waste his breath explaining this concept to a normal person like Ling Su. 10 years ago, after martial Emperor Ling Su suppressed the invaders, the martial god established a ranking system known to all martial artists. That is the martial Dao board. The heavenly martial list ranks martial strength. The heavenly treasure list ranks divine weapons. The heavenly sect list ranks the sections. Hearing Uncle Qin mention Martial Emperor Ling Su, and the suppression of the invasion. Ling Su feels a bit awkward. Since when did I become a martial emperor? But thinking it over, the title Martial Emperor Ling Su sounds pretty cool. He decides to let that old martial god do whatever he wants. Meanwhile, the martial god, cultivating on a mountain peak, sneezes repeatedly. I wonder who's bad-mouthing me. The next day at Cloud-Blowing City, people are gathered like ants, lining up to practice martial arts before the Time Ming Sect's gates. A beautiful woman steps out, making the men scream in excitement, while their wives are busy dragging their lecherous husbands back home. A young man holding a scroll announces, the Time Ming Sect officially begins its disciple recruitment. Candidates, please line up in order for the test. Ling Su is squeezed into the crowd, disgruntled. This so-called disciple recruitment. It's no different from a fan meeting for those two pretty faces. Back to the recruitment ceremony. Participants will place their hands on the stone tablet. If you have martial talent, you will trigger a resonance with the stone. There are small stars on the tablet. The better the talent, the more stars will light up. The highest level reaches the 7th star, the 7-star realm. If not a single star lights up, it means one lacks the gift for martial arts. Ling Su found it baffling that his usually clueless Uncle Chin knew the rules inside out. Turns out the old guy had failed the entrance exam countless times already. Suddenly, the woman on the platform pointed straight at Ling Su. She signaled that he was next to test the stone steel. Even though Ling Su had agreed to come, being singled out still made him jump. Someone in the crowd held up a sign proclaiming how beautiful he was. Others raised signs declaring they wanted to take him as their wife. Ling Su had dealt with these creeps before, but it still irritated the hell out of him. He stepped forward to face the woman. The girl scrutinized Ling Su's stunning features. If your talent is up to par, we'll allow you to join the sect. You can be my little junior sister. Ling Su stood before the testing steel. He wondered just how much power he should release. He worried that if he overdid it and blew up the steel like in those stories, Qin Yuni wouldn't get her chance to be tested. Ling Su deliberately aimed for just 3 stars. Not many candidates had reached that level of talent so far. As expected, the crowd erupted in shock. Who would have thought we'd see 2 3-star talents in a single day? Ling Su was perplexed. Had he missed another genius earlier or something? Suddenly, a white-haired girl with a veiled face rushed over and cuddled up to him. We're going to be fellow disciples from now on. Let's look out for each other, okay? Ling Su's face twisted in agony as he tried to hold back. A cultivator must absolutely never appear lecherous. Seeing Ling Su freeze up, the girl teased him on purpose. Are you actually being shy? We're both girls. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ling Su turned his face away. One hand held her waist, yet he still told her to let go immediately. The girl placed her hand on Ling Su's chest. She was startled to find his chest was as flat as a washboard. Ling Su was about to snap, but then he paused. Why should he get mad about her calling him flat? He was a genuine man, after all. So Ling Su leaned in close and whispered something that made her blush crimson. Actually, I'm a man. She shoved him away and bolted without looking back. The crowd below was dying to know what the two of them had just whispered. But just seeing 2 supreme beauties standing together was feast enough for their eyes. The woman from the Time Ming Sect walked toward Ling Su with a cryptic smile. Meanwhile, Ling Su was trying to console himself. Hopefully, she didn't think I was trying to harass her. It seems the others haven't realized you're a man yet. She struck up a conversation. Even she hadn't imagined there could be a man in this world who grew up to be prettier than a woman. Ling Su shrugged. If being beautiful was a crime, he'd be serving a life sentence. What matters is the result of this election. Triggering a 3-star resonance from the 7-star heavenly steel, you're considered a genius. Naturally, Ling Su's application was approved. She finally introduced herself as Bai Suling, the eldest senior sister and overseer of the Time Ming Sect. And from now on, he would be her junior brother. However, Bai Suling suddenly insinuated something that gave Ling Su a very bad feeling. He hurriedly flashed a refusal hand sign, not forgetting to introduce himself. Truth be told, Bai Suling still preferred calling Ling Su junior sister. Even if he refused, she wasn't going to take no for an answer. Facing a woman who held the upper hand like this, Ling Su felt embarrassed for the first time. He instinctively recoiled. The testing isn't over yet. Who knows? Maybe Qin Yuni is the junior sister you're looking for, Bai Suling. So, Bai Suling signaled for Qin Yuni to come up next. Qin Yuni took a deep breath and placed her hand on the stone steel. The steel suddenly erupted with light, illuminating the entire area. As soon as the results appeared, the elders of the Time Ming sect were screaming in ecstasy. 6 stars. It's 6 stars. The heavens are blessing our Time Ming sect. Uncle Qin was weeping tears of joy. The ancestors are truly looking out for us. Meanwhile, Ling Su was secretly nudging the steel, making it sweat bullets. I wonder if this thing is actually reliable. The number of lit stars determined a martial artist's potential limit. 1 star is average. 2 stars is elite. 3 stars is a genius. 4 stars is a prodigy. 5 stars is considered a monster. 6 stars is hailed as peerless. And 7 stars, that is supreme. Since ancient times, peerless 6-star talents have been few and far between, while the supreme 7-star rank exists only in legends. Currently, the only known living person with 6-star talent is the martial god. Bai Suling's eyes lit up with intensity. The only one likely to possess 7-star talent is the legendary martial emperor Ling Su. He is the goal of every martial artist. He is my absolute idol. On the outside, Ling Su let out a clueless "oh." But inside, he was screaming. No one knew that he was the martial emperor Ling Su, the very idol they worshipped. With the testing concluded, it was time for Qin Yuni and Ling Su to enter the Time Ming sect. Uncle Qin wailed and sobbed as if he'd never see his daughter again. If there's any problem you can't handle, go find Ling Su. If Ling Su can't handle it, just come home. Ling Su turned pale hearing that. Ecchi Yuni is a grand 6-star talent, after all. Besides, there's nothing you can't handle. After bidding farewell to the family, Bai Suling took the lead, signaling everyone to head toward their sect. The journey back to the Time Ming sect was by no means short. That night, they camped out in a forest. Bai Suling warned them not to wander off, or else you'll end up in the belly of some wild beast. Once settled, Ecchi Yuni followed Ling Su to the campfire. She noticed the others still treated him like a fragile, delicate girl. Ling Su was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother anyone. But Bai Suling already knew he was a man. Did she really not tell anyone? Her strength seems average, and she doesn't seem to have good intentions toward me. I wonder what she's plotting. Just as he thought that, Bai Suling walked over to them. Seems like Nai is very attached to you. You two seem quite close. Ecchi Yuni stared at Bai Suling's rolling hills, then looked down at her own flat plains and choked back a sob. Seeing this, Ling Su patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, they'll definitely grow when you get older. His words struck a nerve. Ecchi Yuni looked at Ling Su with dead, soulless eyes. So, does Sister Ling prefer big things? Ling Su broke into a cold sweat. Seems like girls are very sensitive about size. While everyone was fast asleep, the sentry suddenly announced that a pack of wolves was approaching. Bai Suling stepped up to calm everyone down. She assessed that the wolf pack wasn't particularly strong. They're just relying on numbers to bully the weak. However, despite her reassurance, some were terrified and wanted to flee. Bai Suling drew her sword. The only way to survive now is to defend yourselves. Ecchi Yuni hid behind Ling Su, trembling with fear. Getting a chance to show off, he was thrilled. No need to be afraid. I'm here. His arm, hidden behind his back, began to glow. Suddenly, purple clouds swirled in the sky above. A massive cannon hovered in midair, leaving everyone bewildered. What on earth is that? It looks terrifying. This is a man's romance. Smug, Ling Su activated the aerial spiritual flame ancestral cannon. The cannon followed his hand gestures and unleashed a rapid barrage of shots. The feral wolves were scared out of their wits. They scrambled to escape. Not only them, but the humans present were also dumbfounded, having no idea what just happened. An old man suddenly appeared on a tree branch, calling out to them. Is everyone all right? They recognized elder men. They immediately cheered and thanked him. Elder men joined the ranks of the confused. Since when do people respect me this much? Besides, these are new disciples. They shouldn't know anything yet. Elder men landed on the ground and personally escorted them back to the Time Ming sect. But all of this was within Ling Su's calculations. Everything was wrapped up right before the old man arrived. This place wasn't far from Li Ming Mountain. Elder men told them to hit the road immediately. Why bother resting anymore? Ecchi Yuni turned to ask Ling Su how much further they had to go. Ling Su turned to Bai Suling for help. Bai Suling pointed toward the highest peak in the distance. That is Ling Ming Mountain. They walked through the entire night. By the time they reached Ling Ming Mountain, it was already dawn. The Azure stone bridge consisted of floating rocks suspended in the air. It became the first trial at the Time Ming sect for those afraid of heights. Elder Min took the lead, declaring this to be a small assessment. One young man volunteered to go first. He jumped across a few steps, then instinctively looked down at his feet. The terrifying height made his legs tremble, and he didn't dare take another step. Then it was Bai Suling's turn. Her expression didn't change as she moved forward, leaving everyone in awe. Ling Su overheard a fanboy of Bai Suling calling her the #1 beauty of the outer sect and got curious. According to him, she had no shortage of suitors in the Time Ming sect, but every single one was rejected, especially since, after being rejected, they all wanted to duel Bai Suling. And everyone ended up beaten so badly they couldn't function normally for days. Hearing this, Ling Su found this girl quite interesting. Another candidate for my future wife list. Sister Ling. Let's get moving too. Ecchi and Yuni excitedly followed. She skipped along the path as if running through a field, leaving Ling Su exasperated. Looks like his worry was for nothing. Suddenly, a trembling sound reached Ling Su's ears. The white-haired girl who had previously grabbed his chest was now struggling against the high-altitude winds. The wind blew so hard it ripped the veil right off her face, revealing a face contorted with fear. Ling Su immediately reached out a hand, offering to help. She immediately smacked his hand away. But when the rock beneath her wobbled unsteadily, she instantly grabbed onto Ling Su for dear life. Qin Yuni walked a short distance, then turned back. She told him to help the girl out just this once. If Yuni says so, Ling Su will oblige. He proceeded to carry both girls to the summit at the same time, one cradled in his arms, the other clinging to his back. Ling Su's speed left the men behind him staring in dizzying disbelief. Carrying 2 people, he still moved faster than any of them. At the summit, Bai Suling had been standing there waiting for quite a while. Ling Su and Qin Yuni landed calmly and gracefully, while the other girl looked like a total wreck, as if she'd just survived a roller coaster. Bai Suling looked at the scene, suspicion rising in her eyes. Did you really carry 2 people all the way up here by yourself? With just 3-star talent, without prior cultivation, reaching this level is impossible. Bai Suling immediately began doubting Ling Su's identity. But Ling Su started deliberately whining about how tired he was, making the girl so embarrassed she shouted in anger. Go to hell. And my name is ManhwaCapped, not this girl or that girl. Bai Suling led them into the Time Ming hall. All eyes were fixed on Qin Yuni, irritating Ling Su. Every single one of them looked like a pervert. An elder instructed them to focus on their cultivation. He claimed he would provide resources, as long as they lived up to the Time Ming sect's expectations. With a glance, Ling Su realized there were 2 early-stage martial emperors here, along with a few martial kings. If not for Qin Yuni, he wouldn't stay in this dump for a second. After Brother Ling's group left, the one sitting in the center finally spoke up. Did you all see that? That is the sign that our Time Ming sect is about to rise. No matter what, nurture them with full force. Make sure they remember the Time Ming sect's kindness. Speaking of which, suddenly, the old man's expression shifted, revealing a look of pure vanity and greed. So, you all know what to do, right? Hand over all your treasures to me. The people standing below broke into a cold sweat, because it was time for them to fork over the wealth they had been hiding. One stepped forward first, presenting a natural enlightenment lotus he had obtained by chance. One by one, the others followed suit, offering up their artifacts. The old man's heart grew darker by the minute. No matter what it was, he tightened his control and surveillance over it all. That was how he managed such a massive harvest today. Bai Suling led Ling Su and the others, Qin Yuni and ManhwaCapped, to another location. On the way, they attracted the gaze of every single man in the area. Each girl had her own charm, and everyone loved it. Ling Su heard every word clearly. Time Ming sect, more like the pervert sect. Meanwhile, Bai Suling wouldn't stop mocking Ling Su, deliberately calling him little junior sister. Brother Ling played along just as well, putting on the face of a fragile, shy maiden. This display of a man feigning femininity made ManhwaCapped grit her teeth in anger. A few days later, the new disciples gathered at the martial arts arena. Everyone was focused on cultivation, except for Ling Su, who looked completely carefree. Actually, he looked bored to death. He recalled Bai Suling's words. There are 3 assessments in total. Among them, the talent test was the first. Walking the floating stone stairs was the second. And finally, combat. As long as they reach the body-tempering realm, the final assessment won't be an issue. Ling Su yawned repeatedly. His lazy attitude immediately earned him a scolding smack on the head from Bai Suling. Just then, someone started cracking their knuckles, saying that they were just a bunch of trial disciples. Only by passing the combat assessment in 3 months would they earn the right to be outer sect disciples. As he spoke, he delivered a punch that shattered a wall like dry wood. The man turned around, showing off his muscles and physique like a bodybuilding king. I am the chief deacon elder responsible for teaching you trial disciples martial arts. You can call me Teacher Bai Li. Teacher Bai Li had previously guided them through the basic cultivation method, the spirit martial art. Next came the basic martial skills for utilizing spiritual energy. Teacher Bai Li performed a few wild, flourishing movements, unleashing a powerful punch that roared like a tiger. This dragon 10 tiger bone fist looked impressive at first glance. The training secrets were recorded in a manual. He tossed it to them to practice on their own, while he went off to relieve himself. Mui Waqing tried to practice it. She evaluated that this fist technique seemed very simple. The young girl kicked her leg and waved her arms, despite wearing a dress. Ling Su, who was bored, finally had something interesting to watch. He turned to look at Qin Yuni, who was moving stiffly like a robot, and sighed. This teacher is full of holes in his teaching. To ensure Qin Yuni's talent didn't go to waste, he had to think of something. All they had was the fist manual teacher Bai Li gave them. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on Ling Su's face as he hatched a plan. An hour later, most of the trial disciples were lying on the floor, their limbs limp with exhaustion. Ling Su had taken the opportunity while no one was looking to revise the content of the manual. Now, it is actually worthy of the name Dragon 10 Tiger Bone Fist. The creator of this martial art would probably thank you on their knees. But giving this premium edition manual to Teacher Bai Li for free is a total waste. That night, Ling Su sneakily crept over to Bai Suling's room. Bai Suling was just getting ready for bed. She sat up awkwardly, hastily covering her body. Junior brother, visiting so late at night. Do you need something from me? Ling Su remained calm, staring down the roaring lioness of the east, because he truly did have important business to discuss. On the contrary, Bai Suling's half-covered state was the only thing inspiring strange thoughts. Bai Suling jumped up, wrapped herself tight, and cursed under her breath. Once she'd straightened out her clothes, she finally invited Ling Su to sit down for some tea. Just then, another young girl accidentally pushed the door open and walked in. For some reason, Bai Suling tensed up, even though nothing untoward had happened. He is the new disciple, Ling Su. He only came over tonight to discuss some matters with me. Ling Su obediently bowed his head and greeted the girl as senior sister. Seeing this, the girl immediately leaned in close to him, her eyes sparkling. I'm Lin Yin. You're so pretty. You must have a lot of male admirers, right? Ling Su wore an expression not unlike a total pervert. He leaned close to her ear, intending to reveal his true gender. Bai Suling immediately stepped in to shut that mouth of his before it caused a billion problems. Speak up, Ling Su. What exactly is this important matter? Ling Su pulled out the Dragon 10 Tiger Bone Fist manual he had rewritten that afternoon and handed it to Bai Suling. Bai Suling read through it and sensed something was different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Ling Su confirmed that it was indeed the Dragon 10 Tiger Bone Fist, except he had modified it to be much stronger. Lin Yin slammed the table in indignation. The Dragon 10 Tiger Bone Fist is a foundational skill passed down from ancient times. After countless refinements by our predecessors, it's flawless. It can't be improved. Bai Suling agreed with her. Stealing the manual was already grounds for punishment, Ling Su. And now you've gone and scribbled nonsense all over it. Ling Su rested his chin on his hand, completely relaxed. Is it nonsense or not? Senior sister Bai will know once she finishes reading. After a moment of silence, Bai Suling's entire body began to tremble. As she finished reading the version Ling Su had revised, he feigned innocence, asking how she was doing. But internally, he was screaming in triumph. As expected, for a martial artist, the allure of a superior technique is irresistible. Bai Suling snapped the book shut. She turned to interrogate Brother Lang. I don't believe you modified this yourself. I'm taking this manual to the elders immediately. I guarantee they'll be blushing and trembling just like I was. However, Bai Suling suspected Ling Su had an expert guiding him from shadows. But he didn't have anyone guiding him. This was all pure talent. He was simply born at the finish line. Bai Suling dismissed Lin Yin first. We'll discuss this again tomorrow. As soon as Lin Yin left, Bai Suling turned eagerly to Ling Su. Brother Lang, join our Bue Pavilion. Bue Pavilion is a branch of the Time Ming Sect. Aside from us, there's the Ingjian Hall, Suatoa Hall, Cheonghua Pavilion, Buluan Hall, and Lingdan Pavilion. After passing the final assessment, new outer disciples will choose a branch to join. Then, the Sect Master will instruct them in the branch's specific techniques. You choose the branch that fits you best. If you have exceptional talent, you might even be selected as a true legacy disciple. It sounded appealing, but to someone at the peak like Ling Su, this was peanuts. If Bai Suling wanted to recruit him, she'd have to offer terms worthy of his status. Bai Suling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She wore a look full of hidden meaning. Bue Pavilion only accepts female disciples. Brother Lang hadn't expected to be teased like this. Annoyed, he turned to leave. But Bai Suling persisted in trying to persuade him. Since you're a man, joining a pavilion full of girls is a good thing, isn't it? Besides, with your beauty, it's rare for anyone to realize your true gender anyway. Seeing the smirk on Bai Suling's face, Ling Su firmly objected. What do you take me for? I'm a real man. Bai Suling giggled. Then what will it take for you to join? Ling Su decided to give as good as he got. He grabbed her hand tight. I fell for you at first sight, senior sister. If you're willing to marry me, I'll join Bue Pavilion. How about it? Sure enough, before he got an answer, Ling Su caught a beating. Terrified, Ling Su curled up holding his face, the tip of Bai Suling's sword hovering right in front of him. He didn't dare utter another joke, since he wouldn't listen to sweet talk. She had to resort to drastic measures. If you don't want to join as a man, I'll turn you into a woman right now. Ling Su shook his head frantically. Refusing now meant becoming a eunuch. Seeing that he had agreed, Bai Suling sheathed her sword. She smiled kindly, as if she hadn't said a thing. After Ling Su left, the more he looked, the more he felt this girl was worth inviting to play pick-a-bone. Her method of recruiting him was threatening to castrate him. Who knows what interesting things the future holds. The next morning, just as Ling Su planned, the elders were all trembling after reading the book he had revised. Elder Han of the Spirit Pill Pavilion never expected a new disciple this year to have such high talent in martial arts. Very quickly, a war of words erupted over who would claim Ling Su. It started with Elder Min of the Mystic Sword Hall. Elder Shangwan of the Iron Saber Hall didn't give Elder Min any face either. He openly wanted to fight the old man. Meanwhile, Elder Han had set his sights on Qin Yuni. She had talent in both alchemy and the 6 stars, so he wouldn't fight for Ling Su. Sect Master Lin was visibly angry at the childishness of these two old men. If they wanted to fight, they should go home, turn off the lights, and hide under the covers. Elder Yun of the Jade Crane Pavilion smiled with a peacemaking attitude. He also had no intention of fighting for Ling Su, but he had already set his sights on Mu Yueqin. Sect Master Lin felt that Ling Su had 3-star talent, and he also had an advantage in martial arts. If he could develop, his future achievements would not be inferior to Qin Yuni's. On the contrary, this premium version of the Dragon Tendon Tiger Bow and Fist must be distributed immediately for the disciples to cultivate from the start. Then send a message to the martial god to promote the reputation of the Time Ming sect on the sect rankings. Elder Yun nodded in agreement. Besides, there was one person missing here. Elder Ji of the Blue Moon Pavilion, so they couldn't know yet. Bai Suling was the one who brought Ling Su here. Both were beautiful women. There was a high probability that Elder Ji would also step forward to fight for him. At the same time, in a house in the middle of the bamboo forest, a man's cry for help rang out. It was none other than Ling Su. However, he was now in a state where he didn't even dare to look at himself in the mirror. Bai Suling, the one behind this makeover, was extremely smug. From the first time she met Ling Su, 49 female outfits had already appeared in her head for him to wear. Then she immediately dragged the weeping Ling Su away. I want the whole sect to know that my junior sister is the cutest. At the same time, at the martial hall, Many men from different branches were engaging in a chaotic brawl. The women below were bitter, but couldn't do anything, because these men were fighting just for a newly arrived junior sister. Dan Wenshan from the Mystic Sword Hall, Jean Tian from the Iron Saber Hall, to Wen Dushang from the Jade Crane Pavilion. The three of them stood looking at each other without saying a word, but everyone could sense the heavy smell of gunpowder in the air. Ling Su hid behind a tree. He just hoped these three weren't putting on a show because of him. These three young men had also pursued by Su Ling in the past. The result was that she beat them so hard they lay in bed for half a month. When Ling Su appeared, the three of them started fighting again. It seems a brainless idiot is still a brainless idiot. Ling Su rested his chin on his hand, confused. All three looked decent at first glance. Unexpectedly, they're all brainless, lecherous men. Bai Suling immediately stepped forward to explain. Fighting over women is just an occasion for them to show off. The branches of these three people have had issues since their inception. The Mystic Sword Hall and the Iron Saber Hall have been fighting each other since their elders' time. The Iron Saber Hall follows the style of better to kill the wrong person than to let one go, gathering tough young men who have been hitting the gym for years, while the Mystic Sword Hall follows a flexible and changing style, gathering men with a gentle appearance and glib tongues, completely opposite to the Iron Saber Hall. Sabers and swords always fight for the title of the king of weapons, so they're like fire and water. As for the Jade Crane Pavilion, although unrelated, it is also a branch that uses weapons. They usually use fans as martial weapons. Their motto is to use words, not hands. Even if they use hands, they don't use swords or sabers. It's just that few people pay attention to fan weapons. So, in recent years, the Jade Crane Pavilion's KPI hasn't been enough. They just want to rely on the sword and saber war to get some screen time. Ling Su heard this and didn't want to understand. First of all, he needed Bai Suling to rescue him by chasing those three brainless idiots out of here. Bai Suling still wanted to tease him a little more. She walked towards the three representatives of the three branches and said, "Hey, you guys are scaring the junior sister." Dan Wenshan and Jean Tian started the war of words first. Neither was willing to give in to the other. Bai Suling saw that they weren't listening to her and shouted angrily. "Did you not hear what I said? Ling Su has already joined the Blue Moon Pavilion. Everyone step aside." So the three of them lost the chance to fight. They immediately turned their backs and left empty-handed. At this moment, Qin Yuni rushed over and hugged Ling Su. "Sister Ling. It really is Sister Ling today." Mui Waqin followed behind. She was trembling with anger because Ling Su, a man, looked even more beautiful than her when wearing women's clothes. Ling Su immediately changed the subject, asking which branch they wanted to join. Mui Waqin prepared to go to the Jade Crane Pavilion, and Qin Yuni was going to the Spirit Pill Pavilion, because Elder Han was very good to her. It was Ling Su's turn. He whispered 3 words, "Blue Moon Pavilion." Mui Waqin froze. She sneaked behind Bai Suling to badmouth him. Ling Su is a dignified man, yet he disguised himself as a woman to get in there. He truly is the grandfather of perverts. The day of the combat assessment arrived in the blink of an eye. This was a major examination. All the elders and even the sect master came to observe. A muscular youth roared, announcing the content of the test. You simply need to defeat a martial puppet of the same realm to pass. First up on the chopping block is Qin Shuani, from 100 Refinements Hall, currently at the body tempering initial stage. Elder Duan looked pleased. It seems 3 months of cultivation have pushed Qin Shuani to the brink of the body tempering middle stage. At this moment, only Qin Shuani and the giant wooden puppet remained on the platform. He used a single heaven-severing fist to smash the puppet into pieces, easily clearing the first stage. Ling Su watched, feeling nothing but second-hand embarrassment. It was just a basic attack, yet he's acting so high and mighty about it. He ought to just shave his head bald and be done with it. Next up is Qin Yuni, as expected of the crowd favorite. She has already reached the body-tempering late stage, surprising everyone. Elder Han stood up there acting like, "What's the big deal?" With Qin Yuni's natural talent combined with her medicinal pills, this is merely a common occurrence. Although she acted cool on the outside, the sect master noticed Elder Han's hand trembling uncontrollably. Looks like she was actually extremely worried about Qin Yuni, although her results are something to be proud of. Body tempering is only the first step. There are much higher realms ahead. Specifically, Meridian Cleansing, Spirit Profound, Will King, Emperor Extreme, Saint Tao, Creation, and Heaven and Earth, ranked in order from lowest to highest. By now, Qin Yuni had unleashed the 10,000 spirit illusion butterfly palms. She looked just like a bodhisattva descending to the mortal world. Elder Yin spoke up, feeling a bit indignant. I can't believe Elder Han even passed down the spirit illusion butterfly palms to Yuni already. Just as the tension peaked, a voice rang out. I didn't expect the disciples of this batch to possess such high talent. The younger generation is truly to be feared. A beautiful woman with a fiery, voluptuous figure appeared. The entire stand went into an uproar. Congratulations, Elder G, on advancing to the Emperor Extreme realm. The Sect Master clapped his hands in congratulations. Now, in the Time Ming sect, aside from myself and Wan Jun, we have another Emperor Extreme realm elder. Meanwhile, down on the martial stage, Qin Yuni had successfully destroyed the puppet. She immediately rushed down to celebrate with Ling Su. Fortunately, with his current appearance, they just saw this as a heartwarming moment between close sisters. It was Mu Yueqing's turn to take the stage. She was at the body-tempering middle stage, wielding the bells at her waist as weapons. In a short time, Mu Yueqing had mastered the Emerald River Pavilion's cloud butterfly fairy steps to a high degree of proficiency. These few wooden dummies were nothing to her. Next up, Ling Su. He was too busy striking a cool pose, forcing the referee to remind him, "You have 30 seconds to get on the battlefield." Facing a martial puppet that was far more agile than the standard robots, Ling Su found this a little interesting. But because he kept playing cat and mouse, the men down below started making snide remarks. Why you keep jumping back and forth? If little junior sister can't handle it, senior brother will lend a hand. Ling Su was triggered by those words. He had to cut his little game short. He charged up a punch filled with resentment, waiting for the day he could drive this fist into the faces of these guys who dared to treat him like a girl. Ling Su's punch collided head-on with the puppet's fist. The clash of two powerful forces made the crowd's eyes pop out of their sockets, because the martial puppet's strength was far superior to a martial artist of the same rank. Plus, it was huge and hard as a rock. An ordinary person probably couldn't withstand it. But Ling Su is fundamentally not an ordinary person. With one punch, he knocked that puppet out cold, shutting the mouths of all those guys down there who had been teasing him this whole time. Everyone's attention shifted to focus entirely on Ling Su. The Sect Master, however, didn't feel there was anything abnormal about him. Although he's in the body-tempering realm, he has a talent for martial arts techniques. He has potential for future development. Instructor Bailey stood up to announce that the next round was the live combat simulation. They had to fight against an outer sect disciple. Simply withstand 10 moves to pass the trial. All right, let's start with you. Instructor Bailey actually singled out Ling Su directly, and he even paired him up against Bailey Jianshin from the Mystic Sword Hall. Ling Su walked up to the stage, annoyed. He was starting to feel bored. Bailey Jianshin, on the other hand, was a bit nervous. His cheeks were flushed red. Just looking at him, you could tell he was completely smitten by Ling Su. Sure enough, the very next second, Bailey Jianshin wanted to invite Ling Su out for a meal, promising to let him pass this trial. Ling Su smiled brightly and agreed, "Sure thing. As long as senior brother doesn't mind that I'm a man." "Huh, little junior sister? What did you say?" Bailey Jianshin was still in a daze and didn't hear Ling Su clearly. So he opened his mouth and shouted that he was a man, causing Bailey to freeze like a statue. "You said you're a man? Do you have proof?" Ling Su was pissed. Does this idiot expect him to whip it out in front of the whole world? He didn't care what happened anymore. He just said bluntly that this was by Su Ling's prank. The men down below wailed in despair. Every night, they had dreamed of Ling Su. They never expected him to be playing for the same team. Conversely, the women who were previously toxic toward Ling Su now wanted to become his sugar mamas and keep him running around their houses all day. Elder Duan turned around in annoyance, placing the blame squarely on BUF Pavilion. Haven't they always accepted only female disciples? Elder G, however, couldn't care less. BUF Pavilion's rules were none of their business to critique. Besides, Ling Su belongs to them now. The three girls burst into giggles at Ling Su's awkward predicament. After all, he blurted it out in front of absolutely everyone, making Bailey Jianshin feel indescribably humiliated. "You dare humiliate me before crowd? Just you watch." Just moments ago, he claimed he'd show mercy. Yet now, he's striking without a shred of pity. A single sword strike nearly cleft the martial stage in two. Ling Su managed to dodge, but he was exasperated by the guy's attitude. Attacking from behind without a word? Seriously? Bailey Jinshin had basically lost all reason. He couldn't wrap his head around how someone as beautiful as Ling Su could be a man. And not just that, he was exactly his type. His sword technique was becoming increasingly erratic. Ling Su had no choice but to plant a fist in his gut to help him sober up. Who knew he had such strength? Bailey Jinshin was sent flying straight into the wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint right on the surface. The stands erupted like fans at a boy band concert. This was the first time they had seen a trial disciple completely crush a domineering outer sect disciple. No wonder Bue Pavilion broke tradition to accept a male disciple. Ling Su scratched his head, flustered. Looks like I really caused a scene this time. To think a mid-stage body-tempering cultivator could send an outer sect disciple flying. One elder couldn't help but curse. This batch of disciples wasn't just talented, they were arrogant as hell. The corners of Elder G's lips curled up in satisfaction. It seems Bai Suling's cipher talent was spot on. The sect master, however, was filled with worry. Before these disciples fully matured, he had to ensure their safety. After this assessment, news is bound to spread beyond the sect. Who knows what kind of dangers that might attract? Bailey Jinshin collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet, despite his battered body, he managed to stand firm. Seething with resentment, he charged toward Ling Su. Mui Waching and Qin Yu tried to rush in, but instructor Bailey stopped them. The trial is not over yet, but you have to stop him. That guy is clearly trying to kill him. Mui Waching covered her mouth as soon as the words left her lips. She chided herself. Why was she so worried about Ling Su? Qin Yu was anxious too, but not for Ling Su. She was worried about that Bailey Jinshin guy. Instructor Bailey was speechless. However, his hand was tied. Bailey Jinshin still had the strength to fight. For Ling Su, facing this was also part of the trial. If anything unexpected happens, I'll stop it immediately. Don't worry. In all the assessments I've presided over, there's never been an accident. Just then, Bailey Jinshin's blade sliced off a few strands of Ling Su's hair. He kept chanting Ling Su's name, giving the boy goosebumps. Ling Su did a backflip to create distance. Bailey launched several waves of sword energy in pursuit. Yet, Ling Su's expression didn't change in the slightest. He dodged every single one without a wasted movement. Suddenly, Ling Su appeared right in front of him. Bailey Jinshin was startled. But seeing him at such close range, he seized the chance to unleash his final move. Ling Su smirked. You want to fight me? Even your great ancestor wouldn't be worthy. He clamped two fingers tight around Bailey Jinshin's blade, stopping his rampage cold. Bailey Jinshin's arm trembled violently with rage. Not only was his blade caught, but Ling Su didn't have a scratch on him. Ling Su looked positively devilish. I've let you play around long enough. He was done playing the gentle scholar. Ling Su snapped the sword in two. In the blink of an eye, he held the broken blade against Bailey Jinshin's throat. Ling Su radiated an intense, suffocating killing intent. It felt as if even a fly passing by would drop dead instantly. Bailey Jinshin's legs turned to jelly, and he slumped to his knees. Ling Su flipped his hair and turned to leave, not forgetting to toss the broken sword tip back at him. Bue Pavilion trial disciple, Ling Su, passes the second trial. The stadium shook with festival-like cheers. Meanwhile, Bailey Jinshin was still in a daze, his soul having left his body. His lips quivered, unable to form a word. The sect master watched Ling Su's every move. That performance had truly exceeded his expectations. Ling Su suddenly shrank back, looking sheepish. I think you might have scared that Jinshan guy to death, Sister Ling. Qin Yu rushed over to celebrate with Ling Su. Suddenly, he grabbed her and pulled her behind him, his face sharp with vigilance. Who's there? Elder G stepped forward, looking thoroughly pleased. Excellent. Truly excellent. To think you could withstand my spiritual pressure. Ji Mingwei introduced herself as the pavilion master of Bue Pavilion. From now on, I am your master. She had just returned to the sect from a vacation and stumbled right upon the disciple assessment. She never expected Bai Suling to bring her such a unique male disciple. This disciple offended you earlier. I hope Elder can forgive me. Ling Su spoke solemnly, but internally, he was marveling at Elder G's legs, which looked over a meter long. Elder Ji felt Ling Su's laser-like gaze and issued a warning. I see you've become addicted to wearing women's clothing. From now on, just keep wearing them. Ling Su's heart skipped a beat. He quickly admitted his mistake. He wouldn't dare offend her again. If you keep wandering around looking like that, I'm afraid the men out there won't even care what your gender is anymore. Elder Ji let out a chuckle. The Jade Moon Pavilion made an exception for Ling Su this time, but that didn't mean he could do whatever he pleased. He was surrounded by women. If his conduct was anything less than honorable, she would personally expel him from the sect without hesitation. This disciple will keep your teachings in mind, Elder Ji. Ling Su gave a respectful, solemn bow. Seeing this, Qin Yuni nodded in approval. Elder Ji had prepared male attire for Ling Su. Finally, he didn't have to go around cross-dressing as a girl anymore. As expected, men's clothes are way more comfortable, even if he still looked exactly like a girl. To avoid looking too feminine, Ling Su tied his hair up to give himself a tougher look. On his way, Ling Su noticed a crowd gathering. He immediately squeezed in to see what was happening. One man he pushed aside turned around, ready to snap at him in annoyance. But even though Ling Su was smiling, it was the kind of smile that made your skin crawl. The young man instantly scrambled away like a cloud of smoke. Oh, it's junior sister Ling. Junior brother Ling. Please, after you. Ling Su was about to make a grand exit when Bai Su Ling pulled him back. Every time he ran into her, he got a bad feeling. Bai Su Ling pinched Ling Su's stomach so hard his eyes turned red from the pain. What are you doing hanging around here? Get back to your cultivation training right now. Ling Su immediately tried to strike a deal. If I break through to the late stage of the body refinement realm, can I skip training? Bai Su Ling obviously didn't believe he could jump from the middle stage to the late stage overnight. She was sure it was just another one of Ling Su's excuses to slack off. But I've already reached the late stage, sister. With a straight face, Ling Su showed off his progress to Bai Su Ling. How could she not recognize the aura of the late body refinement realm? Did you somehow cultivate while you were sleeping? Ling Su puffed out his chest, acting tough, and claimed he'd felt a breakthrough coming for a while, and that the recent trial had made it even easier to push through. Bai Su Ling let out a long sigh. She had no choice but to let Ling Su take the day off. Ling Su took the opportunity to ask her to go for a stroll with him. Bai Su Ling agreed, but she wasn't exactly in a playful mood. She was only going along to keep an eye on him and make sure he wasn't up to no good. Meanwhile, at the High Council of Elders, the Sect Master slammed his teacup down in a rage. That mysterious origin sect is definitely up to something. The moment our sect gains a 6-star talent, the mysterious origin sect is the first one to come paying a visit. Does that old Foxming Wugen really think I don't know what he's plotting? Elder Wan Jun spoke up immediately. Sect Master, please calm yourself. Even if those people from the mysterious origin sect show up, they won't be able to do a thing. They clearly want to test the strength of our new disciples, especially since this year's batch are all once-in-a-millennium geniuses. It's a blessing the god of war didn't take Qin Yuni away. Otherwise, the Time Ming sect would have lost a peerless 6-star genius. Sect Master Lin felt that made sense. If the god of war had actually shown up, even his own father wouldn't have dared to utter a word. He immediately ordered Elder Min to assemble the disciples. When the mysterious origin sect arrives in 3 days, we'll show them how we celebrate. Elder Min's voice echoed across the massive mountain, summoning all disciples. Everyone felt a sense of unease. They wondered what kind of major event was about to go down. The entire student body was present. The elders announced that the mysterious origin sect would be visiting with their disciples in 3 days. At that time, both sides would engage in a martial arts competition. Don't you dare bring shame upon the Time Ming sect. Inner disciple Lan, you stood up to ask about the real motive behind the visit. No one knew the details, but it was safe to say half of it was because of Qin Yuni. The relationship between the two sects had always been strained. They certainly weren't coming over just for a cup of tea. Furthermore, the elder heard that the mysterious origin sect had found a genius of their own, none other than Long Yian, a name chosen for the heavenly prodigy rankings. Long Yian's greatest specialty was fighting opponents above his own level. Back when he was only at the peak of the body refinement realm, he had already defeated several meridian cleansing realm warriors. Rumor has it he even hunted down several high-tier demonic beasts. Now that he's stepped into the spirit profound realm, his potential is terrifying. Even the daughter of Sect Master Ning Wujing is madly in love with him. The disciples began whispering among themselves. Long Yu stepped forward, looking like he was ready to challenge Long Yian himself. Since he was also nearing the late spirit profound realm, he wasn't about to lose to someone like Long Yian. To Ling Su, this Long Yian guy sounded like a walking cliché. Fighting above his rank, slaying high-level beasts, the Sect Master's daughter on his arm, strength, fame, women, he's got all. Don't tell me he's the actual protagonist of this world. But if he's only at the spirit profound realm, he's actually kind of a loser. Don't tell me he's just hitting puberty now. Ling Su was so lost in thought that he didn't realize Bai Suling was calling his name. She had to shout, nearly bursting his eardrums. Bai Suling didn't care about his complaining. She told him he needed to start preparing seriously. When it comes to the martial arts competition, he would definitely be sent up. He couldn't be allowed to embarrass the Jade Moon Pavilion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A massive vessel hovers in midair, coming to a halt at Alliance Mountain. A blinding purple light radiates forth. Figures descend from the sky like UFOs. A booming laugh echoes, forcing the Time Ming Sect disciples to cover their ears in pain. Haha, Sect Master Lin, it's been a long time. Ling Su glances at his 3 wives. Unable to withstand the pressure, the 3 girls immediately erect a protective barrier, making such a flashy entrance right off the bat. I'm already annoyed with this Xian Qi Sect crowd. Sect Master Lin, ambushed by Ning Wuyan's move, strikes back in anger with a palm blast. Ning Wuyan is no pushover, either. I will fight you for 30,000 rounds today, Sect Master Lin. 2 powerful forces collide, triggering a massive explosion in the sky. The members of the Xian Qi Sect finally touch down on the ground. Meanwhile, the 2 old Sect Masters continue their standoff to see who outlasts the other. Long Yian steps forward with arrogant swagger and bows to Sect Master Lin. He has a thunderous reputation and handsome looks to match. Wherever he goes, girls swoon. However, Qin Yuni feels there is something seriously wrong with him. Bai Suling even thinks Ling Su looks 10,000 times better than him. Long Yian senses a powerful aura. He casts his gaze toward Bai Suling's group. May I ask for your names? I wonder which of you is the peerless 6-star talent. Sect Master Lin steps forward to introduce Qin Yuni. He didn't expect the 6-star talent to be a woman. He immediately flashes a devilishly charming smile. He makes up his mind to conquer Qin Yuni and the 3 women accompanying her. Then, it's Ling Su's turn. He shoots a gaze like burning sparks toward Long Yian. Ha! The corners of his mouth curl up. Interesting. To think this woman dares to lock onto me. How amusing. A girl with a shrill voice steps forward, chin held high. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Brother Yian was just greeting you out of kindness. What's with that arrogant attitude? To admire Long Yian, yet act so hostile toward everyone else. That can only be Ning Wujing, the daughter of Sect Master Ning. Long Yian waves his hand dismissively. He puts on a gentle act. Wujing, it's fine. I don't mind. Just that one sentence makes her blush so hard, she looks ready to bear him a whole basketball team of children. Ling Su had heard rumors that Ning Wujing was a shrew, but he didn't expect her brain to be non-functional. She clearly doesn't realize her father came here specifically to snatch Qin Yuni. Wan Jun is impatient to start the martial arts tournament, so no one has to wait. You are right. But this tournament focuses on exchange and learning. So, let the disciples of both sects step forward freely. What do you say, Vice Sect Master Ning? The Vice Sect Master of the Xianqi Sect steps forward to give his opinion. The 2 head Sect Masters are still locked in a stare-down, leaving the 2 Vice Sect Masters to handle everything. Wan Jun clears his throat loudly. Then, he announces that the joint martial arts tournament has officially begun. No sooner have the words left his mouth than a young man from the Xianqi Sect leaps up, volunteering to go first. Answering the challenge against Xiao Luo is Bai Suling. Sword against sword. This is how it should be. Xiao Luo shows no mercy to women. He charges straight in, aiming to slice off a lock of her hair. Bai Suling is agile and flexible. She dodges and immediately launches a counterattack. She creates distance and begins chanting a spell. A powerful torrent of fire erupts from her blade. It looks intense enough to incinerate a normal person instantly. Xiao Luo sees the ferocious flames rushing toward him. He hastily retreats, but there is no escape path for him. He can only stand there helplessly as Bai Suling's flames scorch his clothes to cinders. Bai Suling returns to her spot, her expression cold. Ling Su immediately teases her. Senior sister Bai, wasn't that a bit too heavy-handed? Mui Waching, on the contrary, feels it wasn't strong enough. That Shou Luo guy was emitting bloodlust from his whole body. He wanted to kill. Bai Suling agrees. If this weren't a tournament, I would have sliced off his family jewels and fed them to the dogs. Ling Su backs away in terror. Why is Bai Suling so obsessed with turning men into eunuchs? Long Yian, watching from above, sees his sect members being useless. He immediately steps forward. Sure enough, the one stepping up to challenge him is Lanyu. Long Yian senses that this guy actually has some skill. He seems to be the trump card of the Time Ming sect. Lanyu strikes first. He summons several massive blocks of ice and hurls them at Long Yian. Long Yian uses the dragon roar, manifesting a gigantic golden dragon that smashes straight through Lan Yu's ice blocks. Lan Yu doesn't stop. He prepares to charge in for another clash. But Long Yian simply tosses him out of the arena. Who knows where he landed? He has no interest in men. He turns his attention to the group of ladies. So next up, I wonder if his junior sister would care to spar with me a little. Ling Su has been waiting for this. Time to see if junior sister can smash that foul mouth of his today. Long Yian acts high and mighty. He claims he will suppress his cultivation level down to the body tempering realm. Sect Master Lin turns to criticize Ning Wuyan. Even if Long Yian suppresses his cultivation, his martial techniques are far superior to Ling Su's. Is the Xianqi sect try to bully us? Old man Ning turns with a mocking expression. Lin Baimu, just relax. It's just a friendly exchange, isn't it? The disciples of the Xuanqi sect were mocking Ling Su before the fight even started. It looks like a high schooler beating up an elementary school kid. Ning Wujing cast her gaze toward Long Yian. This is exactly how he conquers a woman's heart. Except, she has no idea that Ling Su is actually a man. Bai Zunling looked worried. Now isn't the time for Ling Su to play the hero. Wan Jun asked again, just to be sure. Ling Su put on the expression of an innocent, naive girl. Didn't senior brother Long say he would go easy on me? He voluntarily suppressed his cultivation to spar with me. He wants to offer me pointers. How could I possibly refuse? Seeing Ling Su so delighted, Long Yian became even more interested. He launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning the moment it started. He looked like he wanted to devour him right there on the platform. Ling Su gave a faint smirk and dodged his attack with ease. Long Yian's momentum sent him crashing face first into the ground. Humiliated and enraged, he cursed, "How is that possible? How did you dodge that? Is your speed actually faster than mine?" Ling Su pouted and whistled innocently. "I wouldn't know. Didn't senior brother Long just slip?" While they were still talking, he split into 9 clones to attack Ling Su. He was certain that this time there was no escape. Ling Su shot him a look of utter disdain. "I thought you had multiple physical bodies, but they're just illusions. How boring." He gently raised his hand and curled his finger. His golden marble instantly shattered. Long Yian rolled onto the floor. Blood sprayed uncontrollably from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Ning Wujing ran over, sobbing, to support him. Sect Master Ning stood up, his face turning green. He immediately picked Long Yian up and rushed back. The entire Xuanqi sect fled in disgrace, leaving the Time Ming sect roaring with laughter, especially at Long Yian's sudden self-explosion. Ling Su smiled with satisfaction. He was the one who had suppressed his realm just to play with him. Since he treats me like a woman, he can taste what it feels like to be one himself. Elder Ji immediately came over and asked what Ling Su had just done. He rubbed his head and spoke innocently. "I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch him. That guy Long Yian just couldn't control his own martial arts technique. That's all." She found the explanation reasonable, yet something still felt off. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to slip away. At that moment, 2 strangers were watching from the roof. A blonde woman had her eyes fixed on Ling Su. "Perhaps we can make use of him. Su Jiandao, you saw it too, didn't you? The time will come when I need your support. Don't forget our deal." The man named Su Jiandao just stood there, observing everything coldly. "Rest assured, what I Su Jiandao have promised, I will naturally fulfill." Early the next morning, a swarm of reporters had gathered at the entrance of the Xuanqi sect. Everyone was shouting questions. The crowd pushed and shoved, unstoppable. "Old sect master, May I ask why Long Yian exploded on the spot? Was it because he suffered chi deviation while cultivating? Old Sect Master. Previously, there were many scandals regarding Long Yian and your daughter. Was it because of an accident during the dual cultivation of yin and yang that caused an issue in that area? Ning Wugen's face turned black, but he couldn't bring himself to reveal the truth. He could only seethe in silence. Seeing this, the people around him hurriedly tried to calm him down. Sect Master, please don't be angry. Sect Master, calm down. He let out a furious roar. All of you, get the hell out of here. The reporters were all kicked out of the Sect's territory. The news spread rapidly. It was all over the newspapers. Xuanqi Sect's Long Yian paralyzed from the waist down. Suspected chi deviation. Old Sect Master Ning Wugen flies into a rage and violently beats martial arts reporters. Ling Su read the news with glee and sighed. The Xuanqi Sect has really lost all face this time. These martial arts reporters are vicious. They're truly comparable to the paparazzi from my past life. While he was still reading, Bai Zunling opened the door and walked in. Junior brother, the Sect Master wants us to gather at the Grand Hall. Ling Su let out a confused sound. Ling Su and the others had all gathered together. Their first reaction was sheer surprise. You want the few of us to go down the mountain for experience training? Elder Ji smiled and said, that's right. You all enter the Sect together. So you should go down the mountain and train together. Zunling will lead you. Si and Muyueqing were incredibly excited hearing this. Awesome. We can finally go down a mountain and play. This is great. We've been cultivating in these mountains every single day for so long. I feel like I'm about to turn into an idiot. Ling Su couldn't help but think of the delicacies waiting down the mountain. Obviously in agreement. That's right. The food at Time Ming Sect is too bland. How about we go down a mountain to eat something good? Go eat chicken. Drink wine too. Not bad, not bad. A hand suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Bai Suling just dragged Ling Su away like that. Then we set off tomorrow. Let's go to Wanluo City first. Sect Master Lin watched the disciples leave. He couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. A group of 4 quickly went down the mountain together, not forgetting to admire the beautiful scenery along the way. Green mountains and blue water. Everything all around. However, they did not know. There was a malicious gaze following them closely, not leaving by half a step. A large man with eerie green skin and extremely terrifying red eyes. Lord Demon King said it's probably these 4. It's not clear. They're just 4 ants, making a mountain out of a molehill. The 4 walked very fast and reached the foot of the mountain. In the guest room, Ling Su woke up from his sleep. He gave a soft groan. Then, as if sensing something, he hurriedly jumped up from the blanket. There was another person lying on his bed. It was Qin Yuni, sleeping soundly. Her clothes weren't very complete either. She seemed to still be in a dream. Her mouth smiled softly. Sister Ling is so beautiful. She belongs only to me. A moment later, Qin Yuni was dragged out of Ling Su's room by Suling and Muyueqing, not forgetting to warn him. Improper all day long. By yourself. Reflect on it. He couldn't help but sigh. The handprint on his face meant he had just been slapped. Nini went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. When she came back, she went to the wrong room. How is this my fault? Reflecting is impossible. Reflect? At most, I'll go for a walk alone. Ling Su sat drinking wine alone in the inn, just like that. Just then, a brown-haired young man approached to strike up a conversation. This brother. I see you drinking alone here. Depressed and unhappy. Most likely you have something troubling your mind. Why not drink with me? You can also confide a thing or two to me. How about it? Saying that, he sat down directly. Ling Su glanced at him and thought to himself. He just sat down like that. Thick-skinned enough. But this guy could see directly that I am a man. That is truly rare. He frowned and lifted the wine jar. His voice wasn't happy either. You basically just came to mooch food and drink. I also don't have any troubling matters to confide. Moreover, who are you? Can you announce your name first? If you have something to say, say it. No need to beat around the bush. Seeing this, the other person smiled happily as usual. Excuse my rudeness. I am Lin Qing. Since it's like this, we can talk about something else. For example, recently many Sect disciples have come to this Wanluo City. Do you know the reason for this, brother? Ling Su pretended not to care much. If you know, tell me about it. That guy said a few words then stopped, not speaking further. Unexpectedly, Ling Su stood up firmly, intending to avoid the annoying person. If you're not talking, I'm leaving. Go find someone else to talk to. This made Lin Qing hurriedly stop him. He blocked the way. Brother, please stop. Finally, Lin Qing agreed to reveal his intentions. Actually, I wanted to invite you, brother. Could you go to the Wanluo City auction with me? Ling Su scratched his head, thinking, then asked back. Auction? So you look for me to talk just to get me to go to the auction with you? Is there something special about this auction? Lin Qing leaned in close, whispering an explanation to him. Brother Ling, there is something you don't know. This Wanluo auction is selling important information about the Mingwei Realm Alliance. I'm afraid the disciples of these great sects and the Martial God Hall are focusing their attention on this matter. I see that Brother Ling is a disciple of the Time Ming sect, so let's go together. We can coordinate with each other. Ling Su considered it understood, leaving a sentence behind, then turning to leave, considering it an agreement. I'm a bit idle anyway. Then I'll follow you to take a look. In his mind, he still had some thoughts about Lin Qing's words just now. Mingwei Realm. A bit interesting. Let me see what kind of intel is worth being the opening bid. The two of them quickly arrived at the Wanluo auction house. The attendant at the door gestured for them to enter. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. The auction is about to begin. Just as the two of them settled into their seats, the auctioneer on stage began his opening remarks. Welcome, everyone, to our Wanluo auction. I trust that today's selection will certainly not disappoint. Please stay in your seats. Feel free to spend those origin stones burning a hole in your pockets. He narrowed his eyes, acting mysterious. I know exactly why you've all gathered here today. So without further ado, the starting bid is 1 million. Each subsequent bid must be at least 10,000. Our first item is critical intelligence regarding the Abyss Realm. The auction kicked off immediately with the very first item. The crowd erupted into nonstop chatter. Whoa, this is the first item? Seriously? I thought this would be the grand finale. Talk about a powerhouse move. They're really going big right from the start. Second Prince Zhu Xiao of the Heavenly Vermilion Dynasty lifted his teacup lid. How interesting. I'll bid 5 million. His servant followed the order. 5 million origin stones. Seeing this, Du Rufeng, a disciple of the Azure Sea Cloud Sound Sect, didn't hesitate to jump in. Huh. The second prince sure is imposing. I'll lend a hand then. 7 million. Another man with a fierce expression and a crimson cloak, a disciple of the Poison Demon Sect named Yi Du, joined the fray, adding a mere 2 million? How stingy. 10 million. Yan Li of the ancient Great Sun Kingdom refused to be outdone. Don't just stand there on the sidelines. My Great Sun Kingdom must have this intelligence. 15 million. From the Martial God Hall. 15 million and 10,000. Standing next to Ling Su, Lin Qing excitedly raised his bidding plaque. The auctioneer, hearing this, asked again in disbelief. The Martial God Hall? Sir, you aren't joking, are you? Yan Li chimed in, looking skeptical. Exactly. You're claiming to be from the Martial God Hall? Then prove it. Lin Qing's expression shifted to one of pure annoyance. He shot a cold, displeased look at the crowd. What's this? Since when does someone from the Martial God Hall need to prove their identity? I have a martial god command here, but you'd better think long and hard. If I actually pull it out, this one ends simply for any of you. Sitting beside him, Ling Su let out a surprised sound. So, you're really with the Martial God Hall? And you even have a martial god command? It seems your status isn't low at all. Could you be a direct disciple of the martial god? Lin Qing immediately denied it. No, nothing like that. I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Martial God Hall. Hearing that, Ling Su didn't press further. He raised his bidding plaque directly. 20 million origin stones. Lin Qing was caught completely off guard. He stammered, Brother Ling, I've already invoked the name of the Martial God Hall. No one else dares to outbid me now. There's no need for you to drive the price up further. Ling Su didn't seem to care at all. His expression made it clear. I'll do whatever makes me happy. It's an auction, after all. If I don't bid, wouldn't I leave empty-handed? Lin Qing was shaking with rage. He forced himself to raise the bid. 21 million. Ling Su countered instantly. 66,660,000 origin stones. Now, Lin Qing's face was flushed with fury. Ling Su, you're a smart man. Don't tell me you don't understand why I brought you here. Ling Su immediately shot back. Wasn't it so I could cheer you on while you play the star? Seeing that reasoning was useless, Lin Qing turned to threats. The Martial God Hall is not an existence you can afford to provoke. Then, he screamed out a new price. I'll pay whatever it takes. 100 million origin stones. Ling Su didn't even flinch. 1 billion. Lin Qing was stunned. Are you insane? Are you trying to cross me on purpose? 1 billion origin stones. Talk is cheap. Fine. Show us the money then. The auctioneer had already appeared. He carried a massive basin over to Ling Su. Honored guest, please simply place the required origin stones into this treasure collection basin. Ling Su pulled out his storage items. Instantly, a stream of multicolored origin stones flowed out like a waterfall. He didn't stop until the stones piled up into a small mountain, overflowing the basin. Ling Su exhaled in relief. Finally, that's everything. Things aren't exactly efficient around here. Lin Qing stood to the side, still in shock. How is this possible? He actually managed to produce 1 billion origin stones? And even though he clearly knows I'm with a martial god temple, he still dares to compete with me. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do to the boy. He could only toss out a few hollow words. I clearly misjudged you. Brother Ling, you certainly have deep pockets. I admit defeat this time. We shall meet again. Ling Su watched his retreating back, humming a little tune to himself. Who cares if you're one of that old geezer's martial god lackeys? You really thought I'd just go along with you? Keep dreaming, kid. Now, give me that information. My senior sister is still waiting for my return. Immediately after, the host handed him a tattered, ancient piece of paper. 2 lines were written upon it. Shattered bones, wailing ghosts, the snowy slaughter begins. A sea of blood for myriad souls, where ghost gods rise again. The group began walking down the street. Bai Suling examined the paper closely. This is it. 1 billion stones for just these 2 lines? I really don't see how this is worth it. However, Ling Su had other thoughts. Forget it. Regardless, this little scrap is a gold mine. For Sect, it likely holds immense strategic value. I'll just give it to senior sister when I get back. Consider it a small gift. From a vantage point overlooking the crowd, a woman peeked out. I never expected this outcome. To think it actually fell into his hands. It seems this man's identity is far from simple. Bai Suling, Mui Weqing, and Qin Yuni were happily strolling through the streets. From a corner, someone was watching the 3 of them, a creature with eerie green skin and terrifying red eyes. Everyone on the street felt a sudden, bone-chilling shiver. Something feels off. Huh? What the hell just ran past? Ling Su strolled down the street, sipping wine from his gourd. So boring. It's the same no matter where you go. Women just love window shopping. I don't see the appeal. The terrifying green-skinned man quickly locked onto his position. He grinned, revealing horrifying fangs. Su Jiandao stood on a rooftop, watching the creature tail Ling Su. It looks like the ghost general is preparing to make his move. Seeing this, the blonde woman smirked and spoke to Su Jiandao. If he dies just like that, well, that would be quite entertaining. Su Jiandao stood with his back turned. He didn't share her sentiment. If you think a ghost general can handle him, then you're vastly underestimating him. You can tell a lot just from his recent actions. He doesn't fear the martial god temple. He pulled out 1 billion origin stones without blinking. And in the match against the profound mystery sect, Ling Gaotian, coughing up blood, definitely had something to do with his interference. And now, that intel has fallen into his hands as well. The woman heard this and countered. If that's the case, Su Jiandao, why don't you step in yourself? He gave her a cold, displeased glance. For now, let your ghost general test the waters. I will strike if necessary. But if he gets killed by the Demon King, don't you dare just stand by and watch. After all, this is for the grand design of your ghost race. The woman's expression darkened. Her glowing red eyes flared slightly as she smiled. You're in no position to remind me. Down below, Ling Su continued his leisurely stroll, perfectly aware he was being followed. The massive green-skinned brute cackled, truly walking straight into a trap. But just as he was about to strike, Ling Su vanished right before his eyes. The brute stood there dazed, unable to comprehend what happened. Where did he go? Ling Su suddenly appeared right behind him. His expression was as cold as the abyss. Why are you following me? Who sent you? The creature immediately leaped several paces back. It dropped into a combat stance. Saves me the trouble. I'll take your life now and use you as a sacrifice to revive my ghost race. Ling Su sighed, having figured it out. The ghost race wants me dead, huh? You've been tailing us since the Great Clarity Sect. just waiting for the right moment to strike. The creature didn't answer. He simply swung a blade, wreathed in darkness, and roared, "Die!" The blade closed in on Ling Su. It was inches away from a direct hit. A splash of liquid appeared out of nowhere, landing right on the green-skinned man's face. One easy mission. Before he could finish his boast, Ling Su's voice cut him off. "Open your eyes. Stop embarrassing yourself." The creature froze and opened his eyes. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom what was happening. It was Ling Su who had just splashed the wine right in his face. The blade was pressed against Ling Su's neck, yet couldn't make a single scratch on his skin, no matter how much strength he poured into the strike. The man was consumed by a confused rage. How is this possible? Ling Su calmly reached out and gripped the tip of the blade, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "This isn't right, you know? This just won't do. Allow me to give you a lesson." In a moment the words left his mouth, he snapped the sword in half like a twig. Ling Su blurred, reappearing instantly behind the man. His voice dropped into a chilling, low tone. A once-in-a-lifetime teaching experiment. As he spoke, a flash of power streaked through the air. The green-skinned man's head was severed from his shoulders in an instant. Ling Su narrowed his eyes, his lips curling slightly. "The ghost cult, right? This is getting interesting. Fine, I'll play along with you people." The next morning, the sound of commotion inside his bedroom jolted Ling Su awake. He let out a yawn, looking utterly aggrieved. "I'm telling you, senior sister Bai, could you maybe not scream so loud every single time? It's deafening." Bai Suling stepped closer and pinched his cheek hard. She took on the air of a strict mentor. "Oh, you actually have the nerve to complain?" Ling Su winced in pain, clutching his cheek, which had been pinched bright red. I wouldn't dare. Senior sister Bai is as beautiful as a goddess, an absolute legend, a beauty that could topple nations. How could I possibly have a problem? It's out of the question. If you want to shout, go right ahead. Even if you get louder, I won't say a word." Deep down, however, his thoughts were drifting elsewhere. With a temper like that, who's ever going to want to marry her? From outside the door, Mui Weching and Qin Yuni poked their heads in. "Senior sister Bai, is that perverted brat finally awake?" "Good morning, Ling Su. The Myriad Harmony Zither Festival is about to start. We need to hurry up and go check it out." Bai Suling swept her sleeves and headed for the door. She called back, "I'm coming." Just then, Ling Su asked about the information he'd gathered. Bai Suling paused for a moment to think before replying. "I don't know where you got this from, but this riddle is far from simple. I'll look into it once we're back at the Sect. We'll see then." Ling Su didn't exactly have high hopes for Bai Suling's deductive skills. Seems like this is way beyond senior sister Bai's IQ. He glanced at the door as it slammed shut. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Wait a second. Didn't she basically just agree that I'm a pervert? The venue for the Myriad Harmony Zither Festival was breathtaking. Crowds had already gathered in droves to witness the performance. A stunning woman with violet hair appeared, carrying a jade-green zither. She offered a gentle smile. The announcer's voice boomed. "Please welcome the Fairy of Melodic Love." The man personally receiving her at the festival was Wang Dexian, the Lord of Myriad Harmony City. "Welcome, everyone, to my city." His aura radiated immense power. As expected of a city lord, he's in the imperial sovereign realm. Someone in the crowd below was quick to show off their knowledge. The Lord is on the verge of breaking through to the martial saint realm. He's destined to be one of the strongest cultivators in the world. He's my absolute idol. The city lord descended to the ground. Beside him stood the ravishing Fairy of Melodic Love. He addressed the crowd. "I know you've all gathered here to hear the fairy play. So without further ado, I invite the Fairy of Melodic Love from the Jade Sea Cloud Sound Sect to perform a piece for us." The beautiful woman smiled subtly. She began to play her composition. The melody was incredibly soothing. The audience below listened in a daze. They were completely entranced, savoring every note. Only Ling Su watched the performance with a look of pure disdain. The classical style isn't bad, I guess, but it's definitely not lose your soul levels of good. Are these people really here for the music? Or are they just staring at those huge assets of hers? Then he reconsidered. Maybe it's because I heard too many flashy pop songs in my past life. I must be immune to this ancient style. As the fairy finished her piece, she gave a graceful nod. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Fairy, I love you. It's the music of the heavens." Standing next to Ling Su, Bai Suling offered her own assessment. That woman's mastery over melodic rhythm has reached an unprecedented level. Not to mention, her cultivation is significantly higher than mine. She couldn't hide the admiration in her voice. Don't tell me you didn't gain any insights from her zither play? Ling Su shrugged and shook his head honestly. To be honest, not a thing. Bai Suling leaned in close to his face and whispered, with your supposed talent for martial arts, you should have felt something? And yet you're telling me you didn't hear anything at all? Are you even paying attention to a word I'm saying? I'm listening, obviously. It's just, I don't really care much for sonic-based martial arts. Ling Su stammered as he answered. Mui Weqing turned her head, wearing an expression of supreme expertise. Stop lying through your teeth. I think you're just a barbarian who doesn't understand a lick of music. I saw you just now, wandering off in a daze. However, Mui Weqing's lectures were going in one of Ling Su's ears and straight out the other. Do you have any idea what absolute sonic resonance is? Do you realize how much easier it is to break through your cultivation level with that kind of enlightenment? Do you even know about blah blah blah? Ling Su listened to Mui Weqing's droning until he was bored to tears. Finally, he cut her off with a single sentence. What's so impressive about that? Even I could do better. His words were met with looks of extreme skepticism from everyone around them. Even Fairy Weqing's face darkened. The crowd began to whisper and gossip. Who is this woman? How dare she say something like that? She's pretty, I'll give her that. So what if she's pretty? Looks have absolutely nothing to do with sonic martial arts. Among the younger generation, if Fairy Weqing claims the second spot, no one would dare claim the first. Fairy Weqing glanced toward the person who had just spoken. Since this lady speaks with such confidence, I assume you must be quite the musical expert. Perhaps you could grace us with a performance and broaden my horizons? But deep down, her thoughts were much colder. There are more and more of these loudmouths lately. It's people like this who make others look down on musical cultivators. I'll make sure she realizes her mistake and retreats in shame. Xi and Uniep looked up at Ling Su with worried eyes. Big brother Ling Su, I think you've caused trouble again. Mui Weqing looked left and right. She was absolutely terrified. It's over. We're dead. You absolute freak. What the hell are you talking about? I bet this will be front page news tomorrow. We're going to be the laughingstock of the entire world. You're even dragging the Time Ming Sect's name through the mud. Bai Suling also glared at Ling Su with an incredibly angry expression. But he just rubbed his nose dismissively. With total confidence, he said, I might not have a gift for this, but that doesn't mean I don't know how it's done. As he spoke, he started to walk away, leaving Mui Weqing in a panic. Have you actually lost your mind? Junior brother, stop being so reckless. But neither of them could stop him in time. Ling Su leaped straight onto the stage. The moment he landed, he approached Fairy Weqing. Ling Su got straight to the point. Fairy Weqing, would you mind lending me your zither? Of course, she replied, handing the jade green instrument over to him. He began to play. I present to you all, Gokuraku Jodo. The notes began to ring out one by one. Each note felt like a tangible, magical melody echoing in every direction. The entire audience was rocked to the core by the sound. Their emotions shifted violently. Some people even started screaming. My body, I can't control it. It's vibrating. I'm dancing. This is a completely new sensation. I've never felt anything like this. I feel like I'm about to break through my bottleneck, right here on the spot. Everyone was experiencing an incredible sense of euphoria. Fairy Weqing stood there, slack-jawed. What kind of genre is this? Brother Ling continued his performance. An aura surged from his body. It far surpassed the presence Fairy Weqing had shown earlier. The final note rang out and faded. Ling Su came to a stop. The entire area fell into a heavy, absolute silence. Not a single person made a sound. Ling Su smiled, satisfied. Now that's a real song. Back then, this divine track was so addictive it completely dominated the charts. It's a shame I couldn't pair it with martial arts movements. Otherwise, the poison would be even more potent. Ling Su happily returned the green zither to Fairy Weqing. Here is your instrument, Fairy. Thank you. She remained silent for several seconds. Finally, she whispered an admission. I really am no match for you. Then, she suddenly screamed, on the verge of tears. But I won't lose to you forever. I will create a musical style of my own. She pointed her slender finger directly at Ling Su's face. Tell me, what is your name? He replied simply, I'm Ling Su. The crowd below still hadn't recovered from the aftershocks of the music. They all started shouting, it's toxic. This music is pure poison. I want to hear more. Why do I want to hear it so badly? I was just about to have a breakthrough, and you stopped. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ling Su quickly jumped off the stage. This is bad. We need to go now. However, Bai Suling was still caught in the state of euphoria. Her face was flushed red as she swayed. Junior brother, how did you get so good at that? I really want to hear it one more time. Muiwa Qing was in the exact same state. I never imagined you actually had it in you. If I don't give it one more go. As soon as Qin Yuni saw Ling Su jump off the stage, she rushed over to him. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement. That was amazing. You're so cool, brother. Do it again. Ling Su's face went dark with helplessness. It's over. Even they've fallen under the spell. The Lord of Wanluo City stood there, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. Everyone, the Zither assembly concludes here. Though our time together was short, I'm certain you all heard it. The fact that the Master of Melodies played specifically for this young lady is truly admirable. He soared high into the air. Now, I would like to invite our two guests and the rest of you to the City Lord's Manor. There's a matter I must discuss. Ling Su pointed at himself in surprise. Me? He spoke awkwardly to Bai Suling. Can I just head back to the inn? My stomach, it doesn't feel so good. She rejected him bluntly. No. He tried to make a panicked recovery. Behind them, Qin Yuni and Mu Qinghua stood with mischievous grins. Inside the Wanluo City Lord's Manor, a large crowd had gathered, with the city lord seated at the center. The reason I've called you all here is for one specific purpose. As you likely know, many ghosts have escaped from the abyssal realm to plague the mortal world. Countless innocent lives have been lost to them, and our city has not been spared. The martial god temple has issued a direct order. The city lord's expression turned solemn. Therefore, I have decided to organize a ghost hunt to purge the entities that escape from the abyssal realm. If you manage to collect the essence scrolls dropped by these ghosts, you can take them to the city's designated trading posts. Origin stones, weapons, elixirs, anything can be exchanged. Consider this ghost hunt a chance to gain some real-world experience. Golden stones flew out toward the crowd, ensuring everyone received one. The city lord explained, "This is a sound transmission stone. If your life is in danger, channel your spiritual energy into it. Once activated, reinforcements from the City Lord's Manor will be dispatched to your location." The crowd looked on with a mix of doubt and fear. The City Lord's voice rang out again. "I suggest you move in groups. That way, even if you encounter a ghost stronger than yourselves, you'll have a chance to kill it together." Bai Suling turned around. One of our goals for descending the mountain was to investigate the abyssal realm. This ghost hunt is the perfect opportunity. Mu Qinghua said excitedly. "Since we're out here for training anyway, let's use this hunt to test our true strength." Qin Yuni agreed. "Sister Ling, let's all go together." Hearing this, Ling Su also grew interested. "A ghost hunt, huh? Sounds interesting. A ghost invasion?" It seems that Ghost General from before was just the vanguard. They arrived at a mountain forest that should have been beautiful, filled with bees and butterflies. But instead, a scene of absolute desolation lay before them. Machang Valley used to be a paradise of lush green mountains and clear water, but now, the group was led by a blue-haired young man. He spoke respectfully. "Everyone, let's stop here and take a short rest." A purple-haired girl nearby agreed. "Good idea. The journey through the valley will be dangerous. The number of ghosts in Machang Valley is immense. If we enter without being fully prepared, we'll be eaten alive." The group huddled together, chatting nervously. "No kidding. I heard the sheer number of ghosts in Machang Valley is insane. Their individual levels might be low, but there are enough of them to make even a spirit-profound realm cultivator think twice. I honestly don't know if being assigned here is good luck or bad." Ling Su and Bai Suling were sitting together when they saw someone approaching. It was the young man leading the group. "I was wondering where you ladies are from. I'd like to form a team with you. We can look out for one another once we enter the valley." Ling Su felt a surge of irritation. "Are you serious? What a pain. There's always someone who sees me as a girl and thinks every woman here is looking for a group." Bai Suling's face went cold. "No thanks. The four of us are enough. We don't need a team. You can leave now." Seeing that Bai Suling was genuinely annoyed, the two men quickly turned and left. They entered a desolate mountain region where not a single blade of grass could survive. The group pushed forward, led by the blue-haired youth. Suddenly, hideous shadows began to emerge from the thickening mist. Terrified, everyone drew closer together, and took a defensive stance. A dark shadow lunged at one young man, surrounding him instantly. A split second later, the man let out a blood-curdling scream. "F. My hand. What happened?" "I couldn't see a thing." The lead youth immediately gave an order. "Don't panic. Use your spiritual energy to disperse this evil fog." He instantly released a massive surge of spiritual energy, creating a swirling vortex around him. The energy condensed into a stunning sword that rested firmly in his hand. He swung the blade, a single strike tearing through the air. A stone went tumbling away, clattering against the ground. The youth turned back. "Everyone, these lesser ghosts rely on the black mist to hide. You could do exactly what I did. Just use your spiritual energy to clear the fog." He had already established a barrier to protect the group from the swarming ghosts. Bai Suling turned to her companions. "Get close to me. We stay together." Ling Su leaped down from above, landing behind her and crushing a small ghost under his heel in the process. Yini didn't hesitate either, unleashing a barrage of spiritual palms. Mu Qingyue also shone, executing a series of flashy, eye-catching moves. The four of them stood back to back, perfectly coordinated. Someone's eyes widened in shock. "Is that?" Ling Su and Bai Suling looked over curiously. "What is it?" The younger sister of the lead youth was screaming in agony. "Senior brother." Her brother had been struck by a monster. Blood was spraying everywhere. Another man stepped in to hold her back. "Stop. He's beyond saving. If you go over there now, you're just throwing your life away." The girl collapsed to the ground, sobbing. "But, brother, he's..." Ling Su thought for a moment. Instant death. Even a god couldn't save him. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him, surprising him. That figure used a long saber to slash a line into the monster attacking the blue-haired young man. Then that person reached out to touch the artery to check if the person could still be saved. He turned and said, "It's a pity. This junior sister, please think positively." The little girl threw herself onto the young man's corpse, sobbing. Tears rolled down the poor girl's face as she turned around. "I beg you, someone save him. As long as you can save him, I'm willing to do anything." Ling Su saw this and was briefly surprised, thinking, regardless of the cost, she wants to save a living? What is this feeling? It seems I'm unknowingly losing something. There was a monster quietly trying to attack his back. A scream rang out in warning. "Damn pervert, watch out." He glanced back and saw only a few streaks of blood. Mui Weqing had blocked a blow from the monster for him and got injured. He angrily hugged Mui Weqing and used one foot to crush the monster. "Go die for this old master." Seeing this scene, everyone was super surprised. Huh, the monster was kicked away? This clearly shows that the monster was about to ascend. Wait, yet he could kick it away with one kick? He held Mui Weqing and called out, Hey, are you okay?" Mui Weqing shyly pushed him away. "I am fine. Don't misunderstand, I just didn't." The girl backed away, then clutched her shoulder and cried out, "It hurts," making him sigh as well. He immediately held a pill and moved closer. "Come on, open your mouth." "Ah," making her blush with shyness. Immediately, he pushed the pill in her mouth, making her swallow it by surprise. Mui Weqing jumped up in surprise. "Damn pervert, what did you feed me? Surely it's not that kind of drug." He was also helpless. "What are you thinking? It's just a normal healing pill." Bai Suling and Qin Yuni hurriedly came over to support her and ask about her well-being. "Sister Yueqing, are you okay? Is the injury serious?" "Let me see." Bai Suling looked at the wound and was surprised. The wound on Mu Yueqing's shoulder had completely healed. Bai Suling spoke loudly. "Junior Sister Yueqing, why is the wound healed already?" Mu Yueqing also couldn't believe it and looked back. "How is that possible? Damn pervert, what exactly did you feed me?" Ling Su was cheerful. "It's just a relatively high-grade healing pill. It's just a bit more effective for external injuries. No need to mind it." In his heart, he was secretly happy. "I have a habit of storing quite a few pills that I don't use myself. I didn't expect to take them out and use them at this time." Bai Suling still probed. "Junior brother, speak clearly. Where exactly did this pill come from?" He replied, "Oh my, it's fine as long as the injury gets better. Why does Sister Bai ask so much?" Behind his back, the monster was aiming to attack. He happily turned around and crushed the monster to death. Let's focus on dealing with the monsters first. Immediately after 2, 3, 4, 5, a pile of monsters were beaten into a stack. Black Tiger steals the heart. Monkey steals the peach. Black Crow rides a plane. Then a large monster appeared. Someone shouted a warning. Everyone be careful. Something powerful is coming. That monster was probably the leader. It raised a bone in its hand and knocked several people away. A young man was surprised. Why is there such a strong monster? That young man immediately swung his sword. The sword seemed many but also few. Then he exerted force, stomped his foot, and pushed himself up. He bravely rushed in alone to fight that leader monster. After the monster pushed out with the bone, the young man was flung away. Then it tensed up and roared, causing dark clouds to cover the sky. Ling Su excitedly warmed up his limbs. Fog is rising. Taking this opportunity, I'll clean up directly. He jumped up towards the monster. The ghost-catching game begins. Ling Su majestically stepped on the monster's head with one foot. He exerted force and stomped hard, crushing the monster's head. When he jumped down from its head, it was also when its massive body collapsed. The monster's whole body began to decompose and dissipate. Bones were gradually exposed. In the end, what remained was just a headless, dry skeleton and wisps of black smoke. The small monsters saw their boss killed and ran away in fear. Job done, he sneakily returned. Everyone was confused. Huh? Why did these monsters suddenly die violently? Could it be that an expert helped? But now let's break the siege. Black gas began to disperse and scatter to many places. Seeing this, a person shouted loudly, "Good opportunity! Everyone follow up. After collecting the soul fragments, leave the valley immediately." On the other side, the three girls by Suling Muyue Qing, Qin Yuni also urged, "Let's go too." While on this side, Ling Su smiled mysteriously. Opposite him were many huge monsters. Then I'll stay behind to cover the rear. This time I can exercise my body a little longer. His body emitted a blinding platinum gold light. Surrounding him were hundreds, maybe tens of thousands of swords. Although I don't know what you Ghost Valley people want to do. You keep circulating your spiritual energy. But since you were foolish enough to provoke me, you'll just have to accept your bad luck. 10,000 swords returned to Ancestor. There's no telling how many ghosts there were, but a single strike from him wiped them all out. Then, Ling Su suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. Ah crap, I should have kept two of them alive, the ones that could actually speak. I wasn't careful and annihilated the whole lot. Now I have no way to question them. On the other side, the three girls by Suling, Mu Qingwe, and Xian Yuni were panting heavily for some reason, their bodies drenched in sweat. Bai Suling wiped her brow and turned to ask, "Is everyone okay? Any injuries?" It was only then that the three of them realized in a panic. "Where's Ling Su? He was just here a second ago. How'd he disappear?" Mu Qingwe was on the verge of tears, looking everywhere. "No way. He was right behind me. You don't think he was dragged off by those ghosts, do you?" "No, that's impossible. Stop messing around and come out, Brother Ling." Yuni stood dazed, her soul seemingly gone. "Ling Su is gone, he's gone. He's gone, he's gone, he's gone." While the three girls were worried sick, Ling Su strolled out casually and asked, "Huh? What's with you guys?" Bai Suling angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, "Where the hell did you go?" Bai Suling pulled on Ling Su and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Tell me, why didn't you keep up with us?" He was in so much pain, he almost teared up. I got lost in the black mist, that's all. I was wandering around when I saw some ghost essences on the ground. Some senior must have finished them off, so I just picked up the loot." Mu Qingwe questioned him. "Who cares about ghost essences at a time like this? Your life is more important." He quickly waved his hands. "I won't do it again, I won't. I'll let go already. How long are you going to pinch me?" Xian Yuni suddenly lunged forward and hugged him, murmuring, "As long as Ling Su is okay, nothing else matters." He smiled happily. "What a good little sister. I knew I didn't spoil you for nothing." Bai Suling watched the three of them fooling around. "Don't you dare disappear on your own again." "Oomph." Bai Suling then whispered softly to herself, "Making people worry like that. You stupid junior brother." Ling Su excitedly showed off his haul. "Senior sister, look. I picked up a ton of ghost essences. I bet we can make a small fortune off these." Mu Qingwe was stunned. "Are these ghost essences from Lingxian realm entities?" A man nearby who was drinking heard this and joined the conversation. "Lingxian realm ghost essences? If you put those up for auction, they'd be worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones." Another young woman chimed in. "Essences of this quality are rare. They're even better if used for forging spirit weapons." The image of a kite-like weapon infused with a ghost essence appeared. The ghost essence is the core of a ghost. It's incredibly hard and saturated with ghostly energy, making it a prime material for crafting divine weapons. Though it's said that absorbing ghost essences can boost one's cultivation, only ghosts can actually do that. If a human tries to force an absorption, their body will surely explode. The man drinking pointed at him. Not only did you make it out of bone-grinding valley, but you even picked up treasures like these? Kid, your luck is insane. But take my advice. Once you're back in the city, sell them immediately before someone starts eyeing you. At a large manor used for trading ghost essences, the sky was clear and bathed in golden sunlight. The air was buzzing with the sound of people haggling. There are mid-grade spirit weapons, and even high-grade ones. Many people were inside, making deals. I want to trade for pills. Give me 10 bottles of great strength pills. The city lord slowly walked in. A masked man came forward to greet him. So, the city lord has graced us with his presence. The city lord responded politely. No need for formalities, Pavilion Master. I'm here to trade the ghost items our heroes obtained while purging the monsters. Didn't you say a few days ago that you were in urgent need of ghost essences? The Pavilion Master nodded in agreement. That's right. Everything in this pavilion can be traded for ghost essences. Feel free to browse. The prices are all clearly marked. Everyone cheered happily. Time for a 10-roll streak. I'm definitely going to unearth a treasure this time. The Pavilion Master overheard them and smirked disdainfully. Haha, if you want to find treasure, let's see if you have the luck and the eye for it. I wonder what the vision of this crowd is like. Ling Su walked in and looked around, feeling pleased. None of this is useful to me. Maybe I should find some rare trinkets for Uni and the others to play with. Suddenly, his eyes caught something interesting. He locked eyes with a sword hanging on a rack. Looks like this toy is the real deal. Bai Suling noticed Ling Su staring intently at the sword and got curious. Junior brother, did you find something? Ling Su pointed at the sword with excitement. Senior sister, look, there seems to be something engraved on this sword. Bai Suling said. Let me see. Ling Su handed the sword to her. She examined it, touching the blade. What a strange sword. Suddenly, her finger brushed a certain spot, and the sword erupted in a powerful light. A drop of her blood had fallen onto the blade. The sword glowed brighter and brighter, leaving her shocked and breathless. A massive surge of offensive energy flared out from the blade. She was terrified. The city lord immediately deployed a shield to protect everyone. Careful! The Pavilion Master appeared and tried to suppress the sword's energy. The sword immediately dropped down, landing right in front of Bai Suling. The Pavilion Master lifted the sword to introduce it. This long sword is a mysterious grade spirit weapon. Though it's a bit old, its power is extraordinary. Everyone around gasped in disbelief. A mysterious grade spirit weapon. A vast array of weaponry manifested, from massive hammers to heavy axes. Martial weapons are categorized into 3 grades: low, mid, and high. Beyond the high grade, there are also spirit and profound grades, and even the legendary heaven grade. The city lord gazed intently at the blade. This profound grade weapon may be damaged, but the unique sword array carved into it remains functional. Its power is certainly not to be underestimated. However, activating such a sword array requires an immense price. He evaluated it with a contemplative expression. Even with my current level of spiritual power, maintaining its flow would be incredibly difficult. Hearing this, Bai Suling's head whipped back and forth in shock. To think it's actually a treasure of this caliber. Junior brother found this, so it should belong to him. Ling Su gave her a meaningful look. I found it specifically for you, senior sister. It's useless to me anyway, as I don't use weapons. He suddenly remembered something and snapped his fingers. Senior sister, your finger was cut by the sword chi earlier. A drop of your blood fell onto the blade, completing the blood bond ritual. Unless the wielder dies, this sword cannot acknowledge a new master. The Pavilion Master returned the sword, confirming the boy's words. He's right. This is your destiny. It belongs to you now. Stunned, Bai Suling reached out with both hands to accept the sword. She clutched the blade to her chest, her face flushing as she thought to herself. Junior brother gave this to me. I must cherish and protect it with my life. Then, she suddenly shook her head, questioning her own reaction. Wait, why am I thinking like this? This is so embarrassing. The Pavilion Master spoke up generously. You all may continue your search. As for this sword, since it chose its own master, it is clearly meant to be. Consider it a gift. Bai Suling moved to decline. I couldn't possibly. The Pavilion Master cut her off. My pavilion is mine. If I say it's a gift, it's a gift. It's been a long time since I've seen a treasure of this level claim a master. Discussing a price now would only spoil the mood. Think of it as a gift for a beautiful lady. No longer refusing, Bai Suling bowed respectfully. You're truly magnanimous, Pavilion Master. The bystanders began to grumble with envy. She gets a divine weapon for free? Heavens, this is infuriating. Why couldn't I be the one to pull that off? Ecchi and Yuni offered a suggestion. Senior Sister Bai, since the sword is yours now, why don't you give it a name? Mu Qingyue chimed in excitedly. Yes. Senior Sister, you have to name it. Both girls were thinking the exact same thing. I should be happy for her, but why do I feel so annoyed? Is it because of that damn brat Ling Su? Immediately, both girls shook their heads vigorously to clear their thoughts. After a moment, Bai Suling shyly proposed a name. How about the White Song Sword? She hugged the sword bashfully, stealing a glance toward Ling Su. I wonder what junior brother thinks of a name. Ling Su looked momentarily surprised, his mind filled with questions. Seeing his blank expression, Bai Suling suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. That idiot junior brother. But Ling Su's mind was already elsewhere. That's one for Senior Sister. Time to find two more. Let's see what else is hidden here. He scanned a row of armaments. Trash. Complete and utter garbage. Finally, squinting his eyes, a particular item caught his attention. It was a small object displayed on a high shelf. Finally, something worth looking at. He walked over to the cabinet and reached out for the treasure. He pulled out an exquisitely carved golden ring. He could feel a power radiating from it, like the aura of a noble dragon. Suddenly, the ring in his hand erupted with a blinding golden light. The crowd grew curious. What's going on? What's happening now? The golden radiance engulfed the entire building. The faint silhouette of a dragon shimmered above the rooftop. Everyone watched in awe, gasping at the sight. Look, that's the golden light. Is it happening again? 2 golden omens in one day. A massive golden dragon suddenly manifested in midair. Its gaze locked onto Ling Su, zeroing in on its target. But Ling Su merely tilted his head nonchalantly, signaling for it to go toward Yuni instead. The golden dragon furrowed its brows, looking indignant. It clearly didn't want to. Ling Su's gaze instantly turned cold and stern. He released a crushing pressure. I said, go down there. The dragon had no choice but to coil its body. Very reluctantly, it flew toward Yuni. The golden dragon transformed into a ring, wrapping itself around her pinky finger. A flash of light surged. Yuni's body drifted into the air. A pillar of golden light shot into the sky, blinding everyone present. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Yuni slowly descended back to the ground. She looked completely bewildered. With tears welling in her eyes, she stammered. Brother Ling Su, I think I just stole your treasure. Ling Su smiled and waved it off. Don't worry about it. It's yours now. Everything had happened so fast. Ling Su had discovered 2 rare treasures in a row. The crowd erupted into whispers and gossip. Wiping sweat from his brow, the city lord asked, What do you think, Pavilion Master? The Pavilion Master forced a smile. This treasure chooses its master based on raw talent. Since it chose her, it proves her potential is off the charts. Keep it, young lady. I have no need for such a spirited soul. His heart was bleeding, but he forced himself to stay composed. He couldn't believe this kid managed to pick out all the best treasures in Manhwa Pavilion. There is no way he can pull this off a third time. Absolutely impossible. You looked on, curious. Excuse me, uncles? I think I heard a voice. It said the name of this ring is the Kunlong ring. The Pavilion Master explained. That was likely a message the Qiankan Dragon ring transmitted to its new master. Do you already know what this ring can do? He hugged the ring to her chest and replied. The Qiankan ring, engraved with dragon runes, and housing a supreme dragon soul. It will protect its master at all costs whenever they are in danger. Wait, it seems this ring is a mysterious grade weapon. Oh my god, another mysterious grade item. Everyone stood there, mouths agape in sheer shock. Ling Su, however, just let out a long yawn. Noticing everyone staring at him, he smiled and waved his hands dismissively. It's just luck, pure luck. The crowd was fuming. Are you kidding us right now? They were convinced that all the good stuff was on this side, and that the other side was filled with nothing but junk. With that, the entire group rushed over to Ling Su's side to start searching. Ling Su curled his lip and glanced back at them. One man excitedly held up a broadsword and laughed out loud. This has to be a treasure. I can feel a hidden power surging within it. He brandished the sword in his hand and declared, I'm buying this right now. The city lord rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. Then he remarked that it was just an ordinary sword. Hearing that, the man froze like a statue. The sword slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. While the hall was filled with the noise of people arguing and fighting over items, Ling Su quietly walked to a corner of the room by himself. He turned his head and called out to Mu Yueqing. Come over here for a second. He handed her a silk ribbon and told her to channel her spiritual energy into it. Yueqing lifted the ribbon in her hands. She focused her mind and began flowing her spiritual energy into the fabric. The others watched the scene in surprise. Wait, did this kid find another treasure? No way, right? The pavilion master's eyes widened in disbelief. The translucent ribbon emitted a surge of spiritual power and floated into the air. Yueqing stared at the ribbon before her, stunned. She couldn't believe her own eyes. She reached out to touch it. This is the Emerald Phoenix Heaven-Refining Ribbon. It's another mysterious grade weapon. Everyone present felt like crying in despair. We've had enough of this. How about you guys? Ling Su chuckled to himself. 3 in a row. Now that's what I call a clean sweep. He folded his arms and smiled, rubbing the back of his head. Man, my luck really isn't half bad today. The pavilion master felt like he was about to cough up blood from pure rage. His hands were trembling with fury. Give it a rest, you little brat. But on the surface, he forced out a strained comment. It's all destiny. Elsewhere, in a gloomy landscape littered with corpses, crows perched on branches, letting out blood-curdling cries. In stark contrast to the surroundings, a pair of feet approached slowly. With every step, a pleasant, rhythmic jingling sound rang out. A woman in a purple dress stopped before a mountain of demon general corpses that loomed like a wall. A gust of wind brushed past, sending her hair fluttering. She brushed her hair back, a smirk playing on her lips. To be able to wipe out such a massive number of demon generals so easily. It seems this person is no ordinary figure. Ever since the demon race emerged, the martial world has been changing. Who knew a small place like Wanluo City would gather so many interesting characters? She laughed loudly. It was a chilling, eerie laugh. You all better do your absolute best to please me. Purple petals drifted in the wind, swirling into a vortex. Inside a certain room, 2 figures sat facing each other. One of them rested his chin on his hand and spoke. Let's be blunt. What exactly are you after by helping our tribe? The other person slammed his hand on the table in anger. What else do you think it could be? That old martial god is completely incapable of stopping us. But that Ling Su kid, he's even more of a headache than the martial god. The first man smirked. You were suppressed by Ling Su before and forced to hide here in the Hidden Heaven range. I assume you haven't quite swallowed that humiliation yet, have you? As long as we join forces, we are guaranteed to succeed. Thinking of the future, the 2 of them said triumphantly, once Ling Su is dead, this Eastern Divine Continent will be right in our pockets. Back at Manhwa Pavilion, he smiled brightly and waved goodbye to the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master's hand shook as he held it up. Yeah, goodbye. Ling Su smiled brightly. This is the first time I've met such a generous shop owner. Moreover, this place has so many treasures. It's truly wonderful. Full marks for praise. The city lord chuckled while the Pavilion Master spat blood and forced a reply. Thank you for the praise, sir. Welcome to come again next time. But in his heart, he screamed, come again, my ass. Cheated me out of a huge fortune and made me sick. Get lost for this old man. Ling Su's eyes sparkled. You are too polite. Rest assured, we will definitely come a lot. So I will visit your place often in the future to play. There's so many treasures here. Next time I'll pick a few more items to take home. Word by word, like demonic sounds, pushed the Pavilion Master to the bottom of the abyss. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared in anger. Get lost for this old man. Then he immediately turned around and slammed the door shut. Ling Su looked dumbfounded. Clearly, you said yourself you wanted to give them as a gift. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. What a coincidence. He turned his head to look back. A group of people with extraordinary aura stood behind him. The young lady who just spoke had a beautiful appearance. Dressed gorgeously, she asked, are you guys also just returning? A hand holding a flower suddenly reached in front of Ling Su's face. This young lady, a man with loose hair and a flower hairpin, with seductive eyes, said, Your appearance and temperament have deeply attracted me. He introduced himself. I am Du Rufeng, a disciple of the Blue Sea Cloud Sect. He stuffed the flower into his hand. While Ling Su was still trying to endure, he asked again, "May I ask for the young lady's name?" His hand held onto his hand tightly, not letting go. Continuing, "Young lady is like this flower, beautiful enough to make people." Before he could finish speaking, the girl interrupted. "Senior brother, you can't be so rude." Before she finished her sentence, she choked, watching dumbfounded as a white figure flew backwards. Ling Su angrily clenched his fist. He dusted off his hands. "I'm a man. Next time you dare mistake me again, I'll smash your head." The young man held his swollen cheek, bewildered, forgetting even to stand up. His eyes were still dazed. Pressure carrying extreme rage radiated from Ling Su. He curled up in fear, hurriedly retreating backwards to stay away from Ling Su. Then hid behind the woman. "Junior sister, scary, too scary." She turned her head and glanced at him, sighing heavily. She turned back and bowed deeply. "Apologies, young Master Ling. My senior brother lost his composure. Young Master's appearance is truly quite delicate, so senior brother mistook you. But it was truly just an unintentional offense." Su Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "Junior brother being mistaken for a girl isn't the first or second time. You must be used to it by now, right? Why still so angry?" He turned back in annoyance and shouted, "Senior sister." Yuqing also agreed. "That's right. Damn pervert. Last time I was also deceived by you like that." She huffed. Ling Su explained, "That was your own misunderstanding." Amidst the noise, a person suddenly intervened. "May I ask which sect you're disciples of?" Hands clasped behind his back. Dignified demeanor. Only a simple hairpin on his head. "Yuqing and Rufeng are both my friends. Meeting is fate. Why not make friends?" Then he introduced himself. "I am Bo Rinzhou, the second prince of the Tianzhou imperial dynasty." The two people behind also spoke up to introduce themselves. The purple-haired one is Yi Du, a disciple of the Poison Demon Sect. The bare-chested one is Yin Lai of the Great Sun Ancient Kingdom. Su Ling clasped her hands in response. "I am by Su Ling, a disciple of the Time Ming Sect. And these are my fellow junior brother and junior sisters." The prince asked, "I wonder if Ms. Bai has heard that the demon sect has reappeared in the martial world?" Su Ling was surprised. "Did you discover traces of the demon sect? Is it true?" "Until now, the demon sect has been elusive." Yin Lai replied, "It's hard to be sure. The demon sect's power at its peak was equal to the orthodox path. Their disciples act ruthlessly. The martial god once intended to suppress them, but at that time the demon sect suddenly went into hiding. Yet appearing in the martial world this time, they must have some scheme." Ling Su rested his chin on his hand, muttering, "Demon sect, huh?" Su Ling turned back to Ling Su, looking surprised. "Wait, don't tell me you've never heard of the demon sect? Even though they're called the demon sect, the truth is they've never actually committed any heinous crimes. It's just that their cultivation methods and martial arts are quite bizarre and ruthless. Their influence started spreading way too fast. The martial god feared they would tip the balance of the martial world, so he decided to suppress them. Since then, the demon sect has rarely shown its face in the cultivation world." Ling Su thought to himself, "So that old fox, the martial god, was just afraid the demon sect would become too powerful and threaten his own position?" Rufeng crossed his arms, looking puzzled. "But compared to the demon sect, shouldn't the threat of the ghost clan be the top priority for righteous cultivators like us?" Yuting began to explain to them. Every victim died with their body turned into a shriveled husk, not a single drop of blood left in them. In the ghost clan, only a few low-level imps actually eat human flesh. High-level members of the ghost clan have never eaten humans. They only absorb ghostly chi. I've never heard of any ghost clan members who drink blood. Ling Su mused. Since when did the ghost clan around here turn into vampires? Then again, people in this world probably don't even know what a vampire is. Rufeng snapped his fan open. His gaze turned sharp. "I've never seen any mention of this in the ancient records either. The ghost clan must be up to something new lately." Yuting looked at him in shock. She wondered, is this serious person really my senior brother? It feels like he's been possessed by someone else. Yidu grabbed him from behind, startling him. "So even a brat like you can be serious sometimes? What, did the sun rise in the west today?" Rufeng pushed him away, annoyed. "Knock it off. The sect leader entrusted this responsibility to me. Why can't I take things seriously for once? He muttered under his breath. It's mostly because my junior sister will go back and snitch on me. If it happens again, I'm definitely getting grounded. If I'm grounded, I won't be able to go out at all. I'll literally die of boredom up there, in stark contrast to the others. Yen Lai was bursting with excitement, channeling his cultivation. If the Ghost Clan dares to show up, I'll use my great sun, ancient kingdom arts to burn them until not even ash remains. Spiritual energy flared around the second prince. He agreed with Yen Lai. Exactly. Our heavenly punishment dynasty has never feared any Ghost Clan. The martial world belongs to humanity. We can't let the Ghost Clan run wild here. Yi Du let out a smirk. His fingernails grew sharp and jagged. A dark aura radiated from him. How can we leave the demon Sect's poison out of a situation like this? Ru Feng clenched his fist. My Blue Sea Cloud Sound Sect won't be left behind either. Su Ling refused to be outdone. Though my Tai Ning sect might not compare to yours, we must also contribute to the defense of the martial world. Yunya and Yu Qing looked at each other. They saw the same determination in each other's eyes. They both nodded. The two girls turned and spoke in unison. Count us in two. Seeing everyone so fired up, Ling Su raised his hand with a strained, awkward smile. Yeah, me too. He thought to himself, kids these days and their chosen one complexes. This is so cringe, I'm dying. Everyone began to head back. The sky had already turned pitch black. Su Ling spoke to her juniors. It's getting late. You three should get some rest soon. Yu Qing glanced at the medicine bottle in Su Ling's hand and asked, Senior sister, are you about to break through to the spirit profound realm? Is that medicine to help with the breakthrough? Su Ling replied, That's right. I feel like I'm right on the verge of reaching the spirit profound realm. I'm going to try tonight. Ling Su excitedly pointed at himself. Then does senior sister need me to stand guard for you? The two girls stopped and stared daggers at him. Yinya called him out immediately. You're just looking for a chance to creep on Sister Ling while she's busy meditating, aren't you? Lang Su Fo Lin Jiet. No way. Yinya, what are you talking about? But they both looked at him with total disgust. Nobody believed a word he said. Su Ling turned away and told him it wasn't necessary. Ling Su hurriedly called out after her. Wait, senior sister, I really didn't mean it like that. Back in his own room, Ling Su flopped on his bed. His legs dangled off the edge, swinging back and forth. He boredly fiddled with his fingers. He thought, I'm just stuck lying here. In his past life, he thought cultivators stayed up all night, but now he just couldn't sleep. A spark lit up in his eyes. Oh, I've got it. Late at night, the moon was hidden and the wind was high. Two figures carrying lanterns fumbled their way through the darkness. Under the dim moonlight, a blood-stained spiked mace glinted with a chilling, eerie light. A ghastly, pale green hand gripped the chain of a hooked anchor. Two ghosts with blood-red eyes and sallow skin stood tall, blocking the path ahead. The one with long hair wore white robes and carried the mace over his shoulder. The one with short hair wore black robes and held a heavy iron anchor. The person with the lantern lifted it up to see, then screamed in terror. Ghosts! The sound cut off abruptly. Blood sprayed from the neck. The demons flickered past. Two heads flew off their shoulders as blood splattered everywhere. They let out a long, guttural cackle. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared on the roof of the building where Ling Su lived. They stood above, watching Ling Su step out of his room. Ling Su was carrying a jar of wine. He hummed a tune, skipping along light-heartedly. After observing him for a moment, one of them spoke up. The Demon King ordered us here to scout this guy out. I didn't expect him to be just a lowly body refining realm weakling. The other grew impatient. I say we just kill him and be done with it. The first one agreed. Fine. No need for scouting. Let's kill him and take his head back to the great king. We aren't useless trash like General Cician. With a flash, the two demonic shadows vanished. Ling Su happily gripped the wine jar and muttered to himself. I'll drink some spirit wine, get some peace of mind, and have a good sleep. Life is good. Several shadows moved swiftly across the roof, tailing Ling Su. He frowned, silently calculating. 2. No, 3 tails. The demon race has been restless lately. I killed one last time, and now 2 more show up. A shadow leaped away. Ling Su coldly swung his hand, releasing a burst of spiritual energy to strike the shadow. His eyes filled with killing intent as he glanced back at it. He thought, You think you can just leave after scouting me? The other two demonic shadows appeared clearly under Ling Su's piercing gaze. He mused, "I've controlled the direction of my spiritual energy. They probably haven't realized I've blocked them. I should deal with these two demons first." The two demons hid behind a wall, peeking out to track Ling Su. The long-haired one signaled, "It's time to move." The other followed the command, lunging forward and swinging a hook chain. He ambushed Ling Su from behind, shouting at the top of his lungs, "To make sure there are no mistakes, I'll bind him with my chains first." The hook carried immense power, tearing through the air and slamming into the ground. On the other side, the long-haired one swung his spiked mace down where Ling Su had just been standing. Both weapons struck the same spot simultaneously, creating a massive crater in the earth. The demon's eyes widened in shock. He stared blankly for a moment at the empty hole in the ground. Once he snapped out of it, he screamed, "Where did he go?" The short-haired one ran over with his hook, asking in confusion, "How did he disappear?" A mocking voice echoed from behind them, "Right here, idiots." The two demons spun around in unison toward the source of the voice. Ling Su stood a short distance away, cradling his wine jar. He spoke with a sneer. "One in black, one in white. Quite the fashion statement." He stared them down. He continued, "Do you two actually think you're the black and white guards of hell?" The short-haired demon couldn't believe his eyes. He's just a human martial artist in the body refining realm. How could he dodge an attack from us, the black and white twin demons? Ling Su got straight to the point. "I'd like to ask you demons something. Why do you keep causing trouble for me over and over again?" The demon laughed loudly. "The demon king himself ordered your capture. Do you really think you're getting out of this alive?" Ling Su spun the wine jar on his fingertip. "Is it because I slaughtered that demon general last time that your king wants me dead?" The white demon swung his mace. "You mean that trash, Xixian? Why would the demon king waste his resources on a failure like that?" Ling Su raised an eyebrow, staring intently at them. "Which means you have another reason for wanting me dead." The two demons laughed mockingly again. "If the demon king wants you dead by the third watch, how could you possibly live until the fifth?" The night grew bone-chillingly cold. Demonic shadows flickered and surged forward. Everything fell into a deadly silence. Ling Su didn't seem to care. He lifted the jar and took a swig of wine. He thought to himself, killing them would be easy. But I still don't know why the demon race is targeting me. Maybe I should capture these two, hang them up and give them a proper welcome. What's the best interrogation method for prisoners? While he was lost in thought, a loud shout rang out. Demons have infiltrated Wanluo City. He glanced toward the sound and set his wine jar down. "Looks like I don't have time for an interrogation. I'll just wrap this up quickly." He spoke aloud. "I haven't used this method in a long time. Perfect timing to get some practice in on you too. Since you like the look so much, I'll send you off to become the real black and white guards of the underworld." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. A surge of purple light formed a massive circle. The halo engulfed the sky above the two demons. They looked up in shock at the phenomenon appearing over their heads. They gasped in terror. "What on earth is that?" "A four-armed Ling Su. You'd better stay out of this." The night returned to a deep silence, as if nothing had ever happened, leaving behind only a massive crater in the earth. Early the next morning, the warm sunlight spilled across the ground. Ling Su let out a long yawn and stretched his limbs. He tied his hair back into a bun. He wondered why his senior sister hadn't come to wake him up today. Maybe breaking through to the spirit profound realm last night drained too much of her energy. Once he finished grooming himself, he walked over to Su Ling's door to see if she was awake yet. He pushed the door open, calling out loudly, "Senior sister, are you up yet?" Ling Su poked his head inside to take a look. Su Ling was still fast asleep. She was lying on the bed, wearing only a thin, sheer robe. Staring at the towering peaks right in front of him, Ling Su covered his eyes and gasped. "Wow, that is a magnificent view." He cleared his throat. "Keep it polite. Don't stare. I'm just here to wake her up." A few muffled mumbles suddenly drifted through the air. Ling Su flinched, startled. The soft whispers were punctuated by light, gentle snoring. Ling Su let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like she's just talking in her sleep." Su Ling tossed and turned, muttering in her dreams, "Junior brother, why are you so handsome? You're just too perfect." Hearing her mention him, Ling Su had no idea what kind of dream she was having. He covered his face with one hand and reached out towards Su Ling with the other. I swear 1,000 times over. I'm really just waking her up. Just then, Su Ling's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Ling Su's hand trembled as he reached for her. Right at that moment, Su Ling bolted upright and whipped her head around. She saw Ling Su's hand hovering right in front of her. Ling Su froze. He frantically pulled his hand back and gave an awkward, sheepish laugh. Hey, good morning, senior sister. Su Ling began to tremble with pure rage. She ground her teeth together. A piercing scream of Ling Su's name shattered the morning sky. She clutched her clothes shut with one hand and swung at him with the other, screaming, "You pervy brat! How dare you try to take advantage of me?" Ling Su dodged left and right, desperately trying to explain himself. "I swear, I was strictly just trying to wake you up." Su Ling wasn't buying it. "Stop your lying." The room descended into chaos. Outside, an old man walking by shook his head and sighed. Kids these days, honestly, can't even have a quiet morning. Meanwhile, at the drunken, immortal pavilion, a woman's hand gripped a cluster of equinox flowers. She questioned the man kneeling before her. "Have you made contact yet?" He replied respectfully. This lowly one has already met him. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about him. The woman commanded, "Continue your observation. You are dismissed." The man complied and stepped back. The door clicked shut. The woman in purple reclined on the bed, gazing at the flower in her hand. She was the same person who had appeared outside Myriad City earlier. She pondered to herself, the intelligence is too vague. It only lists him as a newly recruited disciple of the Time Ming Sect. Nothing else. Thinking back to when she was tracking him last night, she wondered who had interfered at that moment. This situation was far more complicated than she had anticipated. Outside, a subordinate clasped his hands and reported, "Sect leader. That Ling Su kid is back." A voice echoed from inside the room. "Is that so? Test him thoroughly and see what you can dig up. And if you can't get anything, well, you know what to do." He responded, "Understood. I won't fail you." He headed downstairs, thinking as he walked, none of the leaders from the 12 demon sects are to be trifled with. I'm just a leader of one of the 72 branches. To people like them, we're nothing. They look at us like we're mere insects. He slapped his cheeks to fix his expression. Nearby, Ling Su was standing in the main hall, having composed his face. The man greeted him with a polished smile. "You must be the esteemed young master Ling Su, am I correct? I am the manager of the drunken immortal pavilion. To be honest, I've been looking forward to befriending a man of your talents. If you are willing, everything here at the pavilion will be entirely on the house from now on." Ling Su turned around to face him. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't recall being that famous." Then, his expression suddenly shifted. With a look of pure greed, he said, "Though if the spirit chicken and wine are free, I guess I can't complain." The manager gestured for him to follow. "There's no need to hesitate, young Master Ling. I mean you no ill will. Please, come with me." He sat down across from Ling. A spread of delicacies was laid out to entertain him. The manager continued, "To be honest, I felt a connection with you the moment we met." Ling Su drained his glass in one gulp. The manager fixed his gaze on Ling Su. His eyes suddenly turned serious. "I must wonder, what brings someone like you to Wanluo City?" Ling Su's face flushed slightly. He rested his chin on his hand and giggled. "Honestly, it's nothing major. I'm just traveling with my senior sister's group." His voice trailed off. "Just here to see the sights." With that, his body went limp. Thud! He collapsed onto the table. The manager stood up and walked over to the slumped Ling Su. He sighed in admiration. "With looks this stunning, and skin finer than a woman's, it's a pity the sect master has her eye on you." The manager called his subordinates in to give orders. "Take him to the storage room for now. I'm going to report to the sect master." The lackey beat his chest confidently. "Leave it to me, boss." The subordinate entered, hoisted Ling Su onto his shoulder, and carried him out, beneath the strands of hair covering his face. Ling Su's eyes suddenly snapped open. Meanwhile, in a dense forest elsewhere, a crimson light flashed brilliantly. A blonde woman, fuming with rage, unleashed a surge of powerful magic. She was venting the fury boiling inside her. Behind a tree not far away, a man leaned against the trunk. A protective barrier enveloped his body. He asked her why she was so ticked off. Still seething, she snapped back. "The auras of the black and white twin devils have vanished completely. I'm afraid they're both dead. 3 of my strongest clansmen, all dead. Who the hell could have done this?" Could it really be that Ling Su kid? The man didn't seem to think so. While I agree he's not as simple as he looks, I doubt he's capable of killing the twin devils. He's only at the body refining stage. Taking down enemies several realms above him is just unrealistic. The woman turned back with a sharp smile. Is that what you think? Well, in that case, I have a job for you. Back at the Immortal Pavilion, the woman in the purple dress pushed open the storage room door. Ling was slumped in a corner, seemingly unconscious. She leaned in to inspect him. She breathed into his ear, whispering his name. Ling Su gritted his teeth, holding back. His body trembled slightly. I really can't take much more of this. This woman is actually undressing me. What the hell is she planning? Ling Su endured it with clenched teeth, letting her strip off his outer robe. She leaned in closer, her heavy chest pressed firmly against him. Lifting his chin with her hand, she began to talk to herself. I'm truly curious about you. With a small frame like yours, and only at the body refining stage, how did you manage to kill a ghost general? Her hand slid down, resting on his thigh. Just what is your grudge against the ghost tribe? He was stunned. How did she know he was the one who killed the ghost general? She arched an eyebrow. What secrets are you hiding in that body? Let me take a much closer look. She attempted to force her divine sense into Ling Su's mind. He was shocked. This woman actually dares to probe my consciousness? Fine. I'll give her a shock she'll never forget. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Spiritual energy swirled violently within his pupils. The woman recoiled in panic, clutching her chest. She lowered her head, gasping for breath. Her face flushed crimson as she stood up and screamed. You little bastard. You weren't unconscious at all. Ling Su casually pulled his robe back on. Hey, you're the one who started preparing me. Don't blame me for the consequences. Besides, be glad I'm not charging you for the show. His gaze locked onto her, sharp and piercing. She curled up, hugging herself tightly. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Her entire face flushed red, blooming like a vibrant flower. Shame turned into rage as she screamed, What are you looking at? Go to hell. She swung her hand violently. A purple streak of light shot out. Demonic energy blasted straight toward Ling Su. Ling Su leaped into the air to dodge. He countered with a question. It was just a glance, wasn't it? You're the one who was just all over me, and I haven't even settled that score yet. Hearing this, her eyes widened in fury. Her attacks grew even more vicious. You're dead. Who would ever want to touch you? You jerk. Ling Su sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. He lunged upward and leaped back to gain some distance. He effortlessly evaded the incoming strikes. She stared in shock. This is impossible. I am a martial emperor of the sovereign realm. Nearly a martial saint. Are you really just in the body refining realm? How can you be faster than me? Now Ling Su was getting annoyed too. He pointed a finger at her and snapped. What do you mean, how? First, you drugged me. Then you started putting your hands all over me. What exactly is your problem? Do I even know you? Her tone suddenly shifted. I just realized you remind me of someone. In an instant, her figure vanished into thin air. She reappeared abruptly right behind Ling Su. She hissed with venom in her voice. The person I hate most in this world. Ling Su spun around instantly. He reached out a block, but his hand landed on something soft and smooth. It felt incredibly firm and elastic. An indescribable scene unfolded in an instant. Her face turned as red as a strawberry. She furrowed her brows in pure discomfort. Ling Su's face also turned beet red with embarrassment. He finally realized that such bouncy bombs actually existed. She swung her arm and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! Ling Su was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall behind him. Her face remained flushed with anger. She clutched her chest with both hands. Her whole body shook with rage. I'm the dignified sect leader of the biodemonic sect, yet I've been humiliated like this? You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Amidst the rising dust, Ling Su raised a hand to rub the back of his head. The biodemonic sect? A demonic sect, huh? I knew you looked familiar. You're that crazy old hag's disciple, aren't you? Memories from a few years ago flooded back. Deep in the forest, a cloaked figure dashed through the trees. The dark shadow moved nimbly across the cliffside. Purple demonic energy followed closely, lashing out from behind. A loud explosion echoed. The energy missed its mark, smashing into the rocky cliff instead. That crazy old woman pointed her sword at me and screamed. How dare you offend my demonic sect? D. Where are my mask and cloak? I turned back and cursed at her. Are you out of your mind? What's with the sudden attack, huh? She gritted her teeth. Don't even think about escaping. As she spoke, a massive wave of demonic energy erupted. I looked up in surprise. The purple energy formed a massive circle, trapping the area like a giant net. Bolts of lightning began raining down from the sky. She smirked triumphantly. You won't be escaping my array this time. I crouched low to gather my strength. Then, I suddenly lunged upward. With a burst of raw power, I shot toward the sky and tore the array to shreds. She watched me go, fuming. Damn it, he got away. Once I reached safety, I finally pulled the mask off my face. I let out a sigh of relief. Thinking back on it now, that little girl who was always trailing behind that old hag, she's really grown up. Grown up in more ways than one. Seeing Ling Su staring blankly at her, the woman in purple grew even more livid. She shrieked at him. You're still looking? I'll claw your eyes out. Infused with terrifying rage, the demonic energy surged toward Ling Su. This time, Ling Su didn't bother dodging. He stood his ground, waiting for the energy to strike. He suddenly raised his hand and effortlessly tore through the wave of demonic power. With a sweep of his arm, golden spiritual energy swirled around his feet. She narrowed her eyes. Just who are you? Ling Su stood tall and unshaken, even after her full power attack. He casually brushed the dust off his clothes. Ling Su quickly waved his hands and blurted out. I said, don't be so quick to make a move. Can we just talk this out? Look at yourself. Keeping this up won't do anyone any good. The ghost woman trembled from head to toe, her face flushed with rage as she interrogated Ling Su. You commoner. You shameless, low-life scumbag. I don't know what kind of trick you pulled, but my body, it's burning up. Ling Su scratched his nose awkwardly. It's just a spiritual backlash. Why such a massive reaction? Maybe it's because it hasn't been used in a while. The effect seems a bit intense. Hearing this, the ghost woman's eyes widened as she gnashed her teeth. I'm going to kill you if it's the last thing I do. However, the backlash of the spiritual medicine was too potent, completely draining her of every ounce of strength. She lay motionless on the ground, her body shivering as strange, muffled moans escaped her lips. Seeing her incapacitated, Ling Su seized the moment and turned to make his escape. Better just leave things like this for now. Time to slip away. He took off, bolting outside as fast as his legs could carry him. He didn't forget to give a parting wave. Catch you later. Powerless to stop him, the ghost woman could only watch helplessly as Ling Su fled. She cursed in a fit of rage. Damn it. I don't care if you run to the ends of the earth. I'll hunt you down until the day I die. Ling Su was now strolling down the street in high spirits. But as he recalled what had just happened, his expression soured. Back then, that crazy old hag hunted me for 3 days and 3 nights. She chased me for thousands of miles. The demon sect's power back then was something even I couldn't ignore. And now her disciple has become the sect leader. Time really does change everything. Thinking of this, Ling Su closed his eyes, remained silent, and downed the rest of his wine in one gulp. Images of the demon sect's hierarchy flashed through his mind. He began to analyze the situation. The 12 demon lords of the demon sect. Every single one of them possesses extraordinary power. Not to mention their martial arts and cultivation techniques are bizarre and unpredictable. Then there are the 36 branch divisions. The leaders of the top 20 branches. All have strength approaching the imperial realm. The rest are at least at the martial king level. Most of the leaders of the 72 subsects are in the spiritual profound realm. They're hidden all over the martial world. Their main job is gathering intelligence. By now, Ling Su seemed a little tipsy. He licked his lips playfully, a surge of confidence returning to his face. And yet, I can still walk freely right under the demon sect's nose. I love how much it pisses them off, that they just can't catch me. While lost in thought, Ling Su suddenly remembered his senior sister, and the others were still at the purple pavilion and rushed back. He muttered to himself as he ran. Back to the hotel first. Gotta find senior sister and the rest. As Ling Su reached the entrance, he overheard the patrons inside gossiping intensely about something. He walked past them, casting a suspicious glance their way. Seeing the crowd so worked up, Ling Su felt a sense of doubt. These people, they aren't normal. But since his priority was finding his sister, he didn't dwell on it and headed straight upstairs. Better go check on Yinya and the others. Senior sister has probably cooled off by now. Ling Su walked toward his sister's room. Seeing the door still shut, he felt a bit surprised. Why is the door still closed? Could they all be asleep already? The sun hasn't even set yet. Sensing something was off, he approached the door and opened it. He called out softly, "Senior sister?" To his surprise, the room was empty. Not a soul was in sight. Worried, Ling Su called out louder, "Ninya, your handsome and dashing brother is back." Still, there was no response. Met with silence, Ling Su had no choice but to close the door, feeling helpless. His intuition told him something had happened. Just as Ling Su turned to leave, several men in black suddenly lunged from the shadows to ambush him. Facing the sudden assault of the assassins, Ling Su remained remarkably calm. Waiting until his prey was within reach, Ling Su merely glanced at them. With a single look, he kept walking while unleashing a lightning-fast countermove. Ling Su slipped past them effortlessly. This assassination attempt, combined with the disappearance of his friends, finally awakened the dark aura within him. It struck down his enemies without making a sound. He demanded in a low, menacing voice, "Was it you lot who took my sister and the others?" The scene was grim, with the bodies of his enemies scattered everywhere. By now, Ling Su had already spotted the one hiding in the shadows. "Come out. I'm not in the mood for cat and mouse games right now." Realizing they had been exposed, they decided to show their hand. They looked down at Ling Su and sneered, "Ha! You're nothing but a piece of trash. How dare you talk so big without any shame? Cat and mouse, you're the pathetic little rat that's been caught. Know your place." Hearing that, Ling Su immediately broke into a sinister smile. In broad daylight. "You actually dare to do this? So, you aren't afraid of the Wanluo City guards?" Hearing that, they assumed he was just bluffing out of fear. "Looks like he's just putting on a tough front. Still hoping the guards will come save you? Huh." They sneered at him with total confidence. "Everyone in this Qingyun hotel belongs to us. We've even set up a concealment array. Everything that happens inside this hotel, the outside world will never know. So be a good boy and surrender." Ha ha ha. Ling Su didn't give a damn about what they were saying. His only concern was his senior sister and the others. "I suggest you hand over my senior sister and her friends right now." By now, Bai Ling, Xianya, and Mu Qing had all been knocked unconscious by them. Seeing Ling Su so anxious, they began to mock him playfully. "Huh, who do you think you're threatening? Once we take you down too, we'll all have a little fun together." Staring at the beautiful women before them, these beasts revealed their true, lecherous nature. "Hiv hiv, I love breaking arrogant humans like you. It's a shame you're so weak." They burst into a fit of malicious laughter. Ling Su let out a long sigh at their words. His expression darkened as he gave them a final warning. "Since you're all so eager to die, don't blame me for what happens next." Ling Su moved with lightning speed. He vaulted over the corridor railing. He landed on one hand in a perfectly composed, badass stance. He didn't miss the chance to mock their illusion array. Nothing but a piece of trash technique. Ling Su began channeling his own power to shatter the array. They never would have guessed that the array they took such pride in would be dismantled by Ling Su in a single strike. Ling Su stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Surveying the space before him, he gave them a mock compliment. "I have to admit, you were well prepared. The trap was set the moment I stepped into this hotel. The guests and the waiter, they were all just illusions." On the other side, the assassins realized something was wrong. "Boss, that kid just broke the blood array." The leader's eyes widened as he screamed. How was that possible? Seeing their plan fail, they decided to go all in and fight Ling Su to the death. The leader in the back barked an order. "Surround him." The henchmen followed the command, forming a large circle to trap Ling Su. The leader stepped forward arrogantly. "So you broke the illusion array. Big deal. That array was just to keep things quiet. As for you, don't dream of taking a single step out of this Qingyun hotel alive." Ling Su replied with chilling calm. "Don't you worry about that. I have no intention of leaving just yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a dark spell. Monstrous beasts with grotesque, twisted forms suddenly materialized. In an instant, the entire building was plunged into an oppressive darkness. The scene was utterly terrifying. A demon began muttering incantations under its breath. Though they were just words, they carried a horrifying power. The sound caused the leader to surge with agonizing pain. Only then did he realize what was happening. The demon-slaying curse. You're actually from the demon sect, Ling Su replied coldly. Whether I am or not. What good would it do to tell you? You're already a dead man anyway. The leader knew he was finished this time. He reached out feebly, tried to choke out his final words. I have to tell him. But before he could finish, the magic snapped his neck, killing him instantly. After finishing off the leader, Ling Su immediately triggered his next move. He released a massive wave of aura, slaughtering the remaining henchmen all at once. Once the work was done, Ling Su performed a ritual to retract his spiritual power. He returned to the appearance of an ordinary young man. He gently opened the storage room door to find the hotel owners, a husband and wife, huddled in the corner, tied up. When they saw Ling Su, it was as if they were looking at a savior. Ling Su stepped inside and untied them. They were overwhelmed with gratitude. Benefactor, thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have, Ling Su replied warmly. Manager, no need for such formalities. Actually, I was wondering if you could do me a small favor. Just play along with me for a bit. A moment later, Bai Ling slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Ling Su, her eyes filled with confusion. She bombarded him with questions. Junior brother? You're back. Wait, why am I here? I remember you, Qing. Nianya and I were just talking in the room. Ling Su turned to signal the manager before answering. I just got back from outside, and I found the three of you fast asleep right here. The manager chimed in immediately. That's right. This young master speaks the truth. All the other guests have already checked out. I was just about to wake you ladies up. By this time, Mu Qing and Nianya had also woken up. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Bai Ling didn't ask anything further. She replied politely, Is that so? Thank you, shopkeeper. Ling Su looked at Bai Ling and asked shyly, Eldest senior sister, did you achieve a breakthrough? Bai Ling looked up at Ling Su. Her stunning figure made it impossible for him to look away. Faced with Ling Su's question, she nodded gently. The breakthrough went quite smoothly. Hearing this, Mu Qing and Nianya excitedly ran over to congratulate her. Congratulations, senior sister. You're amazing, senior sister. On the surface, Ling Su clapped and cheered happily. Congratulations, senior sister. But in his heart, he thought to himself, it should have been very difficult for senior sister to break through right now. I didn't expect it to go so well. Could that anesthetic actually have the side effect of aiding a breakthrough? I'll have to get my hands on some more later. News of the assassins had already reached the Van Manor. City Lord Van was so enraged by the news that he smashed the table to pieces. He barked out a stern command. What audacity! This is outrageous! The Ingo Sect sure has some nerve. Those heretical scoundrels dare to sneak into my Wanluo City. The City Lord's fury made his two subordinates tremble like leaves, not daring to utter a word. He sank into deep thought. The Ingo Sect is known for being sinister and ruthless. They'll stop at nothing to kill. They take contracts from anyone. As long as the price is right, they'll do anything. Heavenly treasures, spirit stones, high-level martial arts, and cultivation techniques. They seize it all through greed and violence. While they don't have the scale of the great demon sects, they're like disgusting, loathsome sewer rats. City Lord Van issued an order. Investigate this for me. The Ingo Sect has entered my city. We cannot let them run rampant as they please. These treacherous people are surely planning something big. Meanwhile, the man who hired the Ingo Sect had sent a scout to gather information, and the scout had just returned to report. They're all dead. The mysterious man flew into a rage upon hearing his subordinates report. The Ingo Sect, is this how they work? They couldn't even kill a measly little body, refining realm martial artist? The subordinate hurriedly explained. Your servant doesn't know what kind of trickery that Ling Su used. The mysterious man turned to leave, tossing back a command. Tell the Ingo Sect. They're to keep Ling Su under constant surveillance. Go! The subordinate took the order and scrambled away without delay. After the subordinate left, the mysterious man mentioned Lan Ji's name with a heart full of bitterness. Ling Su. His anger was so intense that he crushed the jade ring on his hand. The next day, just as the sun reached its peak, Ling Su's group arrived back at the manor together. The second prince's group had already been waiting for them outside the gates for a long time. They had also heard about what happened in Wanluo City. The second prince spoke up. These spectral creatures are becoming more arrogant and reckless by the day. More and more desiccated corpses are being discovered. The citizens of Wanluo City are living in constant fear. Yidu, who is usually brimming with confidence, looked troubled today. That's not all. The demon sect has been active lately as well, though their purpose remains unclear. It's a very bad omen. The demon sect is a massive power. It's not something the few of us can handle. Yuting fidgeted with her fingers, her face clouded with sorrow. The news broke today. The heretical ghost sect is definitely lurking within Wanluo City. Many have already died at their hands. Between them and the ghost tribe's slaughter, it's truly a case of one disaster after another. Hearing this, Bai Ling felt a sense of doubt. Why would the ghost sect appear in Wanluo City now? The ghost tribe, the demon sect, the ghost sect. Three major powers converging in one place. What exactly is happening in Wanluo City? There must be some connection. Seeing Bai Ling so focused, Ling Su found himself staring at her in a daze. Standing nearby, Mu Qing felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Ling Su staring so intently at Bai Ling. She stepped close to Ling Su and reached for his waist. Then, she gave him a sharp, painful pinch with all her might. The pain hit Ling Su instantly, causing his face to turn pale. Clutching his poor waist, he cried out in pain. What was that for? Why did you pinch me? Don't you have anything better to do? Mu Qing turned away huffily, refusing to answer. Who told you to keep staring at senior sister? You didn't even look at me. Then, she suddenly realized, wait, that's not right. Why would I want him to look at me? I don't need a damn pervert like him looking at me at all. Despite her embarrassment, she still stole a glance back at Ling Su. Then, she quickly turned away again, her face flushed bright red. Ru Feng and Yi Du continued to discuss the ghost sect. The killing sect is a bunch of lunatics who will do anything for the right price. They specialize in lurking within the shadows. They've committed so many bloodbaths it's enough to make anyone's blood boil. Besides, those bastards are always on high alert. No one catches wind of trouble faster than they do. Years ago, the killing sect pulled a stunt that shook the entire martial world. Even when the God of War deployed the God of War army, they couldn't completely wipe these guys out. Hearing this, Ling Su couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly did the killing sect do back then? Something so foul, even the God of War couldn't cleanse it. They began to recount the past. 10 years ago, the killing sect poisoned the entire population of a city. They murdered a full 100,000 people. Not a single soul was left alive. Those animals even went back to deliver finishing blows to everybody. They hunted them down to the very last man. They have absolutely no humanity. The God of War dispatched his army in response. Over half of the killing sect was wiped out, but a small faction managed to slip away. After that, the God of War tightened security across the martial world cities. The Great Decree now mandates that martial emperors and martial saints be stationed to guard them, all to prevent the killing sect from making a comeback. The God of War sent investigators to track down the sect's remnants and uncover the truth behind the poisoning of those 100,000 people. But they couldn't find a single lead. Anyone with information was silenced before they could speak. Every single witness was eliminated. Bai Ling's face turned pale as she listened. Poisoning over 100,000 people. They truly have no conscience. Mu Qing felt it too. She trembled, unable to find the words. Beside them, Ninya was so terrified she huddled close to Ling Su. Their atrocities forced him to admit. This killing sect is indeed clinically insane. Ling Su began to speculate. Furthermore, it seems this killing sect, they appear to be targeting me and my senior sisters. It's hard to defend against an enemy in the dark. As they were discussing their strategy, a voice suddenly called out from behind. The City Lord's idea is to split up. He'll continue investigating the Ghost Clan's movements. And he's entrusting us to hunt down the killing sect. Maybe we can even find a link between the Ghost Clan and the killing sect. One of them asked, "And you are?" The man replied respectfully, "I am Dao Xianshun from the profound mystery Dao sect." The second prince recognized him immediately and stepped forward to return the greeting. The one who calculates the heavenly Dao. The three immortals token, Xianshun. Dao Xianshun of the profound mystery Dao sect, also known as Master Xian. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Seeing the second prince greet him, Xianshun politely bowed back. They say the second prince's 9-heaven spear can shake the very firmament. I have long admired your prowess as well. Bai Ling watched them, feeling impressed. These people are all at the top of the prodigy rankings. Their strength is formidable. They can be trusted. Then I just need to focus on protecting my junior brothers and sisters. The day passed in a flash. Night fell, and it was pitch black. The streets were completely deserted. In the distance, a figure lurked suspiciously in front of a tea house. Waiting for the patrol to pass, he slipped inside with lightning speed. Inside, a man had been sitting there waiting for some time. The figure knelt and reported carefully. "My lord, the city guard are everywhere outside. Are you sure you want to move now?" The master let out a faint smirk. "The men you sent to watch him have all vanished without a trace." Yet he acts like nothing happened. The subordinate, catching his master's drift, asked boldly, "My lord, are you saying someone is secretly protecting him? That's why we need to lure out whoever is standing behind him." The master didn't offer any more explanations. He simply told his subordinate, "Go. There's no need to engage in a full fight. Just get the information and report back immediately. And bring the killing sect along. We can't let them have all the fun." In a brightly lit room in the city, Nienya trembled with fear, clutching Ling Su's hand. "Ling Su, can I sleep with you tonight?" After hearing what they talked about earlier today, Nini Vasterafit, she added, "Yesterday at the hotel, I fell asleep without knowing why. I can't remember a thing. I had a nightmare. I think I was kidnapped by bad people. And then Ling Su came to save us." Ling Su looked at Nienya for a long moment. Then he swept her up in a princess carry. Nienya's eyes widened as she noticed the sudden change in Ling Su's expression. She stared at him for a while. Her innocent eyes looked at him, full of confusion. Ling Su gently stroked her head and said, "You silly girl. Stop overthinking things." He sat down beside her and whispered soothingly, "Just go to sleep. Big brother, stay with me." Thinking back to the time before heading up the mountain, Nienya ran over to sleep beside me. Nienya gave a soft, obedient reply. A moment later, Nienya drifted off into a deep sleep. Ling Su gently tucked the blanket around her. As he thought about the atrocities committed by the slaying sect, the beast inside Ling Su was suddenly awakened. "I've lived in seclusion in these mountains and forests for years. Now, all sorts of monsters and ghosts are crawling out of the woodwork. When the king of hell isn't home, the little ghosts start a rebellion." Using his keen senses, Ling Su picked up a faint sound. It turned out someone was lurking on the roof, eavesdropping. Ling Su calmly turned around and stepped out of the room with light footsteps. He picked up his beast mask and put it on. Then, without a single wasted motion, he threw his black cloak over his shoulders. His martial emperor aura began to radiate with immense power. "This saves me the trouble of hunting you down. If the god of war can't handle you, I, Ling Su, certainly can." Several assassins stood on the roof overlooking the Wan estate. Seeing the lack security, the leader wore a look of utter contempt. What kind of intelligence-gathering abilities do these martial artists even have? He turned back and barked orders at the two subordinates behind him, both at the peak of the king realm. "You two at the peak, you go in first." The two subordinates looked at each other, and one finally spoke up. "It's not that we won't go. It's just that Ling Su guy, he's really strange." The leader's face darkened with displeasure. He shot them a threatening glare and spat out, "You're with the slaying sect. Haven't you always been willing to sell your lives for the right price? What's wrong? Having second thoughts?" He furrowed his brows intimidatingly. "If you aren't willing to die for my lord, then it seems there's no reason to keep you around anymore." Just as he was flaunting his authority, a voice rang out, shattering the mood. "What's the matter? The real work hasn't even started, and you're already planning to clean house?" Startled, he let out a loud shout. Instinctively, he triggered a defensive formation. When no one responded, he continued to yell, "Show yourself! Don't play ghost with me!" The leader kept screaming and looking left and right, but strangely, he couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. This sent a wave of panic through him. "I can't sense a single trace of his presence. How is that possible? Just what level of master is this?" Trying to sound composed, he called out, "If you've got the guts, stop hiding in the shadows. Otherwise what?" The voice from before echoed again. A flash of long, silky black hair whipped through the air. The figure was indeed Ling Su. Cloaked in black and wearing his mask, he sat leisurely on the roof like a phantom of the night, looking incredibly badass. The leader's face turned pale with terror and he instinctively bowed in submission. Who are you, sir? I don't believe we have any personal grudge. Ling Su raised his hand, inspecting it casually before replying. Think back. He shot a meaningful glance at the leader. Think about what your slaying sect has been up to lately. Think long and hard. Hearing this, the leader frantically tried to explain himself. Sir, surely there's been some kind of mistake. How could we possibly be from the slaying sect? Those slaying sect bastards are nothing but wicked heretics. Everyone wants them dead. However, behind his back, he was secretly channeling a hidden technique. His words made Ling Su burst out laughing. If you're going to talk trash, at least put some thought into it. Where's your professional integrity as assassins? I feel embarrassed for you. Taking advantage of Ling Su's momentary distraction, the leader launched a surprise attack. Then, he used all his strength to hurl something forward. The two subordinates were thrown across the roof, flying straight toward Ling Su. But he had no idea he was facing a secluded martial emperor. To Ling Su, all his tricks were utterly useless. Ling Su didn't even need to move from his spot. With just one finger, he unleashed a technique. He lightly tapped the air. A violet circle instantly manifested. The energy ribbons within that circle pulsed with terrifying power. It sucked all the slaying sect members inside. Seeing this, the leader immediately turned tail and bolted. Glimpsing that massive surge of energy, he felt a secret sense of relief. That's terrifying. Thank God I ran fast. Seeing him flee so quickly, Ling Su taunted him. The rat is quite fast, but let's see if you can actually slip through my fingers. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Su snapped his fingers. A flow of dark energy seized the very fabric of the void. Invisible and intangible, it manifested. The path of martial arts, tempering blood, condensing will, and grasping the mysteries. And at the peak of martial arts, one can command the very laws. This is the application of the law of space. The lowly cultist could do nothing now but run for his life. His mind is now swirling with nothing but bitter complaints. Talk about rotten luck. I can't believe I ran into a monster with such terrifying power. This plan is a total bust. Forget it. What's the point of a plan anymore? Saving my neck is more important. He ran for a bit before being slammed to a halt by a golden light. That light was like a transparent wall, sending him flying backward. The leader was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. What? Ling Su stepped lightly, landing right in front of him with a mockingly concerned look. Running so fast. Where do you think you're going? How about I take you somewhere fun instead? With a flick of his wrist, he teleported them both into a different dimension. Instant teleportation. Now that's fast. 1 second we were in Vanton. The leader's jaw dropped as he took in the scenery before him. Shrinking the earth to a single step, realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately fell to his knees. He bowed his head, showing the utmost respect to Ling Su. If I tell you the true objective of the Umbra sect this time, would your excellency consider sparing this humble one's life? That was his outward plea, but his mind was already plotting. Just wait until the old man returns. I'll make sure to pay you back 1,000 times over. I don't care who you are, even if you're a martial emperor, or even a martial saint. In front of the great lord, you're nothing but a dead man walking. Ling Su listened to him and gave a mocking bit of praise. Interesting. Go ahead, I'm listening. He began to confess, I'm not actually a member of the Umbra sect. I'm their employer. Though, of course, I'm just an errand boy. My master sent me to work alongside these assassins. That's all. The moment he finished speaking, Ling Su delivered a backhand that knocked his teeth loose. He didn't stop there. He moved like a gale, striking the man several more times. He warned him in a stern, cold voice. You talk too much damn nonsense. Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I can't see through that? Get to the point. Though terrified, the leader remained stubborn. I'll talk. With his face beaten beyond recognition, he struggled to squeeze out a question. Why? Why did you keep hitting me? Ling Su replied that it looked more symmetrical that way. Much easier on the eyes. Now continue. After being educated by Ling Su, the leader finally started telling the truth. The orders I received were to assassinate someone named Ling Su, and the 3 women with him must all be killed as well. As for the specific reason, I truly don't know. It's likely because he got caught up in some kind of incident. Aside from that, other than my master, there is another employer who is also involved in this. And who is that person? I have no idea. Hearing about an incident Ling Su grew curious and wanted clarification. Incident? What incident? Ling Su fell deep into thought. I've gained too many points. Seeing your sister and the others are in a dangerous position. Even just a few spirit-profound realm assassins from the Umbra sect are enough to pose a real threat. He then turned to the leader. This great lord of yours. Tell me everything from start to finish. Don't leave out a single word. The leader suddenly took on a mysterious, sinister air. You want to know about the great lord? Then go ask the dead in the underworld. With those words, he slammed his hand into the ground, triggering a violent tremor. A surge of power split into several directions, lunging straight at Ling Su. They collided, creating a massive explosion mid-air. Behind the hazy smoke, dark shadows slowly emerged. It turned out the leader's sudden boldness was because his reinforcements had arrived. One of them approached and nudged his shoulder, boasting, "If we hadn't made it in time, you'd probably be a corpse by now." Another chimed in, "Let's end this quickly. The Lord is waiting for your report." After what he'd just been through, the leader was wary and warned his comrades. This guy isn't weak. He might even be stronger than us. There's a good chance he's in the martial emperor realm. A green-haired man ignored the warning, speaking with total confidence. As long as the four of us form our array, even a martial emperor will be eating dirt. Another one, licking his blade, added his own arrogant boast. Just kill him already. Stop wasting time with all this chatter. My blade hasn't tasted a martial emperor's blood in far too long. The thirst is unbearable. While they were busy bragging, a familiar figure gradually appeared in the distance. Ling Su, provoked into anger, his pupils began to shift as a massive well of power gathered within him. The leader signaled his allies. Then let's go. Use that move to finish him off. And so, the five of them combined their strengths into one. Their spiritual tools conjured a massive giant with bulging muscles. The sheer weight of its power caused the ground to tremble violently. Ling Su watched from a distance. Seeing how prepared they were, he found it rather interesting. Who knows? Maybe they can actually show me a good time. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant lunged toward him. He unleashed a devastating punch that shook the entire forest. Then he opened his massive maw and spat out a fireball. He poured every ounce of his strength into hurling the flames as far as possible. The fire tore through the dense canopy, streaking toward Ling Su. To anyone else, this power would be terrifying, but to Ling Su, it was nothing. He calmly raised his hand and blocked the blast. Then, he compressed the entire inferno into a single sphere of fire. The leader grew terrified, realizing the combined power of the five of them couldn't even budge Ling Su. We put all our spiritual energy into this. He's far more dangerous than I anticipated. Before he could process what was happening, the blue-haired man charged forward. He drew his sword, desperate to kill Ling Su quickly. Unfortunately, before he could even touch Ling Su, he was slammed straight into the mountainside. The others saw this and charged all at once. Everyone moved in together. At that moment, Ling Su began to channel power into his eyes. The shadow of a demon king materialized behind his back. The shadow loomed over everything, firing a surge of power directly at the small-time thugs. The blue-haired man, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, could only scream for help from his comrades. "Someone help me." Ling Su spoke to them coldly. "I gave you a free move. Yet, as expected, you couldn't even scratch me. It seems I overestimated you after all. When I shattered your combined attack, that was your cue to turn around and run." Seeing himself being fed to the Demon King's mouth, the blue-haired man wailed repeatedly. "Let me go! Let me go!" Ling Su spoke slowly. His voice was eerie and terrifying, like an ancient prophecy. "Have you ever witnessed the true might of demonic malice?" The others turned deathly pale. Their entire bodies trembled with fear. They watched helplessly as their comrade became a meal for the demon. Ling Su stood tall and majestic, addressing them once more. "I'll give you one more chance. Use everything you've got to entertain me." Ling Su threatened them. "Because if you can't, the only thing waiting for you is death." Though they were terrified, the group refused to surrender. "We have to use that move. Let's risk it all to take him down." They combined their forces, using the joint spear art in a life-or-death struggle against Ling Su. The blonde-haired man crossed his arms and began to channel the technique. Two streams of blue and pink energy intertwined, creating a vortex that was as beautiful as it was violent. The cyclone tore straight toward Ling Su. Ling Su looked up, completely unfazed. The glow from the vortex highlighted his confident smirk. Ling Su threw himself right into the heart of the formation. The clashing energies created a vivid, explosive spectacle. The others stood outside watching their cyclone ravage the forest, but Ling Su was nowhere to be seen. Thinking they had succeeded, they slumped to the ground to catch their breath. Did we do it? They waited to see if anything would emerge from behind the white smoke. But reality is often a cruel slap in the face. A familiar silhouette gradually appeared. Ling Su walked out tall, without a single scratch on him. He gave them a mocking compliment. "I'll give it to you. You guys actually have some skill. Too bad you ran into me." As he spoke, his gaze turned dark and ominous. Seeing Ling Su unharmed, the fight completely collapsed. They screamed in horror. "How is this possible? The four of us joined forces, and we couldn't even push him back an inch." Ling Su looked at them and scoffed. He spoke with biting sarcasm. "What a pity. You failed your little challenge. And now, the punishment begins." Ling Su snapped his fingers. The sound was crisp, but it signaled their doom. The flames of hatred manifested, incinerating those who didn't know their place. The sound of their wailing was horrifying. Ling Su looked at them and sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "Sigh. In the end, I didn't get any useful information. Instead, it seems I've just invited more trouble for later." Ling Su turned to leave. He left them with one final thought. "Whatever. Let be. Sect. New grudges and old debts. We'll settle them all one by one in the future." The next morning, Bai Ling woke up very early. The first thing on her mind was Ling Su. "I wonder if Junior Brother is awake yet. I'll go check on him." She went to Ling Su's room, tiptoeing as quietly as possible. Seeing Ling Su, a smile instinctively tugged at the corners of Bai Ling's mouth. Ling Su's current state was a familiar sight to her. Just as I thought, he's still sound asleep. Meanwhile, Ling Su was still lost in a dream about some chicken, licking his lips greedily. "This chicken is so plump, smells so good." Seeing this, Bai Ling summoned a blade of grass, playfully deciding to tease him. She brushed it against Ling Su's nose, whispering to herself, "Silly Junior Brother, let's see how you handle your senior sister's handiwork." A moment later, Ling Su began to stir from his slumber. Senior sister? The itchy sensation combined with his dream gave Ling Su an indescribable feeling. So fragrant. "My nose feels all itchy." Ling Su's drowsy, fumbling appearance made Bai Ling flush, her thoughts straying for a brief moment. When a guy closes his eyes like that, it's because he wants you to kiss him. She decided to follow her heart, leaning her face in close to Ling Su. Her eyes slowly fluttered shut as she whispered softly, "Junior Brother." Just at the critical moment, Ling Su suddenly jolted awake and let out a massive sneeze. He let out a casual laugh and remarked, "Finally, that felt good. Ah, senior sister, did you come wake me up?" He had no idea that Bai Ling was currently seething with rage. Without a word, she immediately applied the rule of the right hand. Then, she fixed Ling Su with a demonic predatory glare. Every word she spoke was heavy with suppressed fury. "Get up this instant and get downstairs for dinner." Ling Su dizzily clutched his bright red cheek, thinking to himself, "Senior sister's way of waking people up is getting more brutal by the day." Ling Su dragged his exhausted body downstairs. The shopkeeper, assuming something had happened between him and Bai Ling, gave a knowing giggle. "Master Ling, did your senior sister lose her temper with you? I saw her leaving your room with her face flushed bright red." Thinking the shopkeeper was trying to slander his sister, Ling Su replied crossly, "She just came over to wake me up, that's all." The shopkeeper looked skeptical, her expression saying, "I wasn't born yesterday." She pushed further. "Just look at the mark on your face. You expect me to believe nothing happened? Not a chance." Fuming, Ling Su considered giving the old woman a piece of his mind, threatening her. "Let's do this. How about I reenact exactly what happened back then, so you can see for yourself how this mark got here?" Terrified, the shopkeeper waved her hands frantically. No need at all. I actually have serious business to discuss with you, master." As the all-knowing shopkeeper Chiao, her tone toward Ling Su became exceptionally respectful. "Regarding that matter, you asked me to investigate. I've finally found a lead." Hearing her words, Ling Su suddenly remembered. "You mean those men in black who tried to kidnap senior sister and the others at the inn?" The shopkeeper confirmed it was indeed them. Aside from the Ghost Clan and the Slaughter Sect, they are connected to another, much larger power. This happened to align perfectly with Ling Su's own suspicions. I figured as much. The Ghost Clan and the Slaughter Sect seem unrelated on the surface. And yet, they managed to sneak into Wanluo City one after another. There must be a third party acting as a bridge between them. Seeing that Ling Su had grasped the issue so quickly, the shopkeeper praised him. Master Ling, you truly are brilliant. Then she asked him, I wonder if you have ever heard of an organization called the Abyss? Ling Su looked puzzled at the mention of the name. What's this Abyss supposed to be? Regardless, they probably aren't as formidable as the Ghost Clan. The shopkeeper elaborated further. The Abyss is even more powerful than the current Slaughter Sect. Especially in recent years, their strength has grown exponentially. They've reached a point where they could rival even the great sects. Ling Su suddenly had a realization. Those 5 men, yesterday, mentioned they weren't from the Slaughter Sect. It's highly likely they were members of this organization. The shopkeeper didn't forget to give Ling Su a warning. I've heard they never stop until they achieve their goal. Since the assassination attempt failed last time, they will definitely launch another sneak attack in the coming days. Please be careful, Master Ling. Ling Su leaned casually against the shopkeeper's shoulder and said dismissively, Don't worry. I'd be more worried if they didn't show up. A sinister smirk spread across his face. I have plenty of questions saved up. I'll wait for them to come and give me some answers. Meanwhile, at a secret base, 3 subordinates arrived to report. The leader's voice turned cold as he listened. 5 king-rank warriors vanished entirely in a single night. His eyes widened in shock. Seeing their master's fury, the subordinates trembled, not daring to lift their heads. A blonde subordinate tried to keep his composure. Yes, sir, even though we couldn't find the bodies. I'm afraid they met a grim end. The leader was now fuming, literal flames of anger erupting from him. He couldn't believe it. He faced 5 of them alone and walked away unscathed? It seems I've underestimated this man. Attempting to appease his master's rage, the blonde subordinate stepped forward. Master, let me handle it this time. The leader waved him off dismissively. No rush. We lost a lot of men this time. Most likely, someone is protecting him from the shadows until we uncover the truth about who's backing him. We shouldn't act recklessly. He let out a cunning smile. His voice dripped with mystery. I have another task for you all right now. Not daring to hesitate, the subordinates shouted in unison. We await your orders, master. The leader laughed triumphantly, thinking of his scheme. Just wait for the grand gift I've prepared for you. Following recent events, the city patrols and guard duties have become much stricter. The guards caution one another intensely. Stay sharp, everyone. Watch out in case those Slaughter Sect bastards return. The soldiers replied in a resounding chorus. Suddenly, a voice drifted over from the distance. It's the middle of the night. Gentlemen patrolling here. Truly hard work. The cavalry group quickly became alert. Who goes there? 3 subordinates stood on the roof, pretending to be ghosts. The green-haired one had empty eyes without pupils. The white-haired one held a fan, looking like a Rakshasa. The gold-haired one stuck out a grotesque tongue. He said, The ones who will kill you. Then, without saying much, they rushed down below. Just like that, the first 2 soldiers were killed by him very neatly. Some soldiers thought they were from the Sect and screamed in panic. It's people from the Sect. Sect. Seeing the situation was bad, a guard tried to calm everyone down. Don't panic. He tried to shout loudly. Form formation. Before they could form a formation, his head was cut off by the white-haired demon. Another one was controlled to put his sword to his own neck. Huh? What? No. No. The blade slowly cut into his neck despite his desperate pleas. No. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The green-haired demon enjoyed the prey, killing itself like a trophy. Witnessing the savagery of these demons, a soldier shouted, Stop it right now. He decided to rush up and fight them desperately. Seeing this, the gold-haired one felt extremely delighted. Struggling makes dying easier. The soldier tried to get close to that demon with his saber. However, because the difference in physical strength was too great, the soldier could only try his best to dodge the gold-haired demon's attacks. A moment later, the soldier's heavy sword was knocked to the ground. That demon took the opportunity to cast magic, thrusting the sword towards the soldier. Seeing the blade rushing towards him, the soldier momentarily lost his reaction. When he realized the blade had grazed his arm, the soldier screamed in pain at this moment. His sword was also knocked away several meters. He sat on the ground in fear. Seeing the prey immobilized, the gold-haired one laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. Go die for me. The soldier just sat there waiting for death. Fortunately, in the nick of time, his savior appeared in time. Damn it. Is it over just like that? The gold-haired one saw the savior arrive and panicked in surprise. How is that possible? Who are you? Ling Su appeared majestically in front of him, causing such a big commotion. Your guts are truly fat enough. He didn't expect that. He easily neutralized my strong attack. Who exactly is this person? Seeing that the opponent was extraordinary, the white-haired one immediately used honorifics to probe. May I ask who your excellency is? Ling Su answered lazily. Just a passerby, seeing you guys being lively here. Came over to see what's up. Hearing that, the white-haired demon revealed his true nature. It seems your excellency is determined to meddle in other people's business. If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired one immediately cast a spell. The gold-haired one saw his teammate had made a move. Did not hesitate to contribute another move. The moves of these two, one blue and one red, intertwined. They rushed at high speed towards Ling Su. Seeing Ling Su still standing still, the soldier behind urged him, dodge quickly. Ling Su was not fazed at all and replied calmly, borrowing this from you. Ling Su flicked his hand, turning the sword into a sturdy shield, blocking their attack easily. Looking at Ling Su appearing behind the smoke, majestically without a scratch. The two old demons couldn't believe their eyes wide open. How is that possible? Our combined attack didn't cause any damage to him? Ling Su teased them. This young master hasn't used a sword in a long time. He crouched down, gathering a large amount of strength in his legs. Then he rushed towards them with unimaginable speed, saying, today is just right to use you guys for practice. The green-haired one behind secretly cast a soul-controlling eye technique. Ling Su quickly detected his move. He observed the eye technique while moving. He remembered, eye technique, a type of mental spell, can control the human mind and body. Those with high skill can also emit powerful attacks, catching any movement trajectory. This eye technique is like a monster that likes to chase people. Conversely, it's a bit interesting. Ling Su directly gave it 2 sword strikes in the center. The eye technique stopped chasing. It slowly absorbed the energy of the 2 swords. The excessive energy caused it to explode immediately. The green-haired demon realized the situation was bad and questioned Ling Su. Your Excellency has stopped us time and again. What exactly do you want? Ling Su pointed at the soldier beside him and said, I'm protecting this person's life. On the contrary, you guys, attacking Wanluo City guards in the middle of the night. What do you want to do? The gold-haired and green-haired ones glanced at each other upon hearing this. The white-haired one started plotting. Master said, just spreading the news is enough. It's fine even if I don't wipe them all out. I just need to find a way to escape for now, right? He rushed forward and spoke to Ling Su. If you want to play the hero, be my guest. But I wonder, if you offend the Insha Sect, can you actually handle the consequences? When Ling Su heard the name of the Insha Sect, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the Insha Sect ghoul. Hook, line, and sinker. Thinking Ling Su was intimidated by his words, the ghoul stepped forward confidently. That's right. Within our Insha Sect, martial emperors of the imperial realm are too many to count. We even have several supreme elders of the Saint Dao realm presiding over us. Our power commands respect in all 4 directions. Even the demon sect fears us a bit. The soldier couldn't help but spit in disgust at the ghoul's bragging. To hell with you. You 3 Insha Sect bastards. If you want to kill someone, come at me. I'm not afraid to die. He didn't forget to express his gratitude to Ling Su. To you, hero. Thank you for saving me. But there's no need to lose your life over this. Leave quickly. Ling Su waved his hand dismissively, letting out a cold laugh. His expression gradually darkened. A bizarre, eerie power began to envelop his body. What are the consequences of offending the Insha Sect? I wouldn't know, but the name Insha Sect seemed to be the key that unleashed the demon inside Ling Su. He spoke to them coldly. The consequences of lying? You're about to get a very thorough education. They looked at the surging energy and recognized it instantly. That's demonic chi. The long-haired one stammered in fear. You're from the demon sect. He never expected to accidentally provoke someone from the demon sect. His mind raced. The master originally planned to frame the Insha sect for this, using Wang Xian's hand to wipe them out completely, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. But how do we end up provoking the demon sect? These monsters fear nothing in heaven or earth. Even ghosts give them a wide berth. Seeing how foolish they were, Ling Su couldn't help but laugh. A man of the demon sect? Ha, not anymore. He conjured a swirling vortex and gave them a final warning. Since you refuse to tell the truth, I'll just have to use my own methods to get the information I want. Though terrified, the men still acted tough. Even if you kill us, don't think for a second you'll ruin the master's grand design. Ling Su stopped playing games and laid his cards on the table. I'm not that cruel. After all, as long as I capture all of you, the leader of that abyss organization will come straight to me himself. The ghouls were stunned that Ling Su knew their origins. They froze in place, faces pale. What? How do you know we are? Before they could finish, Ling Su gently unleashed his power upon them. The energy surged like a tornado, sweeping away everything in its path. The ghouls were ensnared by the black vortex. They felt their flesh and skin being devoured inch by inch. This is terrifying. Seeing the ghouls unconscious, the soldier asked timidly, "Are they dead?" Ling Su explained they were only unconscious. I still have a use for them. Seeing Ling Su about to leave, the soldier hurriedly bowed in thanks. You saved my life. I will repay this debt 1,000-fold. Even if you are from the demon sect, I would never. Before he could finish, Ling Su knocked him out. Ling Su used a memory erasing technique on the soldier. Sorry about this. I trust your character, but being associated with me will only bring a death sentence upon you. He carefully tended to the soldier's injuries. Let's get these wounds treated first. By the time someone finds you, you'll be fine. Done. Ling Su stood up, dusting off his clothes. Now then, he walked over to where the three men lay and whispered, "Let's pick a nice spot to wait for our guest." Meanwhile, at the abyss base, the leader looked at the seal on his hand and realized someone was coming. He asked curtly, "Who is it?" demanding the visitor identify himself. The man respectfully reported his name. Fu Shantian, loyal servant of the abyss. Your subordinate brings Su to pay respects to the Abyss Lord. Su was the leader of the Su division, one of the three great divisions under the Abyss Lord. The leader handed him the seal. These three soul marks have turned red, signaling danger. Something has happened to those three. The soul marks will lead you to their location. Take them with you. You must find them. The subordinate took the marks and swore an oath. I will naturally give my all for the Abyss Lord. I'll walk through fire and water without hesitation. The leader only responded with a cold sneer. I'd like to see for myself exactly who is behind this. The subordinate followed the traces of the three men using the sigil to a simple house hidden deep in the mountains. He scanned the surroundings and checked the sigil. The mark on his hand suddenly glowed a deep crimson. The vibrations were intense. Looks like they're not far ahead. The subordinate barked orders at his two companions. Full speed ahead. If we fail to complete the Abyss Lord's mission, you know exactly what the consequences will be. The two men responded in unison. Ling Su sat inside, growing impatient as no one arrived. How slow? What's taking them so long? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ling Su leaned on his hand lazily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Gentlemen, the wind is cold out there. Why not come inside and take a seat? The subordinate stepped into the room. A heavy, murderous aura filled the air. Over a dozen of them had already surrounded the house. They drew their blades and advanced toward Ling Su. Ling Su asked calmly, "Is this how you greet people? Not very friendly, is it?" The subordinate asked Ling Su arrogantly, "Who the hell are you?" Ling Su glared at them and replied, "A living man." The leader lost his patience and threatened him. "A living man. Give it a moment and you'll be a dead one." He signaled to the men around him. "Get him." Ling Su didn't move. He only let out a cold laugh. A powerful burst of light erupted from Ling Su, sending the lackeys flying in every direction. The leader managed to survive thanks to the protection of his sigil. One look, and he recognized it. Demonic energy. Are you from the demonic sect? He felt the sheer weight of Ling Su's power. This level of demonic energy, it far exceeds any hall master of the 36 branches. Could he be one of the Saint Realm sect masters from the 12 demonic gates? As he was lost in thought, Ling Su shattered his shield and sent him tumbling back. The force was so great, it smashed him through the wall and out of the house. The men outside were terrified by the sight. I don't want to be blown away like that. Is it too late to kneel and beg for mercy? Ling Su sat there, casually brushing off his sleeves, as if giving them a shred of respect. You aren't exactly weak. It's just that I'm far too strong. The subordinate remembered his master's warning. The Abyss Lord once said, if we encounter someone from the demonic sect, we must avoid conflict at all costs. But today, Ling Su walked slowly toward the subordinate. He moved like a phantom, closing the distance instantly. His movements were as fast as a whirlwind. He intended to teach him a lesson. Before he could strike, the man bowed his head, pleading for mercy. Greetings, great lord. His sudden submission left Ling Su and the others stunned. He begged desperately. I didn't realize your lordship was a high-ranking elder of the demonic sect. I have been gravely disrespectful. I beg for your lordship's forgiveness. Please, spare our lives. Ling Su smirked, mocking him. You really are the worst assassin I've ever seen. At least the last few guys put up a bit of fight. But Ling Su intended to pull the problem out by its roots. Spare you. If I let you go, you just go back, recover, and come back better prepared to kill me. He began to state his conditions. Tell you what, if you give me information about your organization, I might give you a quick death. While the man feigned surrender on the outside, he was already plotting his final move. A sinister smile crept across his face. The next second, he went berserk, detonating the spiritual energy within the sigil. No problem, except you're coming to hell with me. The power of the sigil exploded, consuming him and his allies. Ugh, self-detonation of spiritual energy. Ling Su hadn't expected the man to choose mutual destruction over speaking a single word. Ling Su stared at the scene in shock. A horrific explosion erupted, bringing nothing but death. Thick plumes of white smoke billowed into the sky. Ling Su walked over and sighed, looking at the traces they left behind. Ling Su's voice was filled with annoyance. What was the point? All that work for nothing. And they had to go and make such a huge scene. This will definitely draw Wang Xian here. He took off his mask and examined it closely. Sure enough, the explosion had caught Wang Xian's attention. He shouted in shock. A spiritual self-detonation. This power rivals the direct strike of a martial saint. That was at least an imperial realm self-destruction. Yin Tu, Wang Xian's disciple, watched the scene with deep concern. Spiritual self-destruction. I remember you saying that was a forbidden art, a way to take your enemies down with you. Wang Xian nodded. That's right. To put it bluntly, it's a suicide attack. In an instant, it drains every drop of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth for 100 miles. The higher the cultivation realm, the more devastating the power. But those who have reached the martial emperor realm don't take life lightly, even if it means running away. They would never choose self-destruction as their first option. He turned to his disciple, Yin Su. Let's go take a look. Yin Su replied. The two of them quickly arrived at the site of the explosion. Scanning the scorched earth below, Yin Su spoke up. The one who triggered the spiritual self-destruction is dead. But there's a faint, lingering aura of someone else here. Just who could be strong enough to force a martial emperor to blow themselves up? Wang Xian summoned his spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, a pulse of energy surged toward the ground. The light flickered like a brilliant flame, piercing through the gloomy sky. As it neared the surface, it suddenly collided with a different type of energy. The moment Wang Xian's spiritual power made contact with that lingering essence, it was instantly snuffed out. Master and disciple realized at once. That was demonic qi. Wang Xian's expression darkened. The demonic sect again. Then who was this martial emperor? Was it the Slaughter sect or the demon race? Is this a case of the wicked preying on the wicked? I'm afraid that person from a demonic sect must be at least at the martial saint realm. Furthermore, they left the scene in a hurry, which means they weren't seriously injured. The demonic sect may have deep roots, but those who have managed to become martial saints are few and far between. This is much more serious than I imagined. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lord was furious after hearing that his subordinates had provoked someone from the demonic sect. He roared, "Why the hell did you mess with the demonic sect?" His subordinates trembled in fear, too terrified to answer. The Abyss Lord fell in a deep thought. This person, their strength is at least that of a martial saint. Does such a person even exist within the demonic sect? He used his spiritual power to manifest an image of Lang Ge. At that moment, suspicion began to take root in his heart. Ling Su, is this person protecting Ling Su from the shadows? Or could it be that this person is actually... The subordinates spoke up. Abyss Lord, should we go and investigate this person's identity first? The Abyss Lord remained level-headed. No need to rush. Wait until my grand plan comes to fruition. At the ancient heavenly demon peak, the ghost girl had returned to her lair. She stepped inside and called out, Master, I'm back. Hearing her disciple's voice, the demoness rushed over and pulled the ghost girl into a tight embrace. Zihan. She toyed with Zihan's chin and said sweetly, You're finally home. Come here and let me give you a squeeze. Zihan pulled away in disgust. Master, get your face away from me. Acting like this all day, don't you find it embarrassing? The demoness didn't care at all. She stroked Zihan's hair affectionately. We're master and disciple. What's there to be ashamed of? Come on, let me have a look at you. Terrified, Zihan covered herself and scrambled back a few steps. Master, how can you be so shameless? The demoness flashed a dark, playful grin. After being out for so many days, has our little Zihan grown up a bit? Hee hee. Seeing Zihan dodge her like that, the demoness finally let it go. She returned to her usual cold demeanor and fixed her eyes on Zihan. All right, I'm done teasing you. Tell me, why did you come back so suddenly? Zihan began her report. A few days ago, a body-refining realm expert easily slaughtered a ghost general. I intended to investigate his identity, but I was ambushed by him instead. And more importantly, that guy looks exactly like someone. The demoness asked. Who? Zihan spoke hesitantly. The person from back when I was a child. The one who broke into our sect and managed to escape. The demoness' expression shifted. It seemed this was the person she had been waiting for. So, he's finally shown his face. What's his name? The moment she heard Zihan mention the name Ling Su, a murderous aura erupted from the demoness. She commanded, Go and call the other 11 old fogies over here. Her eyes were filled with deep-seated resentment. The demon sovereign has returned to this world. Elder Jing asked with a look of doubt. Are you telling the truth? Huashang didn't believe it for a second and looked at Jiang Yunzi. Don't let your obsession with the demon sovereign make you reckless. You can't just grab any random person and claim they're the demon sovereign. Seeing that no one believed her, she snapped. What? You don't trust me? Zihan saw him with her own eyes. Based on its description, this person is a dead ringer for the demon sovereign. It can't be long now. The elders fall into deep thought. Suhan, the disciple of Jiang Yunzi. I recall he's already reached the king realm. Why would the demon sovereign appear before Jiang Yunzi's disciple of all people? Xiejin speaks up. The demon sovereign has been gone for years. No one even knows why he left in the first place. One elder speculates. The demon sovereign has always been a free spirit. He likely just didn't want to be tied down to the sect. But in my humble opinion, he will forever be the sect leader of our demon sect. He is the man I have respected most of my entire life. The only one truly worth following. Yunzi addresses the elders. Regardless of whether it's him or not, I will personally investigate this to the very end. For now, there's another matter at hand. The ghost tribe has been acting incredibly arrogant and ruthless lately. They repeatedly harassed our outposts. It's time we give them a proper cleansing. Huashang asks, why hasn't the martial god palace dealt with them? How can they just let them run wild on our demon sect's territory? The power dynamics everywhere are becoming a chaotic mess. They've certainly been restless lately. I heard things aren't peaceful over in Wanluo City either. Elder Jing adds his perspective. The Yin-slaying sect killed 100,000 people with poison 10 years ago. I remember the martial god palace was absolutely livid after that battle. They even deployed the martial god army. But those rats from the Yin-slaying sect are faster at running than they are at fighting. Even if the martial god palace launches a direct assault, they aren't exactly experts at catching slippery targets. Still, managing to survive this long means they must have a few tricks up their sleeves. Jiang Xian, who had been listening, finally speaks up. What does that even matter? Crushing them would be as simple as snapping an ant between our fingers. Just then, a messenger arrives to report. Reporting to the masters, the leader of the Yin-slaying sect, Li Wuxia, requests an audience. Jiang Xian scoffs. Well, talk about perfect timing. Jiang Yunzi gives the order. Let him in. Li Wuxia bows fearfully. My greetings to the great masters. Later that night, at the Slaying Sect headquarters, the elders are in a heated discussion with their leader. An elder stands up with a grim expression. Our spies in Wanluo City have sent word. Last night, someone ambushed the city guards under the cover of darkness, and they claim to be from our Slaying Sect. Li Wuxia, the sect leader, demands an explanation in a fit of rage. Damn it, do we find out who's responsible? Terrified by the sect leader's aura, the elder quickly reports, we found them. It was a rogue faction that sent people to attack. They used our sect's name as a cover. Now Wanluo City is under total lockdown. It won't be long before the hiding spots of our disciples are discovered. The sect leader is so furious he looks ready to tear someone apart. He curses under his breath. Those absolute bastards. To think they'd pull a borrowed blade stunt like this. Where are those assassins now? The elders, too scared to look him in the eye, reply with trembling voices, including the leader of the blood-slaying squad. Every single one of them is dead. The sect leader is taken aback. They actually managed to kill a king realm master from bloodslaying? Unless Gu Xian himself stepped in. An elder stands up to clarify. No, it wasn't him. They all died at the hands of the demon sect. Furthermore, they had previously sent several king realm experts to assassinate a brat named Lang Gu. Without exception, those assassins were also taken out by the demon sect. This news hits like a bolt from the blue, leaving an elder pale and ghost-like. You're saying that idiot son of yours used our name to go and provoke the demon sect. Seeing the sect leader on the verge of an explosion, an elder tries to calm him down. Sect leader, please, calm yourself. Those people are already dead anyway. Even with the demon sect's power, surely they wouldn't. Before he can finish, the sect leader snaps and screams at the top of his lungs. Calm. Are you kidding me? The demon sect isn't what it used to be. The current demon sect can rival the martial god palace itself. Those brainless king realm idiots getting turned into dust wasn't enough of a warning for you. The elders immediately drop to their knees in terror. Please, sect leader, contain your anger. After cooling down, the sect leader barks out an order. Prepare gifts. In 3 days, we go to the demon sect to offer a formal apology. Meanwhile, at the ancient heavenly demon peak, the talk of the demon sovereign's return continues. Jiang Yunzi says with polite coldness, I thought sect leader Li was busy recuperating lately. What brings you to my demon sect? Li Wuxia smirks inwardly. What am I doing here? You're really going to make me say it out loud? Is he reminding himself? He spoke with great caution. Previously, some disciples of my sect in Wanluo City were quite disrespectful toward yours. This time, I have come primarily to seek forgiveness. I beg the sect masters to show mercy. Please, deal with us leniently and let this matter go. The demon sect elders couldn't understand what was happening. They all wore looks of utter confusion. Hua Chong questioned him angrily. A demon sect disciple in Wanluo City? What was the name of this disciple you mentioned? What do they look like? If someone dared to impersonate a member of our demon sect, to stir up trouble in our name, Li Sha recounted the details fearfully. According to the reports from my people, that person wore a black robe. Their face was hidden behind a bronze mask, with long, jet-black hair, in a style that made it hard to tell if they were male or female. Hearing this, the room erupted into hushed whispers. A black robe, a bronze mask. Could it really be? Yun Zi flashed a confident smile. It really is him. Looks like I'll have to go this time after all. Meanwhile, Ling Su was sitting in a tea house, sneezing like crazy. He poked his head out the door, feeling puzzled. Is someone talking about me? As he was thinking, someone reached out from behind and tapped him lightly on the head. It turned out to be senior sister by Ling. She asked him gently, It's so late. Why are you sitting here all alone, spacing out? You aren't secretly reminiscing about something embarrassing, are you? Her words made Ling Su think of the female, ghost blushing face. He froze for a moment. Blushing, he quickly waved his hands in denial. Begone, wicked thoughts. Evil thoughts disperse. It's not like that. I wasn't. In his panic, Ling Su accidentally brushed against Bai Ling's chest. Terrified, he squeezed his eyes shut and started apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, senior sister. Thinking Ling Su was teasing her, Bai Ling turned away in a huff. You jerk. And here I want to tell you, Yu Qing and Nye have already reached the pulse cleansing realm. I can't help you with your cultivation. Fine, Go practice by yourself. Ling Su tried in vain to stop her. I really didn't mean it, senior sister. An old man nearby witnessed the scene and commented, Young man, you need to focus on your cultivation, you know. The next day, Ling Su wandered the streets gloomily, sighing to himself. Why was she so angry? Ling Su thought about it and then shifted the blame to himself. But then again, it's my fault too. Why did I suddenly think of her? Is it because I've been using too many demonic arts lately? While lost in thought, a shadow suddenly streaked past. It was Yin Su, Wang Xian's disciple. She pinned him against the wall with a serious expression. Startled by the strange woman's sudden move, Ling Su hugged himself protectively. With wide, teary eyes, he recoiled. Who are you? Why are you accosting a man in broad daylight? The woman with the curvaceous figure and a blue flower in her hair leaned in close as if to confirm his identity once more. She pulled a piece of paper from nowhere. She finally answered Ling Su's question. She was the person sent by the city lord to find him. Before she could finish, she was left speechless by the sketch of Ling Su on the paper. Curious, he leaned in to see the paper and asked if she was sent by that old man Wang. As soon as he caught a glimpse of the drawing, Ling Su exploded in anger. This is supposed to be me? Even if the heavens themselves say so, I will never admit this is me. He crumpled the paper into a ball. Seeing this, she cleared her throat and got down to business. The city lord had ordered her to bring Ling Su to their meeting place. The moment she finished, Ling Su immediately played the part of a refined gentleman and pouted. So sudden? I haven't even had breakfast yet. She was stunned by his dramatic reaction. She marveled at how soft and adorable men were these days. Is he really a man? Before she could finish her thought, she was startled by Ling Su's voice, politely asking her to lead the way. She stammered a response. Not long after, the two arrived at the governor's mansion. The city lord was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. She respectfully reported that Ling Su had arrived. After receiving her orders, she withdrew. The city lord greeted Ling Su warmly. He led him into the mansion and even thoughtfully invited him to sit. Seeing this, Ling Su didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down with an air of casual elegance. Crossing his legs, he looked completely at ease. Knowing the city lord had a reason for calling him, he suggested getting straight to the point. The city lord didn't waste any time and asked directly, What was your motive for the assassination and the attack on the city guards in the North District last night? Just as Ling Su predicted, the city lord would ask about that nonsense. Although he knew the mastermind behind the scenes was the organization Yuan, he didn't intend to say it directly, but only pointed the way for the city lord to find the mastermind himself. Thinking his doing, Ling Su analyzed for the city lord. The Yinsha sect has always operated in the shadows. Coming to Wanluo City is due to the employer's request. There's no reason to openly attack guards and cause a public uproar. The city lord was still vague, not fully understanding the meaning of the words. Seeing this, Ling Su rested his chin on his hand and continued analyzing. The Yinsha sect hasn't shown its face for 10 years, but its reputation hasn't diminished a bit. If anyone can swallow such a delicious bait towards a martial god hall, that can be said to be a great merit. They colluded with the Ghost Clan. There must be someone coordinating from the inside. With this way of acting, the one who struck wasn't the Yinsha sect, but someone who wanted to use this incident to reap the benefits. At this point, the city lord understood. That coordinator is the one who turned traitor. Ling Su snapped his fingers to signal. That's exactly how it is. The city lord saw the problem was resolved, praised Ling Su's talent, and simultaneously, immediately, sent people to investigate the matter clearly. On the other side, Ling Su was stroking his chin, with a mischievous look, thinking in his head. No need to thank me, I just knew the script beforehand. After the matter was resolved, Ling Su didn't stay any longer, bid farewell to the city lord, intending to leave. The city lord originally wanted to keep Ling Su for breakfast, but seeing him in a hurry to leave, he reluctantly agreed. Hearing there was food, Ling Su, who had reached the door, rushed back, excitedly asking the city lord what dish they would eat. After devouring a hearty meal, Ling Su returned to the inn, one hand picking his teeth, one hand patting his belly, truly worthy of the city lord's mansion, strictly gold everywhere. Contrary to him, the young man in the inn rushed over to report that something big had happened. He still leisurely told him to speak slowly. He leaned into his ear and whispered, The demon Sect, one of the giants of the Eastern Divine Continent, is coming here. The toothpick fell from his mouth. Ling Su's calm appearance collapsed. He grabbed the young man. Unable to accept this shocking news, he shouted at him not to joke. The young man took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face and continued. The demon sect sent many disciples towards Wanluo City. The situation is dire. Even if all the elites of Wanluo City are brought out, they can't beat the other side. The young man had prepared an escape route early, but still regretted the inn he had run for half his life. Ling Su's face was pale, loudly asking which demon lord was leading the team. The young man's answer terrified him even more. It's Demon Lord Bian leading the team. Ling Su slumped into the chair in despair. The young man advised him to leave this unlucky place quickly. Ling Su sat on the chair, curling his body up. That crazy woman found her way here. No matter how careful he was, this day still came. Ling Su held his head, regretting mistakenly entering the demon sect, having a relationship with that girl. Following his stream of memories, scenes from many years ago appeared. At that time, he was wearing a black cloak. Wearing a stray cat mask, he wandered into the demon sect. He waved to ask people in the demon sect for directions, but they didn't believe him and got angry at him. Hair reaching down to her ankles, floating in the air, loudly warning. Who is so bold to act recklessly here? Before Ling Su could react, the people who were aggressive with him just now all knelt down and greeted Demon Lord Bian in unison. Only he stood still in one place, his head full of question marks. Jiang Yunzi, the sect master of the Bian demon sect, with long black hair and elf ears. A voluptuous figure with fair white skin, hidden and revealed by black stockings and seductive clothes, surrounded by mysterious purple light. Hands on hips, flying in the air, saying to Ling Su, "Big guts," daring to run wild in the demon sect. He blushed, covering his eyes with both hands while shouting, "I really just passed by. Also, can you come down first? With the outfit you're wearing today, looking from below, I can see everything." Yunzi deftly used her hands to cast her spell, saying, "Regardless of whether you are intentional or unintentional, trespassing into my ancient heavenly demon court." After saying that, thousands of red spider lilies appeared. Ling Su saw this, eyes wide in surprise, face full of admiration. This is a type of energy never seen before, but the color is very beautiful. The demon sect crowd was surprised, mixed with fear, wanting to curse. This guy is about to die, and still has leisure time to study demonic energy? Does our sect master not need face? We should retreat quickly. Once the sect master strikes, people and things within a few miles will suffer. Jiang Yunzi saw that this guy wasn't afraid of dying and smiled with interest. Truly an interesting man. Interesting enough that I can't bear to kill you. Then let me see your ability. Saying that, she cast magic. A huge purple light from the spider lily struck down hard on Ling Su, cracking the ground and spewing demonic energy everywhere. After that strike, some time passed. Jiang Yunzi stood in the air waiting but saw no movement from this guy, so she laughed loudly in mockery. Dead already? Then that's too weak. I originally wanted to capture you and teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Ling Su appeared behind her back. This thing of yours is really interesting. It even comes with its own corrosive properties. Startled by the blast, she was sent flying back. She's still alive, though. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Is that all? Suddenly, 3 dark figures materialized in front of him. Her and Ling Su. The green-haired one was Jiang Quan, one of the 12 sect masters of the demon sect. He glanced at Jiang Wanzi and mocked her. What's with all the noise, Sect Master Jiang? Can't even squash a little ant that wandered through the gates? A man with a face full of wrinkles, Elder Sure, another of the 12 sect masters, spoke up. From where I'm standing, this kid might not be so simple. To walk away from one of Jiang Wanzi's strikes without losing a single hair. Hua Yanchong, also one of the 12 sect masters, gave a contemptuous laugh. Oh please, wouldn't just blowing him away do the trick? Ling Su raised his hands to the sky and bowed, pleading for mercy. For the love of... Look, please don't kill me. Is it a crime to ask for directions? Why so hostile? I'll just leave, okay? Ignoring him, she used a binding cord to snag the guy and shouted, Kid, you think the demon sect is some abandoned house you can just waltz in and out of whenever you please? Tied up and indignant, he shouted back. You people are crossing the line. I just took a wrong turn. You won't even the lost traveler go back the way he came. Elder Sure rushed forward with a sneer. Crossing the line? It's about to get a whole lot worse. Jiang Quan mocked him. Just because you blocked Jiang Wanzi, you think you're hot stuff? In the end, didn't you still fall into Eldershire's hands? Before he could finish, a massive force slammed into him. He coughed up a spray of blood and was sent crashing into the cliffside with a thunderous boom. As the smoke and light dissipated, everyone watched in shock as a figure emerged from the crater in the wall. Ling Su shouted as he tore the binding cords off. Enough with the ropes. You're the ones forcing my hand. Seeing this, Hua Yinchang grew wary. She began channeling a crimson aura and said, to be able to toss Eldershire aside like that, it seems he does have some skill. I'm suddenly very interested in fighting him. Allow me to play along and save our comrade. Ling Su wasn't about to sit still. With just a glance, a surge of purple energy erupted, colliding head-on with Hua Yinchang's red aura. The impact caused a massive explosion. The shockwave hammered into the cliff, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Her face went pale with fear as she stammered. This isn't good. Just who is he? How can he be this powerful? He's at least at the martial saint level. Intrigued, Jiang Wanzi began performing a hand seal and remarked, You really are interesting. I'm curious why I've never run into someone like you before. Since that's the case. As she spoke, she raised her hand, causing crimson spider lilies to bloom everywhere. A colossal, radiant purple sword projection manifested behind her. Ling Su stared at the scene in awe, unable to stop himself from wondering, how did things escalate to this? This woman is absolutely insane. While he was marveling, the people around them were trembling in terror. Afraid they were about to meet their ancestors early, they screamed. Good God, Jiang Wanzi, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to level the entire heavenly demon peak? Everyone, listen to me. If you don't want to meet your end today, join forces and activate the protective barrier now. Otherwise, we won't even have a corpse left to bury. Ling Su was speechless, thinking, she really doesn't care about her own people, does she? If you want to kill me, fine, but do you have to take out your own allies too? You're literally destroying your own home. Even I can't completely block this. I don't fully understand it yet, and I can't guarantee it'll work, but I have to risk it. With that thought, he raised his hand and unleashed a technique to intercept the sword chi. A black void appeared, the void control. It grew larger and larger, swallowing the sword chi in massive gulps. It devoured every last bit of the energy, leaving only him standing in a sudden, eerie silence. The storm had passed. The three demon masters, who had been desperately channeling their defense, looked on in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. It had just vanished? That rift just now. It sucked in all of Jiang Wanzi's attack. Is that it? Ling Su looked at his hands and let out a sigh with a small smile. Thank goodness that worked. It seems void control really can displace energy. The technique still has some major flaws, but that was a decent result for a first try. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a massive swirl of black energy appeared over the head of a certain sect. So what was that flaw? Well, a portion of that previous attack was now emerging from the void, heading straight for a poor, innocent sect that was about to get caught in the crossfire. Void control relies on the laws of space to manipulate the void and relocate attacks. A massive explosion erupted as Jiang Wanzi's sword chi slammed into the unlucky sect. Since the technique was still in its early stages, where the energy ended up was purely a matter of luck. Ling Su brushed off his hands and smiled, ignoring the pillar of smoke rising in the distance. He looked at the others and said, All right, I'm done. Anyone else want a piece of me? If not, I'm leaving. Suddenly, he was caught off guard as Jiang Wanzi collapsed unconscious right in front of him. He reflexively caught her, holding her limp body in his arms. He was at a total loss for words. Great. You didn't even hurt the enemy, but you took yourself out completely. Was it really necessary to go that hard? What a total nutcase. Ling Su tossed her toward the crowd from the demon sect and said, This crazy woman, this lady, is all yours. I better get out of here before she wakes up. Next time, try to have some manners. I was just passing through and you guys started picking on me. At that moment, Jiang Quan's eyes lit up like spotlights. Looking at Ling Su with pure admiration, he thought, until now, the demon sect has relied on the 12 sect masters to stay afloat. We haven't had a single true ruler. But this man, several sect masters couldn't even put up a fight against him. He and Eldershire looked at each other and grinned. Their eyes sparkled in mutual understanding. They both nodded in agreement. They set Jiang Wanzi aside. Then they prostrated themselves before Ling Su and shouted at the top of their lungs. Eternal and undying, the sovereign of all demons, the supreme heavenly demon. The entire demon sect greets the demon lord. Ling Su froze. A million question marks popped up in his head as he stood there, completely baffled by what was happening. Wait, what did you just say? Me? He slammed his hand onto a table in utter frustration. Ling Su slumped over the table, exhausted, and groaned to himself about his miserable luck. From that day on, he was trapped in a bottomless pit, the title of Demon Lord, forced to reign over the ancient demon peak. It wasn't easy to sneak out, but that crazy woman Jiang Wanzi is searching everywhere to drag me back. As soon as Xianu saw him at the door, she ran over and patted his shoulder. Brother Lang, you're finally back. Yu Qing stood behind her, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance as she questioned him. Where did you go? We've been looking for you all morning. Bai Suling crossed her arms, watching intently for his explanation. He simply said he went out for a casual stroll. She wasn't buying such a flimsy excuse. Her face darkened as she interrogated her junior brother. You didn't go out to play around and seduce some innocent young lady, did you? Yu Qing blushed and added, I saw you sneaking around earlier. You're definitely hiding something. Spit it out. Did you go to the brothel? He was utterly shocked. How was that even possible, my ladies? I don't even know where the front door of the Linhua brothel is, so how could I go there? While they were talking, two restless creeps nearby started whispering and gossiping. Those four sisters are always together. It's a real feast for the eyes. I've been coming here every day just to watch them. Besides, one of them is a woman dressed as a man, and they even treat her like one. What a fresh way to play. Technically, this would be a reverse personality Yuri flower in bloom, wouldn't it? As they spoke, they imagined Ling Hu tied to a bed, clothes disheveled and exposing smooth, fair skin. They blushed and drooled, unaware that danger was closing in. As Ling Hu's voice rang out, the expressions of those two changed instantly. They froze, breaking into a cold sweat before getting punched by the beauty. Bai Suling didn't say much more. Watching his retreating figure, she spoke up. I'll let you off the hook this time, but don't go running off alone again. The city isn't safe right now. I'm going to gather some information. Wait for me at the inn. He waved his hand and headed upstairs. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to my room to sleep. Once inside, he grew anxious. How could he have the heart to wander? That woman Jiang Wanzi is going to catch up soon. I have to prepare. Night fell, and the moon rose high. Inside Ling Hu's room, the innkeeper squinted and handed him a note. Benefactor, this is the intel my contacts sent over through the night. The letter says the demon sect forces are currently 300 miles north of Wanluo City at Bishan Ridge. They'll arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. Holding the letter, his heart was in turmoil. The day after tomorrow, I'll have to face that crazy Jiang Wanzi. If I run, I bet Wanluo City will be leveled to the ground. Seeing Ling Hu's distress, the innkeeper asked, Benefactor, do you really intend to stop the demon sect? This is something the Martial God Hall and Lord Wang should handle. Don't go throwing your life away. Hearing this, he sighed and shook his head. He slowly folded the paper. Ling Hu smiled reassuringly. There's no time, and it's not like I'm going to my death. I have enough strength to protect myself. Tomorrow night, I'm heading to Bishan Ridge to intercept them. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back in one piece. Outside the gates of Wanluo City, a familiar set of footsteps slowly approached. As she tried to enter, two guards blocked her path. What is your business in the city? It turned out to be Jiang Wanzi. She had arrived. She flashed a charming, demonic smile. Flower petals drifted around her, making her look incredibly enchanting. I'm here to find someone, she replied. The scene shifted as Jiang Wanzi hugged herself, twisting her body and arching her chest. She tilted her hips and took a deep breath. Haha, that's the scent of the demon lord. It really is you. Unable to contain her excitement, she blushed and licked her lips with a twisted, predatory look. Then she snapped her fingers. A massive black-feathered bird descended from the sky and transformed into a human. A man with a large scar partially hidden by dark hair appeared. Dressed in matching tones with glowing red eyes, he bowed respectfully. Mingya, Hall Master of the Een Raven Hall, greets the Sect leader of the Equinox Demon Sect. Jiang Wanzi judged him coldly. Stop putting on an act in front of me. Next time, be more direct. He stuttered in response. This subordinate understands. She toyed with her hair and gave her command. Go to Bishan Ridge immediately. Lead the troops and march through the night. You must reach Wanluo City before noon tomorrow. Then, her eyes turned sharp and stern. Also, if you find any trace of the Demon Lord, report to me instantly. Night in the city was quiet. While the lights in houses remained on, the bustling atmosphere was gone, with only a few people left on the streets. Ling Hu looked down at the street and sighed heavily, thinking to himself, it seems because the guard were attacked 2 days ago, the city is under a strict lockdown. If I just walk out like this, they'll definitely treat me as an enemy. He put on a mask, pondering as he reached out his hand. Looks like I'll have to use a little trickery. With that, he stepped into a spatial dimension to make his exit. Out in the Bishan Ridge area, a large bird was diving toward a rocky gorge. It was Mingya, the Ravenhall master. He transformed and gathered with his waiting subordinates. Seeing him arrive, they immediately stood and bowed. Greetings, Hall Master. Mingya nodded. That's enough. The Sect leader arrived at Wanluo City ahead of us this morning. We must rendezvous with her before noon tomorrow. Understood. Just as they answered, they heard a noise. Alert, they drew their blades and shouted, Who's there? Through the thick, swirling mist, a blurry figure appeared in the distance, accompanied by a resonating voice. Aims of the Demon Sect. I wonder where you are headed. Perhaps this poor monk can offer some assistance. The strange sound made their heads throb with dizziness. What is this? The sound was vibrating directly inside their skulls. My head, it feels like it's going to split open. Mingya barked angrily. Who's playing tricks here? Show yourself. You've got a death wish blocking the path of the Demon Sect. The mist cleared to reveal a demonic monk in blood-red robes, the Blood Buddha, one of the 6 ancient Buddhas of the evil Buddhist cult. He spoke. Donor Mingya, it's only been a few days. Surely you haven't forgotten this monk already. Mingya hissed, the Blood Buddha, one of the 6 ancient Buddhas. How could I forget that name? Our Demon Sect has never had dealings with your Buddhist cult. Why are you blocking our path now? The demonic monk gave a haunting smile. Indeed, we have no prior grievances. But if you all die here, who would ever know it was the work of our evil Buddhist cult? Ming exploded in rage, his golden energy surging violently. You damn baldy, you're looking for a grave. He lunged at the monk with murderous intent, aiming a sneak attack from behind. Umitba, the prayer beads in the monk's hand, began to glow with a deep red aura, summoning a massive Buddha statue. Constructed from powerful demonic energy, the massive form shielded him. The impact sent Mingya flying, severely damaging his internal energy. His subordinates rushed to catch him. As they looked up, the monk unleashed his next move. A massive, glowing red palm slammed down on the Demon Sect group. The ground shattered into fragments, and thick smoke filled the air. Thinking he had finished Mingya, the monk turned to leave, chanting, Umitba. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching the monk's attention. So, this is your way of saving all sentient beings? How peculiar. Isn't your Buddha supposed to be all-merciful? Brother Lang said, casually dusting off his hands. Blood Monk asked who he was. Ling Su pointed a finger at him. Who am I? I'll let them tell you. Following his finger, the monk was shocked to see the members of the Dark Crow sect, still very much alive, glaring at him with pure rage. You damn monk. You blocked our path for no reason and tried to slaughter us just to bury your crimes. You have the audacity to do it, but not the spine to admit it? Shameless. Blood Monk spoke up. To be able to save people from my hands, it seems you have already achieved sanctification of the body. I wonder, which sect master of the Demon Sect might you be? Now that the Dark Crow members had someone backing them, they were feeling incredibly smug. Sect master? Huh. Baldy, your luck has officially run out today. This man is far more prestigious than any sect master. With that, he wagged his tail excitedly and turned toward Ling Su. The disciples of the Demon Sect pay their respects to the Demon Sovereign. The entire group knelt in unison at his feet. The monk's face went pale with terror. What? The Demon Sovereign? Rumor had it he unified the 12 demon sects through sheer force. But does he really exist? And he's actually here. Ling Su sighed, waving off the gazes of pure adoration and worship coming from the Demon Sect members. Hey now, don't look at me like that. I'm just passing through. Blood Monk thought to himself, so that's it. The demon sect's sudden, blatant entry into the borders was all to find their sovereign and bring him back. Taking advantage of the crowd surrounding Ling Su, he immediately used his light body technique to flee. Seeing this, the Dark Crow leader alerted him. "Sovereign, that bald monk is treacherous. If you hadn't intervened, we'd all be dead by now. Letting him go will only lead to trouble later. Please, give the order to pursue." Ling Su already had everything under control. He gave a calm, steady smile. "I don't need you to remind me. I have no intention of letting him escape, and there's no need for you to follow. I'm just letting him have a head start. What's the harm?" He felt like Buddha holding Sun Wukong in the palm of his hand. No matter how far the monk ran, he couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Blood Monk was running for his life, pushing himself to the limit. When he saw no one was following, he started to get cocky. So what if he's the demon sovereign? He still can't catch me. I guess the rumors are just exaggerations after all. But reality was about to hit him hard. Suddenly, he couldn't move a muscle. Looking down at his feet, he saw he was enveloped in a swirl of purple energy. It held him firmly in place. Ling Su appeared right in front of him, leaning in close with a smirk. "Why'd you stop running, old baldy? So, tell me, are the rumors about me true or false?" The Dark Crow leader stood behind them. His voice was dripping with satisfaction. He mocked Blood Monk, asking why he wasn't answering Ling Su's question. Seeing no way out, Blood Monk decided to go for broke. He prepared to risk it all in a final showdown against Ling Su. Even the Dark Crow leader thought the man had gone insane. "You got a death wish, don't you?" Blood Monk pressed his palms together, activating a forbidden spell. Suddenly, his power surged exponentially. The withered old man was instantly transformed into a muscular, powerful youth. Ling Su immediately sensed a massive spike in the monk's energy. At this rate, he might actually be touching the level of a martial god. Blood Monk roared, slamming a violent punch into the ground. "Sovereign or not, you're going down." He lunged forward with ferocious intensity. He was supremely confident that against this move, even a demon sovereign would be nothing but a bug to be crushed. Of course, to Ling Su, this display was nothing more than an amateur trying to show off to a master. What is this? A thunder fist? He effortlessly dodged the attack in a split second. Ling Su didn't miss the chance to throw some shade. "You're really delusional if you thought that would work." He casually delivered a kick to Blood Monk's side. The force sent the monk flying dozens of meters through the air. The monk took the full brunt of the strike. He slammed into a stone wall, the impact shattering the rock into pieces. Despite the damage, the monk managed to pull himself up. Ling Su clapped his hands in mock praise. Still alive after a kick like that? Not bad. Though he survived, Blood Monk had to crawl back to Ling Su with great difficulty. He finally surrendered. Ling Su wasn't the type to kill those who were already beaten. As long as the monk answered a few questions honestly, he would, of course, grant him a chance to live. But the monk didn't know what was good for him. He thick-headedly spat back that Ling Su was dreaming. Ling Su didn't waste any more words. He cast a truth-seeking spell on Blood Monk, forcing the truth out of him. Ling Su looked him in the eye. "Who sent you to stop the demon sect?" Under the spell's influence, Blood Monk's resolve crumbled. Unable to control his own mouth, he confessed that the Abyss Lord had bribed him with a soul underworld fruit. A wicked fruit that grants a massive boost to a martial artist's cultivation. His mission was to prevent the demon sect from entering Wanluo City. Ling Su asked if that sudden burst of power from before was thanks to the fruit. Blood Monk shook his head vigorously. Actually, that power came from a secret technique taught to him by a man from the West. He didn't even know the man's identity or his true goal. Ling Su couldn't help but feel that something was off. This might be connected to that Westerner calling himself the god of the Jun family I fought earlier. Still unable to stop talking, the monk blurted out that he had originally only come to scout. But when he saw the group didn't have their saintess or sect master leading them, he decided to be cruel. Who would have guessed a demon sovereign would suddenly drop out of thin air? Ling Su had heard enough. He shut the man's mouth for good. He turned to the Dark Crow leader to verify the monk's story. The leader bowed respectfully, explaining that the sect master of the other shore had sent him to rendezvous with the main force. However, she already entered Wanluo City early this morning. The news hit Ling Su like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe she had already made it into the city. Meanwhile, at a brightly lit inn within the capital, The eyes of every passerby were fixed on a single spot. They wondered which great beauty had graced them with her presence. Of course, this person was none other than Jiang Wanzi. The goddess aura was real, no matter where she went. Every eye in the room was glued to her. Wanzi walked up to the innkeeper and asked if a man named Ling Su was staying there. The innkeeper's face turned beet red with embarrassment. He couldn't even get his words out, stuttering uncontrollably. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance. It was by Soling, demanding to know why Wanzi was looking for her junior brother. Yu Qing and Yunya were right there with her. Wanzi turned around, her tone cool and indifferent. She simply stated she had business with Ling Su and questions to ask. The innkeeper, meanwhile, had already snatched up a slice of watermelon, ready to watch the drama unfold. Soling frowned slightly. Truth be told, she had no idea where Ling Su had flown off to. But more importantly, she still didn't know who this Wanzi woman was. Wanzi suddenly acted all shy and bashful. She claimed that she and Ling Su were childhood sweethearts, and that she was here today, naturally, to take her Ling Su home. The moment the words left Wanzi's mouth, Yunya barked back, calling her a liar. Ling Su had never once mentioned a Wanzi to her. Yu Qing jumped in as well, accusing Wanzi of talking absolute nonsense. Despite her sharp tongue, Yu Qing knew deep down that there was definitely something going on between Ling Su and this woman. The other patrons in the inn were loving the spectacle. Some even ordered more wine and snacks to enjoy the show. Wanzi's expression darkened. She glared at Soling's group, demanding they tell her where her brother Ling was hiding. Soling remained cold. If she didn't know, she didn't know. Losing her patience, Wanzi drew her weapon directly. If she didn't find Ling Su today, then nobody was leaving this inn alive. At Bitch Xian Ridge, 300 miles from the city, Ling Su sat on a rocky outcrop. He still couldn't believe Wanzi had shown up at a time like this. He wondered if she had tracked down the inn yet. Still, he optimistically hoped that Soling and Wanzi wouldn't actually kill each other. Just then, Blood to finally regain consciousness. The moment he woke, he swore he'd rather die than submit to the demon sect. Since Blood don't want to be difficult, Ling Su decided to twist the knife. He bluntly pointed out that the man's dantian was destroyed, and his meridians were shattered. Even a novice martial artist could send him to his grave right now. But as far as Ling Su was concerned, Blood wasn't allowed to die yet. He even offered to help the man regain his strength. Of course, it came with a very tempting condition. Blood had to betray the evil Buddha cult, become a protector of the demon sect, and dedicate his life to their cause. Covered in wounds, Blood bowed his head helplessly before Ling Su. If you truly can restore my power, I am willing to give my all for the demon lord. Satisfied, Ling Su nodded. Very well. Ling Su placed his hand on the bald man's head and channeled a surge of golden energy into him. A moment later, every injury vanished, and his power returned as if nothing had happened, leaving the bald man in utter shock. Ling Su looked at him with a stern warning. Don't get any bright ideas. I've placed a restriction inside your body. As long as you stay in line and do your job, your life will be much more comfortable than it ever was with those Buddha fanatics. The bald man obeyed instantly. Understood, Demon Lord. Mia, anxious and confused by Ling Su's decision, asked, My lord, why let such a treacherous snake become our protector? He waved a hand dismissively. He knows a lot about the rival sects, and his strength is nothing to scoff at. I'd be a fool not to use him. Just treat him like a tool and order him around as you see fit. He then turned his attention back to Mia and the others. What are you all doing out here anyway? Mia bowed deeply in respect. We heard news of your whereabouts and came to receive you. We've begged the demon lord to return with us to the sect. He sighed. I figure as much. But when the time is right, I'll return on my own. Go back to where you came from. That's an order. Don't ask again. Mia sadly obeyed. Ling Su was relieved to have sent the demon sect crowd away, but now he had to figure out how to deal with that crazy woman. Ling Su bolted back to Wanluo City. Panting for breath, he rejoiced that the city was still standing and hadn't been leveled by Jiang Wanzi yet. The moment he peeked into the inn to check the situation, a chair nearly smashed into his face. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged it, shouting, Holy Mother of! Ling Su looked up to see Bai Soling clutching her sword, gasping for air from the fight. He immediately rushed to support his sister. Yu Qing and Tan Yunyel lit up when they saw him. Ling Su, you're finally back. Jiang Wanzi tilted her head, stroking her blade with a puzzled look. Wait, so you're Ling Su? Seeing her, Ling Su played dumb, pretending not to recognize her. He stood protectively in front of the others, signaling them to move back. Wanzi silently mouthed a message to her brother Ling. Guess who I am? With a flick of magic, she conjured a golden barrier, sealing him off from the others. Crap, this is bad, he thought. In the blink of an eye, before Ling Su could even track her movement, Jiang Wanzi was right in his face, teasing him playfully. Ha! You grew up to be quite the handsome one, didn't you? Why don't you come with me for a bit? With that, she snatched Ling Su and flew out of the inn at high speed, leaving a helpless Yuqing and the others behind. The barrier she left behind slowly began to fade as she disappeared into the distance. Yunya watched them go and burst into tears, ignoring Yuqing's attempts to comfort her. Wah! Ling Su, brother Ling, was kidnapped. By Soling tried to calm her down, saying, I'm going to rescue my junior brother and bring him back. Seeing this, Yuqing also asked to follow along. Senior sister, let me go with you. Nini, be a good girl and stop crying. Stay here and wait for us. Don't wander off, okay? Dozens of miles outside the city, Jiang Wanzi threw Ling Su onto the ground with a heavy thud, making him yelp, Ow, my butt. After regaining his composure, he thought to himself, what if Jiang Wanzi asks if I'm the same Ling Su she met before? Besides, she hasn't seen my face yet. This is perfect. It's time to show her my world-class acting skills. With his plans set, he turned on his inner Oscar-winning performance and shouted with feigned indignation. Woman, who the hell are you? What are you kidnapping me for? Jiang Wanzi reached out and leaned in close to where Ling Su was sitting. She toyed with his face, her cheeks flushed and her eyes filled with longing as she spoke. Tell me, after all, we used to be so intimate and inseparable. Now that we've met again, I should find a secluded place so we can properly caress and comfort one another. Shouldn't I, demon venerable? Ling Su's eyes widened in shock as he thought. Did she realize? No, I have to stick to the denial. If I don't admit it, there's nothing she can do. He shouted back. I told you, you've got the wrong person. What is wrong with you? I don't even know who you are. Let me go back right now. Seeing this, Jiang Wanzi withdrew her hand and spoke with a look of doubt. Oh, really? I heard from Zihan that you were strong enough to single-handedly wipe out the ghost clan of Mashua Valley. If you were just some lowly martial artist who had only just begun cultivation, how could you possibly be a match for them? Ling Su stood up and brushed himself off, refusing to admit the truth. What does that have to do with you? Can a guy just be born with extraordinary talent? Seeing that the soft approach wasn't working, Jiang Wanzi grabbed her sword and channeled her spiritual energy into it. Huh, you keep saying you aren't the demon venerable, right? Well, let's find out. She excitedly swung her sword with all her might, sending a wave of purple energy toward Ling Su. He dodged it, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought. After all these years, this crazy woman hasn't changed a bit. She actually goes all out just to slash someone. I can't hide my skills like this. He dodged from side to side, reluctant to strike back and risk exposing his identity. Jiang Wanzi saw this and realized he was holding back, so she intensified her attacks. Having no other choice, he finally moved, stopping her blade with a single finger. Jiang Wanzi watched him with a twisted, delighted expression as he blocked her strike. Ling Su flicked his hand, shoving her sword away from him. Jiang Wanzi was sent flying backward, forced to stab her sword into the ground to halt the momentum before she was blown away completely. She lifted her head and flashed a triumphant, satisfied smile. Ha ha, stop pretending, have we finally decided to show your hand? In that case, I'll take this chance to show the demon venerable just how much your subordinate has improved. With those words, she unleashed her full demonic energy. Her hair lashed out like black vipers and her eyes turned blood red, looking ready to tear her opponent to pieces. A powerful surge of demonic energy exploded outward. Phantom serpents manifested and lunged toward Ling Su. Even he was taken aback, staring in shock. He didn't think this crazy woman would go this far. With a face full of murderous intent, Jiang Wanzi pointed her finger at Ling Su. She formed a small circle of energy, her lips moving as if whispering a spell. Suddenly, bright red lycoris flowers appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Ling Su in increasing numbers. The flowers swirled around him in the air, spinning faster and faster. Not stopping there, Jiang Wanzi poured out even more demonic energy toward Ling Su. Seeing that he wasn't fighting back, she seemed to have achieved her goal. She licked her lips seductively, her breath hitching. Tui, Tui. She heard him shouting behind her and spun around to look. Standing inside a protective barrier, he spat and grumbled. What kind of crap is this? It's all flying into my mouth. Jiang Wanzi let out a triumphant laugh. She walked toward Ling Su as he dispelled his barrier. Huh, this is a new technique I've been researching. Well, are you satisfied, my lord? He tiredly wiped the sweat from his brow. Closing his eyes, he gave his judgment. It can actually penetrate my defenses. If it were anyone else, their internal organs would have been scorched to ash by now. You're a woman, yet you're so violent. Careful, or you'll never find a husband. While he was talking, Ling Su suddenly felt something soft. He looked down, his face turning bright red as he realized Jiang Wanzi had pressed her entire body and her ample chest tightly against him. If I can't get married, then I won't. Having the demon venerable is enough for me, isn't it? As she spoke, her wandering hand began to stroke its way down his torso. Ling Su panicked and yelled, Jiang Wanzi, what do you think you're doing? Get away from me. Are you taking advantage of the situation just to feel me up? He immediately turned pale with fright, thinking to himself, damn it, why did I say that? I'll let it slip. I'm screwed. Jiang Wanzi grew even more excited. Her eyes gazed at him with intoxicating longing. Her cheeks flushed as she pressed herself even closer. Oh, demon venerable, it really is you. Ling Su pushed her away, his face crimson as he tried to cover it with a cough. Cough, cough. No, you've got it all wrong. I heard you a long time ago. Before he could finish, Jiang Wanzi leaned in again, breathing softly into his ear while rubbing her long legs against his thigh. What's wrong, my lord? It's only been a few years since we parted. Do you really not want to get close and intimate with your subordinate again? Ling Su was flustered, his face as red as a tomato as he shouted. You're making it sound like we actually have a thing. He thought to himself, this crazy woman is playing the seductress again. She wasn't like this before. Since when did she get so good at this? Unable to take it anymore, he used a burst of energy to push her back, causing her to fall to the ground. Even as she fell, Jiang Wanzi didn't miss the chance to pose provocatively, looking at him with a hurt expression. My lord, you're exactly the same as you were back then. You have no sense of romance at all. Ling Su broke into a sweat, completely speechless. That was dangerous. I almost lost my self-control. He composed himself, his expression turning stern as he asked, how did you know I was in Wanluo City? She sat up straight and bowed her head in response. A few days ago, members of the assassin sect came to beg for forgiveness, saying they had offended a disciple of the demon sect. Based on a description of the appearance and traits, it sounded exactly like you. That is why I came here, to see if it was true. Hearing this, Ling Su couldn't help but get angry, cracking his knuckles as he lamented. It's those bastards again. They leaked my whereabouts and turned everything into a total circus. Jiang Wanzi's face filled with killing intent as her demonic energy flared, causing Lycora's flowers to bloom. She spoke pensively. The assassin sect is currently within our sphere of influence. Just give the word, and we can slaughter them all whenever you like. Ling Su smiled and said, no need. But the fact that they came to apologize on their own, it seems Yuan likely sold them out. They probably came to beg for mercy because they're terrified of offending the demon sect. The relationship between the assassin sect and the ghost clan is supposedly quite close. This is getting interesting. Jiang Wanzi pondered the ghost clan. Ling Su suddenly sensed something and warned her. This isn't good. Someone is coming. They both looked toward the approaching, unfamiliar aura. Ling Su thought, judging by this aura, it looks like Wang Guxuan and that old man from the Maka Pavilion are heading this way together. Jiang Yunzi has been entangled like this for a while. She can't escape in a short time. She could only think. Then he ordered her. Let's go, I don't want to get involved with the people of Wanluo City. Saying that, both disappeared. Far away, the shadow of a group of people was gradually approaching. A hand placed down to examine the traces left on the ground. Wang Guxian touched it and said to Suling and Yueqing, probably this is the place. The demonic energy remaining on the shattered ground is so intense. I'm afraid even I would have difficulty withstanding this move. Hearing this, both began to turn pale, unable to help but feel afraid. Jay Jr. brother. Yueqing comforted. Senior sister, stay calm. nothing will happen. Gu Xian stood up, turned around, and asked, Miss Bai, do you know the purpose? Why, that purple-clothed woman was looking for little brother Ling. She shook her head and replied, I don't know. That woman suddenly came to our door, didn't say 2 words, and immediately took junior brother away. Moreover, her cultivation is extremely high. Gu Xian saw this and continued, Don't worry, you two. There are no bloodstains here. I think it's not as simple as killing to silence. They just stopped here temporarily. I just don't know why such a domineering martial skill was unleashed. Maybe just to threaten. Maybe the demon sect people are interested in little brother Ling's aptitude and want to accept him as a disciple. The innkeeper also chimed in, then turned back to look at Wang Gu Xian. That's right, that's right. Now, even if the city lord and I join forces, we can't keep this person. City Lord Wang, would you mind sending a message to the Martial God Hall to invite the Martial God to show up? After all, Wanluo City is now involved with many evil forces. The situation is extremely serious. I implore sending a saint-level divine lord here to assist. Only then can the common people of Wanluo City live in peace. What do you think? Gu Xian frowned and pondered upon hearing this. Martial God Hall. All right, that's the only way. At this time, Jiang Yunzi and Ling Su had arrived at Long City. He turned back to look into the distance. It seems they didn't catch up. Which is right. Who would dare chase after that woman? Isn't that digging their own grave? While Ling Su was distracted, she leaned in and called out Demon Lord, startling him into shouting, Don't suddenly jump out like that. Jiang Yunzi acted coy, blushing, putting her hand on her chest, and said, Where the Demon Lord goes, the subordinate follows. But the Demon Lord just mentioned the Ghost Clan, reminding me of something. He turned his head curiously and said, Oh, you know something? Tell me. Jiang Yunzi recounted. Some time ago, the Ghost Clan ran to the territory of our demon sect. This is something unprecedented, although in the end, they were all sent to meet their ancestors by us. But thinking back on this matter now, it's a bit strange. Ling Su is a bit suspicious. Running to the demon sect's territory? This Ghost Clan seems to be playing a very big game of chess. She immediately asked, Your Honor, do you need us to investigate? Ling Su rubbed his forehead with a headache and agreed. Fine. With your strength, probing for some news about the Ghost Clan probably isn't too difficult. I can also save some effort. Jiang Yunzi quickly pleaded with him. Then return with me now. The entire demon sect is waiting for you to return to preside over the big picture. A house cannot be without a master. Ling Su immediately raised his hand to refuse. I'm not going back. I don't like staying in one place for too long. I like flying and running around outside. Moreover, without me all these years, the demon sect is still a giant. I see you guys aren't that dependent on me. After speaking, he thought to himself, I said so much. Surely you understand, right? Please let me go, please. Jiang Yunzi didn't give up and whined. But it's also thanks to you improving the techniques for our sect that the demon sect has the strength to dominate a large area as a whole. Thanks to that, the demon sect has today's achievements. The Demon Lord is forever the only commander of the demon sect. He didn't listen, stuffed his fingers in his ears, and turned away, treating it like a turtle chanting scriptures. Suddenly a scream rang out. Monsters are coming! Monsters are coming! Everyone run! Monsters are coming! Run back to the city, causing both to turn around, confused. Then he grabbed a running person and asked, This brother, you said monsters are coming to attack? I see there are spirit-profound, realm martial artists among you. With such strength, what kind of monster is it? Why do you need to run? The young man trembled as he struggled to remove Ling Su's hand. Oh, mother, if it were just normal monsters, we wouldn't need to run for our lives like this. But that is the Beast Emperor. Recently, this Beast Emperor runs to Yiling City to attack every once in a while. Fortunately, there is a city protection formation to barely resist. You two ladies, hurry into the city too. Otherwise, in a moment when the city gate closes, you will become food in the monster's belly. Hearing this, Ling Su and Jiang Yunzi were fuming with anger upon hearing him call them that, thinking this guy wants to find a grave, daring to say things he shouldn't. From somewhere in the sky came a voice. Humans. This emperor descends. Why not kneel quickly? Saying that, large rocks fell from somewhere, raining down, even flying towards where the three were standing, making this guy scream. It's over. Ling Su was silent, his face calm, saying nothing. The ring on his hand transformed into a sword full of spiritual energy placed in his hand. Ling Su, without a word, held the sword and cut the rock in half, making it fall like ripe jackfruit to both sides. He saw this scene, looking at the rock, trembling, speechless. Holy crap, are beautiful young girls all so fierce nowadays? Using a butcher's knife on a giant rock. Boom, 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 boom. A sound came from afar. Jiang Yunzi immediately reported, Demon Lord, that beast is coming over. A voice came from inside the city. Hey, you three, why haven't you come over yet? It's about to be completely sealed. Hurry over here. This voice belonged to Ling Shuang, the daughter of the Yaling City Lord. Standing next to her was the Yaling City Lord, thinking worriedly. Although the strength of that purple-clothed woman is extraordinary, under the beast tide, I'm afraid it will be difficult to preserve their lives. Why did they come to Yaling City at this time? Two beauties with national beauty like that, truly too unfortunate. While the old man worried, Ling Su was cheerful. Encountering a monster siege, really like an activity in a game. A monster looking like a big cat appeared with four golden eyes and sharp fangs. It was the Beast Emperor looking down at Ling Su's group, asking in surprise, Humans? Huh, two ordinary ant existences dare to block in front of this emperor? The young man saw the Beast Emperor and trembled, crying loudly, unable to speak. It's over. Done for. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die yet. Boo-hoo. The crying package flew onto the city wall under everyone's bewilderment, making Ling Shuang ask immediately. Father, did you set up a fake city protection formation today? Making the city lord panic as he watched this guy fall with a thud. Then, thinking, this city protection formation was researched by seniors with all their heart to protect Yiling City from monster attacks countless times. Why is it being penetrated like this now? Even able to send people over? Who exactly are these two sacred beings? Ling Su looked up, hand preparing to draw the sword, smiling sarcastically. Beast Emperor? Huh, isn't it just a big cat that can speak human language? It roared angrily. Mere ants dare to be arrogant in front of this emperor. Ling Su smelled the stench from its mouth and stepped back uncomfortably, saying, Your mouth is too smelly. Did you grow up eating trash cans? It screamed angrily, audacious, daring to insult this emperor. Then raised its hand and smashed down on him with a boom, causing the ground to shake, crack, and shatter. Ling Shuang saw this scene and turned pale. Why is she so stupid? Clearly there was a chance to run into the city just now, but now... The city lord rubbed his head helplessly. This beast's strength has increased again. The city protection grand formation is about to be unable to hold on. I'm afraid today is the day the city falls. After the thick smoke, seeing no movement, it gloated, Humph. Every human who sees me acts very pretentious, but none can touch a single hair of mine. Saying that, it ordered the monsters behind to kill and eat everyone. Before it could be arrogant for long, it saw Jiang Yunzi standing next to it without a scratch, wondering why she was still alive. She looked at it, smiling bullyingly. Indeed, just a brainless beast. Look on your head. Hearing that, it looked up in astonishment. When it saw Ling Su appearing on its head, it panicked and shouted, letting out a cat sound. Meow. He stepped on its head and sighed. I originally liked cats and dogs very much, but you're not cute at all. Might as well make meat. They were astonished, eyes wide and mouths open, after witnessing the scene of that overly enchanting young girl remaining unharmed despite taking a kick from the Beast Emperor. Ling Su gradually placed his feet on the ground. He looked stylish, provoking the opponent because it was his turn to attack. Ling Su tightly gripped the sword hilt, then suddenly swung the sword. That slash split the ground into a long fissure, sending rocks and soil flying into the air. The four-eyed cat demon's jaw hit the floor, gaping in shock as the cracks in the earth tore toward its feet. Ling Su stroked his chin, not missing the chance to twist the knife after successfully breaking that savage ego. That punchable face of his finally looked a bit more tolerable. The demon's fur stood on end in a fit of rage, and he snarled an order to his underlings to slaughter everyone within the city walls. Leave no one alive. At those words, the soldiers atop the ramparts drew their bows tight, bracing themselves to repel the Demon King's siege. The swarming horde of monsters surged forward like a tidal wave toward her. Ling Su calmly closed his eyes. He asked them simply, Do you really think you're getting through? Before they could do that, they'd have to see if the blade in Ling Su's hand had any say in the matter. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he realized it was a manifested war weapon. The girl beside him asked her father in wonder about the blade. He explained calmly that it was a weapon forged from pure sword intent and killing aura. Its form is a physical manifestation of the wielder's own will. To reach such a realm, one needs not only immense spiritual power, but must have personally observed the essence of the object they wish to manifest. He understood all too well that the blade aura had taken the form of a dragon, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. He was shaken to the core, wondering if the boy had actually encountered a true dragon before. On the other side, the demons pinned their ears back in terror, trembling before the majestic true dragon. Their aggressive charge turned into a pathetic retreat as they cowered behind their leader. Not in their wildest dreams did they imagine Ling Su could summon a dragon of such terrifying proportions. Even the Demon King was feeling the heat now. His body shook with fear as doubts about Ling Su's true identity began to race through his mind. As for Ling Su, he continued to press them, showing no mercy. He demanded they submit and behave. Naturally, faced with that kind of power, if you don't kneel, you'll be made to kneel. After forcing the entire monstrous brood to bow down, Ling Su walked over slowly. He mocked their sudden change in attitude. The people on the city walls looked down in absolute awe, seeing the demon army completely neutralized. They immediately burst into cheers, realizing they might never have to fear a demon invasion ever again. Their fallen brothers could finally rest in peace. The days of living in constant terror were over. The man covered his face. He wept tears of pure joy. They had waited for this day for so long. Elsewhere, Ling Su arrogantly stepped onto the Demon King's back. He mockingly told them to pick their own punishment. He mentioned that back in his hometown, people usually perform a little surgery on cats, just to settle things once and for all. Even pinned under Ling Su's boot, the Demon King still couldn't read the room. He roared at the boy for daring to insult him so brazenly. He blustered that the humiliation he suffered today was enough to warrant Ling Su dying 10,000 deaths. Ling Su just gave a cold smirk at the threat. He was curious to hear exactly what kind of powerhouse was backing this Demon King to give him such misplaced confidence. The Demon King didn't bother hiding it. He told him outright that his backer was the supreme of the demon race, the heavenly demon sovereign, lord of all monsters. He claimed that if that person showed up, Ling Su would be a dead man walking, guaranteed. Ling Su grew quite curious about this heavenly demon character. He stroked his chin, asking for clarification. According to his memory, the heavenly demon who used to raid these cities had long since fled with his pack. He wondered if the Demon King was just trying to play him. The Demon King flinched at the question. He couldn't understand how Ling Su knew those details so precisely. Ling Su answered simply. It was because he was the one who beat them into hiding. The Demon King fell into a state of total panic. He was caught between belief and denial. Even if he didn't know Ling Su's connection to the Dragon Clan, the heavenly demon sovereign had a noble bloodline. Even the Dragon Clan shouldn't be able to resist him. Ling Su then pulled out another trick from his sleeve. He didn't care whether the Demon King believed him or not. He asked why the heavenly demon had ordered them to attack Ling City. To make sure he got the answer he wanted, he added a few threats to spice up the conversation. Ling Su continued his little game. He claimed the heavenly demon sovereign only sent them so he could kill the Demon King and drain his essence, sending the demon into a cold sweat. The Demon King stammered in response, claiming they would handle any physical body as they pleased. Ling Su ramped up the pressure, questioning him further. Hadn't they been eating nothing but meat lately? Or was the Demon King drinking blood and trying to frame someone else? Terrified, the Demon King scrambled to explain that he truly was sent by the heavenly demon sovereign. Ling Su wasn't buying it that easily. He slammed his weapon down and told the Demon King that if he wanted to earn his trust, he'd have to sign a master-servant contract. Hearing this, the Demon King jumped up in protest, but he was in no position to refuse. Ling Su was forcing his hand. Seeing Ling Su's ruthless resolve, the Demon King stood on the scales between his manhood and his dignity. Dignity clearly lost the battle. The Demon King immediately had to agree to the contract. Ling Su cut his finger, showing no hesitation. He let the Demon King know that being able to cling to a powerhouse like him was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Blood dripped steadily from Ling Su's fingertip. Magic began to transform the droplets into countless chains that tightly bound the Demon King. The Demon King was struck speechless when he realized the contract being used was the heaven-binding law, a technique that can imprison all things, body and soul. Rumor has it, it can even bind the heavens themselves. Ling Su gave him a bit of praise for actually recognizing the heaven-binding law. Once confirmed, the Demon King was utterly floored. As far as he knew, that technique had vanished along with the heavenly martial sovereign. And yet, here it was, being used directly on him. It made him wonder if the boy was a direct successor of that legacy. A moment later, as the magic concluded, the hideous monster transformed into a tiny, incredibly adorable kitten. Ling Su poked the Demon King's cheek. Ma Gang complimented him, saying he looked much better now. At the same time, he decided to give him a new name, Alcohol Slave. Hearing those two words, the Demon Emperor let out a furious roar. He absolutely refused to accept the name his captor had just come up with. If he changed his name to that, wouldn't his lifelong reputation be completely ruined? He thought about how he went from being a glorious overlord to somehow ending up as a mere human servant. He couldn't help but feel so defeated and humiliated that he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. The Demon Emperor's subordinates were finally set free. Without a second thought for their leader, they scrambled away like their lives depended on it. Seeing his minions act like that, the Demon Emperor could only scream out curses in frustration. Ling Su gently grabbed the Demon Emperor by the scruff of his neck to calm him down. Even if he wanted to run, it was too late. He had already been bound by the heaven law. His life and death were now entirely in Ling Su's hands. Ling Su then gave him a warning. If he honestly spilled everything he knew about the demon race, he might be allowed to live a bit more comfortably. At that moment, Zihan stepped forward. She took Ling Su's hand and suggested they leave the area quickly. Since everything had been settled, Ling Su then tossed the Demon Emperor onto his head and began to walk away. After taking just a few steps, he turned back towards Zihan, reminding her that if they didn't leave right now, the people in the city would definitely try to keep them there. Just as the words left his mouth, several voices called out from behind, "Benefactor, please wait," forcing the two of them to come to a halt. The person from behind approached. He began to introduce himself and his daughter. "I am the city lord of Yiling City, and this is my daughter, Yishuang." He then expressed his deep gratitude. "Just now, you stepped in to subdue the Demon Emperor and drove away that elite army. To my Yiling City, this is a debt of gratitude as vast as the heavens." Ling Su replied humbly, and then introduced himself as well. He explained that he was merely a passerby, seeing the city in distress. Lending a hand was simply the right thing to do. "There is no need for such thanks, sir." But his act of assistance truly meant the world to them. The old man naturally had to invite them into the city as guests to show his appreciation. Standing beside him, Yishuang also tried her best to persuade Ling Su to stay for a while. His face turned pale. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, while Yishuang seemed much more excited. They shouted in unison a man. However, he quickly apologized and continued his invitation. Truly sorry about that. Anyway, young Master Ling Su, would you join us in the city for a chat?" Ling Su calculated that this would be a good time to lie low and wait for Jiang Wanzi to return to the demon sect before heading off to find his senior sisters. Ling Su quickly agreed. With a light chuckle, he said, "Then I shall trouble the city lord." The old man immediately ushered them in. Beside him, Yishuang kept showering him with glowing praise. "Hero, our great hero has entered the city." Meanwhile, at the demon beast headquarters, a desolate and frigid place, where the monsters from before were desperately trying to flee back to. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, demanding an explanation. "Who dares to come here, making such a racket, disturbing my holy rest?" Sensing the superior's wrath, they fell to the ground, trembling, and stammered out their report, reporting to the demon, "Saint, we went to attack Yiling City, but a human suddenly appeared on the way. He subdued the Demon Emperor, and even forced a contract. The plan has failed." The mysterious ice demon beast of the demon race was livid. He spat out curses. That piece of trash. He couldn't even take down one tiny human settlement. A complete waste of the great heavenly demon's trust. Hearing this, the cowards tried to make excuses for themselves. But Demon Saint, that human was truly powerful. We were no match for him. Seeing their sheer terror, he became curious about this powerful human. and was even eager to see him for himself. Back at the city lord's manor in Yahello City, he sat at the head of the table, humbly reminding them, "Please, don't stand on ceremony. Eat whatever you like." Down below, Ling Su was already drooling at the sight of the lavish feast. He happily enjoyed his meal, while enthusiastically saying, "Then I won't hold back." The commander of the Yahello City Guard stood beside the Lord and spoke up in praise. "I never expected someone as powerful as young Master Ling to be so down-to-earth and approachable." He scratched his head, awkwardly breaking the ice first, then, "Actually, there's one more thing. I'd like to discuss it with young Master Ling." Ling Su took a bite of chicken and casually asked what was on his mind after hearing the news. The city lord immediately began his explanation. "The truth is, even though the Demon Emperor has been captured, the elite army took the opportunity to escape. I'm worried they'll try to make a comeback." Ling Su reassured him with total confidence. "City Lord, you're overthinking this. The beast army is completely scattered right now. They're like a snake without a head. Even if they do try to return, they'd just be wasting their time." The man coughed a few times. He struggled to add one more point. "They might just be heading back to call for reinforcements. For a place like Yahello City, that would be an absolute disaster." But Ling Su remained unmoved, continuing to focus on his food. Standing nearby, Zihan seemed to read the city lord's mind and called him out. What the city lord is trying to say is that he wants Ling Su to stay here, just in case those elite forces decide to invade again. Since she had hit the nail on the head, he gave a forced laugh and continued. "If young Master Ling could stay, then our defenses would truly be flawless. I just don't know what young Master Ling thinks about the idea." Ling Su politely wiped his mouth, offering a graceful apology and refusal. "I'm sorry, City Lord. I have things I need to take care of. I can't stay here for long. At most, I'll be here for a few more days." Realizing Ling Su wouldn't be staying, the City Lord dropped the subject. "A few days is better than nothing." He then made a solemn promise. "Everyone in Yahello City will make sure young Master Ling is treated with the highest honors." Sensing their anxiety, Ling Su put their minds at ease. "Don't worry. If that beast army actually returns, I'll just deal with them then and there. And if they don't, I'll fix this city's protective array before I leave to ensure its safety." The city lord quickly clasped his hands in deep gratitude. "Then I cannot thank you enough, young Master Ling." Meanwhile, a horde of demons was charging down the road. They moved swiftly in a massive group through a dense forest. The frozen beast trailed behind, barking orders at them. "Full speed ahead. We must reach that human city by tomorrow. I will crush that human powerhouse and absorb his strength. It will be the key to helping me break through to the late stages of the Saint Realm. I've already reached the peak." The monsters let out a roar that shook the sky. Back at the majestic and luxurious city lord's estate, Ling Su used his power to release the Demon Emperor. He added a few words, noting that since no one was around, he let the creature out to get some fresh air. The Demon Emperor curled up, appearing in a surprisingly cute form. Ling Su looked at him expectantly. "Now, can you tell me about the situation with the demon clan over there?" After listening, the creature scoffed, dismissing the question. "Instead of worrying about the big picture, you'd better figure out how to deal with the demon saint from our clan first." Ling Su tilted his head. He wondered why a demon saint had suddenly entered the fray. Are there really that many leaders in their clan? The Demon Emperor explained that the great heavenly demon naturally has powerful subordinates, and that the frozen demon saint has already reached the late stages of the Saint Realm. He once froze an entire city for miles, turning it into a tomb of ice. Not a single soul survived. He didn't miss the chance to insult Ling Su. Even against you, he wouldn't lose. Ling Su flicked him away. The creature let out a sharp owl. Fearless as ever, Ling Su replied provocatively. "Then tell him to come and try me." Tied up tightly, the Demon Emperor thrashed around in a rage. "Let me go, you bastard! Damn it! How am I supposed to sleep like this?" By early the next morning, while Ling Su was still deep in sleep, he shifted and rolled over. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something. It felt soft like a plush toy. The sudden sound of a woman's soft moan jolted him wide awake. Zihan was lying right next to him, looking seductive. "Good morning, Lord Demon." Ling Su froze. He yanked his hand back immediately. Stuttering, he demanded to know why she was in his bed and what she had done to him. Zihan gave him an innocent look. "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to keep my lord company while he slept." The Demon Emperor raised a hand to testify. Aside from touching your face, and your chest, and your legs, and a few other places, she really didn't do a thing. Ling Su bolted out of bed, grabbing the Demon Emperor as he went. He slammed the door shut. He then turned his anger on the Demon Emperor, asking why he didn't wake him up when she came in last night. The creature whined, blaming Ling Su for tying him to the table, making it impossible to wake him. Just as Ling Gu was about to settle the score with him, someone suddenly called out his name. It was the guard from yesterday, stepping forward to deliver a message. Young Master Ling Su, the weather today is quite strange. I fear some catastrophe is brewing. The city lord has ordered me to invite young Master Ling Su to come and observe. Ling Su looked up, wondering what kind of anomaly could be occurring. The city lord stood atop the city walls. He gazed at the stormy sky, shrouded in pitch-black clouds and drenching rain. In his heart, he couldn't shake a mounting sense of dread. The guard spoke up, announcing that the young master had arrived. He quickly voiced his fears, certain the beast tide would return today, urging the youth to look at the darkening sky. Ling Su smiled, reassuring him not to worry so much. It's just a bit of rain. Besides, it's only been a single day. How could they possibly return so soon? Suddenly, a thunderclap roared, shaking the heavens. The guard pointed in terror toward a mysterious army, begging them to look at what was approaching. The ice-blood beast ordered arrogantly, demanding they kneel and welcome his personal arrival. The Demon Emperor shrieked in panic. He's here. However, Ling Su only calmly asked if this mystic ice demon saint had truly arrived. The Demon Emperor grew even more enraged by his nonchalant tone. That monster's power has reached the Saint Path realm. He could freeze this entire city with a flick of his finger, yet you still have the nerve to talk so recklessly. Everyone watched in shock as the city began to be encased in ice. They coughed violently from the biting cold. The weakened guards struggled to analyze the situation. The chill radiating from that beast body is far too powerful. I feel like my very soul is about to freeze over. People began to turn into solid ice. They screamed out in desperation. The guard cursed them in a rage, calling them nothing but animals. He was ready to throw his life away to fight them. But Ling Gu stopped him. I'll handle this. Then, he took off, soaring through the air like a bird. The city lord placed the entire fate of Yiling City in the youth's hands. Ling Su stood alone, facing the enemy horde. Mystic Ice questioned his identity, surprised that a human could withstand his mystic ice chi, and that this same human had managed to subdue the Demon Emperor. Ling Su flexed his muscles. He boldly declared that from the very start, he was the one who had signed their death warrants. Mystic Ice raised his head and roared in fury. Arrogant little ant. You have no idea how vast the heavens truly are. A blizzard swirled violently with his shout, chilling everything to the bone. Ling Su drew his long spear. It glowed with a mysterious, beautiful violet light. Just as he leveled the spear forward, his entire body was hit by a blast of mystic ice chi, freezing him instantly. He stood rigid like an ice statue. The beast growled with contempt. You thought that just because you captured the Demon Emperor, you could act so brazenly before me? Truly, a frog in a well, completely full of yourself. Take your ignorant arrogance with you to hell. Seeing this, the captain of the guard tried to rush forward in a panic. Young Master Ling, the city lord reached out to hold it back. Don't do anything reckless. Young Master Ling is no ordinary man. His strength is far beyond our imagination. We have to trust him. Sure enough, the ice surrounding Ling Su didn't last long. Cracks began to form, spreading from his neck downward. Mystic Ice's eyes widened in shock. It's cracking. In an instant, the ice shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. Ling Su raised his spear high and retorted, If I am an ant, then you certainly are one as well. But even if this is just two ants fighting, I'm still the stronger one. Mystic Ice immediately conjured a thick wall of ice for defense. Ling Su shouted, Now die. He lunged, thrusting his spear with incredible force directly at Mystic Ice. The spear streaked forward like a bolt of lightning. It instantly pulverized the ice wall into fragments. Then it tore straight through Mystic Ice's body. The force of the blow sent the beast reeling backward. A blue liquid began to flow from the wound where the spear had pierced him. The beast's blood, cold and strange. He collapsed to the ground, prone. His body trembled uncontrollably. Ling Su descended, hovering above him. He looked down from above, his expression cold and indifferent. A frog in a well? Aren't you talking about yourself? Mystic Ice struggled to speak. So that's it. It wasn't that I misjudged your strength. It's that I didn't even have the right to sense your true level. In this world, the only person who could reach such a height, unless you were Ling Su. Ling Su didn't want to hear another word. A cold smirk played on his lips as he spoke. He thrust his spear toward the heavens, summoning the lightning down. For a moment, his silhouette turned into a terrifying, pitch-black shadow. Only his grim eyes looked down. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, this is where you die. A brilliant purple light from the lightning bolts illuminates the entire sky. Xian Bing remains trembling, kneeling on the ground. Ling Su's final words of judgment echo. It's over. A blinding light explodes violently in midair. It's actually quite a beautiful sight. Ling Su hovers above a massive crater freshly carved into the earth. That spot was where the mysterious ice demon Saint stood just moments ago. Now, not a single shred of him remains after the blast. Meanwhile, in another place, a lamp suddenly flickers out, leaving only a trail of wispy smoke as the flame dies. The lamp turns dull and lifeless once the light is gone. A beast runs in, trembling, to report to its master. The life lamp of Xian Bing has gone out. The Lord of 10,000 Demons sits with a grim face, shrouded in shadows. Only his two golden eyes flicker with a predatory light. He asks in a low, heavy voice, "What did you say?" The beasts kneeling below are terrified by his overwhelming pressure. They begin to stutter uncontrollably. "Emma, my lord, the ice demon Saint. He seems to be dead." He roars in a fit of rage, "Bastard!" The full, terrifying aura of the Lord of 10,000 Demons erupts. He is the Sky Demon, the sovereign of all monsters. He bellows in pure disbelief. A dignified demon, Saint was killed without even a chance to flee. How is this possible? Does this even make sense? The beasts below press their heads even lower against the floor. They're shaking violently now. They think to themselves, since the last time he was defeated by that immortal, this is the first time they've seen their lord this furious. The demon lord speaks, his voice filled with confusion. That city was clearly on its last legs before. Yet it suddenly slays two of my great generals, a demon king and a demon saint, in quick succession. This has completely stalled my plan to reclaim the Eastern Divine Province. It's simply unthinkable. He barks out an order. Hear my command. Investigate this to the very end. Find out exactly which powerhouse that human city has recruited. The beasts below immediately respond. Yes, my lord. Back to Ling Su. He has just descended back to the ground. Ling Su stands tall, leaning against his spear. He looks incredibly dashing. At that moment, cheers erupt, shaking the very heavens. Gone. They're all gone. The people shout in joy. The monsters are all dead. The beast tide is finally over. City Lord Ling covers his face, hiding tears of deep emotion. I knew it. I knew young Master Ling could win. The citizens around them are still overwhelmed with happiness. We don't have to worry anymore. No one else will be eaten. Yiling City is safe. We can finally sleep in peace tonight. Ling Su looks at the crater he just made, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I might have overdone it a bit, accidentally made the hole too big. It's going to take some time to fill this back in. Tico clings to his shoulder with both paws. Looking at the miserable fate of that ice demon, it thinks, thank God I didn't get on his bad side. Otherwise, forget about my little brother. I would have lost my entire life. It looks at him in awe. I'm telling you, you're way too much of a monster, man. Wiping out a demon saint and an entire beast army in a single strike. Someone with your level of power. How have I never heard of you before? Ling Su tilts his head slightly, giving a cryptic explanation. I've just been living in seclusion on the mountain for a few years. You definitely know me. It just hasn't clicked for you yet. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder from behind. Ling Su turns his head to look. City Lord Ling has appeared at his side, wiping away tears with his sleeve. Young Master Ling, I truly cannot thank you enough. You are truly an earthly immortal. You are the great savior of Yiling City. Ling Su looks at him, feeling a bit awkward and speechless. You're exaggerating, City Lord. City Lord Ling turns and waves to the people on the city walls, shouting happily. Today is a glorious day for Yahello City. I have decided to hold a feast for the entire city. We shall raise our glasses for 3 days and 3 nights. The crowd cheers wildly. Oh, long live young Master Ling. Long live the city lord. As night falls, tonight, Yahello City is flooded with light in every corner. The atmosphere is thick with celebration. The joy is impossible to contain. On every street, citizens young and old, men and women are all dancing together. A fairly pretty young lady blushes. Oh my, with eyes full of admiration, she says, young Master Ling is so handsome. I'd willingly trade a lifetime of being single just to marry him. Behind her, a man shouts out enthusiastically, I want to be young Master Ling's wife too. Even if he is a man, I am willing. Immediately, he was surrounded and beaten by people around him. You haven't read a single page of the classic of Mountains and Seas. Yet you delusionally want to marry young Master Ling. That person could only hold his head on the ground and shout, help. The commotion attracted many people around to watch the fun. On a roof, Ling Su sat there quietly, lifting a wine gourd, looking at the full moon hanging in the night sky. He lifted the wine gourd and took a sip. A voice rang out from behind. The city is so lively. Why is the demon lord sitting alone, drinking wine under the moonlight? Jiang Yunzi gently jumped onto the roof. Turning her gaze to look at Ling Su, she reached out to stroke his cheek. Ling Su looked at her, wondering what this person was planning to do. Unexpectedly, the next second, Jiang Yunzi rested her head on his lap, opening her mouth to ask, Demon Lord, are you lonely? Ling Su stared blankly at Jiang Yunzi's face. Ling Su looked at the face and the eyes considered gentle of Jiang Yunzi in front of him. He thought confusedly, this crazy woman. Since when did she have such a normal face? Next, Ling Su heard the question. Does the demon lord have any plans next? Is it to stay here or return to that senior sister of yours? He frowned, sat up from her, and replied, you know clearly yet you still ask. You took me out. I returned safe and sound. How do I explain to them? Then Ling Su turned his head to look at Jiang Yunzi and asked, right, is that old man from the Insha sect still at the demon sect? She smiled and replied, still there. Let's investigate the truth first. Those Insha sect people are all suspicious. Without my order, how could he leave as he pleases? He thought. They also participated in the Ghost Clan's affairs. Maybe we can dig some news out of their mouths. When the time comes, resolve them and Yuan together. Then we can completely end this matter. Immediately after, Ling Su stood up, stretched, and made a decision. All right, since it's like this, tomorrow morning, we return to the demon sect. She looked up at him. Early the next morning, when the sun was high, for people stood in front of the city gate, including Ling Su, Jiang Yunzi, the Yahello City Lord, and Di Shuang. The Yahello City Lord saw him off to the city gate. He placed his hand over his chest, asking more, young Master Ling, are you really not staying for a few more days? Ling Su clasped his hands to him, opening his mouth. Thank you for the city lord's kindness. It's just that I still have important matters. I won't disturb you any longer. Hearing this, the Yahello City Lord had to nod. All right then. If young Master Ling needs help in the future, just ask. The gates of Yahello City are forever open. You are welcome to come anytime. At this time, Di Shuang, who had been hiding behind her father, shyly spoke up. Young Master Ling, will we meet again? The insect clinging to her head looked over happily. Ling Su waved his hand and replied, if fate allows, we will meet again. He also felt a chill running down his spine, coming from Jiang Yunzi, standing behind with a dark face. Di Shuang stepped forward, opening her hand to reveal a blue jade. This is for you. Consider it a parting gift. Ling Su took it, bringing it up to his eyes to observe, casually asking, what is this? She replied, I'm not sure either. This jade stone has a mysterious effect. I believe you will find a use for it. Jiang Yunzi had opened the teleportation formation. Ling Su clasped his hands towards Di Shuang and smiled. Thank you, Miss Di Shuang. Then we bid farewell. See you again if fate allows. The two stepped into the formation. Immediately after, it shrank and disappeared in front of the Yahello City Lord and Di Shuang. The place they arrived at was the demon sect. The atmosphere here seemed shrouded in gloom. The large castle also gave people a cold feeling. The two stopped inside the forest not far from the demon sect, so they walked over. Jiang Yunzi walked in front and spoke up, Demon Lord. Returning to the demon sect this time. I really don't know how excited those old fellows will be. Ling Su was intently observing the blue jade Di Shuang gave him, thinking to himself, even I didn't recognize it. What is the mysterious effect Di Shuang mentioned? Whatever. Might as well use divine consciousness to conduct an observation. See what mysteries this jade stone has. When his eyes closed, Ling Su discovered that he had appeared in a strange space covered by a hazy white film. Ling Su looked around in confusion. What is the situation? He reached up to scratch his head, full of doubt. There's nothing here but mist. Suddenly, a massive hand, radiating golden light, descended from above, targeting him. The central divine province. Ling Su's eyes remained fixed on the falling golden hand. It was drawing closer and closer, yet his eyes stayed wide open, staring it down. Jiang Wanzi's voice snapped him back to reality. Demon Sovereign! Demon Sovereign! Without realizing it, the two of them had already arrived at the main gate. Jiang Wanzi waved her hand to get his attention. Demon Sovereign, we've reached the demon sect. Noticing his strange demeanor, she asked, is something wrong? Ling Su could only nod in acknowledgement. He looked down at the blue jade in his hand, lost in thought. What was that just now? The technique looked like the one I use. No, that's not right. And what exactly is the central divine province? Jiang Wanzi saw him staring intently at the blue jade. She smiled, though it wasn't hard to hear the sharp irritation in her voice. So, the demon sovereign likes the gift from that Miss Yichong so much. She suddenly reached out and gave his waist a hard pinch. It's not like you're pining for her, right? Ling Su immediately denied it. Not at all. Jiang Wanzi gave a cold huff and turned to walk ahead, leaving him clutching his waist in pain. How troublesome. How is Jiang Wanzi's technique exactly like my senior sister's? When it comes to jealousy, women really are naturally gifted. Is it some kind of universal school of thought? He looked at the jade again. But this thing, I'll set it aside for now. I'll look into it when I get the chance. Ling Su reached down and touched the black mask hanging at his waist. He pulled it out and put it on, feeling a sense of anticipation. The demon sect. It's been a long time since I've been back. I expect things have changed quite a bit. As soon as he stepped inside, Ling Su found two people clinging desperately to his legs. One was a girl dressed in red. Clinging just as tightly to his other leg was a boy, Jiang Quan. Both of them burst into loud wails. Demon Sovereign, we've been waiting so long for your return. Ling Su felt helpless, not knowing how to handle this. He tried to push them off. All right, that's enough. You're both grown now. Stop crying. You're embarrassing yourselves. An old monk approached. It was the demon sect's guardian, Yuan Tong. He pressed his palms together and bowed. This subordinate goes by the Dharma, named Yuan Tong. Greetings, demon sovereign. Ling Su looked at him and sighed. Shui Duozi, you certainly adapted to being a guardian of the demon sect quickly. You even gave yourself a new name. Yuan Tong kept his hands clasped as he replied. I must thank the demon sovereign for giving me the chance to repent and start anew. Now, this subordinate eats well and sleeps soundly within the demon sect. My soul is at peace. My thoughts are clear. Thus, I changed my name to Yuan Tong. Suddenly, Ling Su tilted his head and looked behind him. Oh, right. Where is that sect leader of the Yin Sinner sect, Li Wuxia? In the front hall, several people were kneeling in an orderly line. The man at the front was indeed the leader of the Yin Sinner sect, Li Wuxia. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. An elder of the Yin Sinner sect, kneeling beside him, whispered an appeal. Sect leader, even if it's the demon sect, they shouldn't be allowed to insult our Yin Sinner sect like this. Hearing this, Li Wuxia immediately snapped back. Are you insane? They could wipe us out in a heartbeat. Tell me, is your life more important? Or your pride? A mocking voice rang out. Well, at least someone knows his place. Startled, he shouted, Who's there? Without anyone noticing, Ling Su had appeared behind them, arms crossed with a smirk. You're asking who I am? Why don't you take a guess? Here's a hint for you. Your disciples ran into me back in Wanluo City. Li Wuxia's eyes widened in shock. Wanluo City? You're the one who killed Shueisha outside the city gates. The elder from before lunged forward in a rage. So it was you. It's all because of you. Because of you, our Yin Sinner sect was forced to kneel and beg the demon sect for forgiveness. What utter humiliation. I'll kill you today. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice for my sect. Li Wuxia didn't have time to stop him. Ling Su calmly watched the elder charge at him. The man roared, Go to hell. Suddenly, the corner of Ling Su's mouth curled into a perfect smirk. He gave a casual wave of his hand. The elder's body spun through the air several times. Li Wuxia watched in horror as his elder was slammed into the wall by a single move, half his body embedded in the stone, unable to fight back. He was stunned. With just one move, no wonder Shui Sha couldn't even scratch this man, even after being forced to detonate his own spiritual core. Ling Su nonchalantly brushed off his sleeve and looked up. Sect leader Li, can we talk business now? What exactly is the relationship between your Yin Center sect and the Abyss? Where's their base located? How do you get in contact with them? Li Wuxia bowed his head and answered solemnly. I don't know where they stay. It's always been the Abyss that sends a middleman to deliver messages. They act on behalf of another client to pass word to us. And as for our other client, he stood there casually with his arms crossed, waiting for the final answer. It's the Ghost Tribe. I figured as much. Just as I suspected. The Ghost Tribe is the true mastermind. Meanwhile, at another location, the Abyss Lord sat on his throne, slamming his fist onto the armrest in a rage. What the hell happened to that fire-poison bastard? He was only supposed to wipe out a group from the demon sect at the Martial Emperor level. Why is there still no news? His grip tightened as a wisp of purple smoke drifted from his hand. He growled. He must have taken the spirit soul fruit and made a run for it. That damn rat. I'll tear him limb from limb myself. A subordinate approached, hands clasped and trembling. My lord. The Abyss Lord's veins popped as he gnashed his teeth. What is it now? The subordinate knelt low and stammered. My lord. There's a man outside claiming to be a monk from the evil Buddha sect, requesting an audience. His eyes shot wide, bloodshot with fury. The evil Buddha sect? One blood fiend wasn't enough? Now another one shows up? The Abyss Lord unleashed a powerful aura and roared. Tell him to piss off. As the subordinate scrambled away, a voice echoed from outside the palace gates. Umitba. The visitor was indeed a monk from the evil Buddha sect, Yao Tuozi. He spoke up. Why is the Abyss Lord so agitated? This isn't good. Not good at all. Seeing who it was, the Abyss Lord broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile. Ah, it's Master Yao Tuozi from the evil Buddha sect. I was just venting some steam. Please, don't take it personally. I wonder what brings the master here today. Before he could finish, Yao Tuozi lunged forward and gripped him by the throat. He had leaped up in an instant. His face still wore that same eerie smile. Even a lowly blood fiend like myself is someone the Abyss Lord doesn't recognize? But Yao Tuozi's eyes turned cold and predatory. I suggest you tell me where he is. The Abyss Lord's face went pale with terror. He clawed at Yao Tuozi's hand, stammering. I'll talk. The blood fiend. He was likely captured by the demon sect. I honestly have no idea what's become of him now. Yao Tuozi gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. The demon sect? Why would he go and provoke the demon sect? The blood fiend is driven by deep desires. I bet you used some treasure to lure him into attacking them. Didn't you, Abyss Lord? The grip tightened, making it hard for the Abyss Lord to breathe. Saliva leaked from the corner of his mouth. It was me. I hired the blood fiend to intercept the demon sect disciples. He tried to justify his actions, but they were all just small fry. Yao Tuozi smiled. His eyes glowed a demonic red, showing he had no interest in excuses. It doesn't matter. You should never have lured Senior Brother Bloodfiend into crossing the demon sect. This involves the very honor of our sect. Please, atone for this with your life. Yao Tuozi raised his fist to strike, but it was deflected by a golden barrier. A voice rang out from behind. Just a piece of trash from an evil cult. Daring to run wild on the Abyss's home turf? You got a lot of nerve. Yao Tuozi immediately leaped back and shouted, Who's there? An old man appeared in front of the Abyss Lord. He smiled, shielding the lord behind him. Well, does an old man like me really need to give his name to a common crook? The Abyss Lord clutched his bruised throat, gasping for air. He pointed a trembling finger at Yao Tuozi, snitching instantly. Thank goodness you've ended your seclusion. This damn bastard is taking things too far. Help me kill him. Yao Tuozi looked up, sensing the overwhelming and powerful aura radiating from the old man. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, this guy's strength is beyond the martial saint level. It feels like he's already touched the threshold of the laws. Yao Tuozi gritted his teeth and began forming a magic circle in his palm. I never thought a new organization like the Abyss would have a powerhouse of this caliber. The old man's voice suddenly hissed right behind him. Trying to leave? What do you think you are? You think you could just come and go as you please? His eyes widened in sheer terror. He was drenched in a cold sweat. An arm instantly punched through Yao Tuozi's chest. A pained groan escaped his lips. The golden core inside his body shattered instantly. The old man stood behind him, his hands still glowing with residual energy. He sneered. Yao Tuozi of the evil Buddhist sect? Is that all? The Abyss Lord stood above them, drawing a surge of golden energy into his palm. Once I absorb this spiritual power, my strength will increase significantly. Yao Tuozi fell to his knees. A faint light is sucked from his forehead. Moments later, the Abyss Lord's body begins to radiate a golden glow. He flashes a wicked, mocking smile at Yao Tuozi. I never imagined your lifelong cultivation and spiritual power would end up becoming my wedding gift. How laughable, how pathetic. His spiritual energy being drained away, Yao Tuozi gasps. Trembling all over, he forces out the words, You bastards. Evil scum. The evil Buddha cult will never let this slide. The great wisdom moon slayers will hunt you down, you mongrels. The old man speaks up. His spiritual power is yours now. As for this old firebrand, I'll leave him for you to deal with. The Abyss Lord looks down from above. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Now, it's time to settle the debt between us. In the front courtyard of the demon sect, disciples have gathered in massive numbers. They stand in perfectly straight, orderly rows. The crowd buzzes with hushed conversations about why they've been summoned. Standing to one side is Time Ming, the sect leader of the Dark Knight sect. He crosses his arms, looking visibly annoyed. They announced a grand banquet for guests from all over. The sun is practically setting, so why haven't they opened the gates yet? We came all this way to congratulate the demon sect on reopening its gates. This is a blatant lack of respect. A woman beside him covers her mouth and feigns a frown. You're absolutely right. Even if they're the demon sect, they shouldn't treat us like we're invisible. Tianming glances at her with a sarcastic smirk. Don't the ladies of your beautiful maiden sect usually stay out of these affairs? Why did you come to offer congratulations today? Unless you have an ulterior motive. The sect leader of the beautiful maiden sect examines her fingernails, unfazed. Everyone here is the same. Why don't you try asking around? Of all the people who showed up today, how many do you think are actually here to celebrate? The massive gates of the demon sect finally swing open. A voice thunders from within. The sect master requests your presence. Honored guests, please enter. The crowd begins to file inside together. They continue to whisper among themselves. They've been silent for years. Why would the demon sect suddenly reopen their gates now? I wonder what they're plotting. Another person chimes in. I heard the demon sect has been like a headless snake for years. Infighting. They've been weakened for a long time. They probably had no choice but to reopen. A bright light slowly reveals the path ahead. The chatter doesn't stop. So, inviting the other wicked sects this time is just a way to play favorites? Someone else argues, maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say, but there will always be those who think they can take advantage. Those looking for a taste of the spoils. The others agree. True enough, rare opportunities like this don't come often. After all, their strength is undeniable. The first thing to hit their eyes is a massive mountain shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. An eerie energy surrounds the peaks. A shimmering violet veil adds a mystical, otherworldly feel. The sect leader of the beautiful maiden sect looks up in awe. They truly live up to their name as the #1 titan of the wicked path. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is incredibly dense here. Our little territory can't even begin to compare. Tianming curls his lip in a sneer. The #1 titan, huh? Suddenly, he releases a powerful, overbearing aura. Tianming, leader of the Dark Knight sect, is here. Congratulations to the demon sect on your reopening. The people nearby are forced to shield themselves from the pressure. They start whispering again. He doesn't look like he's here to celebrate. He's clearly here to cause trouble. Others are equally irritated. Deliberately flaunting his spiritual power like that. Isn't that an open provocation? A deep, somber voice rings out. Is that so? Tianming's eyes widen in shock. The voice is icy cold. In that case, I shall thank you on behalf of the entire demon sect. He instantly coughs up a spray of fresh blood. A woman appears at the front of the path. Time Ming is hunched over, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Wanzi runs a hand through her hair. The crowd below gasps when they see her. That's the master of the other Shore Demon Gate. They're struck with awe. A single gate master can completely suppress Time Ming. Who the hell said the demon sect isn't what it used to be? Jiang Wanzi gestures with a smile. Everyone, the great celestial demon hall awaits. Please. The crowd immediately falls in line. We appreciate the invitation, Gate Master. They follow her deeper into the sect. Time Ming remains on his knees, clutching his mouth. As the sect leader of the beautiful maiden sect passes him, she flashes a mocking grin. So, how does it feel to be suppressed by the crushing pressure of a demonic sect master? Weren't you acting all brave a second ago? Let's see if you still have the nerve to come howling at someone's front door next time. Time Ming glared at her, his face contorted with rage. His body was still trembling, unable to even stand up. He watched as the beautiful sect master walked away without a second glance. He ground his teeth, spitting out 2 words. Demonic sect. Time Ming's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with hatred. He steeled his resolve. Sooner or later, I will tear all of you down. Just you wait and see. Inside the Great Hall, the room was already packed with people. Sect Master Hua and Jiang Vanci stood side by side, looking down at the crowd from above. She spoke up. The grand banquet has been prepared. There's still a little time left. I ask that everyone wait here in the hall for a moment. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I've heard of the demonic sect's great reputation for a long time. It is truly an honor to finally see it today. The comment made everyone turn their heads to look. Time Ming continued in a provocative tone. I never expected the demonic sect's territory to be so vast. As expected of the number 1 titan of the evil path. I am truly impressed. He thought to himself, it looks like this banquet is just a front to make us submit. But there's no way we're just going to bow down that easily. Sect Master Hua covered her mouth and frowned. Our demonic sect has always preferred those who speak their minds. Sect Master you, if you have something to say, don't hesitate. Why bother beating around the bush like this? Time Ming nodded. He spoke up again. Sect Master Hua is absolutely right. Now that the demonic sect is reopening its gates. As the undisputed leader of the evil path, your foundation and strength must be incredibly formidable. We've all come here today hoping to witness that power firsthand. So why don't we organize a competition between our disciples? Jiang Vanci looked at him with pure disgust. He scoffed inwardly. He knows he can't beat the masters. So he wants to bully the juniors instead. He's trying to use this to establish his own authority. How utterly shameless. Backstage, Ling Su watched the situation unfolding outside and sighed. Why does this feel so familiar? They always love using their disciples as pawns. I bet they found some Long Yian type prodigy from God knows where again. Jiang Xian, standing beside him, let out an annoyed smirk. This guy is actually somewhat clever. He doesn't dare touch us. So he sets his sights on our demonic sect disciples. These old fossils have no shame. My lord, do you want me to step out and teach them a lesson? Ling Su answered indifferently. No need. The demonic sect has indeed been quiet for too long. We might as well use this opportunity to crush their spirits. It'll stop them from constantly dreaming about climbing over our heads. The man beside him immediately bowed with cupped hands. Understood. Your subordinate will see to it. The beautiful sect master spoke up in agreement. I agree as well, since the demonic sect is so famous. I'm sure your disciples won't be weaker than anyone else's. Otherwise, how could you live up to the title of the evil path's #1 power? Jiang Xian stepped forward, flashing them a smile. The demon sovereign says that if you are all so inclined, then we shall set up an arena right here. We will cast a protective barrier. Your juniors can showcase their skills without any worries. Then, he caught the eyes of the other 2 and whispered. The Lord said to play along with them. It's time to take them down a notch. Hearing this, Time Ming immediately placed a hand on a young man's shoulder. Lin Yi, among all the disciples in our sect, you're the most outstanding. Your strength has already reached the peak of the spirit profound realm. I have high expectations for you. You must seize this opportunity I've given you. Lin Yi smiled and cupped his hands confidently. Rest assured, Sect Master, Lin Yi will never fail to meet your expectations. The others nearby were also busy instructing their own disciples. When you get out there, I want you to fight to kill. If you can defeat the demonic Sect's people, our Sect's reputation and status will instantly skyrocket. Another person spoke up. Take these. These are the best spirit weapons I have. And here are some pills to boost your strength. In a moment, you must humiliate the demonic Sect and slap them across the face. Meanwhile, Ling Su naturally blended into the buzzing crowd. He overheard them discussing. Look at that. The Minji Sect is really going all out to take down the demonic Sect this time. To think they'd even send out Lin Yi. The man nodded in agreement. That's right. They've always been crushed under the demon Sect's heel. Since they finally have a chance to turn the tables today, they're definitely putting all their cards on the table. As the two were deep in conversation, Ling Su suddenly appeared beside them and asked nonchalantly, Lin Yi? Who's that? The two jumped in fright, letting out a startled cry. Where the hell did you come from? Looking over at the blonde youth chatting with his peers, one of them explained. That's Lin Yi. He was once a lowly slave of the Dark Knight Sect. His status was as humble as it gets. But then, one day, he suddenly displayed incredible talent. His strength skyrocketed out of nowhere. He was given special priority and promoted to a core disciple. He's become quite a big name among the wicked sects. Ling Su looked over, lost in thought. A sudden awakening. Huh? Sounds a bit like my own situation. I'm actually looking forward to this. He's bound to be more interesting than that Long Yian guy. Once the barrier was firmly in place, Kong Yuan gestured for the match to begin. Qin Mu go. The youth named Qin Mu immediately leapt onto the stage, clasping his hands in greeting. Qin Mu, disciple of the demon Sect. Standing across from him was a young woman. From below, the sect leader of the Enchantress Sect called out a warning. Xiathan, this man is a half-step martial king, just like you. You must be extremely careful. She immediately replied. Don't worry, sect leader. Xiathan's lips curled into a seductive smile. I am Xiathan of the Enchantress Sect. Her eyes were full of flirtatious intent. Xiathan leaned forward, striking a beautiful pose. She used every ounce of her charm, her voice dripping with honey. A glowing red heart drifted toward Qin Mu. He remained standing there, silent and unmoved. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He stared straight ahead. Qin Mu unleashed a dark shadow, slashed forward. He spoke with a cold warning. Your charms don't work on me. Since you're a woman, I'll spare your life. Get lost. A thin cut had appeared on Xiathan's cheek before she even realized it. A single drop of crimson blood trickled down. She immediately bowed her head. I concede. The crowd erupted in an uproar. He finished it in a single move. It seems we've underestimated the demon Sect. The spectators began to gossip. I thought that aside from the 12 lords, the rest of their disciples were useless. Qin Mu asked next. A voice rang out from below. Me. A blonde youth suddenly appeared before him. He spoke up confidently. Since everyone is just waiting around, looking for an easy opening, I'll go. Lin Yi of the Dark Knight Sect. Please advise me. The crowd buzzed when they saw him enter the ring. It's Lin Yi. Lin Yi is taking the stage. He once defeated several top geniuses all by himself. I think the demon Sect streak ends here. Qin Mu frowned, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Bring it. He knew one thing for certain. This guy is dangerous. Lin Yi smirked. Then here I come. Energy surged in his palm as he lunged forward. Qin Mu gritted his teeth, drawing his blade in a desperate move. Damn it. I have no choice but to use my evil eye. As the silk wrappings fell away, a black and gold sword was revealed. Lin Yi slammed his fist directly against the silk and Qin Mu's blade. Qin Mu was instantly overwhelmed, unable to withstand the pressure. His body was sent flying backward. Lin Yi landed firmly on the ground. His eyes were grim. Too late. The crowd was stunned by the result. That's Lin Yi for you. He doesn't play around. He just crushes everything with pure force. They marveled at him. He's so strong. He's terrifyingly powerful. This man is destined to be a powerhouse one day. Lin Yi stood tall, clasping his hands with an arrogant air. Is there any other disciple from the demon Sect who dares to challenge me? Someone stepped onto the stage and spoke with a hint of praise. Lin Yi, you're not bad. Ling Su stated calmly. How about a round with me? When the demon Sect disciples saw who it was, their eyes lit up with absolute reverence. It's the demon lord. The demon lord is actually stepping in. They thought to themselves in shock. Is this Lin Yi guy really that good? To think he could draw out the demon lord himself. Ling Su thought to himself. Even though we're about the same age, I still feel like I'm bullying a child. Lin Yi looked at the person before him, startled. Is this a woman? No, wait. Why is it that when he looks at me, I feel a chill running down my entire spine? Standing below, arms crossed, looking up arrogantly. The people around were already discussing in low voices. Who is this woman? The person next to him shook his head. I don't know. But seeing the demon sect disciples all so excited. Perhaps she is also a disciple with extraordinary strength. Lin Yi heard them discussing and thought to himself, it doesn't matter who he is. Lin Yi is not ordinary. Even if this person is strong, he will also be defeated by Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned slightly and introduced himself. Dark Knight Sect, Lin Yi. Ling Su also shrugged and introduced, Demon Sect. Then he spoke up. You make the first move. I'll let you attack first. Lin Yi was provoked by his words. Immediately flew over. Attack. Jiang Yunzi below thought to herself. This brat is faster than just now. Could this be his true strength? Xiang Quan beside her was equally surprised. Lin Yi's punch swung powerfully. Targeting Ling Su. He punched straight down. Discussion. It's over. The air pressure emitted was not small at all. The people below were astonished. He didn't dodge or evade. Resisting head-on? Is he crazy? Lin Yi sneered, seeking his own death. Suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, not injured? On the arena. Lin Yi's fist completely lost its power and stopped just a few centimeters from Ling Su. Of course, he wasn't affected at all. Lin Yi's voice was trembling, looking at him in disbelief. Ling Su smiled, cast a spell, and explained to him. This move, little fist punching the chest, is quite unique. It's just, the force is a bit lacking. Use a bit more strength. You probably haven't used your full strength yet. Lin Yi's fist was bulging with veins from anger. Immediately after, he cast a spell on Lin Yi. He was surprised and couldn't defend in time. Lin Yi's body immediately jumped back. Below, his arm was trembling. A stream of bright red blood flowed out. Lin Yi thought, why does the demon sect have such a strong disciple? This is absolutely not the strength a disciple should have. What exactly is his identity? Is he the new sect master? He made a decision. It seems I can only use this move. Immediately after, Lin Yi's whole body emitted a black aura. His eyes also turned red. His appearance was a bit eerie. Ling Su smiled with interest. A bit interesting. He continued to cast spells, raising winds forward. But what I want to see isn't this. The arena was filled with smoke, making it impossible to see the situation inside. The people below covered their mouths and coughed. They were confused. Why is there suddenly so much smoke? Can't see the situation inside. What exactly is the situation now? The smoke gradually dispersed after a while, revealing a figure standing there. Inside, Ling Su had quickly appeared in front of Lin Yi. He pointed his finger, preparing a move. Lin Yi looked at him, suddenly approaching. His own body was completely unaffected. He broke out in a cold sweat, cursing silently in his heart. Damn it. The difference is too big. He must be toying with me. His body was also trembling. But Lin Yi did not give up. No, I absolutely cannot return defeated like this. He created a sphere carrying blue energy in his hand. From Lin Yi's body, a dragon flew upwards. In his head, he thought maliciously. Even if I can't beat you, I must make you pay the price. The arena was hit by the move just now, exploding and shaking all four directions. The light seemed to completely cover the large arena. Lin Yi bent over, gasping for breath. With the smoke gradually dispersing, there was no one there. He lifted the corner of his mouth into a smile, secretly affirming in his heart, taking a hit at such close range. I don't believe you could still take it. Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. Is it over? Ling Su smiled calmly and beckoned with his finger. If you still have any tricks left, then hurry up and show them. Otherwise, it's my turn. The moment Lin Yi saw him, he turned tail and bolted. Terrified, he fled the scene with tears and snot streaming down his face, leaving the rest of the crowd staring in stunned silence. An eerie quiet settled over the area. Jiang Yunzi stepped forward to break the silence. Is there anyone else who wishes to step up and challenge him? Time Ming looked around and saw everyone recoiling in fear. They began to murmur in awe. The demon sect truly lives up to its reputation. We are thoroughly defeated and offer our full respect. From now on, we are at the demon sect's beck and call. Time Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. You people. The others nearby also began to tremble as they spoke. We shall take our leave as well. Thank you, demon sect, for the invitation. In the future, we will remain steadfast in our position. We will give our full support to the demon sect. Time Ming cupped his hands with a forced, awkward smile. Since everyone is leaving, then I, Ming Yi, shouldn't overstay my welcome either. I admit it. The demon sect is number one under heaven. Instantly, the crowded hall became empty and desolate. A lonely, chilling breeze swept through. Jiang Quan clung tightly to Ling Su. As expected of you, a single move was enough to bring those sects to their knees. Today, my admiration for you has grown 1,000-fold. He tried to push him away in embarrassment. Get off me. This is disgusting. The other continued regardless. I want to stay by the demon lord's side for the rest of my life. I will forever honor you as my master. Night had fallen. The starlight shone with a brilliant radiance. A young woman stood atop a jagged rocky peak. Mela frowned in disbelief and asked again. It failed? A failure? Is your beast city really so incompetent that you can't even take down a common human martial emperor guarding Yahello City? Or are you heavenly beasts trying to intentionally back out of a deal? A demonic beast groveling on the ground insisted. Everything I said is true, milady. Out of nowhere, an incredibly powerful human appeared. Not only did he slay the saint beast, but he wiped out the entire beast legion. Hearing this, she questioned him further. A powerful human, you say? Finally, Mela gave the beast an order. Tell your heavenly beast lord, we will meet at the heavenly valley in a few days. As for this human, we need to have a serious discussion about him. The small beast immediately complied. A few days later, at the heavenly demon great hall, 3 figures stood within the hall. Jiang Quan leaned toward Ling Su with his arms crossed, smiling playfully. Demon Lord, word is spreading that our demon sect is overflowing with talent. They say even a random disciple of ours can take on 10 men at once. Those guys who had hidden agendas before are all cowering inside their own sects now. Jiang Yunzi sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand in deep thought. However, that Lin Yi, he was only a half-step martial king. For him to beat our disciples in just a few moves is indeed no small feat. Ling Su heard her assessment and asked, a martial king? He picked up a jar of wine and downed it. Ling Su sat back with his legs crossed. He wiped his mouth and smirked. You all are seriously underestimating him. That kid's true strength has already reached the sovereign realm. Jiang Quan turned to him, his face filled with shock. He's a martial emperor? Then why couldn't even we sense his true cultivation level? Ling Su let out a cold snort. He explained indifferently. The kid is carrying a soul remnant that is at least above the sovereign realm. Even if you two had stepped in, victory wouldn't have been guaranteed. The reason a loser like him could suddenly become a genius is because that soul has been helping him. That kid is patient, I'll give him that. Even if it meant the humiliation of running away. He refused to reveal his final trump card. He knows how to hide his tracks. He's a master at playing the underdog to catch people off guard. His eyes suddenly grew sharp. If I hadn't stepped in myself, no disciple in the demon sect could have matched him, and it wouldn't have been appropriate for a sect leader to intervene. We almost fell for his little act. Jiang Quan nodded as he processed the information. Suddenly, he turned back to Ling Su. So that's how it is. But Demon Lord, how are you able to analyze his inner thoughts so perfectly? It felt as if he had been struck by an arrow. Lingo was practically covered in labels. Hiding true strength. Playing the underdog. Protagonist. Experienced. He gave a forced smile, trying to change the subject. Well, about this. Ling Su let out a fake cough. Anyway, after everything that's happened, those surrounding sects have finally learned to behave themselves. We've entered the demon sect's territory. We should have some peace and quiet for a while. Suddenly, Jiang Yunzi leaned in close, pressing against him. As expected of the demon lord. The moment you took over the demon sect, you expanded our territory. Your subordinate truly admires you so much that I just want to... Her face was flushed deep red. Ling Su immediately bolted upright, jumping from his seat. He narrowly dodged her touch. Jiang Yunzi, I'm warning you. I don't know where you learned these tricks, but you're not allowed to get this close to me again. Jiang Yunzi put on a look of pure desire, feigning ignorance. Is the demon lord feeling shy? You know, if you just said the word, your subordinate is ready and willing at any time. So what if I get a little closer? If you really hated it, you could just push me away. But you didn't. You clearly enjoy this, don't you? She suddenly lunged forward, tried to grab him. At the same time, Jiang Quan called out anxiously from the side, "Demon Lord." Both of them rushed toward Ling Su, who stood trapped in the middle. Seeing Jiang Quan rushing over, Ling Su was deeply moved. He mistakenly thought the man was coming to his rescue. "Jiang Quan, you really are the only one I can trust in this sect. You truly are a loyal subordinate." In an instant, Ling Su felt as if the world shifted. He gasped out, "This lord." Jiang Quan had locked him in a tight bear hug from behind. The man whispered, "Forgive me, Demon Lord, only when you're around." Can Jiang Yunzi act somewhat normal? At least she won't spend all day taking her frustrations out on the rest of us. For the sake of the demon sect's peaceful development, I'm afraid I must ask you to make a small sacrifice. Ling Su glared at him, barking out, "Let go! You bastard! Don't force me to execute you right here." In a flash, a finger reached out and struck his pressure point. Ling Su froze mid-motion, cursing under his breath. He collapsed, only to be caught in Jiang Yunzi's arms. Jiang Quan immediately and obediently let go. Jiang Yunzi sighed, making her decision. "It seems the Demon Lord is exhausted. I shall take him to the bedchamber so he can rest for a while." She began to carry Ling Su away. She turned back and gave Jiang Quan a smile as bright as a blooming flower. Jiang Quan happily waved goodbye. "I respectfully see the Demon Lord off. I wish you much happiness." Inside the bedroom, Jiang Yunzi laid him down on the bed. Without the slightest hesitation, she climbed on top of him. With a flushed face, she looked down at the unconscious man. "Demon Lord, no one will disturb us this time. Allow me to help you. Relax your muscles." Ling Su felt her leg brush against his lower body. He let out a muffled groan. "Jiang Yunzi, are you planning to commit treason against your lord?" She stayed pinned over him, her hands wandering. "I've simply realized that if I want to keep the Demon Lord by my side, this is the most effective way." Jiang Yunzi's hand slowly moved further down. Ling Su's face turned bright red as he screamed, "You're supposed to be relaxing my muscles. Don't relax that part." He was inwardly terrified. This crazy woman actually wants to have her way with me. The very next second, a surge of power erupted from him, throwing Jiang Yunzi off. Ling Su scrambled up, frantically pulling his clothes back together. Panic filled his mind. No way. She's actually quite powerful. If she does this several times a day, who could possibly withstand it? I'm going to lose my dignity. He made a split-second decision. I had to find a way back to senior sister Nian Yin as fast as possible. That's the only safe place left for me. Ling Su stepped off the bed, trying to act composed. Since the demon sect is temporarily stable, I trust that even without me, you all can manage things perfectly well. Therefore, he vanished instantly, moving like a gust of wind. Goodbye, hopefully forever. Jiang Yunzi stared blankly at the spot where he had disappeared. She sat on the floor, gritting her teeth as a dark aura radiated from her. Demon Lord, Ling Su, no matter where you run, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down and bring you back. In a desolate prison cell, iron bars surrounded the grim space. Yahello was bound tightly, his hands chained high above him. He was forced onto his knees on the cold floor. His clothes were tattered and stained with fresh blood. A heavy boot slammed into his thigh. "Hey, you damn snail. Time to wake up." The outsiders immediately called for the Abyss Lord. Yahello opened his eyes, looked at the newcomer, and sneered. "A bottom feeder like you actually dares to call himself the Abyss Lord? You're nothing but a coward acting tough on your own turf. This humble monk wishes you a slow, agonizing death." The Abyss Lord let out a cold laugh. "Still got enough strength to talk back, I see. Looks like you've still got some spiritual energy left in you." He ground his heel hard into the wound. "Then let's see which one of us meets a miserable end first." A subordinate rushed in, panicked. "Abyss Lord, something's wrong." He turned his head and demanded, "What is it now?" The subordinate knelt outside to report. "Two monks from the Buddhist sect have fought their way into the Great Hall. They're demanding we hand over Yahello. If we don't, they've threatened to slaughter everyone in the palace." The Abyss Lord roared in fury. "They're here already." A thin trail of blood trickled from the young monk's mouth. And yet, a cryptic smile spread across his face. His laughter came in ragged gasps. "You're finished. All of you are finished." Those words clearly pushed the purple-haired man over the edge. He reached out and violently grabbed the monk by the throat. He barked out an order, "Shut your mouth." The young monk was choked until he began to foam at the mouth. His eyes bulged from the pressure. With agonizing effort, he managed to squeeze out one last word. You all deserve it. After saying that, his eyes rolled back into his head. His pupils constricted. Then his body went limp. He remained slumped on the ground, still bound. Seeing no reaction, the man checked him. Is he dead? The man standing behind heard this and called out, yeah. Being dead might be for the best. An old man stepped forward. His brow was furrowed with pure malice. Even if we handed him over alive, once they saw Yahello in this state, they'd never let this go. Hearing the old man's reasoning, the purple-haired man grew even more anxious. He asked irritably, so what do we do now? The enemy is literally at our front door. It seemed the old man had already planned for this. His golden eyes remained eerily calm. Don't worry. The old man paused for a moment. Then he added with a sinister tone, they're just two measly Buddhas. I can handle them both myself. Meanwhile, the courtyard entrance was in ruins, heavily damaged from the confrontation. Two masters in red robes were stepping forward to survey the scene. Ming Su of the evil Buddhist sect led the way. One hand was raised in a prayer gesture. A long, jagged scar ran across his face. Following behind was his fellow disciple, Han Tuozi. Both maintained a mask of absolute calm, looking down at the two of them from the high steps. The old man called out. His voice held not a shred of kindness. What could have possibly made you two so angry? He knew exactly why they were there, yet he played the fool. He clasped his hands in a mocking greeting. I had no idea two ancient Buddhas would grace us with their presence. Forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. I hope you won't take offense. Ming Tuozi had no interest in playing games. He cut straight to the point. Cut the crap. Where's Shue Tuozi? Where's Yao Tuozi? The old man kept up the act. Oh, I'm afraid you two have a wrong place. We haven't seen either of them. How would we know where they are? Han Tuozi knew he was lying. Discarding all pleasantries, he prepared to charge in. Nothing but lies. Then don't blame us for getting rough. We'll find them ourselves. But as Han Tuozi tried to brush past him, the old man's eyes snapped open wide as he roared. You dare barge in? His body suddenly erupted in a blinding golden radiance. His face contorted into a terrifying, dark mask. He launched a sudden strike at the two Buddhas, catching them completely off guard. By reflex, Han Tuozi pressed his palms together. He began chanting an incantation. Namo Amitofo. The old man's radiant aura was closing in on him. Upon finishing the prayer, a shield made entirely of glowing seals manifested before them. It momentarily halted the onslaught of light from the old man. Having successfully blocked the attack, Han Tuozi quickly shifted into a new stance. He began weaving another spell formation. With his hands pressed firmly together, a stream of sacred seals began to flow rapidly from his lips. The old man is tightly bound by those incantation chains. He struggles violently, limbs flailing, but he can't break free. What is this? The true word incantation. It's fully activated. I'm completely immobilized. Ming Zi's hand lunges forward, gripping his accomplice's throat in a death vice. He barks an order. Where's my junior brother? Yao Tuozi. Tell me. Ming Zi lifts the purple-haired man clean off the ground by his neck. The man groans as he struggles to breathe. The old man watches in horror, turning back toward them. Even with the air being crushed out of him, the purple-haired man remains defiant. I already told you. I don't know. Fearless, he spits out a curse. You damn bald monk. Let me go. Ming Zi's rage boils over. He has no intention of showing any more mercy. A small, glowing orb manifests in his palm. His voice drops to a cold, deadly whisper. You don't know, huh? Fine. Then I'll start by destroying your cultivation base. Let's see if that refreshes your memory. Ming Zi's hand strikes out decisively. But at that exact moment, sensing the imminent danger, the old man acts. He bursts through his bindings with a surge of power. He charges straight at Ming Zi. Pointing a finger to the heavens, he roars, How dare you? In a flash, the old man grabs the purple-haired man and lunges away, saving him from a certain death. Ming Zi and Han Zi shout in unison, after them. But the old man is lightning fast. Before they can blink, he's nothing but a silhouette in the distance. I have to protect this kid. The odds are against me right now. We need to retreat for the time being. Meanwhile, in a desolate craggy mountain range, the weather is bone-chillingly cold and the atmosphere is incredibly bleak. A black-booted foot touches down lightly on a jagged rock. He's as silent and graceful as the wind. Ling Su stands atop the rock, hands on his hips, and exhales a long breath. Finally, I made it out. Better head back soon and regroup with senior sister and the others. Once the business in Wanluo City is settled, I can finally go back to the Sect and live some quiet days. Suddenly, in the middle of this wasteland, the sound of voices echoes through the air. A group of people are screaming. "Where do you think you're going, you old geezer?" Ling Su's eyes widen as he listens intently. He quickly ducks down to hide. He spots the Buddhist monks in hot pursuit of the two fugitives. Ling Su silently observes the situation. Looks like a fight. For against one, that's quite the beatdown. And they all seem exceptionally powerful. Mingzi unleashes a powerful technique, aiming to cut off the escape route of his two prey. Brahma's evil Buddha incantation. A massive, pitch-black demonic face surges forward. Running behind, the old man senses the danger. Feeling a massive wave of killing intent, he whips around. He sees Mingzi's attack barreling toward him. The old man slams his fists together. A spark of electricity flashes between his hands. A beam of brilliant golden light shoots back in retaliation, colliding head-on with the black demonic face. It manages to hold the attack at bay for a moment. Up above, Ling Su has made himself comfortable, lying flat on the ridge. He's even got a jar of wine in his hand. Happily enjoying the show, he mutters a critique under his breath. Not a bad move. Why are you dodging? Take him head-on. The old man is clearly struggling to fight off two monks at once. His body is already covered in wounds. "You two damn fake monks. I told you, Yao Tuozi's disappearance has nothing to do with the Wei family. You're taking this intimidation thing a bit too far." Upon hearing those words, the wine in Ling Su's mouth suddenly turns bitter. He sprays it out like a fountain. The evil Buddhist sect? And the Wei family? Well, this just got interesting. He leans over the cliff edge to get a better look. Impressive. Talk about a small world. I just stumbled right into two of my enemies at once. The old man realizes he can't play dumb any longer. He frowns, calculating his options. Damn it. It looks like they're dead set on making us pay with our lives. There's no avoiding this. Is my only choice to go down fighting? While he's distracted, the old man doesn't notice a hand reaching toward his back. The purple-haired man appears behind him. A murderous intent flickers in his eyes. If you just sacrifice yourself a little, I can make it out of here alive, can't I? LDU gasps as a hand pierces through his chest. He wheezes with hatred. You? To think I wasted my life protecting you. You're worse than a beast. With those final words, the old man collapses. The purple-haired man gives a wicked smirk. In his hand, he clutches the old man's freshly ripped-out dantian. You are nothing but a pawn. Once a pawn is useless, it's discarded. As long as I have this saint's dantian, breaking through to the saint realm will be effortless. His wild laughter echoed through the air. A violent purple gale enveloped his figure. Dust and debris swept across the sky, obscuring everything. The old man's corpse remained motionless on ground. Ming Zi and Han Zi stood over the body, cursing in frustration. Damn it, that bastard used a secret art to escape. Whatever, capturing one is good enough for now. Once we return to the Sect, send men to hunt him down. I don't believe for a second he can hide forever. Looking down at the old man's body lying prone in a pool of blood, Ming Zi added with a sneer. This old martial saint literally died to protect that court master. Who would have thought he'd be stabbed in the back by the very person he served? How laughable and how pathetic. Ling Su had been watching the entire scene play out from the shadows. He murmured to himself, "Court master." So the one who ran away was the court master himself. A cold, arrogant smile played on Ling Su's lips. Talk about searching far and wide only to find it by pure luck. Meeting you here saves me a lot of trouble. Perfect timing. It's time we settled our old and new debts together. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark, damp cave, the purple-haired man stood alone beneath a natural skylight. He gleefully admired the saint's dantian he had just stolen. Once I fully absorb this dantian, I'll definitely break through to the Saint Path realm. From this day forward, I am the Abyss. While he was lost in his triumph, a voice suddenly drifted from behind him. Abyssal Saint. Honestly, Abyssal Swine sounds much more fitting for you. The kind of swine that belongs in a gutter. He froze. Spinning around in a panic, he barked, "Did those two bastards actually track me down? No, that's impossible. This escape art was personally taught to me by the ghost race. Not even a martial saint should be able to track my aura." The more he thought, the more confused he became. He gritted his teeth in a fit of rage, though a cold sweat of fear broke out on his brow. He unleashed a wide-range attack, hoping to flush out whoever was hiding in the darkness. "There's no way they could have followed me. Get the hell out here. Hiding in the shadows like a coward. Show yourself." While his guard was down, Ling Su materialized right behind him. He whispered slowly, emphasizing every word. "Those are my lines, don't you forget." Between the two of us, who was the one stabbing people in the back just now? Reflexively, the purple-haired man swung his elbow backward, desperately trying to strike the person behind him. But Ling Su's movements were far superior. He drifted back instantly, easily dodging the desperate blow. Ling Su's face finally came into view. His presence was extraordinary and commanding. The man gasped in shock. "Ling Su? Ow, how are you even here?" Ling Su scratched his head with a mockingly blank expression. "Oh, just passing through." The purple-haired man managed to regain his composure. A confident, wicked smile returned to his face. "Wait a minute. It looks like he's all alone. That expert who usually protects him must not be around. In that case, since we cross paths, I might as well send you to the afterlife." Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, his hands glowing with a deadly technique. Ling Su didn't even flinch. He simply tapped a finger against his chin, looking amused. "All I can say is, you really are a streak of bad luck. Try to be more careful in your next life. If you're going to be evil, don't let anyone see you. Especially me." As he finished speaking, he delivered a devastating kick straight to the man's stomach. The force was so massive the man's eyes rolled back, his consciousness fading instantly. He sprayed a massive cloud of blood from his mouth. His eyes turned white as he collapsed. Ling Su landed gracefully back on the ground. Behind him, the cave walls crumbled, raining rocks down upon the fallen man. Consider this a free burial, all natural and on the house. The purple-haired man was buried beneath the pile of rubble. Only then did Ling Su remember something important. I got a bit carried away. I forgot to search his soul for information about the ghost race. That guy definitely had a secret deal with them. Ling Su stood there, conflicted. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Looking back at the chaos he'd caused, he sighed. In the end, he made his decision. The body's already cold anyway. Searching his soul now wouldn't do much good. Might as well head back for now. I'll figure out after I regroup with senior sister Nyenya and the others. With that, he vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in Wanluo City, a young man was strolling through the streets with a skip in his step. He was dressed in elegant, snow-white robes, walking with hands behind his head. He hums a cheerful tune, a blade of grass tucked in his mouth. He passes a row of missing person posters. On the posters is the image of a black-haired man, with sharp, spirited eyes, strikingly similar to Ling Su. Wait a minute. Ling Su suddenly notices the resemblance. Panicking, he steps back to take a closer look. There is no doubt about it. The person on the poster and Ling Su are one and the same. Ling Su's hands tremble as he holds the poster. He can't even form a complete sentence. My pure, untainted reputation, ruined by that enchantress. What is this? Is this a joke? They've plastered these all over the city. Vivid scenes suddenly flash through Ling Su's mind. A girl lying on the ground, her clothes disheveled, ready to be ravished by someone. The night is still young. Let big sister take care of you. Thinking of this, Ling Su can't help but press a hand to his forehead in distress. Senior sister and the others will definitely think I was taken by her. This is bad. If they see me returning safe and sound, they'll definitely dig for the truth until they get to the bottom of it. I need to come up with an excuse first. In the midst of his confusion, an idea suddenly pops into his head. This is... Another dingy brown notice happens to catch Ling Su's eye. He suddenly bursts into a joyful smile. That's it. Whatever plan he's hatched. He is now standing before the entrance of an auction house. He has changed into a different set of male robes. The old saying is true. If you want to coax a woman, you have to rely on gifts. I'll auction off some things for cash, and pick up a little something as an apology gift for senior sister and the others. Just as he's about to head inside to make a profit, the doorman suddenly blocks Ling Su's path. He holds up a hand to signal him. Hold it. You there. Take off the mask. To hide his true identity, Ling Su had put on a strange-looking mask, which is why he was stopped. But he has no intention of unmasking. Instead, he reaches into his robe. A VIP card is flicked, pinning itself right next to the doorman's ear. The man was in the middle of speaking. Did you think just anyone could enter our yuan auction house? He's instantly silenced by the card. Panicking, he thinks this card is... Only those who have spent at least 100 million at Wanluo auctions can obtain this black card. This person is actually... And just like that, Ling Su gives an order. I want a good seat. The doorman's legs tremble uncontrollably. He complies immediately. Please forgive my insolence. Honored guest, please follow me inside. I'll ensure you have the best seat. Another attendant leads him the rest of the way. The two of them walk up a long wooden staircase and arrive at an elegantly decorated private room. The guide bows respectfully. Honored guest, this is the plum room. In a moment, we will send 2 maidservants to attend to your daily needs. Ling Su gives a blunt reply. No need, which takes the servant by surprise. However, the man develops a sly look on his face. He makes a crude gesture with his hand. No maidservants? So, you prefer men? Ling Su quickly cuts him off. I'm not into that. Does your auction house even provide those kinds of services? Realizing he misspoke, the man hurriedly backs away. In any case, if you need anything at all, just give a word. I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, the auction has already begun. The host is a pot-bellied man dressed like a god of wealth. Everyone, a new round of bidding is about to begin. Let's take a look at our first item. This time, it's truly unbelievable. It's actually a living creature. With that, he lifts the red cloth with both hands, revealing an iron cage underneath. Inside, a white fox is shivering. A high-grade spirit beast, the three-tailed snow heaven fox. This snow heaven fox comes from the frozen lands of the eastern continent. It possesses immense hidden potential. It can be cultivated up to the Saint Dao realm, if you can trigger the growth of its 9th tail. It can even reach the creation realm. The starting bid is 1 million spirit stones. Please start your bidding. Below, hammers are raised one after another. 1 million, 2 million. The price continues to climb. Suddenly, someone shouts, 5 million. The massive figure causes everyone to turn and stare. Su Dao sits firmly in his chair. He folds his hands together. Calmly, he repeats his bid. I'll offer 5 million. The crowd below erupts. Is he insane? 5 million spirit stones, just for a three-tailed fox? Up on the balcony, Ling Su peers down at the scene. Suddenly, he realizes something. That person looks a bit familiar. The crowd continues to gossip about Su Dao. He really has more money than brains. Everyone in the auction house turns to stare at where Su Dao is sitting. The whispers are relentless. 5 million spirit stones. That's enough to buy several top-tier treasures. I wonder if this young master needs a follower. The kind that just hangs around and eats for free. But Su Dao couldn't care less what they think. He just brushes it off with a smirk. Su Gui gave me 100 billion spirit stones. What a measly 5 million. Once I get my hands on this snow celestial fox and raise it well, it's bound to be useful in the future. The auctioneer looks like he's just hit the jackpot. His eyes are practically sparkling. This esteemed guest has bid 5 million spirit stones. Does anyone else wish to place a bid? As it turns out, 5 million wasn't the ceiling. A distinguished-looking man raises his sign. I'll give 10 million. Su Dao immediately glares in his direction. Irritation flickers in his eyes. Others in the room start raising the stakes as well. 20 million, then 30 million. Su Dao is determined to have that three-tailed fox. He grits his teeth and calls out, 50 million. Another guest raises their sign, about to say 60, but his family quickly covers his mouth. Young master, there's no need for this. If you keep going, we'll be broke. And so, Su Dao's price stands as the highest. The auctioneer throws his arms out and shouts, this guest has bid 50 million. Is there anyone else? Su Dao thinks the fox is already his. A smug, self-satisfied grin creeps onto his face. Money really does let you do whatever you want. Let's see who else dares to compete with me. But unexpectedly, someone else places a bid. 1 heavenly dragon pill. The crowd instantly goes wild. A heavenly dragon pill? Did I hear that right? That's a priceless treasure made from the core of a heavenly dragon. It takes 81 days of refinement to complete. To think someone would trade that for a fox that hasn't even grown its fur in yet. Su Dao looks like he's about to explode with rage. He grinds his teeth together. Who the hell is trying to ruin my plans? The person infuriating Su Dao is none other than Ling Su. He is currently hidden behind a curtain, inside the private booth. Ling Su feels safe enough to take off his mask. This snow celestial fox looks so soft. I bet it'll feel amazing to pet. Seeing your sister and the others will definitely love it. The auctioneer is so excited he's literally shaking. He can barely get the words out. This honored guest has bid 1 heavenly dragon pill. Now then, are there any further bids? The room falls into a dead silence. Not a soul responds to the auctioneer's question. Su Dao grashes his teeth and gives up. Fine, it's just a fox. I don't need it. As long as I get the next item, it'll be fine. The auctioneer immediately slams the gavel, ending the auction. Congratulations to our esteemed guest. This snow celestial fox is yours. Next up was a different item. And now, for the most valuable item of this entire auction. The auctioneer introduces the lot. This item was left behind by a master of the creation realm. Here it comes. Su Dao can no longer keep his cool. He practically leaps out of his seat. I'm definitely getting it this time. The auctioneer carefully holds up an ancient scroll, a treasure map to the ancient ruins. Su Dao stands up instantly. He places the opening bid. 50 billion spirit stones. The auctioneer comments with delight. It seems our guest can't wait any longer. Is there anyone else who would like to bid? Unsurprisingly, Ling Su is also interested in this. A treasure map to the ancient ruins. That sounds interesting. Besides, the pills in my storage ring are already piled up like mountains. It'd be a waste not to buy it. With that thought, Ling Su grips the railing and stands up. He calls out, "My bid is," as he speaks. He leaps straight down from the balcony. His mask is already back in place. He raises a single finger, signaling his bid. 1 heaven grade, 9 transformations creation pill. Once again, Ling Su sends the entire crowd into a frenzy. An immortal grade pill. Even a martial god temple only possesses a few pills of this caliber. How could he possibly? Su Dao's hands clench into tight fists. The veins on the back of his hands bulge with fury. Trading a heaven-grade pill for 100 treasure maps would still be a losing deal. First, this guy used a heavenly dragon pill to trade for that fox. And now he's throwing this away for a treasure map? Does he have more money than he knows what to do with? Wait, it's him again. Su Dao is on the verge of losing his mind. He glares at Langu with eyes full of pure hatred. Damn it. This man has repeatedly ruined my plans. Today's auctioneer has just hit the jackpot. His hands are shaking with sheer excitement. He prepares to strike the gavel. I believe no one here can offer a price higher than a heaven-grade pill. Therefore, this treasure map will belong to that esteemed guest. The gavel is just about to fall, but just before it hits, a voice shouts out, "Hold it!" Su Dao points an accusing finger at the auctioneer in a rage. First, this man used a heavenly dragon pill to trade for the snow heaven fox. And now he's using a heaven-grade pill for a treasure map. I don't believe for a second that he actually has that many top-tier pills. I bet he's all talk and has nothing to show for it. He's just a fraud putting on a show. Many in the crowd share Su Dao's suspicion. That's right. Even a grandmaster alchemist likely wouldn't possess such a vast hoard of pills. He's not just trying to bluff us, is he? I bet he's a total fake. He might even be working with the auction house to drive up the price. Yet, Langu remains completely silent. Behind his mask, Ling Su is calculating his next move. So you want to pick a fight with me? If I don't slap the sense into you today, you won't even know why your face is red. With that thought, he flicked his wrist and a shimmering gold, top-quality pill materialized. Fine then, inspect the goods first. Then you can decide whether this deal is valid or not. The pill is indeed a masterpiece, a rare find seen only once in a blue moon. It glows with a brilliant golden luster, radiating an alluring, divine aura. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say its brilliance is blinding. This is a 9 transformations creation pill. Look at this radiance. Am I about to witness a miracle? The pill drifts slowly toward the auctioneer. He catches it with both hands, ready and waiting. He's so enamored that he's practically drooling. Ling Su speaks to him with casual generosity. Now that you've inspected the goods, can I have my items now? The auctioneer nods vigorously like a woodpecker. Of course, of course. We will wrap everything up and present them to you immediately, sir. Ling Su picks up the three-tailed white fox. And as for you, from now on, you're coming with me. I promise you'll have the best food and the finest things. And there'll be plenty of pretty girls, too. With his other hand, Ling Su tucks the box containing the ancient map under his arm. As for this map, I'll take my time figuring it out later. With the spoils in hand, Ling Su exits the room. Senior sister, Nini, Aiyafeng. Your favorite junior brother is back. Only Su Dao remains in the room. His face is livid with rage. Despicable. I will repay this humiliation sooner or later. By now, Ling Su has changed back into his white robes. He cautiously pushes the door open and steps inside. Su Ling is fast asleep on the bed. She looks absolutely breathtaking. Is senior sister still sleeping? Ling Su wonders to himself. He leans in close, gazing intently at his senior sister. He notices a slight discoloration beneath Su Ling's eyes. One has to look closely to see it. Those dark circles under her eyes. She must have been worrying about me a lot lately. At that thought, Ling Su lets out a tender sigh. He reaches out and gently strokes her forehead. He can't bring himself to wake her while she's so exhausted. He turns to leave. Never mind. I'll wait until she wakes up to talk. I'll go check on Ninya and Yuqing first. But suddenly, Ling Su feels a hand grab his. A wave of warmth surges through him. It's his senior sister's hand. She murmurs softly, "Junior brother, don't go." Ling Su instinctively turns back. He sees that she is still half asleep. Yet her subconscious is calling out his name. With her eyes tightly shut, Bai Su Ling whispers in a daze, "Junior brother, now that you're back, I definitely." Hearing this, Ling Su blushes with embarrassment, thinking, so, even in her dreams, senior sister cares about me this much. How embarrassing. He muttered to himself, a soft smile playing on his lips. But his joy was short-lived. He froze in disbelief as she continued. "I'll break your legs. That way, you can't go anywhere." Cold sweat poured down his face. He prepared to bolt, thinking to himself, if I don't run now, my life is forfeit. But escape was impossible. She had already clamped her hand around his arm. Bai Su Ling's eyes fluttered open as she softly called out. Ling Su immediately turned back, giving her a forced, awkward smile. "Senior sister." She stared at him, unable to believe her eyes. "Is it really you? Or am I just dreaming?" He beamed at her. "It's me, it's really me. I'm back." Before he could finish, she lunged forward and threw her arms around his neck. Startled, he stood there frozen, his mouth hanging open. "Oh!" She rested her head on his shoulder, her cheeks flushed crimson and tears welling in her eyes. "I'm back," she whispered. "I'm finally back." Seeing her like this, his face turned red. He tentatively patted her shoulder, his mind racing. "I've never seen her act like this before. Is this really the same senior sister who hits me at the drop of a hat? The same overbearing, dominant woman I know?" Suddenly, he stiffened when Bai Su Ling bit down hard on his shoulder. He screamed internally. "Ack, yep, that's definitely her." After biting him long enough to leave teeth marks on his clothes, she let go and sat up straight. She reached up and wiped the tears from her red-rimmed eyes. Looking at her pitiful state, Ling Su lowered his head and apologized. "It's my fault. I made you worry, senior sister. It won't happen again." Suddenly, she reached out toward his chest. She stepped closer, the clicking of her high heels echoing. Before his eyes, her lush, rosy lips drew nearer and nearer. Bai Su Ling leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Ling Su's face turned bright red. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Finally, she pulled away. Looking bashful, she toyed with a lock of her hair and whispered a justification. Consider this your reward for having a conscience and coming back." As soon as the words left her mouth, she ducked her head, her face burning, unable to look him in the eye. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she buried her face in her hands and bolted for the door. As she ran, she shouted back, "I'm going to go tell Nini and Yuqing. You better get out here soon." His cheeks were still burning as he touched his lips, staring blankly at her retreating figure. He traced his lips with his fingers, his mind in a total whirl. My first kiss, across 2 lifetimes, gone just like that? Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat. His vision went dark as he pinched his cheek, screaming in his head, "Wait, that's not the point. The real issue is, senior sister kissed me. She actually kissed me." Elsewhere, A massive explosion sent debris flying in every direction. The Mila Ghost Queen unleashed a devastating strike, her voice booming with rage. That useless Su Qiandao. He couldn't even retrieve a single treasure map. Does he think the 100 billion spirit stones I gave him were just for show? A man from the ghost tribe knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the dirt, trembling violently as he pleaded. Please, Ghost Queen, calm your anger. Su Qiandao asked me to relay a message to you. He failed to get the map because someone else jumped in at the last second. That person offered a heaven-grade pill. They took the treasure map right then and there. Even 100 billion spirit stones can't compare to a heaven-grade pill. Hearing this, she crossed her arms in fury and barked out. A heaven-grade pill. Who was it? The man replied, his voice shaking. We aren't entirely sure. However, he said, the man's build looked very similar to the person who paid 10 billion spirit stones for intel on us last time. Her face darkened as she spoke in a low, dangerous tone. Zongge, the human brat who's only in the body refining stage? How is that possible? The man quickly looked up, offering a fawning, cautious smile. Don't worry just yet, Ghost Queen. Su Qiandao said he's already sent someone to track them. There should be results in a few days. She closed her eyes, her voice cold and threatening. Fine, I'll give him one more chance. But if he fails again and delays the great revival of the ghost god. Her eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing. A sinister red aura enveloped her as she continued. I don't care what business ties we have. I will show no mercy. Inside the inn, Ling Su sat up straight with a deadly serious expression, shielding a sobbing Qin Yuni behind him. He calmly began his tale. And that's exactly how it happened. I had to endure unspeakable hardships and trials just to make it back to you all. Bai Suling and Mu Yueqing both stared at the two of them with grim expressions, remaining silent. Mu Yueqing crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at him. So you're saying that enchantress wanted to use you as a human cultivation vessel? And you escaped while she was bathing? You even remembered to toss her clothes away, so she couldn't chase you? And then you just waltzed back here without a scratch on you? He nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's it. You sisters have no idea how despicable and cruel that enchantress's methods are. He wiped his tears with a handkerchief, putting on a pitiful act. It's a miracle I kept you all in my heart. I finally endured it until the end. If I hadn't, I don't know how many years it would have taken to escape her demonic clutches. Xiani's eyes welled up as she grabbed his sleeve, whispering through her tears. Ling Su, you've suffered so much. Bai Suling and Mu Yueqing watched the performance in silence, their faces still full of doubt. He looked at her while wiping his eyes. Naini, you really are my dear sister. Bai Suling finally gave in and sighed, fine enough. As long as you've returned safely, that's all that matters. How things actually went down isn't important anymore. Mu Yueqing pointed at him and warned, you little freak. From now on, you stay right by our side. If this happens again, you won't be so lucky. Ling Su nodded repeatedly, replying yes, yes. She looked at him with a smile. You haven't told City Lord Wong that you're back yet, have you? While you were missing, he was incredibly worried about you. Now that you're back safe and sound, go to the City Lord's manor and let him know. He immediately raised his hand in a salute and shouted, orders received, master. Soon after, the four of them headed quickly toward the City Lord's manor. The group walked through the bustling streets. With a sprig of grass in his mouth, he glanced around casually. A bald man wearing an eye patch appeared on the street, leading a gang of thugs. His face was flushed as he stroked his chin. What kind of lucky day is it today? A gathering of goddesses. I want that little girl. The three of you can split the others among yourselves. The subordinates behind him immediately shouted, yes, boss. Ling Su turned to look at the three behind him. I wonder if that old geezer Mo is still at the manor. I want to pick out a few more items from the Maha Pavilion. Hearing this, Mu Yueqing replied, I'm afraid Pavilion Master Mo would be so heartbroken he'd have a heart attack. Bai Suling asked in confusion, what is this white powder? The gang from earlier appeared behind them, catcalling and jeering. Hey there, for beauties. Where are you off to in such a hurry? The bald leader, his face bright red, rested his blade on his shoulder. Why don't you stay and take care of some business with us instead? Ling Su snapped back in anger. Business? You mean picking out graves for yourselves? Suddenly, a sharp cry from behind caught his attention. The three women clutched their stomachs, their faces flushing red as they cried out, it's so hot. He panicked and shouted, sisters, The bald man with the eye patch licked his lips, his face turning crimson as he held up a medicine bottle. This is the ecstasy lust dust, a special concoction exclusive to us. The aphrodisiac is extremely potent. Come back with us quietly. I guarantee we'll help you clear all that poison right out of your systems. Ling Su swung his hand, creating a golden barrier to protect the three of them. His body tensed as he growled in a dark, cold voice, "You lot are begging for death." A massive surge of demonic energy erupted from him, lunging toward the gang. The bald man screamed in terror. Demonic energy? He shouted in disbelief. Impossible. That guy clearly said, "These four were disciples of the Time Ming Sect." How can it be someone from the demonic sect here? Could the intel he gave us be fake? His eyes turned a vivid blood red. He reached out his hand and asked in a low voice, "The intel he gave? Huh? Let me see who exactly that is." Demonic energy swirled around his hand. He curled his fingers, activating the soul-searching memory technique. His voice rang out like a death knell. "Once your souls are torn away, from this moment on, you will cease to exist in this world." The demonic energy dragged the souls out of the thugs' bodies. Finally, the souls flew into his open palm. The spirits twisted and writhed, begging for mercy. "Mercy, please spare us. Please have mercy on us. We won't do it again. Aya." With a slight flick of his fingers, a beam of light shot out from the souls. He spoke with pure contempt. "Mercy?" His eyes turned purple as he ruthlessly crushed the souls in his hand. Holding a glowing golden orb of light, he closed his eyes to probe the memories within. The thug's memories played out before him, a man standing with his hands behind his back. "I need you to take care of someone for me. He's a disciple of the Time Ming Sect. Last time, he used 10 billion origin stones to buy out the Ghost Tribe's intel. I suspect he's the one behind the theft of the treasure map this time as well." The man turned around with a smirk. "Remember, doing work for me, Su Jiandao, is the same as working for the Ghost Tribe. Once the job is done, you'll be well rewarded." Flattering voices chimed in. "Yes, sir. Of course." Ling Su snapped his eyes open, looking at the memory fragment in shock. "It's him? That brat in purple who picked a fight with me last time. To think he's actually colluding with the Ghost Tribe." The ring on his finger suddenly glowed. In an instant, the Saint Realm human puppet appeared, kneeling behind him. "Greetings, Masterling." He turned his head to glance at it and gave his orders. "Keep a close eye on Su Qiandao. If there's any information at all, report back to me immediately." It immediately clasped its hands to accept the command. "As you wish." Standing tall, he watched the streak of light fly into the distance. His eyes grew distant as he thought to himself, "The sacred Dao realm puppet I found in that cave dwelling all those years ago is finally being put to use. Su Qiandao, I want to see exactly what kind of game you and the Ghost Tribe are playing." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he let out a startled cry. "Ah!" He turned toward the three people inside the barrier and muttered, "I almost forgot. I need to deal with the aphrodisiac in my senior sister systems first." Then, setting up a barrier to seal off the entire alleyway, he thought, "I'll lock down this alley first, to make sure no one wanders in. Otherwise, this is going to look like a crime scene in the making." After that, Ling Su rushed toward the barrier. As the barrier slowly lowered, he called out anxiously, "Are you guys okay? I'll help you clear the aphrodisiac from your systems first." He froze in shock as Mu Qingwei suddenly lunged forward, hugging him and pinning him down. His cheeks flushed bright red as he looked at her hands framing his face. He stammered loudly, "Wait a second." Ignoring him, she leaned down and captured his lips with a kiss. Just as he used all his strength to push her away, a pair of hands, accompanied by a soft moan, landed on his shoulders from behind. His face turned beet red as if he had a fever, seeing by Suling draw close to his ear. He groaned inwardly. Good grief, why is senior sister acting like this too? She leaned in and began to softly lick and nibble on his earlobe. A deep crimson flush spread out from where she touched him. His voice trembled as he cried out, "Stop it, senior sister. This is a crime. A total crime." His entire face was completely flushed as he stared at her, slack-jawed and dazed. On the other side, Mu Qingwei wasn't about to stay still either, pressing herself close to him. Her whole body felt soft as she crawled onto him, breathing out hot air as she whispered, "It's so hot." His mind descended into total chaos from the sensory overload, letting out a string of garbled, nonsensical sounds. The angel in his mind desperately tried to suppress that little sprout, keeping it from rearing its head. His inner voice screamed a constant reminder. Stay conscious. My sisters are only acting this bold because of the aphrodisiac. You have to stay calm. Bai Suling's chest kept rubbing against him. Ling Su thought in a panic, this is bad. If this keeps up, if this goes on any longer, I'm going to lose my self-control. His eyes grew misty and unfocused as his body suddenly jolted. Unable to take it anymore, his body erupted in a golden light, pushing the two of them away. That golden light moved quickly, drawing out the white powder particles from their bodies. The golden glow then settled over the three of them as they fell into a slumber. Qing Yue's breathing became steady and calm. Bai Suling also drifted into a deep sleep. Sitting on the ground with his clothes disheveled and his face bright red, he panted, "Phew! That was a close call. Things almost got way out of hand. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is..." Before he could finish his mantra, Bai Suling let out a soft sound from ground. He immediately jumped, staring intently at her. She sat up, clutching her head and groaning. "Ow, my head is spinning." Ling Su quickly straightened his clothes and rushed to her side. "Senior sister, you're awake. Are you okay?" She looked at him and noticed a red mark on his neck, asking loudly, "Junior brother, wait. What is that on your neck?" She looked down and saw her own clothes were a mess. She reflexively hugged her chest, her face turning red as she thought, "Wait, what happened to my clothes?" Sweat poured down his forehead like rain as he thought frantically, "Oh no, I was in such a rush just now that I didn't have time to fix their clothes." Behind them, Qin Yuni sat up, covering her mouth as she let out a yawn. "Why do I feel like I just took a really long nap?" Mu Qingwei also rubbed her eyes and sat up, whispering softly, "I think I even dreamed that Ling Su and the senior sisters were fighting." Feeling guilty, Ling Su pointed at the fallen thugs to change the subject. "Just now, some lowlifes used knockout incense. They were trying to kidnap you, but I took care of them. Luckily, everyone is safe." At that, he immediately pointed to the red mark on his neck to explain. "The mark on my neck. I got it while I was fighting them off." Mu Qingyue's cheeks flushed as she thanked him shyly. "You pervert. Wait, so you saved us?" "Thank you." Qin Yuni's face was full of concern as she looked at him heartbrokenly. "Ling Su, that wound looked so deep. It must hurt so much." Meanwhile, Bai Suling sat in the back, too embarrassed to say a word. Nini leaned in close to his neck and whispered, "Let me blow on it for you, big brother. That way it won't hurt anymore." The moment her breath brushed against his neck, his skin turned a violent shade of red. Clutching his neck with a flushed face, he scrambled back to put some distance between them and stammered, "Why, yeah, thanks, Nini. I feel totally fine now, really. We should get to the city lord's mansion. We can't afford to waste any more time." Bai Suling stood up and turned to head out, agreeing, "You're right. Let's go let the city lord know we're safe first." Watching them leave, he clutched his chest and let out a silent sigh of relief. "Just now I was tormented by them. Now my whole body is sensitive. I really can't take it one more time." Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, full of majesty under the sunlight. In the living room, City Lord Wang paced back and forth anxiously. Finally, he stopped, worriedly muttering, "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" From outside, a pair of legs wearing military boots appeared along with hearty laughter saying, "Sorry to keep City Lord Wang waiting. Since the Martial Realm Grand Meeting, we parted. Long time no see." The divine envoy of the Martial God Hall clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Oh, hope the City Lord is well." City Lord Wang immediately clasped his hands and bowed in return. "Greetings, divine envoy." Troubling the divine envoy to come personally. "I am truly terrified." He immediately walked inside and said, "City Lord, don't be polite. This matter is not small. The Martial God Hall naturally will not refuse." He held his head, face full of distress, sighing. "The Ghost Clan has indeed been arrogant recently. Wanluo City is full of their spies. It's hard to wipe them out in a short time. Originally, I had this young friend Ling Su helping me pay attention. But now, speaking of this," he sighed heavily. Hearing him mentioned, the envoy exclaimed in surprise, to catch the city lord's eye. Surely this young friend Ling Su must be an extraordinary character. He closed his eyes and slowly recounted. "That's right. He is naturally intelligent and has extraordinary abilities. But a few days ago, he was taken away by a purple-clothed woman. His whereabouts are still unknown. I also don't know if, before he could finish, a servant in purple clothes entered to report. Reporting to the city lord. Young Master Ling requests an audience. There is also Miss Bai. They are outside the mansion. Hearing this, City Lord Wang turned sharply and asked, Young friend Ling Su has returned? His brows furrowed, looking troubled. Divine envoy. Look. He understood and smiled, continuing. It's fine. Let him in. I also want to see what this young hero is actually like. He waved his hand with a big smile, ordering. Quickly pass the order. But today, a distinguished guest is also here. Let him come in alone first. The servant immediately replied respectfully. Yes. As soon as his foot stepped through the door, his voice rang out. Hello. City Lord Wang saw him, eyes instantly lighting up, rushing to hug him. He exclaimed in surprise, City Lord Wang. He reached out and patted his shoulder. He kept patting his shoulder, smiling broadly, saying, You finally came back. These past few days, looking for you. We have turned over the entire Wanluo City. Hearing this, Ling Su smiled, clasped his hands, and replied, City Lord Wang is too concerned. City Lord Wang smiled brightly, pointing towards a divine envoy to introduce. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Cool me. This is the envoy of a martial god army. His strength has reached the Saint Dao realm. He is a powerhouse pursued by many. He immediately waved his hand, smiling modestly. City Lord Wang flatters me too much. He looked at him and spoke calmly. Greetings, divine envoy. His eyes immediately emitted a bright golden light, staring at him. His whole body emitted that golden light. He reached out his hand towards Ling Su, smiling. Young friend Ling Su, no need to be polite. The wind blew his long hair behind him. Ling Su thought to himself. He is probing me. His eyes widened in thought. No grudges usually, no enmity recently. What's with following the villain's operation right from the start? The divine envoy smiled broadly, waiting quietly, saying nothing. After shaking hands, he withdrew his hand, placed it behind his back, and praised. Indeed, as City Lord Wang said, young friend Ling Su is calm when facing trouble. Meticulous in mind. A rare talent. I wonder if young friend Ling wants to join the Martial God Hall? Hearing this, Ling Su thought disappointedly. After all that, turns out he wants to poach me. He immediately clasped his hands and respectfully declined. I appreciate the divine envoy's kindness. It's just that I am a disciple of the Time Ming sect. Coming down the mountain with my senior sisters this time is just to see the world. I have no other intentions. I'm afraid I must disappoint the divine envoy's kindness. He closed his eyes and whispered, Senior sisters. Suddenly, the divine envoy's eyes noticed the red mark on Ling Su's neck and paused. He finally smiled brightly, putting his hand to his robe, saying, So that's how it is. I guess it's true what they say. Even the greatest heroes have a soft spot for beauties. If you aren't interested, young friendling, then I won't force the issue any further. However, I would still very much like to be your friend. He pulls out a command medallion engraved with vivid red characters. Looking at Ling Hu holding the medallion, he laughs and explains. This is a Martial God Hall military order. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just crush this tablet. I will be able to sense it immediately. City Lord Wang, standing nearby, chimes in this. Only those with high-ranking positions in the Martial God Hall usually possess one of these. This is a massive honor. He is forced to feign excitement and gratitude. Then I'm truly grateful, military strategist Shun. But internally, he crosses his arms in annoyance. I don't even need this. It's not like I can even sell it. I'll just give it to my senior sister when I get back. It'll make a decent protective charm for her. Finally, City Lord Wang gestures for the two of them to head inside. Cool me. To celebrate young friend Ling's safe return, and to welcome the military strategist. We must share a drink together. He immediately scratches his head as a reminder. My senior sister is still waiting outside. The man's voice rings out in response. I've already sent men to invite them in. Don't you worry. Late at night, in a quiet frontier fortress, the entire area is draped in a heavy silence. On the city walls, two soldiers in full armor are on patrol. The black-haired soldier sighs wearily. The Martial God Hall told us to stay on high alert here, but it's been so long now. We haven't seen so much as a shadow of the demon race. I'd rather spend this time having a few drinks. The brown-haired soldier beside him raises an eyebrow. All right, that's enough. Just focus on the patrol. Don't get careless. In the sky, the moon is dyed a vivid crimson as a figure with glowing green eyes appears midair. The man lets out a savage laugh and speaks. So, you all miss me that much? Well then, I certainly can't let your expectations go to waste. The two soldiers scream in terror. A high-level demon. Those eyes, that's a trait only high-ranking demons possess. The shadow curls its lips into a smirk, revealing two razor-sharp fangs. He gleefully replies, "Bingo." His voice continues to echo as the shadows of the two men are torn to shreds. Consider this your reward. He spreads bat-like wings and hovers in the air, summoning swarms of bats that surround the city. His voice booms across the sky. My swarm. Kill them all. Hundreds of bats erupt from his shadow. Agonizing screams begin to echo from below. The night shriek Demon King. The demon raises his hands, flashing long, sharp claws, and shouts. Slaughter every last one of them for me. The humans once oppressed our demon race. I will make you pay for it in a sea of blood. Suddenly, a voice commands, stop. The city lord of this fortress, a bald man carrying a long saber, charges forward. The soldiers below, fighting the demons, cheer when they see him. It's the city lord. The city lord is taking action. The night shriek Demon King opens his mouth and roars. A mere martial emperor? You dare act tough in front of me, the night shriek Demon King? An eerie green light erupts from his body, creating a swarm of ghostly green skulls that lunge at the man. The city lord grits his teeth, watching those streaks of green light. The skulls slam directly into his chest before his stunned eyes. They immediately explode, creating a massive, green light that completely engulfs him. The smoke and dust covering the area quickly dissipate. The night shriek Demon King is seen clutching the city lord by the throat. He has been utterly defeated. The demon says with utter contempt. Nothing but pathetic little ants. The soldiers cry out in grief. City lord. The night shriek Demon King indifferently hurls the corpse down from the city wall. He holds up a single drop of crimson blood and chuckles. Human essence, such a wonderful thing. Once the demon god is restored, all of the eastern divine continent will kneel at the feet of the demon race. Hovering in midair, the night shriek Demon King barks an order. Kill everyone. Leave no one alive. Inside a room in Wanluo City, a single candle flickers, casting a dim light. Ling Su stands with his arms crossed, lips pressed thin, staring at the table in front of him. He slams his hand down on a piece of paper and shouts in frustration. Not again. Last time, there were at least a few words about the demon's intel. This map doesn't have a single word on it. Ling Su doubtfully drops the paper into a basin of water. Maybe it needs to be soaked to show the ink? He holds the paper in one hand and generates a flame with the other, heating the surface. Or maybe I have to burn it. He raises his hand and extends 2 fingers, his nails sharpening. Could it be? He whispers to himself as he prepares to cut his palm. Maybe I should use blood to claim it. Ling Su let a drop of fresh blood fall onto the paper and waited intently. He stared fixedly at the paper, afraid to miss even the slightest change. Finally, he clenched the blank paper in a fit of rage. If you didn't want anyone to find the treasure, you shouldn't have left a map in the first place, leaving it behind only to torture people with the puzzle of how to open it. That's just cruel. Fuming, he threw his head back and tore the map in half, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm done. I'm not playing this game anymore. Suddenly, the torn scrap of paper in Ling Su's hand emitted a blinding golden light. The radiance flared up, flashing across his eyes. He raised both hands to touch the stream of light, crying out in shock. Usually, people set up mechanisms so they trigger while the paper is intact. But this person did the exact opposite. They intentionally required the paper to be destroyed to reveal the true map. How creative! Ling Su reached out and gently brushed the glow. Light flooded out from his window, making the room as bright as day. His eyes widened as he stared at the vision before him in disbelief. Looking at the vast expanse appearing before his eyes, he wondered in confusion. Where is this? A pocket dimension inside the map. Ling Su turned his head toward a shimmering light nearby. A crimson dragon erupted from the molten rock, soaring straight toward him. He watched the creature, gasping in astonishment. A dragon. It's as if I'm actually inside the map. He reached out toward the dragon's head, intending to touch it. But just as Ling Su was about to make contact, he jolted. He snapped awake, back in his own room. He stared straight ahead, eyes wide. Floating before him was a map, radiating a soft glow. The map was marked with several different symbols, and in one specific spot, there was a massive X. Watching the light in his hands slowly fade, he thought to himself in surprise, "This is the map of the Eternal Dragon's Nether Realm." Now, things are getting interesting. Suddenly, a star in his vision flared with a blood-red light. Ling Hu whipped his head toward the door, wondering, a shift in the stars? Did something happen? He quickly climbed onto the windowsill and whispered, "Well, it's not like I'm busy." He lightly leaped onto the rooftop and set off, telling himself, "Let's go." In another city, flames reached for the sky, and the bodies of fallen soldiers littered the ground. The Night Howl Ghost King held up a pool of fresh blood, gloating triumphantly. Another city's worth of essence blood. So fast, my Ghost God clan will soon be able to descend upon the Eastern Divine Continent. Ling Hu appeared silently behind him. His hair fluttered in the wind as he barked out a command, "You Ghost Clan bastards. You got some nerve." The creature immediately screamed, "Who's there?" Looking at the corpses of the slaughtered soldiers and the blood splattered everywhere. Ling Hu's eyes filled with a burning rage as he roared, "Every last one of you deserves to die." The Night Howl Ghost King cried out, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're just a lowly human. Do you have any idea who I am?" Before the monster could finish, Ling Hu's hand was already clamped firmly over its face. With a slight squeeze of his hand, he crushed the creature's skull. The Ghost King's body instantly turned to ash and crumbled away. The Ghost Clan soldiers below witnessed the scene and shrieked in terror. That man. He killed the Ghost King in a single move. The one next to him stammered in fear. "Him? Who is he?" Hovering high above, Ling Hu raised his hand, gathering energy at his fingertips. His pupils constricted as his voice turned ice cold, declaring, "Today, I kill ghosts to appease the fallen souls." A massive phantom hand manifested in the sky. His voice boomed once more. "I want you all to pay for the city." The spectral hand instantly slammed down, engulfing the entire city. He stood tall, watching the city vanish in a massive explosion and a sea of fire, muttering, "Go to your graves." A wisp of smoke rose from where Ling, whose giant hand had struck. He hovered in the air, looking down at the ruins below, whispering in self-reproach, "I was too late." Crimson spider lilies began to bloom in his hand. Ling Hu descended lightly, his feet touching the scorched earth. He held up the spider lily and said softly, "This is all I can do for you now." Finally, he turned to leave, a sea of blooming spider lilies trailing in his wake. He left behind only a lonely silhouette and a final promise. "Let this field of flowers guide these innocent souls to their rest." Elsewhere, a man slammed his fist into a stone wall. The sovereign of the martial god palace punched the cliffside in fury, cursing, "Damn it, we're still one step too late." He and another man stood silently, gazing at the distant city. The short-haired man beside him whispered in confusion, "Just which great being could have done this? This level of power is absolutely terrifying, looking across the entire martial world. Perhaps only the Lord Martial God himself could achieve this." The sovereign of the martial god palace gritted his teeth and added, "I fear even he arrived a step too late. These damn ghost clansmen, they dared to launch a sneak attack. But ultimately, the fault lies with our martial god army." His eyes narrowed as he continued, "It's a blessing that great being intervened. Though he couldn't stop the city's destruction, he killed the Saint Dao Realm Ghost King and his entire battalion. He saved all the surrounding cities." The pink-haired man's voice rang out as he asked, "It's just that His Majesty, the Ling Su Martial Emperor, is still missing without a trace. If he were still here to guard the martial realm, how would those ghost nobles ever dare to invade?" The divine envoy of the monarch replied, "Fine. We shouldn't let this escalate further. Hurry back and report this to the martial god. We also need to notify the military strategist in Wanluo City, so they can prepare in advance." The man's voice replied in agreement. The figures quickly vanished, leaving behind only two blurry shadows. The next morning, sunlight bathed the Lord's mansion in Wanluo City. Bai Suling appeared, straightening her clothes as she asked doubtfully, "I wonder why the city lord is in such a hurry to have us come to the mansion." Ling Su, standing behind her, covered his mouth and let out a yawn. "Exactly. Sending someone to fetch us this early in the morning. I haven't woken up this early in hundreds of lifetimes." He lowered his hand and looked down, thinking to himself, What else could it be for? They must have received word about the ghost race wiping out that city yesterday. Thinking of this, he let out a heavy sigh. A voice called out from behind, "Junior sister, bye." Both of them turned their heads to look. A thought flashed through his mind. This voice, it's... She smiled and shouted when she saw him. Senior brother Su Jian. Qin Tiandao, senior brother. He snapped his fan shut and smiled. Junior sister, bye. It's been a long time. Ling Su turned to her and asked suspiciously, Senior brother? You know this guy? She heard his question and softly introduced him. This is Su Jiandao, a senior brother from our sect. When I first joined the sect, he happened to be away for training. That's why you haven't met him before. He cupped his hands toward him and said, You must be the disciple the sect recruited a few months ago, right? 3-star talent. No wonder the sect master and elders sent me to help you deal with the disaster in Wanluo City. Seeing his attitude, Ling Su felt a surge of anger and cursed him in his head while mentally flipping him off. Talking like we're fellow disciples. There's a traitor among us. On the surface, he smiled and cupped his hands. I am Ling Su. Greetings, senior brother Su Jiandao. I wonder what brings you here? Su Jiandao raised his hand and replied. I heard the divine strategist from a martial god temple arrived in Wanluo City a few days ago. So, I sent over a formal greeting. I'm here today specifically to pay them a visit. Hearing this, Bai Suling gestured for him to join them. That works out perfectly. Senior brother, why don't you come inside with us? He immediately replied with mock humility. Then I shall trouble you, junior sister. Su Jiandao brushed past him smoothly. Ling Su, who had been watching closely, noticed a faint, ambiguous smirk play across the man's lips. He stared at the man's retreating back and thought, he's definitely working with the ghost race. He didn't come here today just for a visit. He rubbed his chin, theorizing. He's probably here to fish for new information. Deep in thought, he didn't notice Bai Suling approaching him, her eyes burning with irritation. Her hand reached out and gripped him tightly, giving him a sharp pinch. She grabbed him by the ear and dragged him toward the mansion, shouting, Get inside right now. Don't keep the city lord waiting. In pain, he cried out for mercy. My ear. Stop. My ear is going to fall off. Inside the mansion's guest hall, 5 people sat in their respective chairs. City Lord Wang was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth as he barked, Damn it! The martial god temple just delivered the news this morning. The ghost race dared to take advantage of our lapse in defense. They slaughtered everyone in the city where our people were stationed. They deserve to rot in hell. The divine envoy sat in his chair, frowning deeply as he spoke up. On the bright side, the ghost race also lost the ghost king and a massive number of soldiers. Their core strength has been severely crippled. I doubt they'll be able to make any major moves again anytime soon. Bai Suling asked in shock. The ghost race lost a ghost king? He didn't hide the truth and replied, Yes. Fortunately, a powerful master intervened last night and wiped out the entire ghost army. That city has now been reduced to dust and buried deep underground. Su Jiandao looked down, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he thought. The divine envoy of the martial god temple sent this news personally. This information likely hasn't spread outside yet. I have to find a way to notify the ghost race. Ling Su, sitting opposite him, kept his eyes fixed on Su Jiandao. He interlaced his fingers and rested his chin on them, observing the man's behavior. Look at Su Jiandao. He's looking frantic and can't sit still. It seems he only just found out about the Ghost King's death, too. The divine envoy turned to City Lord Wang beside him and said, Lately, the martial god army has gathered quite a bit of intelligence on the ghost race. I'm confident that we will find their hiding place eventually. Hearing this, City Lord Wang thanked him joyfully. The martial god temple has gone through so much trouble for us. Once this ghost race business is settled, we must all share a proper drink together. Bai Suling placed her hand over her heart and bowed her head in response. Once this is all over, we can finally head back to the sect and report in. Thinking back on our days in Wanluo City, it was so much more lively than life up on the mountain. Returning so soon, I'm actually a little sad to leave. Ling Su looked at her expression, his face flushing as he exhaled sharply. She's a girl, after all. It's only natural for her to have these sentimental thoughts. She's actually pretty cute. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. The time she dressed him in women's clothes, laughing and teasing him. Junior brother Ling looks so beautiful in a dress. You could definitely charm half the male disciples in the Time Ming sect. He thought to himself, without even realizing it. I've spent so much time by seeing your sister's side. Then he remembered her leaning in close, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "Junior brother?" Bai Suling turned back to look at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "Junior brother? What's wrong? Why is your face so red?" He frantically waved his hands, trying to fan away the heat in his cheeks as he stammered. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I just suddenly felt really hot. That's all." Ling Su buried his face against the armrest of his chair, groaning inwardly with embarrassment. How do I wipe these images out of my head? How am I supposed to face Senior Sister or the others after this? Outside, the sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, bathed in radiant sunlight. Su Qiandao clasped his hands and looked toward the two of them. "Junior Sister Bai, Junior Brother Ling, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell." The two of them stood still, watching his receding figure in silence. Finally, Bai Suling touched her cheek, looking puzzled. "Senior Brother Qiandao seems to be in quite a rush. Could it be some urgent business for the sect?" Ling Su rested his hands behind his head and gave a casual smile. "Probably." He lowered his head, a cold, knowing smirk playing on his lips. "Can't hold back anymore, can you? I wonder what kind of tricks you're going to pull next. I'm actually looking forward to it." Inside a dense forest, a voice rang out, calling into the shadows. "Come out." A demon race warrior clad in armor stepped forward, his eyes glowing a piercing crimson. "In such a hurry? What information do you have for the King of Calamity, Su Qiandao?" Su Qiandao stood with his hands behind his back, glancing over his shoulder. "I just came from the city, Lord's Manor. The martial god temple already has their eyes on you. And the sovereign of the martial god army is on his way here. You'd better be careful." The demon's eyes widened before he let out a contemptuous snort. "Quite a grand gesture. If they think they can find our hiding spot that easily, they're dreaming." Hearing this, Su Qiandao turned back and scoffed. "Even though one of your demon kings was killed just last night?" The demon froze in disbelief and shouted, "Is that the truth? No wonder we lost track of his presence. Do you know who did it?" Su Qiandao remained cold. "I'm only responsible for delivering information. The rest is for you to investigate yourselves. Besides," Su Qiandao opened his hand, revealing a single drop of essence blood. "The human essence blood you gave me is running low. Next time we meet, I expect to see new blood essence stones. Otherwise, our deal is off, and I won't provide you with any more intel." He clenched his fist tight, his expression grim. Then, he turned to leave, tossing a final warning over his shoulder. The demon watched him walk away, spitting in disdain. Just a lowly human brat. Who does he think he is, acting so arrogant? In another part of the forest, a white-haired old man lay sprawled on the ground, rubbing his head and groaning. "Ouch! Hey, kid, why didn't you catch me? My old bones can't take this kind of abuse." Su Qiandao walked past him without a second glance, muttering under his breath, "Damn old geezer." The old man knit his brows, eyeing the boy suspiciously. How does this kid have such a high concentration of human essence blood? And there's the scent of the demon race on him, too. How very strange. A faint smile tugged at the old man's lips. "Well, I finally found it. It wasn't a waste for me to come looking personally after all." Behind him, a man dressed in golden robes raised his hand and shouted, "Uncle." The man wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. "I finally caught up to you. The demons have been restless lately. Please, Uncle, come back with me." The white-haired old man stood up, a bright aura surrounding him as he gave a thumbs up to himself and shouted, "I'm not going back. Life out here is way more fun. Besides, that old fossil of a martial god is guarding the temple. Even he can't stop me." With that, he leaped onto a rooftop and sped away, leaving only his voice behind. "Just go home. Stop looking for this old man." The man cried out in desperation, "Uncle, Venerable One." Elsewhere, a massive explosion erupted, sending thick plumes of smoke into the air. The white-haired old man stood there with his hands clasped, smiling as he offered a word of advice. "You're so young, yet your bloodlust is so overwhelming. This isn't exactly the righteous path, is it?" Su Qiandao turned around in a rage, but when he saw who it was, he barked, "You again, you smelly old geezer." The old man raised a single finger, enveloped in a shimmering golden light, and said, "It's not a good idea to make a move in broad daylight." The veins in his neck bulged as he roared in a fit of rage. A voice suddenly rang out, calling to him, "If you don't even have a brain, what's the point of having talent?" He whipped his head around toward the source of the voice. Ling Su sat perched on the edge of the wall, resting his chin on his hand with a bright smirk. Wouldn't you agree? Senior brother, Su Qian? Su Qian ground his teeth, his voice a low, furious growl. It's you. He glared off in one direction, eyes burning with hatred. He gripped his sword tightly in one hand. An old man stood in the distance, watching him intently. The old man then shifted his gaze toward Ling Su, who was sitting casually on a high rock. Su Qian's eyes flashed with murderous intensity, like sparks of electricity. His gaze locked directly onto where Ling Su was sitting. The eccentric old man, wearing a pair of glasses with one blue lens and one red, leisurely popped some popcorn into his mouth and asked, "Are you two enemies?" They both answered at the same time, but their responses couldn't have been more different. Su Qian snapped a furious yes through gritted teeth. Ling Su, completely unbothered, simply said, "Nope." By then, the glasses on the old man's face had vanished. "I see." With that, he raised both hands and pressed his thumbs together in a strange, cryptic gesture. Ling Su's face turned pale at the sight. He thought to himself, this old guy is definitely not right in the head. Suddenly, Ling Su became solemn. He rested his chin on his hand, appearing deep in thought for a long moment. Then he suddenly put on a panicked act, his eyes shimmering with an adorable, teary gaze. "Senior brother Su, what are you saying? A moment ago, you were calling me junior brother Ling. How did we suddenly become enemies? You're breaking my heart, senior brother." Seeing Ling Su's mocking attitude and hearing his ridiculous words, the veins in Su Qian's neck throbbed even harder as he bellowed back. "Stop acting. Do you really think I didn't recognize you? The one who fought me for the treasure map back in Macaque. It was you, Ling Su." Ling Su let out a soft breath, his lips parting slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smirk. He casually tossed a small pebble up and down in his hand as he replied to Su Qian. "So, did you honestly think that the demonic energy lurking inside your body was something other people wouldn't notice? Without that stuff, you'd still be stuck in a spirit profound realm right now." Su Qian turned pale with shock. Cold sweat began to pour down his face. His voice trembled as he stammered, How do you know?" Suddenly, the old man with the bicolor glasses leapt up onto the cliff where Ling Su was sitting. He leaned in uncomfortably close to Ling Su's face, startling him. "Whoa there, kiddo. You're pretty impressive, aren't you? How did you spot the demonic aura on him?" Ling Su flinched and cried out, "Hey, don't get so close. Personal space, old man. Men should keep their distance." Having been exposed, Su Qian's composure shattered. His entire body began to tremble slightly. His voice dropped into a dark, menacing tone. "Since you found out my secret, I absolutely cannot let you leave this world alive. No one stands in the way of my path to the peak of martial arts." Su Qian's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. His power began to surge and ignite. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, filled with murderous rage. "Your only end is death." Before he could even make a move, the small pebble Ling Su had been playing with flew through the air, striking Su Qian and sending him reeling backward. Su Qian was hit with massive force. He was sent flying, landing headfirst in the dirt. Ling Su remained in his sitting position, hands still extended from the throw. His expression turned cold as he spoke. "You talk way too much before a fight. Haven't you heard? Villains always die because they talk too much." The old man, standing nearby, began to clap and cheer. He couldn't help but praise the young man. "Hiya, kid. You got a hell of a strike. I didn't realize you were this strong. I didn't even see you move just now." Down below, Su Qian struggled to scramble back to his feet. He was clearly in pain. He let out a few ragged coughs. His face was scratched and bruised. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were bloodshot and bulging with pure resentment. He continued to mutter in disbelief. How? How is this possible?" Ling Su slowly walked toward him. He addressed him by his full name. "Su Qian." He stood over him, his voice dripping with mockery. "You know better than anyone where that power inside you came from. You really think you can reach the peak of martial arts relying on trash like that? You'd have better luck just dreaming about it." Ling Su's gaze intensified. He added one final, stinging remark. "After all, in your dreams, you can have whatever you want. Don't you agree?" Hearing this, Su Qian's rage peaked until he literally spat out blood. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Shut up! Shut your mouth!" The old man nearby noticed something unusual. He suddenly spoke up, the spiritual energy in his body. He was cut off before he could finish. Ling Su spoke up in response. It's fine. Whether it's human essence blood or ghost clan aura, all have been extracted by me. His strength is calculated to be only 1% remaining. He added mischievously. The human essence blood in your body is at least from no fewer than 100 people. The ghost clan gave you such a big reward. It seems you sold the lives of quite a few compatriots, huh? Ling Su's eyes sharpened, glancing at Tian Dao, asking aggressively, right? Traitor. Tian Dao was mad with anger. He repeatedly pointed at Ling Su's face and screamed, Give it back to me. Give it back to me. You took my stuff. You deserve to die. Ling Su held out the essence blood in his hand, calmly asking Tian Dao, You mean this? Taking something obtained at the price of betraying your own race. And you have the face to say it's yours? This will also be your end. Saying that, Ling Su squeezed the essence blood in his hand hard, the thing that Tian Dao still desperately wanted back. He emphasized every word to Tian Dao. Watch clearly. Tian Dao suddenly changed color. Eyes suddenly opened wide, as if about to explode, sweating profusely in pain. Ling Su squeezed tight for a finishing blow. Tian Dao's body exploded into a red substance. In that scene, only his frantic scream could be heard. You brought this on yourself. Having dealt with it, Ling Su coldly turned and walked away. The old man walked up from behind and said seriously to Ling Su, Fellow Daoist, wait. I am Li Zhenwu. Daoist name is Zhenwu Imperial Venerable. In the martial realm, I have a reputation no less than that old man martial god. Fellow Daoist surely has heard of this old man's name. Ling Su only coldly replied with 2 words, Never heard. At this moment, a dark space opened up in front of the two. The old man reacted and cried out. This is a void movement. When Ling Su prepared to enter the void movement, he was pulled back by Li Zhenwu. Fellow Daoist, stop. Tell me where this big hole came from. He showed his annoyance on his face and said, In broad daylight, you got the wrong person. Saying that, he quickly escaped from the old man's arms, turning around, preparing to enter inside. At another place, looking down from above, was the mark of a huge hand printed on the rocky ground. High above, Mela and 2 others were looking down below together. Ghost King Yahello of the Ghost Clan spoke up. This power is too terrifying. Don't talk about the power of this palm strike. Even the residual power we can't withstand. Ghost King Deba of the Ghost Clan also spoke with a serious face. This person's strength is afraid not below our Ghost God clan. Only Mela wanted to act. Let me go try. Saying that, she prepared to fly down below. Too late. She had already directed her body to fly down below. Yahello and Deba above couldn't stop her in time, so they called after her, Mela, are you crazy? Even we can't withstand the residual power of that palm strike. Once you step in, you will be directly suppressed. We can't pull you back. Mela, don't do stupid things. Too late. She had already reached the bottom. At this moment, Mela's feet prepared to touch the ground where the palm print was. A scream calling her name rang out again. Mela. Mela had landed both feet on the ground. She seemed a bit scared too, but seeing nothing had happened yet, she replied, I'm fine. Yahello still looked worried. How can you be fine? Clearly felt a very strong pressure. Mela pondered and started thinking about the issue Yahello just mentioned. Although there is no physical damage, but this pressure really makes people uncomfortable. How about trying to channel ghost aura? Suddenly, a stream of green gas flew past under her feet, causing her to freeze. Perhaps the pressure had surrounded and wrapped around Mela's body. Mela screamed in pain, a loud ah. At this moment, her mind raced. Damn it. Must retract the ghost aura first. Something new continued to happen. From somewhere in the sky, round green particles fell on her. She panicked, sweating profusely, confused and afraid. What's happening? Why am I suppressed when I release ghost aura? Could it be that this person only opposes the ghost clan? Seeing the scene, Mela was facing below. Yahello up here realized. He spoke up. It seems as long as you don't release ghost aura, the formation won't be activated. Deba standing next to him also asked, Yahello, shall we suppress our ghost aura and go on a try? But Yahello seemed hesitant about Deba's suggestion, but he continued. Look, Mela is still fine, isn't she? It's just residual power. Just be careful. Seeing Yahello and Deba appear, Mela asked, Why did you guys come in here? Yahello answered her. Seeing you were fine. We also wanted to come in and explore. Standing under the formation used to suppress ghost aura. Deba was still arrogantly judging. Although this person's strength is very strong. But there are still flaws. Let me find the flaw of the formation and... Look, before he could finish his sentence. Mela and Yahello turned pale with fear. Looking up at the light, right above Deba. Bolts of lightning from above began to strike down at this moment. The formation above had activated, constantly striking lightning bolts down below. Deba was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. The formation above had countless swords arranged in a circle pointing downwards. As soon as he saw that, those swords struck down, piercing straight through Deba, making him die before he could even yawn. Panicked by the scene before her eyes, Mela froze for 5 seconds. Yahello realized at this moment and shouted, "Not good. It's a trap." Mela turned and flew upwards. Yahello was still panicking, calling after her, "Wait for me." Mela quickly flew through that green screen to escape. Yahello flew close behind her. He even thought happily, almost there, almost escaped. Whoosh. Perhaps Mela had escaped outside. When it was Yahello's turn, he wasn't so lucky. He cried out in panic, "What is this? Why can't I get out? Why?" Yahello stood stuck inside, screaming loudly in fury. Suddenly something else happened. Suddenly Yahello's voice could no longer be heard. Eyes open wide, throat stiff, unable to speak. Next, only Yahello's tragic scream and the fear on Mela's face seeing the scene before her could be heard. She sat trembling on the ground, unable to do anything more. Just a tiny boundary. Yahello's hand, still stuck inside, stopped struggling and slid down. Mela's legs outside were also trembling uncontrollably. The formation had surrounded and completely suppressed Yahello trapped inside. Mela out here saw it all clearly. A pillar of green light shone straight down from above. Vaguely, a few figures observed from afar. They talked to each other. This majestic phenomenon is too similar to the Ling Su sword formation of that year. Could it be? Martial Emperor Ling Su has come out of seclusion? A horned guy watching from above looked towards the green pillar of light and immediately cursed. Damn it. He was furious when he realized. It's him. The aura is definitely him. Why? Why has he appeared again? Also from the gaze of another person seeing that green pillar of light. This person recognized it. Ling Su sword formation. 10,000 swords unity. The martial god recognized it from afar. It must be Senior Ling Su. It must be Senior Ling Su. The green light still carried a powerful momentum. Standing upright in the dark night, the martial god sighed in admiration. He is still as powerful as before. At a certain tea house, people were sitting and talking, discussing. Did you see it today? Martial Emperor Ling Su has come out of seclusion. Ling Su walked down lazily from upstairs, face still sleepy, thinking while walking. The formation I left there was indeed activated by the Ghost Clan people. But causing such a big noise is too high profile. Su Ling ran over from somewhere with sparkling eyes, saying, Junior brother, did you see it yesterday? It was so majestic." Ling Su screamed loudly. He was startled by Su Ling's sudden appearance. When he slowly regained his composure, he said to her, "Senior sister appearing suddenly. Almost scared me to death." Su Ling still didn't care. She repeated with those sparkling eyes. Martial Emperor Ling Su is truly worthy of being the #1 person in our martial realm. His strength is immensely powerful. Ling Su's face hadn't recovered from the shock, thinking to himself, No. You, who can scare Martial Emperor Ling Su almost to heaven, are the #1 person. At this moment, Ling Su started to change the subject. He clutched his stomach and cried out, "Ouch, senior sister. My head suddenly hurts so much." Seeing this, she immediately called him out. "Headache? But you're holding your stomach." Knowing that the more he acted, the more exposed he was. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. I went out for a walk. Saying that, Ling Su dashed away very quickly. Su Ling couldn't react in time, only standing there grumpily scolding him. "Stinky junior brother." On a cliff, there were many soldiers standing in a horizontal line. It was Yahello who had been pierced by many ghost-suppressing swords of the formation and was still writhing, unable to stand up. A person slowly walked up. seeing that the place where the sword pierced emitted a green ghost aura. The martial god saw those green dots and recognized in surprise. Senior Ling Su. It really is him. A guard following the martial god looked at Yahello's state at this moment and spoke up. These Ghost Clan people usually do many evil things, now provoking martial Emperor Ling Su. They brought it on themselves. The martial god remembered the past and recounted. That year, the Ghost Clan and our human race had a great war. He personally destroyed countless Ghost Clan members at the St. Dao realm. Now, Senior Ling Su acts again, destroying 2 more Ghost Clan generals. They are now greatly damaged in vitality. Suddenly, the martial god shouted an order. Martial god army, listen to the order. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the martial god army shouted in unison. Yes. The martial god was full of spirit. Determination rising high, he ordered. Depart immediately. Blockade the Mingwei realm. Attack the Ghost Clan. Spread the divine prestige of our human race. Ling Su, one hand on his hip, one hand wiping a few drops of sweat from his face, sighed lightly in relief. Phew. Luckily I ran fast. Otherwise, just about that matter, she would talk for 3 days and 3 nights. And right in front of me, too. His pupils shone agilely, thinking in his head. Come to think of it, yesterday, I clearly felt 3 streams of ghost aura activating the sword formation. At the same time, they reached the St. Dao realm. Why were only 2 killed in the end? Thinking of this, Ling Su rubbed his head in frustration, complaining. Intelligence regarding the Ghost Clan is too little. He complained in his heart. If I had known, I would have pulled that Jinwu guy over to ask a few more questions. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. The old man in front with his half-bald head couldn't be mistaken for anyone else. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. Ling Su quickly ran over and hugged his neck, greeting cheerfully, Old man, I just mentioned you. And you appeared. You really are a living Chow Chow. Startled, he asked back, Huh? Chow Chow. What? Suddenly his eyes flashed with a hard-to-detect light. Eyes staring at Ling Su suspiciously. Wait, why is it you? Last time you kicked this old man away, I haven't settled the score with you yet. What do you want to do today? Hearing this, he smiled and made an okay sign in response. Hard to meet an old friend. We must chat with each other. Let's go. The old man's eyes were again full of disdain and vigilance. This old man, even if he dies today, will not take a step with you. A moment later, under the natural scenery filled with golden sunshine, the old man smiled, holding a grilled fish, looking truly happy. He lifted the wine jar and gulped down large mouthfuls in satisfaction, perhaps feeling he was bought too easily. He pointed the fish skewer at Ling Su, who was grilling fish beside him, and spoke toughly. Don't think a jar of wine and a fish can make me overlook the last incident. This old man was beaten by you until my bones almost broke. Ling Su lifted his eyelids to look at him and retorted. Don't be ungrateful. I ask you, last time you said you were Li Jinwu. Are you related to Jinwu Mountain? Muttering, he opened his mouth. I was indeed a person of Jinwu Mountain before, but later I left to wander the world. He heard this and was endlessly curious, not enjoying wealth and glory, but running down the mountain to wander. You are the strangest martial saint I have ever seen. Hearing this, his face darkened, tears welling up as he recounted. This old man only wanted to cultivate martial arts in this life. Didn't care about other things. It's a pity that I've stopped at the St. Dao realm for a long time. Still haven't been able to break through. Also don't want to return in such a miserable state. So, Ling Su watched him cry while his mouth still nibbled on the fish, sighing and thinking. In the end, it's fear of losing face, right? But this is also a good breakthrough point. Thinking done, he turned to look at the old man and made an offer. Old man, I help you break through to the creation realm. How about it? The old man opened one eye to look at him suspiciously, not believing. Young man likes to joke. Although you're very strong, but even that old martial god has no way to do it. Can you do it? The corner of Ling Su's mouth lifted slightly as he said, This is where you are wrong. He stood up confidently, smiling brightly, bragging proudly. It should be said that even that old martial god can't do it. Only I can do it. Saying that, he put his finger in front of the old man and beckoned. Old man, bring your head here. I'll show you this. The old man didn't hesitate much, thinking, whatever. Trusting him once won't hurt. Anyway, there's no worse outcome. Then he and the old man stood facing each other. Ling Su began to channel his power. 2 fingers, just chanting, were placed right in front of the old man's shiny forehead. A golden light appeared. Energy surrounded both of them. Hidden lightning could also be seen between the two. The old man was sweating all over. Eyes closed tight. Ling Su's fingers continued to transfer a large amount of energy into him. Soon, he snapped his fingers and concluded, "Done?" Glancing at his 2 hands, surprised, asking, "This is—" Clenching his fist to test. The strength was not light at all. A punch he threw quickly magnified more than before. After the test punch, a long strip of land was flattened, showing the destructive power of the move just now. Happy as a child with a toy, this old man finally broke through to the creation realm. Now this old man can fight 100 guys with 1 punch. Ling Su stood not far away, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Not bad, not bad. You are truly formidable." He leaned close to the old man with a meaningful look, saying, "Old man, I helped you with such a big favor. Shouldn't you give me a thank you gift?" The old man replied formally, "Little friend." "No, senior. This old man is willing to follow senior. Climb mountains of swords and descend into seas of fire for senior." Although not refusing, he was just waiting for that, smiling and saying, "That isn't necessary. I just want to know, where exactly is the current residence of the Ghost Clan? What are they planning to do recently?" Hearing this, the old man stroked his chin in thought and replied, "That year, the Ghost Clan fought the human race. After defeat, they sank into the Mingwei realm. Specifically where, it is still unclear now. If talking about what they plan to do..." He paused, then continued, "Just got news this morning. Recently, the Ghost Clan has been very aggressive. The Martial God Hall decided to send troops to quell the chaos. They must have arrived at the Mingwei realm by now." Ling Su's eyes narrowed sharply, muttering, "This name Mingwei realm, at a certain place. A huge source of power seemed to be sealed by sturdy chains. Xianwen's celestial venerable held a sword and slashed at the power source. After a shout of break, the barrier sealing it began to shatter, revealing a dangerous aura. He held the sword full of spirit and shouted, 'Ghost Clan discovered. Kill without mercy,' followed by spirited soldiers. Just like that, thousands of people began to rush into the power source like a black hole, mouths constantly shouting loudly. Inside the energy source was a land, quite gloomy, the dwelling place of the ghosts. A ghost ran out from somewhere, voice anxious, reporting, 'Ghost King, Lord Ghost King, not good.' Hearing that, Manhwa turned her head and said loudly, 'Only 1 moment left until the ghost god revives. Why panic like that?' That ghost demon heard and hurriedly said, 'There is a human army entering the Mingwei realm. There are 10,000 humans. Among them are quite a few Saint Dao realm soldiers. Now, they are heading here to kill.' Manhwa heard this, and her face changed color. Panicked and screamed, 'What?' Manhwa ran to a dead end, looking back. It's over. Everything is over. She trembled, thinking. Clearly just 1 step left. Drops of bright red blood dripped onto the stone surface. In front is the abyss. Behind are ferocious ghosts terrifying her. Suddenly from her hand, red blood continuously flowed into a stream, following a certain line, surprising and frightening her. When that blood escaped, Manhwa screamed in pain. "What? Ah!" When enough was absorbed, her blood emitted a blinding light, and she was thrown to the ground. Manhwa gasped weakly. "What is this?" The absorption place had 3 skulls. From within came a savage laugh. "Ha! The 10,000 ghost body is truly powerful." A pair of feet flew close to her, calling, "Manhwa, oh Manhwa!" "Oomph." The ghost god of the Ghost Clan looked at her lying on the ground and said, "You indeed did not disappoint this god." Looking at the blood-covered hand, clearly having human bloodline, but possessing the 10,000 ghost body. Such fresh blood, haven't tasted it in a long time. Fly up onto the blood-red altar. Human race. This god has returned. Outside, where the fierce battle between the human race and ghost monsters was taking place. Below, thousands of people were fighting fiercely when suddenly a voice rang out. "Truly long time no see." The soldiers leaning close to each other fighting were surprised. The ghost god revived? How is that possible? The ghost god was beaten by Lord Martial God until only a remnant soul remained. How can he revive? The ghost god stood in the sky, spreading his arms. For this god to descend again today. It's all thanks to the essence blood of you humans. Smiling deeply, raising his hand to channel spiritual power. This god has slept for a long time. Today I'll use your martial god army to start the slaughter. A stream of poisonous gas went down from his hand, enveloping each soldier, each human. The human army lord was kneeling, resisting on the ground. Unexpectedly, the ghost god revived first. Lord Martial God is still guarding the entrance to prevent demonic energy from escaping, unable to attend to this side. What to do? On the army lord's neck was an unusual black mark. No other way. Can only use Lord Martial God's jade pendant. The army lord struggled to take out a jade pendant. His body was about to reach its limit. Immediately, he used force to crush the jade pendant. A brilliant, blinding golden light enveloped the army lord's body. In the large sky appeared a golden figure. Brilliant yet majestic. The ghost god saw this figure and laughed happily. The item left by that old guy? Interesting. This god must see who will win and who will lose this time. Steps leisurely walked up each stair. This person walked to the altar with 3 skulls of the ghost god. It was Ling Su. He observed the surroundings. TSK. It seems I'm a step late. That old ghost god has revived and left here. Wait, right? Why did his revival time come earlier? At this time, he saw Mela lying motionless on the ground. He picked up her hand to observe. Red blood. He helped her sit up. Why are there humans here? Whatever. Save the person first, then ask later. Glancing at Mela's 2 grapefruits. His heart was also restless. This person's body is also fragrant. That is also fragrant. Immediately, Ling Su pulled that thought out of his head. What the hell am I thinking? Saving people is more important. He began to transfer spiritual power into Mela's body. She seemed uncomfortable, frowned a little, and only made a sound like a mosquito buzzing. Suddenly, Mela coughed up a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Ling Su stopped transferring spiritual power and also realized. Ghost aura? Looking at the girl in front of him, coughing incessantly. She is clearly human. Why is there ghost aura in her body? Could be like Su Tiandao, trading with the ghost clan? He supported her body, transferring spiritual power in. Can't go on like this. Ling Su pointed at Mela's forehead, extracting a stream of red gas. Must purge all ghost aura in her body before transferring spiritual power to her. Immediately after, he crushed that red gas with his hand. Withdraw technique. Now not even a trace of ghost aura remains. Mela was still motionless, face flushed red, lying in Ling Su's arms. Her pair of grapefruits immediately caught his eye. Wait for her to wake up then. Slowly interrogate. Ling Su's face had turned red since when. Ling Su shouted shyly in his heart, calling Miss. Mela with a pale pink face looked seductive. He reminded, Miss, wake up. They are still fighting up there. Rocks fell from above continuously. He held Mela in his arms, thinking uncontrollably. Although the senior sisters all have their own characteristics, they're all soft and fragrant. He looked up, becoming serious. Not done yet? He immediately carried Mela on his shoulder. No choice. Ling Su carried her while acting gentlemanly. Temporarily be a support for her. Wait for her to wake up, then ask for payment. Then he pushed his feet to gain momentum, preparing to jump out of the cave. Leaving behind a trail of smoke, he jumped up calling, Ghost God. He carried Mela and shot up with amazing strength, leaving a deep pit below. This young master is coming. Above, the golden human figure was being suppressed by streams of red gas. Immediately after, the situation reversed. The golden figure broke free from control and punched a powerful blow. The ghost god, being attacked, gritted his teeth in resentment, cursing silently. Damn it. Although it's just a phantom of the martial god, the power is not inferior. He immediately channeled spiritual power to suck all the essence blood below. He smiled happily and proudly. Finally, the ghost vein will be formed. He sucked essence blood while facing the martial god's phantom. The army lord realized the problem and ordered. Not good. It's the ghost clan's ghost vein. Hope to stop him. Soldiers' arrows immediately aimed at the ghost god. The army lord ordered. Absolutely cannot let him finish absorbing. The martial god's phantom continued to attack. A phantom of a fist struck down from the sky onto the ghost god. A loud bang, smoke and dust everywhere, white and red intertwined. The ghost god emerged with a tattered face, laughing madly. His face gradually recovered. Too late. Today, even if that old martial god comes here, personally, all of you will. The scene turned bright red like the apocalypse arriving. The ghost god's voice still echoed, die. Invisible hands created by energy smashed around, rushing to kill the human race. A young man made a suggestion. Army Lord. The ghost god has now completely absorbed the ghost vein. His strength increased greatly. We basically cannot resist. Retreat. The army lord beside him replied firmly. Once we retreat, the ghost clan will rush out of the Mingwei realm and roam everywhere. At that time, Lord Martial God's efforts will be wasted, and the entire martial realm will face disaster. He clenched his sword. Determination. How can we retreat? Today, even if we die, we will stop the ghost god. Then he pioneered rushing forward, shouting. The ghost god saw this and laughed smugly. Overestimating yourself. He controlled a hand to grab the army lord who was rushing over with his sword. The hand smashed the army lord hard onto the ground, then picked him up in front of his face happily. Caught you, little ant. The army lord gritted his teeth in anger. If you want to kill, then kill. Even if I die on the battlefield. The ghost god heard this and laughed with delight. Truly have backbone. He reached out his hand with the intention of finishing off the army lord. We prepare to finish him off. Then this god will grant your wish. But before touching the army lord, his hand was severed, green blood splashing everywhere. He turned back. Who is it? Ling Su, carrying Manhwa on his shoulder, jokingly said. Hey, long time no see. The ghost god seemed to not recognize him yet. You are? The army lord and his subordinates called out. Marshal. Next, a series of surviving soldiers all knelt down. Greetings, your majesty, Martial Emperor. The ghost god saw him and was extremely surprised. Why are you here? He launched an attack towards him. This god doesn't believe it. Ling Su channeled spiritual power in his hand. Oh my, don't get too excited. Origin birth, origin destruction. A golden sphere with immense power formed in his hand. You Ghost Clan people have lived long enough. That sphere was sent directly into the sky, shining down below. The ghost god couldn't believe it. This is impossible. In the end, he could only open his mouth wide and scream. Just as Manhwa's hand was about to touch Ling Su's face. He sighed. Sigh. His hand held Manhwa's hand firmly. Quite a temper. Manhwa was so angry her veins popped out, shouting, Let go. I'll kill you humans. Boom. Manhwa's body experienced an abnormality, and perhaps Manhwa also realized it. Ling Su turned his back to leave. Manhwa couldn't believe it, supporting herself on the bed. What is happening? Why can't I use the ghost aura in my body? He confidently and calmly admitted. I removed it. He walked to the water table and poured a cup of tea. I don't expect you to be grateful, but please treat your savior gently, okay? Manhwa on this side was trembling all over. He brought the teacup close to her, screaming since waking up. Drink it. Tea soothes the throat. But immediately she knocked that teacup over. The teacup hit the door and shattered. Shards scattered. Manhwa's face darkened. Why save me? Ghost God. He wasn't angry but acted cute. Ghost King? Not anymore. Moreover, even if you cultivated Ghost Clan techniques for many years. Manhwa gritted her teeth in anger. He deliberately added, Bloodline cannot be changed. Hearing this, even her ears reacted slightly. He deliberately provoked, pointing at her. Whether you are human or not, you understand best yourself. Ling Su turned his back to leave. While you were sleeping, I probed your memory. You were captured by the ghost god to the ghost clan since childhood, considered young and ignorant, forced to be loyal to him. Manhwa trembled with anger, her hands shaking uncontrollably. He continued, but the fresh blood flowing in you is still human. You can't escape this point. Manhwa shouted angrily. So what? I'm already the ghost king of the ghost clan. I won't be on the same team as humans. Ling Su sat calmly opposite her. Sigh, you are really stubborn. Fine, getting hot-tempered when meeting an enemy is understandable. He remained cheerful and optimistic, ignoring her attitude. How about this? Let's talk together to increase affection, then discuss other things. My name is Ling Su, and you? Manhwa was startled hearing this name. Ling Su? He was curious hearing that. Why do you know me? She sat muttering. Hee, so you're Ling Su. Manhwa wore a face, smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. Before, Su Tiandao and I conspired, sent so many assassins, yet couldn't kill you. Now I'm saved by you. Truly ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Ling Su also asked with a dark face. What? She still rambled on regardless of life or death. Before, after you bought the intelligence of Ming Wei at the auction, I sent countless ghost generals to snatch it back. Unexpectedly, it fell into your hands now. If you're still alive now, it means Su Tiandao's move also failed to kill you. Truly a pity not to have resolved you and your precious senior sister back then. A sudden blow from Ling Su struck, grazing Mei La's face. She opened her eyes wide in fear. His face was gloomy and dark, hands still channeling spiritual power. So was you. Mei La seemed to achieve her goal. Now you know, kill me. He stepped on the bed Mei La was sitting on. It seems among those 3 streams of ghost aura and sword formation, she was one of them. No wonder only 2 were killed in the end, letting her escape. Ling Su put his hands on his hips. You're truly loyal to that ghost god. Then do you know why the ghost god captured you to the ghost clan? Why you could cultivate so much ghost aura? He continued. He merely fancied your constitution to use later. Mei La held her head trembling. Shut up. Ling Su continued to provoke. Wait for you to cultivate to ghost god. Suck all your essence blood. His strength will grow. In the end, from beginning to end, you're just a tool person. Don't talk to me about grace of upbringing. Raising you is just for you to die. Is such behavior any different from raising a pig to be fat, then waiting to slaughter it for meat? Mei La couldn't take it anymore and screamed. Shut up. Don't say it anymore. She grabbed his collar, shouting loudly, Kill me. Kill me. Ling Su pushed her away bluntly. I won't. Keeping you is still useful. As for Su Tiandao and the Yinsha Sect and those other guys, none got a good ending. Guess we're there now. He dug into his robe. Probably playing mahjong with the king of hell now. Even Ming Wei was kicked flat by the martial god army. The ghost clan of the past is gone now. Looking at Mei La, slumped on the bed. He threw a book down to her. This is a technique I found while treasure hunting back then. It can help you cleanse your meridians, healing your neither human nor ghost mental method. I'll leave it here. Whether to cultivate or not is your business. Don't go out if there's nothing. Don't let others know your identity, and don't say you know me. Before leaving the room, he turned back, finally giving her a piece of advice. He glanced coldly. Best to think carefully who exactly is your kin. At Remnant Heaven Valley, where hills undulate, sunlight shines down green and cool. A trembling voice. Reporting to Heavenly Demon Lord, the ghost god was destroyed by the martial god army. No one survived. Now the Netherworld realm has completely become the human race's area. If this continues, next will be our turn. The heavenly demon up there patted his face and rubbed his forehead. The demon below continued. If Martial Emperor Ling Su really comes to our door, I'm afraid we will also be destroyed like the ghost clan. The heavenly demon slammed the table angrily. Enough. The heavenly demon was unhappy. Do you think this lord hasn't thought about it? But that is Martial Emperor Ling Su, the supreme of heaven and earth in the previous era, a monster who knows how many years he has lived. Back then, if not for him, this lord wouldn't be in this state, abandoning that big forest. Not staying, coming to this small valley to hide, is precisely to avoid meeting him. Otherwise, we would all be done for. This lord is also unwilling, huh? Finally, the heavenly demon ordered. Pass my order, invite them to Remnant Heaven Valley to gather. The person below was still confused. Heavenly Demon Lord, are you really? In his eyes was determination, as if seeing a person's figure. Don't talk too much. You also don't say we can't sit still. The demon race cannot perish. Now we can only rely on those demons from hell. At this time, beside Ling Su, someone was smiling slyly. Who is it? He saw that person looking at him like that and got goosebumps, scared. Shopkeeper? Smiling frankly. From your eyes. I see you looking at me and thinking of filthy thoughts again. While he was busy thinking. Yesterday, I impulsively brought Mei La back to the inn. If the senior sisters discover, then that person deliberately leaned close to him and said, Young Master Ling, if you don't want others to know, unless you control yourself, tell the truth. Who is the girl you secretly carried into the room yesterday? Ling Su's face was gloomy. Hand reaching out. Actually discovered by you. Since it's like this, I can only... Seeing the hand reaching towards him. Not waiting for Ling Su to finish, the shopkeeper screamed in fear. I saw you secretly carrying someone into the room, so I just asked a bit. No need to kill to silence, right? The reaching hand grabbed the shopkeeper's hand. He was bewildered. So he misunderstood? Ling Su pleaded earnestly. I should have followed senior sister back to the Time Ming Sect today, but I still have unfinished business, so I can't leave temporarily. Help me act out a play. Send them back first, then we'll see. The shopkeeper was suspicious. Just that? I thought it was something else. Wait. He rested his chin in thought. If there is a compelling reason to stay, just tell them directly. Why ask me to act with you? He nudged Ling Su's shoulder smugly. Could it be that young Master Ling really has something indescribable with that girl? Ling Su thought angrily. Does your brain have nothing else besides dirty things? My hand is itching, thinking so in his head. Outwardly, he drooped his eyebrows, tone full of sympathy. It's a long story. Recently, the martial realm is unstable. Evil spirits from all sides want to invade the human race one after another, harming innocent common people. That girl's parents were harmed by the Ghost Clan, leaving her alone. Saving people must be done to the end. Wait until I arrange things properly for her, then I will return. Doing so, I will also be more at ease. Hearing those words, the shopkeeper's eyes welled up with emotion. Sobbing, he said, Young Master Ling doing good deeds to accumulate virtue is a good thing. Why hide it? Ling Su sighed and shook his head. You don't know. After that girl's parents were harmed, her mental state became unstable. Her behavior became increasingly crazy. Anyway, it's just a few days. No need to let the senior sisters know about this tragic matter. He thought in his head. If they find out Mela's true identity, the most miserable one will be me. The shopkeeper understood, patting his chest to guarantee. Young Master Ling's actions move people's hearts. Rest assured, I will definitely help. Ling Su hurriedly bowed and clasped his hands in thanks. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind. Bai Suling suddenly appeared behind Ling Su. Pinching his ear, she asked sternly, You didn't return to the inn all day yesterday. Where exactly did you go? Ling Su laughed awkwardly and stammered. I went for a walk in the city and lost track of time. Suling narrowed her eyes, staring at him. Then she huffed and turned to walk up the stairs, throwing back a sentence. Wait until we return to the Time Ming Sect. I'll settle the score with you. Hurry back to your room to pack. We will set off to return to the Sect at noon. Ling Su was stunned, reaching up to touch his ear, then scratched his cheek and replied, I don't intend to return to the Time Ming Sect. Hearing this, Suling turned back, grabbed Ling Su's hand, and questioned why. Did you do something you shouldn't have, so you're guilty and dare not return? She cupped Ling Su's cheeks, leaning close, looking straight into his eyes. If you don't explain clearly today, I won't go back. I must see what you intend to do staying here. Ling Su panicked. Aren't we a bit too close like this? Hearing this, Suling squeezed his cheeks tighter. I'll deal with you later. Ling Su laughed awkwardly and explained. Actually, it's nothing. I heard yesterday the martial god army sent troops to besiege the Mingwei realm. Although they won, there were many casualties. Leaving aside that this is a major matter of the martial realm. Just considering that City Lord Wang and the Divine Envoy usually treat us very well. I should also go to help. Hearing his words, Suling was surprised. So you're staying because of that? Ling Su glanced at the shopkeeper, winking to signal him. He understood and played along. That's right, that's right. Young Master Ling holds the whole martial realm in his heart. Such great righteousness and intelligence. Truly makes one admire. But the tasks behind are all labor-intensive. Miss Bai, you don't need to follow. Just rest assured and return. It won't take long. Suling hesitated. Ling Su hurriedly added a sentence. We went down the mountain to train for so many days, but I haven't done anything yet. I'm doing this so I can report something when I return. Ling Su, thinking for the big picture like this, moved Suling to hold her chest. Her eyes teary, she asked if she could go with him. Ling Su held Suling's shoulders and continued to persuade. Then I'll have to worry about you all day again. Why don't you return early? After handling the work here, I will immediately return to the Sect. He held her hand, pressed his forehead against hers and smiled, saying, Rest assured, I won't be in trouble. Suling blushed shyly, telling him to be careful. She would go to her room to pack luggage first. Watching Suling walk up the stairs, he turned to signal the shopkeeper. Great cooperation. Ling Su also went upstairs back to his room. Now that she's gone, I can explore the secrets on the treasure map. Thinking of senior sister's teary look, he felt sad and reluctant again. But this matter is too much for them. Shouldn't implicate them. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly slashed towards him. Ling Su accurately caught that hand. Your strength increased fast. Just one day, and you reach the late stage of body tempering realm? Attack failed. Mela gritted her teeth in anger. She shook off the hand holding hers, rubbing her wrist. The corner of her mouth lifted. Isn't it because you crippled the ghost aura I cultivated for years? Ling Su sat down on the chair, said unhappily, you have to fix your weird way of speaking. You willing to practice the technique I gave proves you've thought it through, right? Mela huffed and turned her face away. I just want to cultivate back to the Saint Dao realm soon, and to take revenge on the person who crippled my cultivation too. Ling Su was speechless. This girl says one thing, but means another too much. Whatever she wants. You pulled out the map, but this is separate from that. You still have to repay the life-saving grace. I have something I need you to help me with. He spread the map on the table. Mela asked in surprise. This is the Mingwei realm, huh? Her hand traced along the map. Ling Su replied, correct. This is the treasure map you guys kept wanting to find. Only it's not on the surface. It's a map of the Mingwei realm. Mela pointed to a place. Ling Su asked if she had been there. Mela recalled. Only heard of it. That year the human race fought the Ghost Clan. The battlefield was located between the martial realm and the Mingwei realm. Where the two armies met, there was a very strange entrance. Don't know where it leads. Only know that, once entering, no one was seen returning. That place is called the Unlucky Place. Later, the ghost god was sealed. The entrance to the Mingwei realm was also blocked. No one knew about that place anymore. Ling Su wondered. Before you Ghost Clan tried every means to get this map. Was it because you wanted to find that entrance? Mela denied, then asked him back. Hearing about a creation realm treasure map already sounds very valuable. Who wouldn't want it? Ling Su thought to himself. You Ghost Clan people have simple minds and undeveloped limbs. Being exterminated serves you right. He stretched and stood up, saying to her, wait until my senior sister leaves. I will take you into the Mingwei realm for a trip. I want to see where exactly this legendary unlucky place is unlucky. Saying that, he stretched and stood up. Tired for 2 days. I have to lie down and rest well. Mela was stunned for a moment. Suddenly understanding what he said, she immediately blocked the bed. This is the bed I slept in. If you want, sleep on the floor. Then she threw a pillow straight at Ling Su's face. Ling Su shouted, this is my room, can't I lie down? He annoyedly grabbed the pillow, complaining, so selfish. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have saved you. Let you lie under the altar to be stepped on by others. Cold and no one caring. A hero doesn't fight with women. Truly infuriating. Mela ignored his words, just sat still on the bed, hugging her pillow tight. A secret smile bloomed on her lips, unaware that a figure stood right outside the door, listening to the whole conversation. Furious to the extreme, cursing. Where did this vixen come from, daring to seduce Demon Lord? Early the next morning, it was time to part. Ling Su clasped his hands and asked Yin Su to take care of everyone on the way. Yin Su told him to rest assured. She would follow the city lord's order to take the 3 ladies back to the Time Ming sect. Nini was reluctant to part. Her eyes teary, she grabbed Ling Su's sleeve and asked again if he really wasn't returning with them. Ling Su crouched down and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, smiling to comfort. Nini, be good, go back with senior sister first. After finishing the work, brother will return to the sect. Yuaqing interrupted, scolding, pervert. Her cheeks slightly flushed. After scolding, she hesitantly told him to be careful. Yin Su spoke up saying everyone should hit the road. It's getting late. Su Ling sadly hugged the fox in her arms. She hesitantly thanked Ling Su for giving her the fox. She reached out to tug at the corner of Ling Su's shirt. It will wait for you to return. Ling Su stared in surprise, watching her walk past him. Reluctant eyes watching senior sisters retreating back. Seeing this, the shopkeeper opened his mouth to tease. Reluctant, aren't you? Look at people's lingering eyes. Do you have the heart? Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's still not too late to regret now. He hugged himself, pouting his lips to act it out, telling him, directly rush up and hug her. Look into her eyes. Then kiss. Ling Su slapped his despicable, sleazy face. He instructed him, watch the girl upstairs for me. I'm going out for a bit, we'll be back by evening. The shopkeeper held his beaten face and asked after him, what are you going to do? Miss Bai just left, and you can't hold back from seeking pleasure already? Ling Su's eyes shone brightly, replying as if obvious. Need you ask? Of course, going to eat. Delicious delicacies, fragrant smells. shining brightly right in front of my eyes. Ling Su looked and drooled. Although last time he ate half and was taken upstairs by Jiang Zihan, the food here is excellent. He thought that going to the Mingwei realm in a few days wouldn't be as leisurely as now. Eat full first, then think later. Just then, the shopkeeper passed by and saw him. He was startled and turned his head to look back, recognizing the person arriving. He hurriedly bowed and stammered. Greetings, Demon Lord. Ling Su was surprised. So it's shopkeeper Siko. But how do you know my identity? The shopkeeper trembled, clasping his hands in reply. This lowly one is a subordinate of Demon Lord Bayan. Before, I offended the Demon Lord somewhat. Also guessed the Demon Lord's identity from that. Before, I thought you were an errand disciple. Hope the Demon Lord doesn't blame me. Ling Su recalled the events of that day. Turns out it was the guy who drugged me. He waved his hand, saying it's fine. The shopkeeper smiled, saying he was instructed to perform grand rites with Ling Su. Then asked if Ling Su had any orders for him. Hearing this, Ling Su's eyes immediately lit up, saying he needed to eat. The shopkeeper clasped his hands respectfully, saying he would bring the dishes immediately. Ling Su nodded in satisfaction, praising his sensibility. The shopkeeper finally left. He opened his mouth wide, intending to bite down. Just then, a voice rang out from behind calling, Demon Lord, you make this subordinate look so hard. Ling Su's eyes were narrowing in enjoyment. Hearing Jiang Yunzi's voice, his eyes looked like they wanted to pop out, stammering, asking why she was here. Yunzi bowed and replied, your unique aura, even if you run to the ends of the earth, this subordinate can find. She leaned in, poking his chest, questioning, who was the vixen in your room last night? He broke out in a cold sweat, saying, calm down, let's go into the room to talk. If you expose your identity, you'll be chased by the entire Wanluo City. That'll be big trouble. Yunzi smiled in agreement. She stood up straight, grabbed Ling Su's hand, and dragged him away. This subordinate has long wanted to be in the same room, chatting with the Demon Lord. Ling Su looked back at his spirit chicken reluctantly. The shopkeeper was bringing the dishes, intending to deliver them, when he saw the two leaving intimately. It seems he discovered something. The Demon Lord coming to eat is fake. The Sect Master is the main dish he wants to eat. Inside the room, Yunzi pushed Ling Su down onto the bed. She pressed herself onto him, asking him if he could speak now. Ling Su explained in confusion. I just wanted to borrow her Ghost Clan identity to take me into the Mingwei realm for a trip. Really, nothing happened. Veins popped out on her face. Yunzi roared in anger. Demon Lord thinks I don't know? You gave all the techniques, martial skills to her. How can there be nothing between you two? Also saying going to the Mingwei realm for a trip. Clearly running away together behind my back. Sparks appeared in Yunzi's eyes. Demonic power suddenly flared up. She roared furiously. Audacious enough to seduce my Demon Lord. I will go kill that vixen. Ling Su had no choice. Thinking silently, crazy woman. He clasped his hands together to channel spiritual power. Spiritual power radiated, forming a barrier enclosing the two inside. Seeing Ling Su's action, Yunzi's eyes were red as blood. She was even more furious. Firmly believing he had something with the vixen, Yunzi's eyes were full of killing intent, determined to take the vixen's life. Demonic power flared up violently. Powerful demonic power collided with the barrier's sphere. Sparks flew. Instantly, the barrier exploded. Ling Su broke out in a cold sweat, watching debris fall like rain. Yunzi still sat there blankly. The clothes on her body were shredded into pieces, looking at the beautiful scene in front of him. Ling Su's head smoked as he covered his face. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Is this a free scene I can watch? He hurriedly shook his head to banish that thought, chanting 10,000 times that he is blind. Hand raised to grab the blanket and throw it at Yunzi. The blanket flew up and covered Yunzi, who had been dazed until now. Suddenly reacting, she licked her lips, turning to smile and say, this subordinate underestimated the Demon Lord. After all, you are a man. At the critical moment, you are all the same. Ling Su stood up and turned his back, denying profusely, telling her to tidy up before talking. Yunzi also stood up and walked over. She hugged Ling Su from behind, smiling and saying, what are you afraid of? You've seen it all anyway. After all, this subordinate will be yours sooner or later. Since it's like this, let's handle the matter early. She whispered in his ear, let this subordinate understand the Demon Lord's heart, okay? He hurriedly pushed her away, warning, I'm not normal, so you should be afraid of me. Oh no, You be a bit more normal. She still leaned in to hug his arm, asking, beauty right in front of your eyes, yet not moved? Could it be? She dragged out her tone, then continued. Demon Lord can't do it? The words fell into Ling Su's ears like a lightning strike. Suddenly, Yunzi's body flew up. Ling Su's face was fuming as he carried her and walked very fast. He absolutely cannot let others say he can't do it. He put her down on the bed. Yunzi giggled, turning her head to say, Demon Lord, you are too hasty. Ling Su raised his hand to lift her chin, saying, You haven't tried. How do you know if I can or not? She took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him down hard onto herself. Then why don't you come and try? A red tongue lightly stuck out to lick his cheek, whispering seductively, At times like this, if you run away from battle, it really won't do, husband. The next day, blue sky, white clouds, breezy wind. Ling Su sat on the bed bewildered, clothes disheveled. His eyes were dazed, muttering, Did I just graduate like that? A hand reached out and placed on his shoulder. Yunzi leaned in and said, It was my first time too. Now I am yours. You can't escape anymore, husband. He put his clothes back on while changing the subject. Do you want to eat something first? Yunzi smiled brightly and replied, I'll listen to you for everything. Watching Yunzi stand up to tidy her clothes. In his head, he thought secretly, guarded against it, but still fell into her hands. If the senior sisters find out I slept in the same bed as Jiang Yunzi, they will definitely beat me to death. Thinking of that prospect, he broke out in a cold sweat again. Whatever. Go do the main business first. Leave that matter for tomorrow. Ling Su wore a mask and went downstairs hand in hand with Yunzi. The subordinates immediately bowed in greeting. He waved his hand, ordering the shopkeeper to bring breakfast. He immediately smiled as bright as a flower, replying yes. Also solicitously saying, The Demon Lord and Sect Master have worked hard all night. Truly need to replenish energy. This lowly one will go prepare immediately. In the Immortal Pavilion today, there were many customers, sitting gathered in groups. Observing them, Bai Shuahai thought to himself, It seems these people all have significant backgrounds. Not like Sects making an appointment to come out for a meal. Suddenly a noisy sound rang out. Ling Su and Yunzi looked towards the sound. A foot wearing an anklet with bells entered. She wore a veil, dressed in gorgeous, seductive clothes, escorted by burly guards entering. Every step, the bells on her hands and feet made jingling sounds. Everyone immediately covered their ears and screamed. There's a problem with the bell sound. Yunzi clenched her fist, intending to step forward, but was stopped by Ling Su raising his hand. Not urgent. Let's sit and watch first. Bai Shuahai slammed the table in anger. The cup immediately shattered. He gritted his teeth, emphasizing every word. Saint Tizgun Yaoyan of the ancient desert sect of the Jie Kingdom in the West region. You bring your sect's step-by-step lotus charm to cause trouble in the martial realm. Do you really think my martial realm has no one left? Hearing the two words, West region, Ling Su glanced over in surprise. Inside the inn full of people from everywhere, suddenly a voice rang out. Unexpectedly, by Shuahai, who has been secluded for a long time without leaving the sect. Saint Tizgun Yaoyan of the ancient desert sect looked at him and continued. Just for that place. That you even sent the second Bloodlord out. Truly not a small price, ah. Bai Shuahai Bloodlord raised his wine cup, not willing to be outdone, mocking back. Your ancient desert sect is not inferior either. Even the Saintess is participating. Looking at your smooth, tender skin. If someone carelessly cuts a line on your face, what then? Better obediently take your sex slaves back to the West region. The male guard following behind heard these words and shouted furiously. How dare you? Miaoyan raised her hand to stop that guy's action of rushing up. Miaoyan looked at the others in the inn, pondering in her heart. Kong Tianza, Bai Shuahai, Shirxiao. All are from hidden sects with reputations in the Eastern Divine Continent. Probably also came for that place. Still should be careful this time. Suddenly her eyes touched a corner suspiciously, letting out a suspicious sound in her heart. Miaoyan looked at Ling Su and Jiang Yunzi in a corner, thinking suspiciously. The strength of these two seems to be only at the Saint Dao realm. Are they from some nameless sect coming to want a share of the benefits too? He put the wine cup in his hand down on the table, glancing over there, falling into thought. The West region is right on the border of the Eastern Divine Continent, 10,000 miles away from here. What exactly is it that can make them squeeze in two? Jiang Yunzi blushed, hugging his arm, asking curiously, Demon Lord, you say these people gathering in Wanluo City. What exactly is it for? He didn't turn his head, but replied, if I guess correctly, I'm afraid they are looking for treasures in the Mingwei realm. Hearing this, she glared furiously, screaming, Mingwei realm? That little vixen's place. You still want to run away with her? Miaoyan stood still, listening to the whispers coming from the two, whispering in her heart. So it's a couple coming out for a trip. Flirting? She pulled out a chair, preparing to sit down, saying, the purpose of everyone, I believe we all know. But wanting to enter that place is not an easy task. Bai Shuahai heard this and disagreed, sneering, whether it's simple or not. Try and we'll know. She glanced at him, disdainfully calling out, that entrance has a gatekeeper. Relying on you? Still not enough. He immediately slammed the table in fury, shouting, you. Miaoyan raised her hand to admire her own beautiful hand, then continued, instead of fighting to the death now, why not cooperate with each other? Calculate later after getting inside. An old man with white hair and beard, stroking his beard, heard this and spoke up. She makes a lot of sense. The gatekeeper there is too formidable. Otherwise, after so many years, that place would have been explored by someone. Miaoyan glanced behind, smiling and saying, if someone doesn't agree, I absolutely won't force it. Going in by yourself is fine. Just that if there are casualties on the way, can't blame others. Bai Shuahai stood up abruptly, burning with anger, shouting, this woman. The old man immediately spoke up to mediate. All right. Everyone is on the same boat now. Leave the rest for later. He closed his eyes, turned back to the other side, and whispered, but those two over there. Although I haven't seen their faces before, but the aura around them isn't like someone with only Saint Dao realm strength. Maybe they also come from some hidden sect. Following his pointing direction, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Ling Su and Jiang Yunzi, sitting in the corner eating and drinking. Seeing this, Bai Shuahai quickly pushed the table and stood up, lowering his head, cheeks flushed with excitement, thinking, why didn't I notice just now? That purple-clothed woman is truly a beauty, ah. Licking his lips, approaching the two, saying, wait for me to go ask if we can really invite them to join. Then we'll have 2 more portions of Saint Dao realm strength. Also profitable. Miaoyan stared at his retreating figure, thinking, Blood Lord, this person has a strange temperament, and extremely fond of beauty, likes to snatch other people's women. I'm very curious how the two of them will deal with him. Ling Su was tilting his head back, drinking wine, when he saw Bai Shuahai's figure from afar. His eyes opened slightly, whispering, it seems he has targeted us. Jiang Yunzi heard this, stuck out her tongue slightly, and replied, if he dares to offend, then kill them all. His cheeks flushed, laughing, proposing, 2 of you. I see your strength is not weak. Coming here this time is probably also for that thing, right? Ling Su put down the chopsticks in his hand, opened one, eyed a look at him, and replied indifferently. So what if it's true? What business is it of yours? Bai Shuahai's eyes narrowed, staring intently, asking, I wonder if you two would agree to join us to go there together? In his sight were her small lips and full chest. He continued, that way is also... He closed his eyes and said, sounds like a not bad idea. Not. I refuse. His whole body emitted red mist, shouting, you refuse? Bai Shuahai's eyes emitted light, raising his hand to strike a palm towards him, shouting loudly, fine. Instead of having conflicts then, might as well deal with you right here. The beauty beside you. I will take care of her for you. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Black energy immediately appeared from his body, rushing towards him. That stream of black energy quickly bound him. Ling Su then glanced at him and asked, what did you say? Bound. He let out an ear-piercing scream. A golden bell appeared, ringing. An energy barrier appeared, blocking the rushing black energy. That power came from Yaoyan's hand. Bai Shuahai was saved by her, pulled behind her back. Saved, he turned anger into shame, raising his hand to rush forward, shouting, how dare you? Startled, looking at the energy wall in front, stopping, he immediately shouted loudly, Gu Miaoyan, what are you doing? She immediately turned her head to glare at Bai Shuahai, shouting, these words should be said to you, daring to make a move in Wanluo City. Do you want to attract Wang Guxian? And you? Saying that, she brought her face close to Ling Su. She stared at the calm face and said, your energy just now was very special. What is your name? He looked at her approaching and replied, Before he could finish replying, he panicked, turning to look at Jiang Yunzi with a dark face, raising his sword intending to stab her. Power radiated from Jiang Yunzi, face grumpy, holding the sword asking, "What do you want to do?" Miaoyan looked at her, emitting black energy, retreating backwards, replying, "It seems you two are very wary of me." Miaoyan raised her hand, smiling and asking, "I wonder how to address your excellency?" Ling Su calmly pushed the sword aside and replied, while Jiang Yunzi stared at her. She still didn't give up and inquired, "Your excellency really doesn't wish to go with me? Going together is convenient for helping each other." Ling Su heard and smiled, replying, "No need. We will meet then." Saying that, he stood up, beckoning and shouting, "Let's go." Jiang Yunzi immediately stood up, following behind. Passing her, she let out a small hoof. She turned to look at her, running to hug his arm, whispering softly. Miaoyan saw this, touching her chin with a thoughtful face. "Sooner or later we will meet." Jiang Yunzi's high-heeled feet appeared standing in front of a room. Ling Su pointed at her, raising his voice to remind, "We agreed just now. Meeting others. No getting angry, no getting hot-tempered. Especially no cutting people." Jiang Yunzi turned to look at him with an adorable face, smiling and saying, "Whatever the demon lord says goes. I listen to you in everything." He rested his chin in deep thought, letting her push the door open, thinking to himself, "Trust her this once for now. Even if she really makes a move, I can block it. At most just destroying a guest room." Jiang Yunzi walked into that room with a bright smile. On the bed, Mela slightly opened her thin lips, breathing gently. Hearing the noise, she sat up, rubbing her eyes, calling, "Ling Su, you're back." Jiang Yunzi's face immediately darkened, shouting loudly, "Get down." From the demon lord's bed, "Man." She held the sword, rushing fast, shouting, "Get the hell down here." Sweat broke out on Ling Su's forehead. He reached out, saying. Jiang Yunzi rushed in, stabbing hard into the bed, causing it to collapse. Fortunately, in that critical situation, Mela quickly jumped up to dodge. She shouted angrily, "Who are you?" "Wrong room." Jiang Yunzi held the sword in hand, whole body emitting black energy, turning back to reply, "I'm here to slash you, vixen." Her eyes emitted purple light, saying in a low voice, "Daring to seduce my demon lord." Mela heard and cursed silently. Crazy woman. Ling Su stood between the two, turning back and forth, looking at the two girls gathering power. Seeing this, he panicked and tried to stop them. "You two calm down first. Breaking things will make the shopkeeper cry. Let's go outside to fight." The two girls turned back, angrily looking at him, shouting in unison, "Shut up." Seeing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He also got angry. Finally, light emitted from Ling Su, pushing the two away while shouting, "Enough yet." Jiang Yunzi was blown away by his power, letting out a scream. Mela was also blown away, kneeling on the ground, shouting loudly. Ling Su's feet moved closer to Jiang Yunzi. He sat down near her, saying in a low voice, "I shouldn't have trusted you." She swept her eyes over him, puffing her cheeks, letting out a small humph. Seeing her like that, he finally held her hand to stand up, explaining gently, "I brought her back really just to have her lead the way. Wait until the Yuta matter is done. We will go our separate ways immediately. You don't need to be jealous of her." Jiang Yunzi immediately hugged Ling Su's arm, leaning in to act spoiled, saying, "You said this yourself, okay?" Seeing this, he could only reply, "I said it." Mela looked at the appearance of the two. Immediately her face turned pale, rubbing her arm, thinking to herself, "I should be under the bed. Shouldn't be here." Finally, Ling Su clapped his hands to attract the attention of the two, saying, "All right." He closed his eyes and said, "Like this, consider us acquainted. Rest well today. Tomorrow we set off for the Mingwei realm." But he pointed at the mess the two caused with an embarrassed face, saying awkwardly, "Now this room is unsleepable. Only one empty room left. You two see. Tonight, I'll sleep on the floor. You two sleep together." The two immediately glanced at each other, emitting lightning sparks, saying nothing. Then simultaneously turned their faces away, shouting, "Don't want to?" Ling Su looked at the two with an embarrassed face, thinking to himself, "Can't be that I sleep on the bed. And one of the two sleeps on the floor, right?" Time quickly passed. Ling Su lay still with a deadpan face. He lay straight, covered with a blanket, two untrustworthy girls on either side, thinking, "So in the end, why did it turn out like this? Dare not move. Really dare not." In another place, a river of fresh blood was constantly churning. Above that river, a pair of feet hovered in midair. The Eternal Night Blood Demon raised both hands, laughing loudly, shouting, "Thanks to Martial Emperor Ling Su taking action. Yudu, which has been dormant for a long time, has finally recovered. Originally thought we would never meet again in this life." Saying that, laughing really loud, a crack opened in the Eternal Night Blood Demon's body. Cells inside multiplied rapidly. Its voice rang out, this time. This lord must explore the secrets of the Central World well. It stood in the middle watching the fresh blood form a rising vortex, continuing. At the same time, will also disrupt the martial realm, not letting it be peaceful. The dawn sun had risen to the top of the head. Sunlight shone in, waking Ling Su up. He opened his eyes slightly, feeling uncomfortable on his body. Why is my body so heavy? Indeed, when he opened his body was completely pressed down by the two girls beside him, a bunch of grapefruits pressing on him. At this moment, Ling Su was blushing with embarrassment but didn't wake them up. "I suspect you two are doing this on purpose, but I have no proof." Ling Su hesitantly shook each one to wake them up. "Hey, wake up." Jiang Yunzi not only slept, but also moaned strangely. "Ugh. Demon Lord, no more." Ling Su froze stiff. "What do you mean, no more? What are you dreaming about so early in the morning?" A while later, she also woke up, looking at Ling Su infatuatedly. "Demon Lord, good morning." However, after glancing to the other side, Jiang Yunzi's face darkened. Unexpectedly, Manhwa was also leaning into Ling Su's chest, sleeping very soundly. Jiang Yunzi's jealousy rose to the sky. Blood boiling, she shouted at her face, "Vixen, get down quickly." Manhwa was woken up suddenly and shouted back crazily, "Crazy woman, what are you screaming about early in the morning?" The whole room was full of women arguing. The result was that in the end, Ling Su was still the one explaining the grievance. "I say, this morning's matter was really just an accident. Everyone just covered up with a blanket and slept. He wanted to calm these two fighting people down. Nothing happened at all." Jiang Yunzi hugged Ling Su's arm and shooed that bastard away. "Tonight you get off the bed and sleep. Don't dream of seducing my Ling Lang." Manhwa wasn't one to yield. She slammed her hand down, cracking the table, wanting to use a move to beat Jiang Yunzi up. "Even if this old lady is single for life, I won't seduce him." So the atmosphere kept heating up like a house on fire. Ling Su was speechless, not knowing how to handle it, only saying, "After you guys finish arguing, remember to pack your own things. Today we will set off for the Mingwei realm." Suddenly, just mentioning it, Ling Su sensed a strange murderous aura. He discovered an anomaly. He hurriedly interrupted the argument between the two. "You guys stop arguing." Ling Su stood up and walked out of his place. "I sense a source of power heading towards Wanluo City. It's not a small trouble. Let's go see. Maybe it's related to that thing in the Mingwei realm." Jiang Yunzi listened to him immediately, as soon as Ling Su's group left. Indeed, a strange figure was lurking behind. Miaoyan spoke up, asking her servant, "Did you investigate anything?" The servant said seriously, reporting to the saintess. "Those two are from the demon sect. Heard that the person named Mo defeated a famous sect disciple, Lin Yi, a few days ago. And that purple-clothed woman is one of the 12 demon lords of the demon sect. Strength has reached the Saint Dao realm. As for the identity of the other woman, it is temporarily unclear." Miaoyan watched and smiled secretly. "Is that so? Truly strong competitors. Although I predicted their identities were unusual, I didn't expect them to be people of the demon sect. The leader of the evil path, in rumors. Done with business, they teleported and disappeared. Let's see what exactly they want to do. We follow them." At this time, the executive elder was sitting dazed from exhaustion in the main hall. The Ghost Clan matter is finally resolved. I also have time to rest. However, something wafted past his nose, making his face turn purple. What is this? Where's this strong smell of blood coming from? So the old body had to drag itself outside to see what was happening. Indeed, the sky at this moment was covered by a blood-red color, and extremely chaotic. He asked himself, what is that thing? People on the street all had to look up and wonder. What happened? Could it be the apocalypse has arrived? Just finished speaking, suddenly blood kept pouring out from their bodies nonstop. The whole street was flooded in red blood gushing out messily. The executive elder was visibly panicked. When flying up to observe, on the street, unexpectedly, That monstrous thing was still changing constantly. He could only grit his teeth. What exactly is this thing? A while later, a laugh rang out. Kaka! Didn't expect there to be such a prosperous city near Yudu. Just right for me to refine. He is the eternal night blood demon. Like this lord is more confident to enter the Yudu trial. The executive elder did not hesitate to rush towards him. Where's the demon from? Daring to cause trouble in Wanluo City. He made an "oh" sound, then created a transparent red sphere. If you offer yourself here. He threw the sphere straight at the elder. Then I'll use you to start the slaughter. The executive elder was momentarily threatened by his terrible power. But each day it got stronger, making him unable to resist. The elder's body was flung away, hitting the roof tiles below. He fell face down on the street. The eternal night blood demon laughed arrogantly. Oh, still alive? Give you one last move. Then become nourishment for me. This time the elder thought he was going to the netherworld, only knowing to lie still and take the hit. However, a protective barrier appeared from somewhere, blocking the blood demon's stab that almost pierced him. The trio of Ling Su, Jiang Yunzi, and Mela were present. Evil demons and heretics dare to cause chaos in the orthodox path territory of Wanluo City. He wanted to give him a blow of repentance. Truly guts bigger than the sky. Ling Su crossed his arms, standing high looking down. Beside him were Jiang Yunzi and Mela. The brown-haired person, just heavily injured by the demon lord, held his arm looking up at the sky, thinking, where did these people come from? Why haven't I seen them before? Mela covered her mouth, whispering to Ling Su. This demon head is full of evil aura. The human lives dead in his hands are afraid not less than 100,000. I advise you not to risk your life, ending up giving your own life. Jiang Yunzi heard these words and retorted disdainfully, ignorant. What kind of person is my Ling Lang? Need you to talk much? Mela shouted angrily. You. Ling Su stood in the middle, instructing. You guys step back. Leave it to me here. Yunzi looked at him infatuatedly, replying. Ling Su's eyes glanced at a hidden corner of the wall, thinking to himself, conveniently deal with this old guy to warn the worm behind. The demon lord opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, laughing mockingly. Tone is not bad, huh? If you want to seek death, then this lord will grant your wish. Just finished speaking, he gathered a thing like a red cloud between his winged tails to confirm. He decisively launched that cloud towards Ling Su. Ling Su smiled calmly. He put 2 fingers in front of his mouth, making a sign. The red cloud was blocked by the sturdy barrier Ling Su created. He silently identified the target. That worm behind. The power stream was bounced off his defense layer. It changed direction, flying towards the small alley by the road. Ling Su thought to himself, eat a move of mine. Where it headed was precisely the young girl hiding behind the wall. She looked up stunned, face pale. Miao Yan reacted quickly, hurriedly dodging. The energy hit the ground hard and exploded. She stepped back to observe the situation. Suddenly a voice rang out beside her. Oh my, truly sorry. The person arriving was Ling Su. Accidentally injured you. Miao Yan gritted her teeth in anger. 2 people talking forgot about the demon head. You definitely did it on purpose. Oh my, really not. The demon lord being ignored was extremely angry. He performed a move, creating a fierce wind, screaming madly. About to die and still flirting. Ling Su immediately dodged. Miao Yan struggled, almost blown away. She lay prone on the ground, turning back angrily. Damn it. Miao Yan rotated her hand, wearing a silver bracelet, starting to cast magic. From her body, a dark green aura radiated, fluctuating. She shouted coldly. Instantly, Miao Yan's aura was like giant tails forming a barrier, flying towards the demon lord. He was not afraid, but laughed weirdly. The demon lord created a stream of red power to confront Miao Yan's move. 2 streams of power collided, creating a huge explosion. The demon lord showed interest. West region strange arts are indeed interesting. He wrapped himself in spiritual power, creating a giant monster. But in front of this lord, still not enough level. The monster swung its hand down. The target it wanted to catch was Miao Yan. Today I will turn this city into the first sacrifice for this lord. She looked up in fear. This demon head has such terrible strength. Miao Yan closed her eyes, giving up. This time I'm afraid I can't avoid it. As a result, the monster hand exploded right before touching her. Miao Yan opened her eyes in astonishment to look. The person saving her turned out to be Ling Su. It's you? Why you? He turned back, smiling lightly, saying, "To make you remember, next time you want to watch a good show, stay a bit further away." "Thought I didn't know you followed me all the way?" Saying that, he looked coldly at the demon lord. Next, in his hand appeared a sharp purple sword. Ling Su held the sword, carrying a powerful aura. "I'm getting serious now." Ling Su unleashed his power. Streams of dark energy surrounded him, and under control began to gather in one place. He shouted loudly, "Watch this young master take this move." Saying that, he launched a huge stream of power towards his opponent. The sky flashed a long streak of light, split in two in midair. Yahello was stunned, witnessing, silently evaluating. Too strong. The Eternal Night Blood Demon looked back in shock, not thinking his ultimate move was neutralized. He shouted in midair, "My blood sea that I saved for many years." Ling Su held his sword resting on his shoulder, smiling disdainfully, saying, "Don't just care about the precious blood sea. Worry about your life." The Eternal Night Blood Demon cursed silently. "Damn it, his strength is above mine. Can't do anything to him." He frowned, calculating in his head. "I must change his attention, find a chance to escape." The Eternal Night Blood Demon suddenly changed his expression, smiling and saying, "A big character like you appearing is for you to, right? Could it be you want to enter the central world?" Hearing these words, Ling Su suddenly remembered this name sounded familiar. "Seems I have heard it in the Jadestone Barrier. Could it be the thing in Yudu is related to the Central Heaven?" The Eternal Night Blood Demon smiled sinisterly, thinking, "I can't do anything, but could it be those in Yudu also can't do anything? Wait and see how you die." Taking the opportunity while he was thinking, "Must run immediately." The Eternal Night Blood Demon thought and did. He started to dissolve into the air. Ling Su knew his intention. He immediately raised the sword in hand to attack him. Ling Su silently pointed the sword tip at him first. Then he raised his hand and slashed down a sword path. The Eternal Night Blood Demon was laughing secretly in his belly, thinking he had escaped. Unexpectedly, the sword path he slashed down flew straight to him and tore his body in two. The Eternal Night Blood Demon roared in pain loudly, then slowly disappeared into the air. The sky returned to a clear blue-black color. Ling Su landed on the ground with satisfaction under Mela's astonished gaze. He turned to walk forward, saying to her, "Let's go. Wanluo City can't be stayed in anymore. We set off for Yudu." Then he seemed to suddenly remember something, turning back to look into the distance. "All right, we meet at..." Finished speaking, all three cast spells to fly away, leaving Guman silently looking towards the sky. The family head ran after calling loudly, "Benefactor, please stop. In the future, I will repay your kindness." The three traveled all night and finally arrived at a land. In front of them was a huge hole, glowing red like blood. Seems to be the entrance to the Mingwei realm. Ling Su immediately told the two beauties the information he knew. In the Mingwei realm, there are people from the martial god army. Jiang Yunzi immediately asked back, "Why are there people from the martial god army in here?" Ling Su answered her question. After the Ghost Clan was destroyed, here was handed over to the martial god hall to manage. "The Ghost Clan has resided for many years. Must search carefully," she said. The Ghost Clan was personally suppressed by Martial Emperor Ling Su, at that time carrying a woman on his shoulder. Ling Su heard this and changed the subject. "Is that so? Was there such a thing?" Jiang Yunzi burst out laughing. Didn't expect Martial Emperor Ling Su also couldn't stand loneliness. She walked over to hug Ling Su, leaning close to his lips, whispering in his ear, "Still have a beauty close by, huh?" Ling Su shyly changed the subject. "It's not early anymore. Let's hurry inside." Mela watched, eyes itching. She thought to herself, "Love early, break up early." After all three entered the gate, unexpectedly a mysterious black shadow appeared at the entrance. Such a strong divine consciousness wave just now I have never encountered before. The human race sending boring people over here. I'm already bored. This time finally there's an interesting person. The black shadow laughed loudly, then disappeared into the air. "I will play a game with you guys then." In the dark cave, three people appeared together. In Ling Su's hand was a small flame burning to light the way for all three in this dark and vast place. Mela walked in front, leading the way. Behind was Jiang Yunzi, clinging to Ling Su's side. The first time, Mela looked around confusedly to search. A while later, she continued to lead the two to find the way. Why does it feel like we've walked this path just now? She mumbled in her mouth. After circling this path for the third time, both Ling Su and Jiang Yunzi exploded with annoyance, seeing her vague look of not knowing the way again. Ling Su hurriedly spoke up to save the situation. Here, let me try finding it. He turned to walk in another direction. Ling Su used his power. He closed his eyes slightly, concentrating spirit to channel energy. A green light flashed. Ling Su composed himself, opened his eyes, and shouted, "Found it!" Mela looked at him in surprise and doubt. She questioned annoyedly, "If you could easily locate it, why didn't you use it just now?" Ling Su tilted his head, thinking, "It's because originally thought bringing you here could save this part." Jiang Yunzi continued to cling to him, walking forward. Ling Su walked and called out, "Since we found it, let's go quickly. If we encounter the martial god army, it will be trouble again." The painful words like arrows pierced Mela's heart, while Jiang Yunzi still followed flattering. Walking a few steps, Mela loudly mocked, "Is this the found it you said?" She covered her mouth, laughing softly. Following me, at least there was still a road to walk. In front of the three was a large stone wall with no way forward. Seems this is a dead end. Ling Su pondered a bit, then raised his hand to use his power. A stream of dark purple power rushed forward, hitting the stone wall directly. "If there is no road ahead, I'll beat out a road," he shouted loudly under Mela's astonished gaze and Jiang Yunzi's admiration. After his hit, a giant monster with black horns and glowing red eyes appeared. Ling Su raised his hand to block. He looked at the monster in front with a smile full of confidence. Force is not bad. One person, one monster created a loud explosion noise, making everyone around pay attention. The squad found their way there. He asked in surprise what happened. Why is the commotion so big? Seeing the scene in front, the man panicked. He screamed in fear. That is demonic energy. People of the demon sect. The demonic energy expanded more and more. It turned into a giant beast, baring fierce teeth and raising two hands to grab the prey in front. It growled, showing off. "Today I decide to kill you outside the gate of Yudu." Its two hands clasped together, creating an attack stance, swinging hard towards Ling Su. He quickly jumped backwards. Appearing by his side was a stick with many sharp spikes on the body. Ling Su jumped up, starting his counterattack. "This stick I only use once, and those who tasted the flavor became obedient cats for me to touch without daring to scratch me." The demonic energy was angry at these arrogant words. It dropped a fist to block the attack from the stick. A strong collision shattered the beast's hand, following the shape of the stick body. It bared its teeth, enduring the pain. Not stopping, Ling Su continued to advance. He held the weapon firmly in hand, swinging hard at the demonic energy, hitting a blow that made it tumble. This time she let it taste blood. The demonic energy roared in pain, then collapsed in front of him. Its body dissolved into the air. Ling Su landed gently. He looked mockingly at the demonic energy. Thought the guardian of Yudu would be how strong. Turns out so weak. Jiang Yunzi got the chance to praise him incessantly. "Indeed, you are formidable in every aspect." Mela panicked. Witnessing this swift battle, she thought to herself, "Just a few hits beat the guardian to death? This person is too perverted." The martial god army captain hiding behind the stone wall all this time was also surprised. His subordinate whispered, "This person's strength is too terrifying. We can't beat him, Captain." Another person worriedly probed, "Do we need to go up and discuss? Invite them to investigate news of the army lord." Another soldier disagreed with this idea. "With Ling Su's appearance full of demonic energy, I'm afraid the whole army has life to ask, but no life to return." Thinking for a while, the captain spoke up. "This is our only chance to ask for news of the army lord. Even if the opponent strikes, we can't run in time anyway." The martial god army captain led his soldiers out to greet Ling Su. Turns out he had also detected the movements of these people peeking at his fight just now. He bowed his head respectfully, raising his hand in greeting. "We do not wish to make things difficult for your excellency. It's just the situation is urgent. Want to invite you to lend a hand." Ling Su glanced at the group of people in front. He sneered. "Martial god army begging evil path people for help. I'm afraid spreading out won't be good." Facing Ling Su's disdainful attitude, he clearly expressed his desire to get news from his army lord. This time, it was the group of three's turn to be silent. Ling Su praised. "Indeed a person with backbone. Speak, what exactly happened?" The captain spoke up. That day after Martial Emperor Ling Su killed the ghost god, the remaining ghost clan were destroyed by the martial god army, and we intended to go deep into the Mingwei realm to deal with the remaining things. He recalled the scene of him and his teammates digging deep in the cave when a subordinate discovered a very deep entrance. Thinking for a while, his army lord led a group in to explore, and another group would watch outside. The captain recounted in confusion. We guarded the entrance for many days and didn't see the army lord return. Intended to report to the martial god, but in the end couldn't get out, nor contact the outside. After that, returning to the door, that entrance disappeared. Hearing the story, Ling Su thought of the hypothesis that maybe the whole team dug into the entrance of Yudu. And this entrance is strange and hard to find, full of miasma. No wonder they couldn't find it. Ling Su decided. He said to the captain, "Anyway, I'm going in to explore. Helping you guys is also just convenient." The captain was endlessly grateful. He continuously thanked him. A creepy voice rang out. "The gatekeeper is dead. You guys still delusionally want to enter Yudu, truly don't know fear of death." Everyone simultaneously turned towards the direction of that voice. A gate opened. In front was a green scene full of demonic energy luring everyone in. Is this entrance moving? The gate was slowly moving far away. Everyone hurriedly shouted in surprise. Ling Su judged the situation, confirming indeed this door was moving and it was also slowly closing. The voice continued to emit. "Humans, don't dream of stepping half a step into Yudu." Ling Su sneered disdainfully, not considering it a scary threat at all. He told everyone to step back, then gently used his demonic power. Power gradually formed. He struck hard towards the gate. Two streams of power intertwined. Ling Su directed everyone to hurry inside quickly. He transformed and moved towards the entrance. Otherwise, if the entrance closes, it's a waste of more effort. All three quickly entered before the gate closed. Ling Su turned his head to shout to the army squad. "The miasma has been cleared by me. Now you can leave. If there is news, I will notify you." The captain happily replied to him. "Thank you for your great kindness. Be careful in everything." Finished speaking, a white shadow flashed past his face heading towards the entrance. He rubbed his eyes, asking his subordinate again. "Was that something flying past just now?" "Looked like a woman. Hope everything goes smoothly for your excellency." A scene with glowing red lava flowing below. An old stone bridge crossed over, creating a path. Fog was thick. This is probably the Nether Abyss Road. All three were observing this space. Ling Su looked at the stone statue in front of him. Truly big. He noticed lines of words carved on the side of the statue's neck. Mingwei's End, History's Fade, Deep Demon Map. After having the map, enter Yudu. He stroked his chin, praising. Written well. A few debris fell from the stone statue. A voice echoed. "Who dares trespass into Yudu?" The surrounding stone statues began to crack, creating huge noises. Ling Su raised his hand, looking into the distance. "Why another one? You guys set up too many guard posts." The stone statue suddenly moved. It held a weapon in a defensive stance in front of its chest. "Without a token, don't dream of taking another step into Yudu." Ling Su narrowed his eyes. "Token?" The stone statue stated the requirement that if wanting a token, must pass my trial. The stone statue continued to threaten that he broke the rules, so he no longer qualified to participate in the trial. Hearing this, Ling Su immediately rushed up to face the stone statue. Two hands holding his stick weapon, swinging hard at the stone statue. Just one hit cracked those solid stone blocks. He gently lowered himself, stepping on the bridge of the statue's nose. On the head was a quite large round hole. The stone statue closed its eyes in pain, facing Ling Su's interrogation. "Qualified enough to get permission yet?" The stone statue was aggrieved. Retorting, "Just now didn't count. You ambushed me." Ling Su revealed his gloomy face, raising the stick, looking at it. "Then let's do it again, shall we?" This time the stone statue gave up. Okay. I give. In its hand appeared 3 purple cards. "This is the only pass to Yudu. Go to the end and show the card to enter." Ling Su quickly snatched them. He winked at it. So early, then didn't waste effort fighting a battle. Finished speaking, the 3 disappeared into the air. The stone statue thought sinisterly. "Even if you get in, you may not come out alive." A voice rang out from behind. "Is this Yudu?" It turned back, annoyed to look. A girl with long white hair and a veil greeted the stone statue. She introduced herself. Yahello of the ancient desert sect of the west region of the martial realm. I wonder if Senior saw a black-clothed young man wearing a mask pass by here. This time the stone statue changed its face extremely fast. It quickly greeted and asked after her. Yahello hurriedly recounted. He said he would meet me at Yudu, but I arrived late and couldn't keep up. Hearing this, the stone statue threw her card. It introduced this as a pass. That person has already arrived at Yudu. Let's just go over and find him. After thanking the stone statue, she held the pass tightly in her hand, speaking to herself. We are about to meet. The sky was dark mixed with brilliant red. A citadel stood tall in the distance. A black light appeared swirling into a deep space hole in the air. All three people, Ling Su, Jiang Yunzi, and Mela, appear together. Looking at the words carved clearly on the board, Mela questioned loudly. Mangtang City? Ling Su immediately determined this was some city of Yudu. Footsteps rang out behind. He turned and saw a tall black figure wearing a long cloak covering half his face, holding a gong striker set. He asked gloomily, entering the city? Both girls looked serious, guarding against this person who just arrived. Ling Su, with a confident face, holding 3 cards, smiled lightly, accepting the invitation. All 3 walked past him. The black shadow continued to announce. Since having the pass token, qualified to enter Mangtang City. The black shadow shouted, open gate. The sturdy city gate slowly opened, gradually creating an entrance. Ling Su thanked him, then turned with the 2 girls to walk straight in. Behind, the gate slowly closed. Unexpectedly behind the city gate was a bustling market. The sky was clear blue, and both humans and beasts were living and trading with each other. Jiang Yunzi admired the scene, then gave comment. Didn't expect it to be really different from the Eastern Divine Continent here. Looking at the costumes, perhaps quite a few races have gathered here. The opposite stall had a man holding a megaphone shouting, look over here, selling intelligence here. He continued to shout, whatever you want to know, come here, we have it all. Passing by seeing don't miss it. Both walked to the front of the stall. In front was a small red board written, specializing in strange events, satisfying gossip needs, also have Yudu intelligence. Ling Su curiously asked the seller. Seeing customers, the man greeted happily. 3 ladies are truly beautiful. He continued to be solicitous. May I ask where the ladies are from? His unintentional words made Mela laugh. She covered her mouth, laughing softly, while Ling Su stood frozen, mixed with annoyance, looking at the boss. Jiang Yunzi spoke up first. We're from the outside world, don't know much about Yudu. Do you sell intelligence? The boss hurriedly laughed, haha, replying. Miss found the right person. Events in Yudu, there is nothing Lu Chong doesn't know. He continued to ramble about events happening in the city. Ling Su heard and felt annoyed. He decisively threw a bag of money on the table, growling at the boss. Give me basic information of Yudu and a map. Swallow the rest back into your throat. Lu Chong immediately shut his mouth. He bent down to search under the table, thinking. This lady, although beautiful, is too impatient. Lu Chong held 3 scrolls in hand, respectfully giving them to him. Adding that ahead, there is an inn named Yellow Springs Residence. If the 3 haven't got a place to stay, can drop by to check. Hearing the word lady, Ling Su smiled outwardly, but not inwardly. His eyes glanced coldly at the boss, snatching the items towards him. Gritting teeth, thank you. Lu Chong thought shyly. Are ladies from the outside world all so charming? All 3 arrived at the Yellow Springs residence. The boss saw 3 people enter and quoted the room price. 1 room, 1,000 origin stones, no bargaining. Ling Su generously threw a big bag of money on the table for the shopkeeper. Please take 3 superior rooms. The boss received the money and led the 3 up the stairs. Walking, he advised, our Yellow Springs residence has 3 principles. Principle 1, no noise. Principle 2, no fighting. Violators will be kicked out and handed to the city lord to handle. Principle 3, only 10 floors. The highest floor is only for those holding a pass to go up. Arriving at a large room in front, he respectfully invited the 3 guests. Ling Su nodded thanks. He turned to the 2 girls who had been following him closely. Do you 2 want rooms next door or separate? This time both girls shouted in unison. Far away, as far away from this vixen as possible. Ling Su sighed wearily. Arguing again. I will stay in this room. You 2 find your own rooms. The room scene was hazy with steam. Ling Su soaked in a large bathtub, 2 hands studying the scroll. Mangtang City is located in the east of Yudu. also the city closest to the entrance of Yudu. Each city has a city lord with Saint Dao realm strength, and the fallen dragon city lord is the strongest. He suddenly remembered the giant red dragon he had fought. Could it be the red dragon in the barrier map refers to fallen dragon city? Ling Su was immersed in his thoughts when he was startled by someone hugging him from behind. The girl called Ling Lang. Jiang Yunzi cast flirtatious glances hugging his body. Ling Su saw her and blushed, hurriedly questioning why she ran to his place. Miss Jiang heard this and unashamedly whispered in his ear. Of course, to play like Mandarin ducks in the water with Ling Lang. Ling Su stammered, turning to look at Jiang Yunzi. Next time, don't attack suddenly like that anymore. She immediately changed her expression, looking at him with an annoyed attitude. You mean you don't want to be with me? Hearing this, Ling Su was endlessly distressed inside, outwardly temporarily agreeing. You just continue. Jiang Yunzi praised with satisfaction. A Ling is not only beautiful, but skin is also soft and smooth like a woman. I wonder how many men you would bewitch if you wore a dress. Ling Su was unhappy hearing those praises from her. He pushed her hand away, then covered his body. You better dismiss this thought as soon as possible. In this life, even if I jump naked from the window, I won't touch women's clothes. He suddenly remembered the reluctant incident last time. Being forced by senior sisters to wear women's clothes and dragged to the martial arena. He never wanted to become a manly woman ever again. Jiang Yunzi laughed shyly. I won't tease you anymore. Spring night is short. Let's not waste time. Just accept it. The sound of laughter and joking echoed, making Mela even more annoyed. She closed her eyes, covering her ears, diving deep into the water, deciding out of sight, out of mind. The next day, at Mang, Yahello walked around the street, assessing the situation. On the street, many races lived peacefully. What the seniors couldn't achieve, I must achieve. Suddenly a man's voice rang out. This young lady, I see your attire is very special, and you also cover your face. She turned back to see who it was. This young master continued to affirm she was not from Yudu. Yahello nodded slightly. I made an appointment with friends here. Hearing that, the young master introduced himself. I am Manhwa, a disciple of the Qingyun family, also from outside like the young lady. I wonder who the young lady is meeting and if that person is here. She shook her head. They left before I arrived. Don't know which street they're on now. Manhwa immediately reassured her not to worry. Then he revealed information to the outsider. When entering the Yudu gate, one will be randomly teleported to any town, but the towns are all connected. Just need patience to find them. Miaoyan heard this and clasped her hands in greeting before her chest, bowing head to thank for the guidance. She introduced her name to Manhwa. Young Master Wen told her another important detail. Actually, it's very easy to find someone in Yudu. In a few days, the Central Heaven trial will be organized. You can go see to find your friends. Hearing this, Miaoyan suspected this excessive enthusiasm. We just met. Seems the young master is a bit too much. Manhwa waved his hands, repeatedly explaining that seeing the young lady alone in Yudu, he wanted to help. Therefore wanted to invite Miss Gu to attend the Central Heaven. Miaoyan looked at him seriously. Seemed not very sympathetic. This is my first time in Yudu, and I don't know anything about the Central Heaven trial. Wait until I find a place to stay. Please tell me more information so I can make a decision. Manhwa nodded, agreeing with her. After settling down, just entrust someone to notify him. Miaoyan happily agreed. She turned, asking to leave first. Manhwa, after saying goodbye, revealed his sinister face. He thought secretly in his belly. Although only found one person, it's enough. At Yellow Springs residence, superior room. Ling Su was sitting majestically on the chair, hand holding the map, examining. Since the fallen dragon city appeared, there has been no movement in the treasure map anymore. The routes are also too messy. He rested his chin, thinking there was something not yet activated. Outside the door, a figure pushed the door in, calling, Ling Lang. Turns out it was Jiang Yunzi, holding an information book, entering to meet him. Ling Su was surprised why she was here. Should be reading information in the room. Jiang Yunzi smiled, brightly sharing good news with him. She asked mysteriously if Ling Lang had heard of the Central Heaven trial yet. Ling Su asked doubtfully. Jiang Yunzi sat down next to him and opened the information scroll to explain. Every so often, the demon capital hosts the Zhongtian trial to attract talented individuals. It's called the Tianxiao tournament, but for many years, no one has claimed the final prize. After hearing this, Ling Su looked completely uninterested. He folded the map in his hand and continued. It's just a few sects getting together for some fun. As he finished speaking, the map lit up the entire room. Both Ling Su and Jiang Yunzi were surprised, their attention fixed on the map, wondering what was happening. The map flashed brightly and then went dark again. Ling Su looked closer and saw a red mark had appeared. It really is Dragon City. It seems I still need more information to unlock the hidden location on this treasure map. Jiang Yunzi put her arm around his shoulder. Ling, did you find something? He replied that he only knew the trial was related to Dragon City, but he'd need to gather more information for specifics. Hearing this, she grew worried, not knowing where to start. Ling Su had an idea. Investigating on his own would be a hassle. The easiest way was to get information from someone else. A short while later, he went to the market to meet Lu Chong. When Lu Chong heard the greeting and looked up, he was puzzled, not quite recognizing who it was. The person from yesterday? It seemed Lu Chong was truly captivated by this beautiful appearance. He clutched his pounding heart, blushing as he looked at Ling Su. Ling Su waved a hand in front of his face, repeatedly calling out, "Brother Lu Chong." Snapping out of his daydream, Lu Chong presented the services of his stall, inviting Ling Su to take a look. On the surface, Ling Su cheerfully inquired about the Zhongtian tournament, but inwardly, he was cursing this man's entire family. After hearing the request, Lu Chong told him to wait a moment while he searched, as it had been a long time since anyone asked for this. He began to rummage through his small stall. After digging around, he finally pulled out an information scroll. On the outside of the scroll, written in huge letters, was Super Detailed Edition of the Zhongtian Tournament. Ling Su scoffed. With a name like that, are you afraid people won't know you're hiding some big secret here? Lu Chong scratched his head in embarrassment. Business isn't easy these days. I can only use exaggerated names to attract attention. It's the only way I can make a living. Ling Su voiced the thought that had been on his mind since yesterday. Lu is a major family name in the Western region, and you all live in a mansion in the demon capital. So why are you out on the streets selling information? Lu Chong sighed sadly. It's better if you don't pry into my family's affairs, miss. Hearing this, Ling Su understood it wasn't appropriate to ask further. He placed a bag of money on the table, thanked Boss Lu, and left. On the bustling street, a few demonic beasts were brazenly shoving commoners aside. They repeatedly shouted for people to get out of the way, bullying the innocent citizens. A young master with an arrogant expression and a distinguished air appeared. He walked leisurely, a fan in his hand. Lu Chong slammed his hand on the table in anger, whispering, "Why is he here?" Boss Lu turned to Ling Su and said, "You should leave quickly. I'm closing up shop." One of the demonic beasts approached the stall and spoke. "What a rare sight. The young master wants to reminisce with you. Have you thought about what I told you last time?" Lu Chong gritted his teeth and shouted, "In your dreams." His voice drew Ling Su's attention to the commotion. The beast, annoyed, grabbed Lu Chong by the collar and yelled in his face, "You're just an illegitimate child of the Lu family. Our young master taking an interest in your sister is a blessing for you." It continued to threaten him. "If you know what's good for you, hand her over and you won't have to get hurt." Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Chong roared, "Damn you." Boss Lu's eyes were bloodshot. "I'll die before I hand her over." The young master, Lu Tang, covered his mouth and laughed contemptuously. "An illegitimate child who has committed a crime dares to insult me in the middle of the street." Lu Tang gave a sinister order, "Shut his mouth." Hearing the command, the beast raised its fist in front of Lu Chong. It roared its reply to its master and prepared to strike Boss Lu. Thwack! The weak Lu Chong, who had been bracing for the blow, slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't believe it. Ling Su had stopped the beast's powerful arm with just one hand. Lu Chong couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted, "Miss!" Ling Su continued to twist the beast's arm behind its back. He easily grabbed it by the collar, lifted it up, and threw it hard toward the stall, simultaneously pulling Lu Chong out of the way with his other hand. The beast fell in a heap. It groaned in pain. Where did this meddling kid come from? Lu Tang, standing to the side, roared angrily at Ling Su. "How dare you interfere with the Lu family's business?" Ling Su scoffed at these antics. He put his hands on his hips and pointed at the beast. "Do you own this street? Running around on this road? Is this your family's business?" Lu Chong quickly whispered in his ear. "The Lu family has deep roots, and that young master has reached the imperial realm. Miss, you don't need to get into a conflict with them for my sake." Ling Su remained unconcerned. He smirked. "If it's family business, you should go home and handle it behind closed doors." He continued, speaking to Lu Chong. They're standing here, getting in the way of my business with other people. The beast slowly got to its feet. You dare speak so rudely. Let's see how tough you are after I get my hands on you. With that, he charged at the two of them. Ling Su narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. He spun around and delivered a straight kick, sending the beast flying into the sky. Lu Chang watched in terror. Seeing this, Lu Tang's killing intent flared. He snapped his fan shut. His true dragon appeared, a giant red dragon. It glared at Ling Su. You dare to openly oppose the Lu family? Instantly, the red dragon lunged forward, aiming straight for Ling Su. Ling Su was not afraid. He raised his hand to his mouth and began to chant a spell. A beam of blue light shot directly towards the young master of the Lu family. The force of the blast quickly shredded the clothes on his body. He cried out in pain, clutching his chest. What are you doing? Ling Su calmly said, just enjoy it. With that, he snapped his fingers. Lu Tang collapsed to the ground. He started coughing up blood. The beast behind him cried out in fear. Young master, what's wrong? The young master, still confused, kept demanding, what in the world did you do? Meanwhile, Ling Su quickly grabbed the bewildered Lu Chang and fled. At the city lord's manor, Ming Chun showed great surprise and interest in the name of the person who had the guts to confront the Lu family. He was listening to his subordinates report about Lu Tang being seriously injured and taken back by the Lu family for treatment. Xiaogu continued his report respectfully. The person was wearing a mask. Their identity and whereabouts are unknown. This will likely alarm the Lu family's ancestor. That will be a huge problem. The old man continued to leisurely eat his fresh grapes. Let be. Lu Tang getting injured might be a good thing. This person's strength is average. He got a slot, but didn't bother to focus. Now, it's as if he's making way for someone else. Xiaogu didn't quite understand the city lord's meaning. Ming Chun continued to explain. Right now, the Zhongtian trial is the main event. If there's an extra slot, we'll just find someone better to fill it. As long as they can be easily defeated, nothing else matters. Xiaogu bowed his head and accepted the order. As the city lord commands, at the Lu residence, the family head, Lu Jun, angrily smashed a porcelain vase at the physician's feet. He roared furiously. It's been half a day and you still haven't found a cure? Get out. The physician retreated in terror. By his son's bedside, Lu Tang's mother was hunched over, having cried all her tears. Lu Jun couldn't bear to watch. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, vowing to make the person who hurt his son pay 100 times over. He called out loudly for a servant. Go and invite the great elder. Ling Su nimbly grabbed Lu Chang and leaped across several rooftops. When he found a safe spot, he stopped on a tiled roof. Lu Chang lost his balance and sat down hard. His legs were dangling precariously, terrified by the height. He clung to the roof tiles, trembling, and asked Ling Su why he brought him here. Ling Su took off his mask and turned to ask, even though you're from a branch family, you're still a descendant of the Lu family. How is it that you haven't even reached the minor meridian realm? Lu Chang, still terrified, kept his eyes shut tight. It's not that easy. The allowance for us branch family descendants isn't even enough to live on, let alone cultivate. And I have a younger sister to take care of. Lu Yi wants my sister and has used all sorts of tricks to pressure me. The other descendants don't dare to offend him, so they've isolated us, making life even harder. Ling Su finally understood why he had to sell information. Lu Chang sat up straight and sighed. Honestly, miss, you shouldn't have helped me. If you offend the Lu family, it will be difficult to live in Mantang City from now on. Ling Su spoke his mind freely. Brother Lu, don't worry. If I were afraid of trouble, I wouldn't have helped you. But what are your plans now? Speaking of which, he said he would temporarily take his sister away and make sure she was settled. As for the future, I have my own 2 hands and a business. It won't be too difficult from now on. Brother Ling was pleased with his response. He then asked about the requirements for participating in the Zhongtian trial. Lu Chang sat up straight and sighed. It's quite difficult. First, you need a slot. Each city has a fixed number, and those who get them will represent the city in the trial. All the slots are taken by the major families. Ordinary people can't get one at all. Ling Su didn't quite understand. What's a slot? Lu Chang suddenly had a great idea. Lu Yi was supposed to participate in the Zhongtian trial, but since he's been seriously injured this time, there might be a chance. Why don't you try going to the city lord's manor? After hearing this, Ling Su thought to himself, I can request a slot, but including Mei La and Jiang Yunzi, I'll need at least 3. He stood up straight. He decided to go to the city lord's manor and see. Ling Su quickly bid farewell to Lu Chong. He promised to treat him to a drink if things worked out. He left before Lu Chong could finish his sentence, leaving him still on the roof. This time, all three of them appear together. Mei La was curious about Ling Su participating in the trial. He walked ahead confidently. It said that the Zhongtian trial is related to the Treasure Trove Nation, so I have to hurry. In front of the gate, a group of people was being blocked. An old man among them shouted his name. Ling Su immediately thought of the Lu family. Lu Jun was still shouting, requesting an audience with the city lord. One of his family members was berating the guards. Our family head has come to pay a visit. How dare you stop us? Xiao Gu slowly walked out to greet them. I was not aware of family head Lu's arrival. My apologies. He greeted Xiao Gu first, then asked him to inform the city lord that he had an urgent matter to discuss. Xiao Gu tactfully stated his decision. He said the city lord was in seclusion and it wasn't convenient for him to meet anyone. He invited family head Lu to return. Lu Jun was furious with this attitude, but still bowed his head and asked Xiao Gu to please pass on the message. Ling Su's group arrived at the gate and addressed Sir Qiu, stating they had a matter to discuss. Xiao Gu was puzzled, not knowing who they were, but based on his judgment, he was sure he had never met them before, regardless of their strength. All three of them looked quite ordinary. Sensing the man's suspicion, Ling Su spoke up first to introduce them. We came here from the outside world a few days ago. Xiao Gu suddenly remembered the scout's report. The masked person who injured Lu Yi couldn't be identified, and they were one of 4 people from the outside world. It's possible. He immediately called out loudly. You 3, follow me. Ling Su thanked him, and they went inside. Lu Jun was also very curious about the background of someone who could change the city lord's guard's mind with just a single sentence. But he had a more important task. He needed to find the city lord and secure the Lu family's slot first. He hurried to follow Ling Su's group, but was stopped by the gate guards. Xiao Gu turned back and smiled at him. Family head Lu, please return. The day the city lord comes out of seclusion, I will inform you first. As he finished speaking, the large gates slammed shut. The 2 family members with him expressed their anger. On what grounds are we not allowed in? Isn't this a humiliation to us? Lu Jun was so angry, he gritted his teeth. We'll wait here today. I want to see what kind of background these 3 have to be given so much face. Inside the city lord manor, Xiao Gu led the way. Ming Shun saw the 3 of them paying their respects before him. He sat lazily, sizing them up. He asked the first question to confirm his suspicion. Yesterday, the young master of the Lu family was seriously injured. Were you the one who did it? Ling Su quickly nodded. The city lord is wise. It was me. Ming Chun asked with interest. So, why have you come here after causing such a stir? You're not afraid of the Lu family's revenge and came to beg for mercy, are you? Hearing his contemptuous words, both Mei La and Jiang Yunzi couldn't hide their annoyance. Ling Su quickly raised a hand to calm them. He gave the city lord a playful wink. If I wanted to beg for mercy, I wouldn't have played games with the Lu family before coming in here. He then stated his true intention. This is heavenly justice, the retribution he deserves. I don't know what I did wrong, and I'm here to talk about Lu Ye's slot. Ming Chun sat up straight. He tapped his fingers on the table, calculating. Such big talk. What makes you think you can snatch the slot from the Lu family? You'll definitely face their revenge later. Aren't you afraid? Ling Su didn't flinch at his words. I think the fact that Lu Yi isn't dead is proof enough. And as a young master, if he's not as good as others, they won't have the face to come looking for trouble. Besides, aren't the slots decided by the city lord? Ming Chen heard these arrogant words. His eyebrows twitched. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the young man before him. Then he burst out laughing and clapped. You're truly interesting. Not only did you teach Lu Yi a lesson, but you also made the Lu family head lose face. Brother Ling thought irritably, this old fox. Aren't you the one who made Lu Jun lose face? The city lord praised the young man. Indeed, I wasn't wrong about you. This lot, I'll give it to you. He waved his hand, signaling a servant to bring the slot token. Ling Su happily expressed his thanks. He quickly took the token in his hand. He then looked towards the 2 girls who had been enjoying the show. He quickly asked how to obtain the remaining 2 slots, and whether Ming Chun would recognize Mei La and Jiang Yunzi's qualifications to participate in the trial. This time, it was the old man's turn to think carefully. You want 2 more slots? Are you planning to go against all the major families of Mantang City? Ming Chun made his decision. In total, there are only 5 slots. If you are capable enough to seize them, I will grant them to you. But if you lose your life, you can't blame anyone else. Ling Su's face lit up. He bowed to the old man, promising not to let the city lord worry. I dare to say it, and I dare to do it. Ming Chen chuckled. I will wait for good news from you. On the way out, Mei La asked curiously, do you really want to fight with the major families? Although you are powerful, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ling Su indicated that wasn't the case. I'm not the one snatching them. You are. The Zhongtian trial respects the strong, and the same goes for the slots. If you can't win, you can just follow me and watch the fun. Jiang Yunzi immediately agreed, while Mei La showed a look of reluctant acceptance. He continued to explain to the 2 girls. In any case, you have to be careful when choosing your opponents. As for the major families hunting us down, just leave that to me. While they were talking, Ling Su suddenly shouted, how long are you all going to follow us? Lu Jun and his 2 family members, having been discovered, came forward to question them. What did you say to the city lord? Tell me now. Hearing this, Ling Su feigned innocence. Oh, nothing much. I just heard that the young master of the Lu family was seriously injured on the street yesterday. I was curious, so I went to ask the city lord about it. Lu Jun angrily berated him. I advise you, miss, to consider your own standing. In this city, no one has ever dared to speak so rudely to me. Mei La couldn't stand his attitude and stepped forward to speak bluntly. I also advise you to consider your own standing. In the eyes of outsiders like us, you're not even worth a thing. Jiang Yunzi opened her mouth to taunt him. It's rare for you, fox spirit, to speak so well today. Hearing this, Mei La flew into a rage and cursed. Lu Jun roared arrogantly. Instantly, he unleashed his power, drawing his weapon, a short sword, and began to fight. Ling Su glared at the old man before him. I really want to show you who's the arrogant one. He also began to warm up. Mei La stepped in front of him. Didn't you say I had to get the slot myself? What about that? Let me test my skills against him first. He sighed and agreed. He slowly stepped back. Mei La chanted a spell. Her power manifested as fierce, blazing flames that protected her. She created red clones of herself that slowly floated into the air. Lu Jun silently assessed her. She's already at the Saint Dao realm? Mei La immediately launched her first attack, a massive stream of fire flying towards Lu Jun. He quickly raised his sword to counter, simultaneously retreating to a defensive stance. The 2 streams of power clashed, one of fire and one of qi, creating a very tense conflict. The collision resulted in a terrifying explosion. The old man thought to himself, her strength is indeed not ordinary, but it's still not enough to face me. Lu Jun laughed mockingly. Do you see how powerful I am now? I advise you to follow me to the city lord's manor quickly. He waited for a moment, but only heard the 3 of them chuckling. The 3 pure clones art still can't be used naturally. The power is only at 20 or 30%. Mei La said reassuringly. Ling Su was trying to comfort her, while Jiang Yunzi was cheerfully teasing her. Lu Jun trembled with anger. He lowered his head and then let out a loud roar. How dare you look down on me? Unforgivable. He immediately unleashed a powerful slash towards the 3 of them. Seeing this, Ling Su patted Mei La's shoulder, signaling her to move back. At the same time, he stepped forward, facing the opponent. The warm-up is over. Time for the main course. He stood unflinchingly, ready to receive the dangerous attack. As the stream of qi was about to hit his body, Ling Su calmly raised a single finger to block it. He also used his own power to counter. A purple light carrying flashes of lightning shattered the blue qi stream. Old man Lu Jun was terrified by what he saw. He quickly raised his sword to block Ling Su's power and stumbled backward. The sword suddenly broke in 2, and Ling Su appeared abruptly in front of him. His expression was arrogant as he faced the old man directly. Ling Su grinned mischievously, raised his fist, and said cheerfully, "Here's a complimentary death blow. Free of charge, to save you some face." With that, he threw a lightning-fast punch straight at Lu Jun's face. The old man was in pain, but couldn't escape. He never expected the punch to be so powerful. He flew several miles away before landing hard on the ground. Lu Jun's face was a horrifying sight. Blood was pouring from his nose and mouth. He painfully propped himself up, trembling as he said, "Damn you, I will never let you go." At the same time, he stepped forward, facing the opponent. He slowly said, "Didn't you want to know why I'm met with the city lord?" He He then pulled out a jade token from his clothes. He held the token in front of Lu Jun. Look at this jade token. Your son is not as good as others, so this slot belongs to me. Hearing this, the old man's face turned green with rage. So, it was you. After hearing that, Ling Su stood up satisfied and looked at him challengingly. If you're not convinced, feel free to come find me. I'll be waiting for the Lu family's grand arrival at the Huang Quan Inn. Lu Jun, unwilling to give up, pointed towards the direction the three were leaving. You. The two family members quickly rushed to support their master. Family head, are you all right? Lu Jun immediately ordered. Quick, go back and invite the great elder. Even if I have to turn this city upside down, I will find those three. The next day, Lu Jun went up the mountain alone. He bowed respectfully. I request the great elder to come out and avenge the Lu family's humiliation. The two servants nearby saw this and started gossiping. Who could possibly make the family head go and invite the great elder out of seclusion? Another person replied. The family head and the young master were both injured one after another. If we don't ask the great elder for help now, the Lu family will never be able to hold its head up again. The door to the room slowly opened. Lu Jun shouted, Great elder. We respectfully welcome the great elder. A man in his later years appeared. He had a long, silver-white beard, and his name was Lu Ming. Elder Lu slowly walked down the steps and asked, What happened? Lu Jun respectfully recounted his story. Recently, 3 members of the human race appeared, injured Year, and even snatched his Zhongtian trial slot. I almost died at their hands as well. I implore the great elder to step in and seek justice for the Lu family. Lu Ming's expression turned sinister. Where are those 3 now? Old man Lu revealed at the Huang Quan Inn. The 3 of them were sitting at the same table, drinking. Mela spoke up and asked, What are your plans now? She swirled the wine in her cup. Do you really want to fight with the major families? Ling Su poured wine into his cup. If I don't fight, how will I get the slots? Mela thought about it, but still didn't understand. I really don't know if you're after the slots or if you just don't like their families, so you decided to rob them. Jiang Yunzi wrapped her arm around him and leaned against him. With a provocative look, she said, Fox Spirit, you're not scared, are you? If you're scared, then run back to your den. Don't bother us all the time. Mela flew into a rage. I'm just afraid no one will be there to collect your crazy corpse. Ling Su, all too familiar with this scene, silently enjoyed his wine. He covered his head and sighed. If you two want to fight, go outside. Don't waste the food. Outside, a group of thugs appeared. One of them pushed the waiter aside. The Lu family is looking for someone. All you nobodies get lost. Ling Su heard them loud and clear. He put down his wine cup. They found us this quickly? Ling Su stood up and told the 2 beauties, You 2 go back to your rooms. I'll handle this. Jiang Yunzi was surprised. She also stood up, wanted to go with him. After hearing this, Mei La grabbed Jiang Yunzi's arm. Jiang Yunzi didn't understand why Mei La was doing this. She tried to pull her arm away. Fox Spirit, what are you doing? Mei La said to her impatiently. He deliberately told us to wait here, which obviously means he doesn't want us to interfere. You don't need to go and cause more trouble. Jiang Yunzi thought for a moment, then angrily shook off Mei La's hand and turned to leave. Mei La didn't pay her any mind and rotated her wrist. Truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. The innkeeper respectfully greeted the strange, troublemaking guests. May I ask what brings you 2 here? Elder Lu Hung shouted loudly. The Lu family does not need to report its business to you. Get lost. These words made the owner feel insulted. He growled. Even though you are from the Lu family, you are not allowed to cause trouble at the Huang Quan Inn. Lu Hung immediately drew his weapon, pointing his sword at the owner. Just a mere innkeeper dares to stop us? Today, I'm going to do just that. He gripped his weapon tightly, then leaped up and prepared to bring his sword down on the owner's head. He shouted, Let's see what you can do. This time, it was truly surprising when the owner blocked the sword with his bare hands. I've said it before. The Huang Quan Inn does not tolerate anyone who comes here to show off. As he finished speaking, the sword shattered into many pieces and fell to the ground. Ling Su, who had been observing the fight from the side, thought to himself, This manager is truly a hidden master. No wonder Lu Chong told me to stay here. So there was a hidden meaning. An old voice rang out. Late stage Imperial Realm. And with just that, you're so arrogant? You truly don't know your place. From a distance, a furious Lu Ming rushed towards the manager, unleashing his ultimate technique. And from one surprise to another, the manager drew his special pair of swords. At the same time, a set of sharp, dark red horns grew from his head, and his skin turned a deep crimson. He held his weapons in front of his chest, making it clear he would fight anyone. Only then did Lu Ming realize. Red horns, red skin. Could it be the Azure tribe? The innkeeper didn't bother to answer. He unleashed his first sword strike, sending Lu Ming flying back several steps. Brother Ling recalled the story of the Azure tribe being besieged in the north of the demon capital. They are born with red skin and the ability to transform into Azuras. Furthermore, they can forge their own Azure martial weapons, which are of exceptional quality. And those two curved blades are very impressive. Lu Ming quickly regained his composure and ordered everyone to attack together, not giving him a chance to breathe. Lu Heng immediately agreed. The two of them gathered together, one standing and one sitting, and began to chant. The manager truly did not expect this counterattack. He frantically raised his weapons to block and retreated to avoid the blow. But the ultimate technique of the two Lu family elders was like a vice, pinning the innkeeper against the wall. The wall cracked into large pieces, and the innkeeper's head slumped down. His two swords flew far away. Great Elder Lu approached and picked up one of the blades. He assessed it with a deep voice. "I didn't expect you to be from the Azure tribe. What an unexpected gain." The old man held the precious sword up to admire it. "Your pair of Azure martial weapons is not of low quality. My Lu family will gladly accept them." A loud round of applause echoed through the room. Lu Ming turned his head in annoyance to see who it was. Ling Su sarcastically said, "The Lu family's inheritance is truly something else. Even shamelessness can be passed down from generation to generation." Lu Heng pointed at him and demanded, "Where did you come from? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Ling Su wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled innocently and pointed at himself. "Because I'm the one you're looking for." Lu Heng was bewildered, unable to believe his eyes. He shouted, "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by a powerful kick straight to the stomach. He coughed up blood on the spot and was sent flying by Ling Su into the door in front of him. Hit by such a surprise attack, Lu Heng collapsed, as if pinned to the door that was about to shatter into pieces. Ling Su retracted his leg and continued. "The person on the street who seriously injured Lu Yi, the one who snatched the slot and injured the Lu family head, that was me. The person you're looking for." After his speech, his expression darkened, revealing a sinister look. He looked towards where the great Elder Lu was standing. The old man still hadn't recovered from the shock of what just happened. Ling Su continued with what he wanted to do, asking Lu Ming, "Now is it your turn?" Lu Ming looked at his comrade, Lu Heng, who had been beaten and pinned to the door. He was furious, seething inwardly. "Damn it, I couldn't see her moves at all." The old man tried to gather his chi, channeling his spiritual power into an attack. He took an offensive stance. A large bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He quietly marveled at Ling Su's strength. This little lady is no simple character. How can her power be so domineering? Ling Su leisurely stretched his back. "Today, I won't use my full power to bully you." As he spoke, he vanished, leaving only a purple afterimage, much to the manager's astonishment. Ling Su threw a punch directly at Lu Ming. He added to his previous statement, "I'll just use my physical strength to play with you." Taking a direct hit, the old man's eyes rolled back into his head. Veins popped out on his face, and his pupils disappeared. He was sent flying several feet away. A cloud of dust rose around him. After striking, Ling Su calmly crossed his arms and watched the chaos. The manager also got up from the ground. Then, Ling Su walked up to the old man and said, "I'll help you send a message back to the Lu family. Let them come and pick you up themselves." The top two elders of the Lu family lay in a heap on the ground. They trembled as they listened to his sarcastic instructions. "Next time, don't be so stubborn. Inns are for eating and sleeping." Old man Lu Ming, despite the blood soaking his beard, still trembled as he threatened, "Your arrogance won't last long. Do you think the families deeply rooted in Mantang City are all incompetent? Sooner or later, you will..." He put his hands on his hips, full of provocation and mockery. "But from what I see right now, your Lu family is indeed incompetent. As for the others, I'll go visit them one by one to verify. You don't need to worry." After speaking, he cleaned his ear. He cheerfully whistled and walked away. The old man lay flat on the ground, helplessly sputtering a few words. Ling Su turned and walked over to the manager, who was struggling to stand. The man bowed respectfully to thank him. "Thank you for saving my life, miss." Faced with the manager's gratitude, Ling Su was flustered. "Miss" was automatically filtered out. He scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing. This whole thing happened because of me. To have brought such great trouble to the Huang Quan Inn, I should be the one apologizing to you, manager. I'll take responsibility for all the damages to the Huang Quan Inn." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He was lost in thought. He turned and patted the manager's shoulder familiarly, much to the man's confusion, and asked, "There's one more thing I'd like to ask you, manager. Which families in Mantang City have the Zhongtian trial slots?" The manager stroked his clean-shaven chin and replied, "As far as I know, besides the Liu family, there's also the Shun family and the Liu family. Those are all powerful families in Mantang." Ling Su gave a meaningful smile. He carefully committed those two names to memory. The Shun family, the Liu family. Ling Su glanced to his left, then to his right. A large bead of sweat rolled down his face. He spoke with great difficulty. "I say." He looked uncomfortably at the two people pressing in on him. He continued his earlier thought. "Aren't the two sides of this intersection for people to walk on? Why are you all crowding me?" Jiang Yunzi, with a murderous look on her face, threatened. "Ling Lang, are you saying you don't want me near you?" He fearfully denied it at once. "How could that be? How could that be?" Ling Su broke out in a cold sweat, glancing at her and thinking, "I feel like she can see right through me. She always knows how to hit where it hurts." Mei La, on the other side, watched them cling to each other with a very annoyed expression. She turned her face away. Extremely annoyed, she cursed under her breath. Truly shameless. The three of them stopped in front of a large, stately mansion. Ling Su said, "We're here." The two guards at the gate quickly stopped them. "Halt! Who goes there?" "This is the Shun family's residence. No entry without permission." In contrast to the seriousness of the guard who had just spoken, the guard next to him was blushing like a pervert upon seeing the three of them. He drooled over their beauty and said, "Brother Hai, these three ladies are so beautiful." The one called Brother Hai immediately shouted, "Don't be disrespectful." Ling Su crossed his arms contemptuously. "Is this how the Shun family treats its guests? We have an important matter and request an audience with the Shun family head. If you delay this important matter, can you bear the responsibility?" The perverted guard from before timidly commented, "The little lady looks good, but she has a sharp tongue." Brother Hai swung his spear at him. "Shut your mouth. Our duty is to guard the main gate of the Shun family. Get your mind out of the gutter." The other guard stammered in fear, "Why, yes, sir." Then he turned to the three of them and said mockingly, "Did you hear that? Our family head does not receive strangers. Please return, little ladies." The guard looked in shock as the spear in his hand vanished. "My spear." He heard Ling Su's even voice in his ear. Even the guard spears are forged from refined steel. The Shin family's wealth is quite impressive. The guard stammered. "Since when?" To his horror, Ling Su caressed the spear in his hand, taunting him. "You guess." A flash of green light streaked through the air, forming a beautiful arc. The speed was so fast, it only left an afterimage. The sharp spear tip was instantly and silently pressed against the perverted guard's neck. Ling Su spoke calmly. "Is this invitation card good enough? I said I have something to discuss with your family head. Can you let us pass now?" The perverted guard was so scared his face turned pale. Brother Hai quickly advised, "Even if it's an important matter, you must wait for me to go in and report it." From behind the two guards, the large gate opened. A tall figure stepped out and ordered, "Let them in." The perverted guard fearfully stepped aside when he saw the person who had just arrived. He said in alarm, "Young master." The person who stepped out had an extraordinary presence. The vast blue sky behind him further enhanced his aura. The young master of the Shun family, Shun Moaning. Ling Su bowed respectfully. "You are the young master of the Shun family?" He returned the bow and replied, "I am Shin Moaning. I already know the purpose of your visit. To be honest, the Zhongtian trial slot is in my hands." Hearing this, Ling Su got straight to the point and asked young Master Shun, "If you're willing to let me in, does that mean this matter can be negotiated?" Moaning said calmly, "The purpose of a Zhongtian trial is to select true experts. The slot can, of course, be given to you. If you can defeat me in a duel, I will offer the slot to you with both hands." As he spoke, He looked at Ling Su with a challenging expression. What do you say? Faced with the challenge, Ling Su's aura was no less imposing as he affirmed. No problem. He pointed to Jiang Yunzi, who was standing by with interest, and said, However, I have already obtained a slot from Lu Yi, so the next duel will be fought by my companion. I will not interfere. After hearing this, Moaning showed no major reaction. He gestured for them to enter. Please, you three. On the dueling stage, the two opponents faced each other. There were many spectators around, but it was unusually quiet. Suddenly, a Shun family guard whispered, Is this even a contest? Our young master became famous at such a young age. He is highly regarded by the old ancestor. How could he not be a match for a woman? Another guard observed the two on the stage and retorted, Not necessarily. I heard these three are all from the outside world and the demon capital. Their strength is certainly not ordinary. This duel is worth watching. Looking down from the high platform, the head of the Shun family, Shingon lifted his teacup with a contemptuous look, thinking, It's just a farce, a jumping clown's provocation. And they dream of snatching the trial slot? Ridiculous. Moaning was very polite. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Mississippi. Yunzi was not so polite. She immediately channeled her chi, radiating a mysterious purple power. Her eyes flashed. A confident smirk appeared on her face. Yunzi swung her sword. She delivered a perfect slash towards Moaning. It caught him off guard. Moaning crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow, his eyes wide with astonishment. The guard behind him were also knocked back by the aftershock of the sword strike. The sword chi pushed the highly praised young master back a considerable distance. The four tiles all cracked. He silently marveled, so strong. But having been famous for a long time, he quickly regained his composure. He channeled power into his fist. Moaning rushed towards her with a steel fist and a powerful roar. Damn it! But Yunzi easily blocked the powerful punch with her sword, her eyes cold. Moaning, seeing the situation was not good, gritted his teeth. The sound echoed in his head. Damn it! Yunzi calmly created a purple shield, forcing him to retract his fist. But it was too late. Her power sent him flying backward, much to the young genius's helplessness. Next, a graceful yet decisive sword strike sent Moaning flying into the air. She revealed a small fong with a triumphant smile and swung her sword again. A massive surge of power tore through the sky and crashed down onto the dueling stage, creating a terrifying aftershock. Shingon, in disbelief, crushed the teacup in his hand. He shouted in surprise, What? On the dueling stage. After returning to the cracked earth, Moaning coughed, proving he was still breathing. Yunzi looked down at him from above and declared, You lose. He struggled to his feet. He accepted the result and honored their agreement. Your skills are truly excellent, miss. I have lost. As I said, I will offer up the slot with both hands. However, contrary to his integrity, Shingon's voice echoed, Useless. Who gave you the authority to make such a decision? The old man roared in anger. You people, who knows where you came from? How dare you come to the Shun family and act so arrogantly? Don't even dream of walking out of the Shun family's main gate today. Seeing the old man's fury, he shouted helplessly. In the midst of the chaos, Ling Su spoke up, Family head Shun. This duel was agreed upon by me and young Master Shun. Now that the winner and loser are clear, the promise must naturally be kept. He crossed his arms and watched them, continuing. Young Master Shun has no intention of going back on his word. Why do you have to object? The old man didn't hear a word and flew into action, roaring, Enough nonsense. You want the slot? Not a chance. Ling Su's eyes turned red. Going back on your word. You brought this upon yourself. As he finished speaking, Ling Su's body erupted with an oppressive aura. He was surrounded by crackling lightning. The underlings were terrified. The weather is changing. His mouth opened slightly. He uttered a single word, light yet incredibly cruel. Following his command, the entire sky changed color. Fierce roars echoed as bolts of lightning struck everywhere, to the terror of the crowd. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck towards Mei La, startling her. She quickly looked at the levitating Ling Su and shouted, Hey, how can you be so reckless when you attack? Look carefully before you strike. As she finished, her eyes widened. She broke out in a worried sweat. She looked towards the out-of-control Ling Su and lamented inwardly. How did it come to this? Following her train of thought, Ling Su's state seemed unstable. His eyes were stained a blood red, full of killing intent. Yunzi looked at him, levitating in the sky, and called out loudly, "Lang Lang!" But her call was met with his chillingly cold gaze. His hand gathered a surge of power and launched it straight down. The further it traveled from its source, the larger it grew. The power was immense. Faced with the fast and powerful attack, Yunzi was trying to save people. She was frozen to the spot. But luckily, Mei La reacted quickly. She immediately rushed over and grabbed her. In just an instant, the two of them narrowly avoided the path of the lightning strike. It exploded violently, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. Mei La, beside her, still held Jiang Yunzi tightly. She shielded her from the aftershock of the explosion. After the explosion subsided, Mei La opened her mouth to scold her. "Can't you see he's not right at the moment? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Jiang Yunzi struggled to sit up and retorted. "Of course I know." She pushed Mei La away. She stubbornly shouted back, "Of course I know. But if we don't snap him out of it, who knows what else he'll do?" After saying that, she continued to call out to Ling Su, "Lang Lang." But her desperate cries were met only with indifference and a cold, soulless gaze, leaving behind her calls of "Lang Lang," full of desperation. He turned and opened a spatial portal, stepping through. As her cries grew more desperate, both the portal and he gradually vanished against the gloomy sky. In another place, bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly. Below, a river of lava churned ceaselessly. The lava was so hot that anything that fell into it would instantly be burned to a black crisp. Ling Su reappeared above the river of red fire. His eyes were still as soulless as before. Words echoed around him. "Give up! Give up!" He closed his eyes tightly, feeling this sound. He realized with a shock, "Is this my sea of consciousness?" He looked at the chain wrapped around his wrist with a pensive expression. A shadowy figure floated in the air, looking at him mockingly. "How does it feel to not be in control of your own body? You're clearly not from this world, yet you possess such great power. I have coveted this perfect body of yours for a long time." The strange thing stroked its chin contemptuously and continued. "Hiding in your body for so long, and you never even noticed. You have all this power, but you might as well just give it to me." Ling Su was curious. "So this is what it's like to have your spirit imprisoned? How careless of me." The strange thing, looking exactly like him, put its hands on its hips and writhed. "It was your negative emotions, twisted, your distorted self that created me. And now you ask who I am?" The thing vanished from his sight in a flash. It slipped behind him. It lifted his chin. It spoke each word clearly. To his astonishment, it finished the sentence. "It's you." The strange thing opened another spatial rift, mocking him. "Your memories are truly interesting." Before his eyes, a scene from the past appeared. A large, modern building. Then, the image of 4 friends appeared, along with the voice of that strange creature. "You've met so many people and experienced so much. These are the 4 people you cherish the most, aren't they?" It squeezed his chin threateningly and said, "I will erase them from your memory. You will become someone with no past and no future." It became distorted and twisted. It continued with great satisfaction. "At that time, your body will be completely mine." But just as it finished speaking, "Hurry, I've almost got it." Ling Su's hand had already grabbed its face. Its eyes widened in surprise at this action beyond its control. The chains on his body gradually loosened. He squeezed its head hard, making it scream in alarm. "What?" Ling Su grabbed the thing's head with both hands and tore it apart. He mocked it confidently. "A mere thing like you wants to possess me? Didn't you look carefully to see where you are? Daring to act so recklessly in my sea of consciousness." Ling Su crushed the ugly thing. He finished his earlier thought. "This trick of yours might work on others, but unfortunately for you, the moment you jumped out, unable to resist, you were already dead." Ling Su woke up from his sea of consciousness. His eyes snapped open. He cracked his knuckles and muttered, "This thing is really something else. To be able to hide on me for so long. It even found my memories." Then he glanced around and muttered, "Luckily it was stupid. It revealed itself too early. If it had stayed on me for longer, it would have been a disaster sooner or later." He looked at the churning lava flow at his feet and wondered, "What the hell is this place?" Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. "Human." A cat with sparkling, shimmering eyes called out, "Human, come here quick." He looked at it in surprise and thought, "A cat? Why is there a pet in a hellish place like this?" The small cat, pinned under a mountain, looked at him excitedly and cheered. 500 years. Meow. I finally waited until someone came. An image of Sun Wukong faintly appeared in Ling Su's mind. He said aloud in surprise, 500 years. You're not joking, are you? You're clearly just a cat. The cat angrily stomped its pawless foot on the ground and shouted. Less nonsense. It stomped its feet and screeched to add weight to its words. Since you were able to come to this place, it proves your strength is not simple. Quickly, try to help me remove the seal on this mountain, so I could see the sunlight once again. Ling Su landed in front of the noisy cat. He kicked it contemptuously. Why should I help you break the seal? The cat broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling with fear, it resorted to begging. Saving a life. Ah, no. Saving a cat's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Besides, I'm a divine beast. Those old geezers sealed my powers. They intended to tame me. If you save me, I could defeat many things. Ling Su stroked his chin with a cunning look and asked, So if I can get you out, what can you give me? The cat's eyes shone like stars. It reacted quickly. Meow, meow, meow. I'll give you whatever you want. Hearing that, Ling Su smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand to the cliff face and said, seeing his hand about to touch the mountain, it quickly stopped him. Wait. The moment Ling Su touched the mountain, a blast of blue light shot out as the cat screamed in panic. Don't touch it directly. It's life-threatening. The light was so blinding that it covered its tightly shut eyes with its paws. Its mind was filled with guilt. It's over. Not only can this cat not get out, but I've also senselessly gotten someone killed. It was so scared that tears welled up in its eyes. It sobbed. My sins have grown heavier. I'm afraid even when the world ends, this cat still won't be able to get out. Meow. Contrary to the cat's thoughts, Ling Su's hand gripped the mountain, causing it to crack. He calmly reassured it. What are you crying about, little cat? He lifted the entire mountain with just one hand. He looked at the cowering cat below and reminded it. Now, see if it can get out. The cat gently lifted its chubby body. The spirit cat was moved to tears. It couldn't stop marveling. I can get out. The seal is really broken. Just as it finished shouting, the mountain collapsed again. Ling Su leaned one hand against the cliff face and looked at it. The cat was indignant. I helped you see the light of day again. Shouldn't you repay me with something? The spirit cat sat to the side, licking its fur. Extremely confident. This cat is a cat of its word. Speak. What do you want? A supreme martial technique? A divine weapon? Ling Su didn't choose any of its suggestions. He said cheerfully, I have plenty of those in my ring. I don't need them. I'm currently lacking a pet. I want you to follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the cat's fur stood on end, and it flew into a rage, shouting, What kind of joke is that, meow? This cat is a dignified divine beast, possessor of a supreme cultivation method. I will absolutely not become a human's pet. In front of the arrogant cat, a sparkling cultivation manual appeared. It hesitated. It suddenly realized it was a treasure. The cat immediately fell in love. Isn't this a heaven-tier cultivation method? After living for so many years, this is the first time I've seen a heaven-tier cultivation method. Is this cat dreaming? Just as it finished marveling, the manual flew away, much to its regret. Ling Su held the heaven-tier manual and waved it, saying, I see that the spiritual energy on your body is dense. You must have cultivated for many years. This method can help you raise your power by another level. How about it? The cat, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now completely won over. Its eyes sparkled. It obediently agreed. This cat is willing. Ling Su thought to himself. This trick of luring it is still very effective. He flew up into the air. He tucked the little cat, which was trying to swallow the words in the book, under his arm. Ling Su was overjoyed. Last time, I had to leave Gusha behind. This time, I finally got a cat. Woo! But then again, that foolish thing that wanted to possess me. Was it something I accidentally brought out when I came here? Back in the City Lord's study. Xiaogu reported, City Lord. We just received news. Shen Moaning has also been defeated. Furthermore, it said that the Shun family head refused to accept the loss, and that person forcefully destroyed a large part of the Shun family's residence. The City Lord of Mantang City heard this and commented disdainfully. On the contrary, his personality is very impatient. Under his meaningful gaze, a voice echoed in, For the City Lord to say that truly hurts my feelings. Ling Su waved his hand. Hello. I've come to fulfill our promise. He looked at the cat on Ling Su's shoulder and asked, You're here much sooner than I expected. This black cat on your shoulder is? Ling Su stroked the panicked little cat. He said with a deep, inscrutable expression. The proud cat immediately performed a fawning gesture with great skill, although its expression showed it wasn't very willing. Only then did Ling Su stroke it and reply. As the city lord can see, it's just a stray cat I picked up on the street. Nothing special. Oh, right. The city lord must already know the result of our duel with the Shun family. Shouldn't their slot be handed over to us? Ming Chun didn't hesitate and tossed the slot token to him. That goes without saying. Ling Su immediately reached out and caught the token. After getting what he came for, he turned to leave, calling back. Thank you, city lord. I still have to visit another family. I won't stay long. Farewell. He lay on the long chair, watching Ling Su's retreating back. Ming Chun made an observation. This person's style is swift and decisive. He has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The Zhongtian trial. I'm really looking forward to it more and more. He calculated in his head. The next family to face disaster is the Liu family. From afar, someone was observing the desolate scene of the families and muttering, seriously injuring the Liu family and destroying the Shun family. The masked, purple-haired man sitting on the roof commented, Since when did our demon capital have such a powerful figure? His companion glanced at him and replied, It seems to be one of the 4 outsiders who entered the demon capital a few days ago. The purple-haired man muttered, Outsiders? The demon capital is very chaotic right now. Many things have changed. I hope we can smoothly retrieve that fragment during this Zhongtian trial. In the 2 suspicious individuals' line of sight were the members of the families, helping each other out. The tattered helping the even more tattered. The other companion asked him, When do you plan to return? He replied, We can't go back anymore. We are all sinners. Besides, those people won't let us return. The other person agreed, That's true. A bunch of people who think they're high and mighty, but in reality, they're just petty individuals who only know how to plot against others behind their backs. The masked, purple-haired man clenched his fist and said angrily, No rush. Outside the inn, there were only a few people walking around. Ling Su was enjoying a few peaceful hours of deep sleep. A hand gently touched his cheek. It gently caressed a lock of his silky hair. Ling Su was still fast asleep. He tried to push the restless hand away and mumbled, Silly cat, stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. The mischievous hand continued to stroke his hair, making him groan in annoyance. But it didn't stop and became even more daring. It tapped his nose, making him make a sound again. Extremely annoyed by the thing's persistence, Ling Su shot up and shouted, Silly cat, are you looking for a beating this early in the morning? Just you watch. But after opening his eyes wide and seeing clearly, his gaze froze. His momentum completely deflated. Beating someone. The hand he was holding belonged to Jiang Yunzi. Realizing she was the one who had disturbed his sleep, he scratched his head and grumbled, Why are you on my bed? She bit her lip tightly. Her lips were pressed together, a rosy blush on her cheeks, as if she were about to cry. Yunzi couldn't hold back and threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Lang Lang, you're finally back. She hugged him tightly. Hot tears streamed down her face. Ling Su looked at her worried, sobbing state with an understanding gaze. He pulled her into his arms to comfort her. Don't you know how strong I am? There's no need to worry so much. Yunzi retorted impatiently. Next time, wherever you go, I'm going with you. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Her tears stained his cheek. He gently promised, I won't leave you again. Hearing the answer she wanted, she closed her eyes and hummed. Her face drew closer and closer, surprising Ling Su. With the distance between their lips rapidly closing, Ling Su was somewhat excited. Is it getting this exciting so early in the morning? He tried to lean in. He closed his eyes tightly, aiming his lips for hers. But contrary to his expectations, Yunzi simply buried her face in his chest. Ling Su didn't seem disappointed at all. He looked at her with a fond and indulgent gaze. Yunzi fell asleep nestled against his chest. He looked at the dark circles under her eyes and sighed to himself. Look at these dark circles. She must have been worried sick these past few days. Ling Su tucked her in carefully and quietly got out of bed. He opened the door and stepped out, whispering, Get some good rest. Outside, Mei Lao watched him close the door very gently. She approached him with concern and asked, You're back. Are you okay? Ling Su crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied nonchalantly, I'm great. Went out for a stroll. Even kidnapped a cat on the way back. But I never expected that, even though you're usually so fierce with me, you actually care about me a lot. Manhwa blushed and vehemently denied it. Who cares about you? Who told you to suddenly go crazy? If you had died out there, it would be a miracle if that crazy woman didn't tear the demon capital apart. Seeing her strong reaction, he clasped his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and said, If you say so. So fierce. Manhwa asked angrily, Where are you going now? He shot her a look and replied, Of course. I'm going to see which family will be the next to suffer. The next duel is yours. Prepare yourself well. Don't embarrass me, your master. Those simple words provoked Manhwa immensely. She was now like a volcano about to erupt. Amidst Mei La's fury, Ling Su waved his hand. I'm off. But as soon as his figure vanished, she leaned against the wall. Her legs rubbed against each other, and her hands were clasped tightly in front of her chest. She let out a sigh. Seeing that you've returned safely, I won't bicker with you. In a place where a sea of mist and a river of blood stained the sky red, a voice rang out. I've seen it. The city lord of Fenlongcheng gripped the divine weapon in his hand and muttered, Even the dragon soul mirror can't discern this person. Then he looked at the divine beast in his hand and asked, Do you want to go back? The dragon-shaped divine beast nodded gently. He looked at the small creature levitating in his hand with a gentle expression. Then he turned and walked away, leaving a crimson landscape behind him. We will head to Mantang City immediately. Once we find that person, both you and I can return. From a city lord's place, a loud shout echoed. What? Ming Chen shot up from his seat and asked in confusion. Fenlongcheng is sending someone over? Gu replied respectfully. Yes. We just received the news. There's no mistake. They say they will arrive in Mantang City in 3 days. Ming Chen rubbed the bridge of his nose, annoyed, and guessed. It must be because of the recent events with the Liu and Shun families. But it makes sense. Outsiders entering the demon capital is a big deal in itself. And they've successively snatched 2 of Mantang City's slots. It's no wonder it would alarm that person. But did they say who is coming? He bowed and replied, That is currently unknown. But no matter who comes, Your Excellency must prepare early. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. The Zhongtian trial is never peaceful. I wonder what major event will happen this year. Back with Ling Su's group. Both girls were cultivating with all their might. Ling Su and the kitten, Heiyu, were holding chicken legs, observing them thoughtfully. The aura emanating from the 2 of them. The little cat, with terrible timing, whispered to him, I bet the one in purple will finish cultivating first this time. What bad luck. Those words successfully earned it a murderous glare from Manhwa. Ling Su quickly whistled and looked away, while the cat also knew to gnaw on its chicken leg. She closed her eyes tightly and continued to cultivate. The aura around her grew stronger and stronger. Ling Su said, while chewing on chicken, After these days of cultivation, your spiritual power has reached the late stage of the King Wheel realm. Keep it up. Breaking through to the Imperial realm before the Zhongtian trial is not impossible. Hearing this, she only glanced at Jiang Yunzi on the other side and sighed. If I could also cultivate demonic qi, I would definitely improve faster than I am now. Ling Su disagreed. One can't be too greedy. Demonic qi and spiritual qi each have their own advantages. Ordinary people can't even cultivate spiritual qi, let alone demonic qi. To be able to touch upon it is already quite good. Manhwa looked at him and argued sternly. Then why can you cultivate both demonic qi and spiritual qi? Hearing this, Ling Su pointed to his own face with great narcissism and replied, Because I'm not an ordinary person. That statement once again infuriated the hot-tempered Manhwa. I really want to hit him. Jiang Yunzi opened her eyes. She took a steady breath. She slowly gathered her qi, to Mei La's surprise. Ling Su was delighted. It seems Jiang Yunzi has also finished cultivating. Powerful streams of qi surrounded Yunzi, making Manhwa exclaim, Such a strong aura. Yunzi looked at the results of her cultivation in her hand and smiled faintly. The purity of my demonic qi has indeed improved quite a bit. Then she lifted her emotionless, cat-like purple eyes. Jiang Yunzi let out a mocking laugh, looking contemptuously at Manhwa. With just the strength of the King Wheel realm, you still want to compete with me? Once again, Mei La was so angry that steam came out of her ears as she retorted. It's just a slightly stronger cultivation level. What's there to be so smug about? It's just that I can't beat you right now. You crazy woman, just you wait. Yunzi sneered. Humph. The fox spirit's words are quite bold. She shouted angrily. Ling Su sighed with a headache. Why are they starting again? He then plugged his ears with his hands and reminded them. You too, save some energy. We still have to pay a visit to the Liu family tomorrow. After we get the last slot, you can fight however you want. Jiang Yunzi sidled up to Ling Su and taunted. Did you hear that? Lang Lang and I are going to bed. Unrelated people should leave quickly. Mei La was so angry her cheeks puffed out. Her whole face was as red as an erupting volcano. She angrily grabbed the kitten that was gnawing on a chicken leg, making it drop its food, and shouted, Fine, I'm leaving. Then Mei La turned towards the door and yelled, Staying here hurts my eyes. The kitten, senselessly dragged away, cried out in grievance, Meow meow. The sound of the door slamming with all her might seemed to shake the entire room. Jiang Yunzi very naturally caressed Ling Su's chest and said, Haha, that eyesore of a fox spirit is finally gone. She continued to caress him and said, Lang Lang, we should also. The two of them moved closer. Both of them were blushing. Outside, Mei La leaned against the door. In her arms was the wronged kitten, whose meal had been interrupted, shedding tears. She cursed. Shameless. At the Liu residence, two serious-looking old men sat in the main hall, discussing. The family head spoke, Great Elder. Have you investigated the matter? Long Yian clasped his hands and replied respectfully. Reporting to the family head, the mysterious person who led the duel against the Shun family is a young lady named Ling Su. Her identity is unknown. We only know she is not from our Manhwa City. Lu Jiao lifted his teacup and said, A young lady? Forget it. She has, in a way, done us a good deed. This way, our Liu family's chances of taking the lead in the Zhongtian trial will increase by a few points. Lu Yian, slightly confused, asked again. What the family head means is, Lu Jiao continued with a strange tone. Even if the Liu family and the Shun family are useless, the slots for Manhwa City should not, by rights, fall into the hands of outsiders. Tomorrow, I will go to the city lord's manor. I must demand the slots from those two families for my own use. That person named Ling Su, although she helped us eliminate two threats. As he laid out his plan, he squeezed the teacup in his hand, causing a crack to appear. The teacup couldn't withstand such force and shattered. Lu Jiao also uttered his final words. But for an outsider to dare to cause trouble in my Manhwa City, truly arrogant. Find her. Lu Yian stood up from his chair. He bowed with great admiration and praised. The family head is wise. I will certainly follow your orders. From outside, a stranger's voice echoed in. I just arrived and heard the Liu family head mentioning my name. I'm truly honored. Lu Jiao shot up from his chair and shouted, Who's there? Ling Su chuckled softly. Beside him was Mei La, her aura full of confidence. He introduced himself. I'm the person you were just talking about, Ling Su. Mei La and Ling Su walked in boldly. Lu Yian, seeing that they had overheard, showed no sign of guilt. The old man said, So what if you heard? You brought this upon yourselves. The old man immediately made his move. In a flash, he flew from Lu Jiao's side to in front of Ling Su, launching an attack. Then I won't have to go looking for you. The old man's hand was about to touch his face, but before Ling Su even moved, the old man was sent flying back to Lu Jiao, covered in bloody injuries, letting out a pitiful cry. Lu Jiao looked at the battered Lu Yian in shock. Ling Su's hand still held the residual power from the attack. He mocked, Family head Lu, is this how you treat your guests? He continued to taunt, but I can't blame you. I've heard about the usual way your Liu family does things. Murder and arson, you've done it all. A little grievance for me is nothing. Lu Jiao was so angry he clenched his fists. He immediately launched a palm strike towards Ling Su. I see you're tired of living. Just like Lu Yun, the moment he rushed at Ling Su, he was knocked away in another direction. But this time was worse. He bounced like a stone skipping on water, shattering the ground wherever he landed. Lu Jiao finally stopped, cracking the stone tiles beneath him and creating a large crater. The battle created 3 craters on the originally flat, tiled floor. From inside, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of Ling Su and Mei La. Who dares to act so presumptuously in my Liu family? Lu Jiao's daughter. Lu Duo called out in fear, Father. And the Liu family's ancestor, Liu Baichuan, was the one who uttered the threat just now. Liu Jiao was overjoyed and called out, "Father, Duor." Liu Baichuan asked, "What is going on here?" Liu Jiao took the opportunity to point at Ling Su and Mei La and accuse them. They're the ones who seriously injured the Liu and Shin families. Now they've surely set their sights on the slot in Duor's hands. They deliberately came here to snatch it. Ling Su chuckled softly. "You're mistaken, sir. My intention in coming here was to compete fairly, not to snatch anything. After all, the rule of the Zhongtian trial is that the strong prevail. But as soon as I arrived, I heard you say you wanted to take my life. What I did was merely self-defense." Liu Baichuan commented with great contempt. "A silver-tongued little girl. And you dare to demand a slot for my Liu family?" The old man summoned several swords that surrounded him. He declared with confidence, "Then I will let you know what it means to come with your life, but not leave with it." His granddaughter, Liu Duo, also quickly coordinated. "Grandpa, I'll help you." Mei La, who had been silent until now, spoke up to stop her. "The slot is in your hands." She asked challengingly, "So what?" Mei La, knowing the answer, provoked her. "I will follow the rules and compete fairly with you. If I win, the slot belongs to me." Hearing this, Liu Duo gritted her teeth. She was furious. On the other side, the Liu family's ancestor had already launched his first wave of attacks. He channeled his qi, controlling the swords he had summoned earlier to attack Ling Su. Even though he was surrounded by the old man's swords, Ling Su wasn't worried at all. He praised. Not a bad aura. But as he finished speaking, he silently unleashed an immense surge of power, shattering all the swords. He added calmly, "Meaning, you're still too weak." Those words infuriated the ancestor. He channeled more true qi into his sword and shouted, "Arrogant Junior, have a taste of my Liu family's heavenly sword." Ling Su looked at the sword rushing towards him and commented, "I've heard of the Liu family's heavenly sword. It said the sword can split 100 rivers." The Liu family ancestor replied arrogantly, "That's right. Do it by my sword. You should have no regrets." But Ling Su just glanced at it and added, "Splitting 100 rivers is still too small." Brother Ling also summoned his sword, slaying heaven, splitting mountains, parting seas. All three are the great Tao of the sword. Summoning all three can sever anything. It follows the will of the mind. He added arrogantly, "Merely being able to split 100 rivers. If you can't take another step to comprehend the Tao of the sword, for your entire life, it will only be a minor path." These words made the old man's eyes widen. Liu Baichuan angrily charged forward, shouting, "Ignorant! Arrogant!" Faced with this situation, Ling Su's hand on the sword hilt twisted slightly. This made the old man stare in astonishment. What? A surge of powerful energy tore through the clear blue sky and crashed down on the Liu residence. To create such immense power, Ling Su only needed to swing his sword lightly. Liu Jiao was so frightened by the scene before him that he stammered. He knelt on the cracked ground left by Ling Su and called out in panic, "Father!" On the other side, Liu Duo was repeatedly knocked to the ground by Mei La. Mei La glanced at her with contempt and said, "This is the 6th time you've been knocked down. Still not giving up?" Seeing this, Ling Su gave a thumbs up in praise, much to Liu Jiao's terror. "Not bad. You haven't embarrassed me." He slowly sheathed his sword and continued, "Your daughter has lost the duel. You two, father and son, wanted to kill someone but were almost killed instead. This Zhongtian trial slot, are you really still not going to hand it over?" Liu Jiao collapsed to the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The old man clutched his chest and muttered, "Humph. The slot, right?" Then the old man clenched his fist. Large veins popped out. Instantly, he shot forward, his hand like an arrow, attacking Ling Su. The old man's hand was very close to his neck, but Ling Su remained calm. No matter what illusions the old man had, you have to see if you're still alive to take it. He gently grabbed the old man's wrist. He blocked the attack the old man was so confident in. His eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent. "You brought this upon yourself." Ling Su gripped the old man's wrist and threw his entire body behind him. Liu Jiao's entire body was flung straight towards the study. Liu Jiao's body flew several meters. It went straight through the Liu residence building and out the other side. Mei La approached him and reported, "I've defeated that young lady." Brother Ling replied, "We've caused such a huge commotion. It must have alerted the city lord. We'll have to waste time explaining then. It's annoying. Let's go now." After saying that, the two of them turned and left. They left behind the ruins of the Lu residence. Ming Chun, who was lounging as usual, suddenly sensed something unusual. He sprang up from his lounge chair. Standing by the window, gazing at the clear blue sky, he wondered, what's going on? Where's this spiritual power coming from? Suddenly, someone called out to him. Old brother Ming Chun, Sure Bairan. The general of Finlongcheng greeted him heartily. Long time no see. Ming Chun quickly went out to welcome him. General Sure. He started a conversation. I heard long ago that Finlongcheng will be sending someone, but I didn't expect it to be you. Thinking back, we haven't seen each other in many years. Sure Bairan laughed loudly and replied, Indeed. He stopped laughing and asked seriously, by the way, were you rushing off to just now? Ming Chun explained. I just sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. I was about to go investigate what happened. Sure Bairan exclaimed in surprise. Something like that happened? Then it's perfect timing. I'll go with you. The Zhongtian trial is about to begin. We can't have any mishaps. After saying that, they agreed. They started to move. All right then. Let's go. Before their eyes was the shattered sign of the Lu residence. Lying silently on the ground, Ming Chun muttered in confusion, What happened here? Why has the Lu residence been split in two? In front of the two of them was the desolate Lu residence. It had been cut into two pieces. A very deep gash was still clearly visible on the ground. Sure, Bairan added. It seems there's more to it than that. Ming Chun asked in surprise. What do you mean? He saw him leap into the air. Ming Chun called out in confusion. General, Sure. Ming Chun followed him into the sky above the Lu residence. Sure Bairan pointed out the suspicious spot to him. Look. Ming Chun was horrified, breaking out in a cold sweat as he whispered, This is... A crack appeared in the sky above. He was shocked. The sky has been torn open. Sure Bairan analyzed. There is a barrier over the demon capital. How could it have become like this today? Could it be that the people from above want to make a move? Ming Chun also stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's hard to say for now. If this was really done by the Zhongtian realm, then we're in big trouble. He approached the crack, intending to inspect something. Ming Chun immediately waved his hand, releasing spiritual energy into the crack to investigate. The crack reacted very strongly to the spiritual energy. Ming Chun made a deduction after careful observation. There's a very strong residual sword intent on this crack. It must have been cut by a sword to become like this. Sure Bairan said in awe. Done by a person? How could someone use sword intent to cut the sky like this? In any case, regardless of the truth, this matter is very important. We must quickly report it to the city lord of Finlongcheng. With that said, he turned to leave, leaving only a polite phrase. I will take my leave first. Ming Chun looked at the crack again and thought. Last time, Ling Su said he would challenge the families with Zhongtian trial slots. He stroked his chin anxiously. Remembering Ling Su's appearance, he continued to speculate. The Lu and Shun families have already been defeated. Now, even the Lu family has suffered a terrible defeat. Could it be that this was caused by Ling Su? In another place, the city lord of Finlongcheng was flying against a crimson sky when he sensed something unusual. He was surprised. The sky has cracked open. A dazzling surge of power struck the sky. The city lord of Finlongcheng tried to use the Dragon Soul mirror to investigate the situation. The artifact surface was aimed at the crack in the sky. It emitted an extremely powerful aura that shot towards the blood-red sky. The city lord of Finlongcheng channeled more spiritual energy into the Dragon Soul mirror, increasing its magical power. He gripped the Dragon Soul mirror tightly, trying to investigate the cause of the crack. Golden light from the crack shot back towards where he was standing. The straight beam of light scattered in all directions. Surrounding him, the city lord of Finlongcheng deduced. This residual golden light is so powerful. Even the Dragon Soul mirror cannot deduce its origin. Could have been done by that mysterious person? He observed the crack carefully once more and said, It seems I must go to Mantang City to investigate. Looking down from the crack, one could see the desolate scene below, the ruins of the Lu residence. The once magnificent Lu residence was now just a desolate pile of rubble. In a deserted alley, Ling Su hid behind a wall with the little cat and whispered, Good. It seems the city lord and his people have left. Hey, you asked tiredly. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Why did you come back to the Lu residence? Ling Su pointed to the crack in the sky to explain. Don't you see that long crack in the sky? He gently petted Heiyu, making it very comfortable. If I don't patch it up, it will just keep getting bigger. That would be even more troublesome. Heiyu scolded him fiercely. If you knew this would happen, why did you act so recklessly back then? You should be thinking of a way to patch up the sky. Ling Su ignored its grumbling. He channeled chi into his feet, creating a small cloud of dust. He quickly used his lightness skill to leap onto the roof. He jumped from the treetop straight to the highest rooftop. Ling Su stood on the tiled roof of the Lu residence, observing the crack and commenting. Luckily, the crack isn't too big. It can still be repaired. Heiyu asked curiously, are you planning to use spiritual energy to mend that crack? Ling Su replied confidently, let's try. If I could cut it with spiritual energy, then I can certainly repair it with spiritual energy. He put Heiyu down and said, sit here and wait obediently. Ling Su flew towards the sky. The moonlight shining down on him created a sparkling, mystical feeling. Standing before the crack, Ling Su muttered, I never thought I'd have to play Panga once today, and now I have to do it again. He channeled chi into his hand and began to cast a spell. Ling Su shot a stream of spiritual energy towards the crack. His spiritual energy quickly filled the terrifying crack. Ling Su looked at the light being emitted and commented, this light seems to have a spirit of its own. He kept one hand pouring spiritual energy into the crack. With his other hand, he drew a ceiling formation in the air. No matter how unwilling you are, today I will fill you up. In the future, you won't come out and cause trouble for others anymore. As Ling Su spoke, the ceiling formation gradually took shape. He waved his hand lightly. The ceiling formation immediately shot towards the crack. Witnessing Ling Su's formation gradually shrink the crack, Heiyu marveled in amazement. This person is so powerful. It seems there's hope for the seal on me to be broken. After saying that, it gently touched the faint chain on its leg. The crack in the sky quickly shrank. Ling Su's skymending feat was a complete success. Ling Su returned to the roof where Heiyu was sitting. He dusted off his hands and said, done. Now we can go to the city lord's manor. It immediately fluffed up its fur in annoyance. Why do you want to go there? Are you looking for trouble? Ling Su paid it no mind and continued, of course, to get what I came for. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was golden and bright. The city lord's manor looked incredibly majestic under the noon sun. It was indeed a perfect time for Ling Su to come and cause trouble. Ling Su, with Heiyu on his head, heard voices coming from inside. To have troubled the city lord to come personally. But I don't know how the city lord plans to resolve this matter. Inside the main hall, the city lord of Finlancheng was chatting with Ming Chun. The three families of Lu, and Shun, and the person who split the sky, all need to be thoroughly investigated. Ming Chun replied politely, I will certainly do my utmost. Suddenly, Ling Su's voice cut them off. City lord, Ling Su has come to see you. Hearing the name of the troublemaker, the city lord of Mantang City turned around in surprise. Brother Ling, facing his surprised gaze, Ling Su smiled naturally. He waved a very polite greeting. Ming Chun stammered in surprise. Miss Ling? The other city lord looked at him and said with a smile, another visitor has arrived. Old brother Ming Chun. Ling Su carefully observed him and thought, to be able to sit as an equal with city lord Ming Chun and be treated with such respect. This person must be the head of the 10,000 cities. The city lord of Finlancheng. Ming Chun slumped into his chair and asked in a deep voice, you've suddenly come to find me. Is there something you need? Ling Su clasped his hands and said with a smile, I've come this time, naturally, to follow our agreement, to take the final slot from the Lu family. Hearing this, Ming Chun shouted in alarm. The crack in the sky above the Lu residence was caused by you. What in the world are you? Ling Su quickly explained, No, I was just paying a visit. That day, my companion was dueling with that Lu family prodigy. After she won, we were about to leave. But unexpectedly, a masked man in black suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing that I was no match for him, I left first. He sighed sadly. I still have injuries on me now. Ming Chun stroked his chin and thought, a man in black? Sure, Byran asked curiously. Excuse me, miss, were you injured? Ling Su touched his face and said softly, here. On his face was a tiny scratch, about 2 millimeters long. Seeing this, Byran shouted angrily. A lady with such a fine face had to suffer such a vicious attack. That man in black is truly despicable to the extreme. Ming Chun, sitting opposite him, heard this and his face darkened. He thought to himself, suffer a vicious attack. Am I blind, or are you? He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. However, last time, the investigation clearly showed that 4 people had entered the demon capital from the outside world. After all this time, I've only seen 3 of them. Could it be that the crack in the sky was really caused by someone else? Ming Chun then took out a golden token and said in a deep voice, forget it. I will send my own people to investigate the matter of the Lu residents. As for this slot, I will give it to you as agreed. Ling Su quickly took it and said happily, thank you, City Lord. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. With that, he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to them. Then Ling Su immediately turned and walked out the door. Byron watched his retreating figure, dazed and praised. This young lady exudes a heroic spirit. Truly a rare woman. The city lord of Finlongcheng asked doubtfully. Who was that just now? Ming Chun replied. Her name is Ling Su. She came from the outside world. She and her companions, through their own strength, obtained 3 Zhongtian trial slots for me. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and thought Ling Su. Seeing him like this, Ming Chin's eyes widened in surprise. Byron leaned into his ear and said with amusement, the city lord actually took the initiative to ask for that young lady's name. Ming Chun was speechless and thought to himself, has this old man been single for too long? Is a 1,000-year-old tree finally about to bloom? A while later, at the great Ming Sect, Ecchi and Yuni sat on the steps, looking longingly into the distance. She said dejectedly, many days have passed. Ling Su still hasn't returned. Yu Qing appeared from nowhere and sat down next to her, speaking angrily. Who knows where that damn pervert has run off to? We don't need to worry about him. Yuni heard this and hummed in agreement. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her head. Bo Suling smiled at the 2 of them and asked, why aren't you 2 cultivating? What are you doing here? Seeing her, Yuni was stunned and called out, Senior Sister Bai. Yuni's eyes welled up with tears as she said sadly, we're thinking about Ling Su. Yu Qing said sulkily, I'm not thinking about that pervert. Both Suling patted their heads and comforted them in a soft voice, don't worry. Although junior brother is usually all smiles, he is very proper in his actions. He'll be fine. Hearing this, Yuni wiped her tears and replied softly, we'll wait for him to come back. The 3 of them looked into the distance, their hearts filled with various emotions. Bo Suling's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as she wondered to herself, junior brother, when on earth will you come back? I also miss you very much. On the other side, Ling Su, as if sensing something, let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, why did I just sneeze? Could it be that someone is cursing me? Seeing this, Zhang Yunzi asked with concern, Ling Ling, are you okay? Mei La asked impatiently, didn't you say someone would come to take us to the Zhongtian trial after you were done? It's almost noon. Why hasn't anyone come? Yunzi said irritably, Fox Spirit, what are you rushing for? Being able to go with Ling Ling is your honor. Mei La said mockingly, you think everyone is like you boy crazy thing? You crazy woman. Yunzi, not backing down, asked in a low voice, Fox Spirit, are you itching for fight? The 2 of them, neither willing to yield, prepared to fight. Ling Su plugged his ears and thought with exasperation. Here we go again. Suddenly, a voice from afar cut through their tense atmosphere. My apologies, I'm late. Ming Chun, leading 2 others, clasped his hands respectfully and said, I made you 3 ladies wait. Ling Su spoke calmly. City Lord, you're too kind. We never thought you would come to escort us personally. May I ask who the 2 behind you are? Ming Chun looked behind him and replied gently, Mantang City has a total of 5 prodigies who have obtained slots for the Zhongtian trial. These 2 are Prodigy Feng, Nan of the Feng family, and Prodigy Li Aochong of the Li family. Li Aochong of the Li family was a tall, beautiful girl with a somewhat cold demeanor. And Feng Nan of the Feng family was a chubby young man with a friendly personality. Ling Su immediately clasped his hands politely and said, Greetings to you both. Ming Chun continued, We can chat slowly on the way. We have less than 3 days to get to the Zhongtian trial. It's more important that we hurry to Finlongcheng. Aochong quickly said, Let's go. Yunzi immediately hugged Ling Su's arm and said gracefully, Lang Lang, let's go too. Seeing this, he blushed and reminded her loudly, We're outside, don't be so handsy. Feng Nan was very surprised to see them being so intimate. His jaw dropped in shock as he thought to himself, these two newly joined ladies, could it be they're in a lily relationship? The group wandered through the forest for a while, looking for a way out. However, Ling Su couldn't understand why Jiang Yunzi had been looking so annoyed. It turned out she was annoyed that some love-struck fool was following them, staring. That guy Feng Nan behind us keeps staring. I really want to gouge his eyes out and stomp on them like eggs. Ling Su quickly calmed her down. The city lord is still here. Don't cause trouble. Feng Nan saw Jiang Yunzi clinging tightly to Ling Su's arm. She was even pressing her hot body against him, which made him feel excited too. They're touching again. They're touching again. Wow. Two beauties pressed together is such a sight for sore eyes. So exciting. Jiang Yunzi kept shooting sharp glares at him, but he would immediately turn away, acting as if nothing had happened. Feng Nan even pretended to hum and look in another direction, not at all convincingly. Izay, this is a tree. That is also a tree. So many trees. Jiang Yunzi stopped paying attention to the foolish troublemaker and nuzzled her head into Brother Lang's shoulder. She took the opportunity to enjoy the moment. But this also proves that Lang Lang's charm is very great. Not only are women captivated by him, but even men are as well. The group ventured deeper into the forest. Everything began to grow dark. Ming Chun, leading the way, was cautious and reminded everyone. Everyone, be careful. This path is not peaceful. It's very likely we'll encounter wandering ghosts. Although I have some doubts about your strength, it's better to be careful. Li Aochang stepped forward a bit. Suddenly, she felt something cold under her feet. She froze instantly. The air in front of her gradually became hazy. Sure enough, the entire space was quickly enveloped in a strange mist. Li Aochang said, "Fog has appeared." Ming Chun felt a little worried. He asked, "What day is it today?" Feng Nan was still cheerful and smiling brightly. Reporting to the city lord, "Today is May 31st. Ming Chun suddenly wondered about something strange. "Tomorrow is June 1st? Ling Su looked over and chuckled curiously. "What's so special about June 1st? Do you guys in the demon capital also celebrate Children's Day?" Ming Chun ignored his joke and urged everyone on. "We need to pick up the pace. Try to reach Fenlong Cheng before tomorrow." The group ran noisily behind him. Night fell. Ming Chun even had to use a light stone to see. They had been running for a while. Feng Nan wondered, why hasn't this fog dissipated at all after walking for so long? It's too strange. Ling Su started to pay attention to Ming Chen's earlier question. "City Lord, is tomorrow some big holiday? Why are you so flustered?" Ming Chun said cryptically as he ran. "Even if we all work together, fighting them would probably be quite exhausting." So they all ran with all their might. Feng Nan frowned, wanting to get to the bottom of it. "How come we don't know about this?" Ming Chun had no choice but to tell him. "The 1,000-year wandering ghosts appear only once. Even I have only seen them a few times. Let alone you all. In short, let's keep moving. Hopefully, we won't run into them." Ling Su looked into the void. He suddenly spoke up. "We're definitely going to run into them." Everyone stopped and looked at him. Ming Chun was startled. "What?" Ling Su reassured everyone, but also pointed out the problem. "Haven't you all noticed? We've lost our way in this fog. For the past hour, we've just been walking in circles, and now there's less than an incense stick's worth of time until tomorrow." Feng Nan suggested, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry forward. Once we're out of this mysterious, fog-filled forest, even if we run into them head-on, we can still fight. I don't believe a bunch of ghosts can do anything to us." Suddenly, Ling Su felt something move behind him. Seeing where he was looking, Mela also got a jolt. "What's wrong?" Ling Su was on guard. "Something's coming." Hearing that, Mela whipped her head around to look. "Is there really some ghost following us?" Ling Su smiled confidently and told her, "Don't rush. Let's wait for them to make a move and see what happens. Let's go first." Sure enough, a strange purple mist immediately began to rise. Everyone looked up at the sky. The purple mist swirled and took the shape of some kind of wandering ghost. Ming Chen now believed what Ling Su had said. "This is bad. It seems they've arrived." He signaled for everyone to take a few steps back. In a flash, the mist took the form of a shadow ghost. It roared madly. "So many people. Enough for me to have a full meal, huh?" Ming Chun raised his hand and began to summon his spiritual energy. He also reminded the group, "Everyone, be careful." Then he decisively launched an attack at the ghost, cutting its body in two. The ghost, caught off guard, couldn't react in time. Ming Chun, with his sharp and experienced moves, had the upper hand in the initial stage of the fight with the ghost. From one giant form, the ghost split into thousands of smaller ghosts to attack from all sides. Ling Su watched in amazement. How many wandering ghosts has this thing eaten? However, this bunch could be destroyed with just one surge of power. After making his move, Feng Nan hissed with contempt. I didn't expect it to be so weak. On Ling Su's side, the ghosts swarmed Mei La and Jiang Yunzi, but they were still fighting well. He just reminded them, don't underestimate them. This is definitely not as simple as it looks. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. The ghosts that had just split up suddenly merged back together. The group, who had been fighting, now stood and watched to see what they would become. In a flash, they had combined into a ghost with a massive, terrifying skull. Feng Nan started to panic. It's not dead. It's getting up again. The monster's head roared. You overestimate yourselves. Come on out. The forest shook violently. From the bushes, other giant ghosts also raised their heads. Ming Chun understood the situation. 2 more have come. In fact, there were even more than that. Everyone stopped thinking it was simple and shouted, What? In the quiet night sky, the wandering ghost suddenly let out an ear-piercing roar. Seeing this, Feng Nan trembled. His face turned pale as he said, They're really here. Ming Chun, standing beside him with a grim expression, waved his hand and shouted, Fall back. Then he looked up, and his expression changed. Mixed with panic, all 3 wandering ghosts launched an attack towards them. It sent everyone flying. Liao Chong struggled to her feet. Feeling that the ghost in front of her was very tough, she spoke up. The wandering ghosts are indeed difficult to deal with. Ling Su immediately leaped into the air. He held his sword and faced the wandering ghost before him. Then he glanced back and said, 1 for each of us. So the other 2 are up to you too. Hearing this, Mei La and Jiang Yunzi exchanged sharp glances, full of hatred for each other. Then the 2 of them flew off in different directions to carry out their tasks. They didn't forget to say. Ling Su raised his sharp sword. His face was full of confidence. He provoked the ghost. You can revive yourself? Then I'll just chop you to pieces. Then he swung his sword towards the wandering ghost. It gave it quite a scare, but it seemed Ling Su didn't stop at one move and launched tens of thousands of consecutive strikes. A stranger who had been watching Ling Su's movements was stunned by this scene. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, What's going on? Is the wandering ghost dead? Suddenly, from behind, a voice rang out. You're next. After defeating the ghost, Ling Su quickly and unexpectedly appeared behind him. He put his hands on his hips and said, I knew you were here all along. I'm surprised you have so much patience. This stranger was still very arrogant. He spoke to Ling Su in a condescending tone. You want to kill me? These words successfully angered Ling Su. Ling Su asked irritably, What a waste of breath. Or did you think I came here to hug and kiss and get to know you? Hearing that, the guy laughed loudly, Huh? And he started to boast about his glorious past. In the past, everyone who met me had the same pretentious, profound look as you. Ling Su's expression became bored, emotionless. He was indifferent to his words. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Then his expression changed. He looked very sinister, cunning. He emphasized his threat to Ling Su. Ling Su remained very calm in the face of his threats and replied, not forgetting to mock him, What a coincidence. In the past, everyone who met me had the same foolish look as you. Guess what happened to them? As soon as Ling Su finished speaking, he unleashed his ghost, which attacked Ling Su as he said, I don't care what happened to them. Today you must die. Seeing this, Ling Su was a little surprised, but then he spoke, assessing the guy. A villain like you can't even finish your basic lines before you start fighting? The stream of power emanating from the ghost was enveloping him. Ling Su remained very composed. He stood there calmly. Then it gathered and formed a large sphere in the air. The stranger clasped his hands together and shouted. After he shouted, a pile of black slime suddenly appeared. This substance dripped down. It splattered all over the ground. He looked at the pile of slime with great satisfaction and said to himself, The fate of the arrogant. However, contrary to his expectations, Ling Su didn't go to heaven then. He was still alive and well, appearing right above the stranger's head, complaining. I wasn't finished with my story just now. This scene shocked him to the core. His heart stopped. Then Ling Su looked down with a piercing gaze and finished his story. In the past, the people who met me all ended up just like you. He looked up. He stammered in extreme confusion, wondering, how can he still be alive? Ling Su didn't hesitate for a second and gripped his sword, charging straight down. He stabbed the sword straight into his face. It gave the guy no time to react or dodge. The stranger died on the spot in a one-of-a-kind pose. Ling Su turned and walked away coolly, saying they all died. At this time, in a dilapidated palace, cobwebs were everywhere. It looked extremely desolate. The figure sitting on the throne had his head bowed. He looked like a soulless corpse. Suddenly, he slowly opened his heavy eyes and said, "My spiritual projection has been destroyed." But he didn't seem to mind this much. He reassured himself, "Forget it. It's a good thing the spiritual projection was destroyed. Only then could my injured main body be awakened." Then he couldn't help but wave his arms and legs. He cheered loudly, It's been a long time since I've moved this old body. I can finally see the sunlight again." After a few minutes of joyful celebration, he looked down at his body, deep in thought, and made some judgments. The person who could disperse my spiritual projection? Thinking back, it probably wasn't those old geezers from the upper realm. With their high and mighty attitude, how could they come to this rundown place? Then he held his head and expressed his gratitude. No matter who it was, I must thank this person. Finally, he transformed into wisps of black smoke and flew out, accompanied by a somewhat eerie laugh. The wandering ghosts suddenly staggered. They all fell to the grassy ground. Everyone was surprised. They fell. Although we don't know what's happening, it seems we've escaped. Ming Chen turned back and asked everyone, "Are you all okay?" Feng Nin asked worriedly. "City Lord, what should we do next?" The old man looked at him and said firmly, "Of course, we're going to Fenlongcheng. This matter must be reported to the City Lord of Fenlongcheng immediately." At Fenlongcheng, the Zhongtian Trial Square, the City Lord's group and Ling Su had arrived. They observed the situation and noticed that quite a few experts had gathered here. Feng Nin requested, "You all just wait here. When the Zhongtian trial begins, just follow the instructions." At this moment, the City Lord of Fenlongcheng seemed angry. Ling Su couldn't help but feel helpless. Meanwhile, Ming Chen anxiously left. It seems the City Lord of Fenlongcheng has exploded over what happened last night. I'll go over and say hello first. You all don't wander off. Mila then said, "I haven't participated in any trials in years." Jiang Yunzi also rubbed her chin. "Back in the demon sect, I never took part in any trials either." Ling Su, however, thought more confidently, "I'm fine. There was a trial before I joined the sect." Then he smiled faintly. Ling Su recalled the beautiful image of Bo Suling. High above, City Lord Wanluo City clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He spread his arms and announced, "The Central Heaven trial is about to begin." A giant portal opened in the sky, revealing a spiral staircase connecting the ground to the portal. A challenger muttered in a daze, "It's so high." The City Lord smiled and presented a green jade bottle. The first stage, the Heavenly Gate Road. Whoever reaches the top first will receive a bottle of spirit-grade medicinal pills. This immediately sent the crowd into a frenzy. He gave a signal, "Begin." Feng Nin excitedly said to his group, "Did you hear that? We have to get those spirit-grade pills." But to his surprise, everyone had already dashed off, making him shout after them, "You guys are so fast. Am I the only one making a fool of myself?" On the sky staircase, people were already fighting. One of the two lost his footing. His opponent immediately seized the opportunity to strike. The man who slipped was knocked right off the sky staircase. City Lord Wanluo City casually flicked his hand, creating a net to catch the falling man. An identity token flew out from the man's body. It was retrieved by the City Lord. He announced coldly, "The winner of that fight was walking among the other contestants. Get out of my way, you trash. Don't block the path. If you ruin my chances, I'll take all your lives." Suddenly, a flash of light made him turn his head quickly. He narrowly dodged the attack. It was a female contestant with a sharp and arrogant aura. He laughed menacingly, provoking her. "Quite feisty, aren't you? Watch as I capture you and take you back for some training." The young woman swung her sword, unleashing a rain of icy bone swords. He also swung his flaming saber. "You don't know your own limits." The two powers collided, creating a massive shockwave. The male contestant sneered, "Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'll surrender without a fight. With your level of strength." Suddenly, he realized his feet were frozen in ice. The young woman unleashed a powerful technique. She was surrounded by sword chi. The target of the sword chi was the male contestant. The impact created a huge explosion. The young woman closed her eyes, thinking it was over. But the male contestant reappeared, slashing with his saber, forcing her to retreat in shock. He laughed triumphantly. "You think a little bit of ice can hurt me?" The young woman was terrified, seemingly losing her will to fight. But then, a wave of power descended, forcing the male contestant to dodge hastily. He watched warily. This power is unusual. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. "I'm out of here." The one who appeared was the charming, yet powerful Mila. "Where do you think you're going?" The man immediately became obedient. "Wait, I surrender." What awaited him was a fiery wind blast that sent him flying. Mila signaled to the young woman, "Let's go." The female contestant shyly said, "Thank you." At another height, Ling Su was holding a wine jug, taking sips. His face was flushed from drinking as he laughed loudly. Then Ling Su stopped, frowning unhappily. He sat perched at the top of the stairs and sighed softly. "Why aren't they here yet?" A figure from below looked up at the space portal ahead. He cheered joyfully. "I'm finally here. I'm definitely the first one." In this corner, Brother Lang was sitting leisurely, one hand on his chin, muttering, "Just a little more. Someone's finally arriving. Why are they so slow?" Ugh. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps he saw something surprising. "It's her." It turned out he had seen Wang Jing was also here. Someone's foot was slowly approaching. Wanhwa, with the triumphant air of a winner, cheered. "The spirit-grade medicinal pills are mine." Time Ming had the calm and composed demeanor of a mature person. Miao Yin was still silently observing the situation. Xia Yanqing, on the other hand, looked openly amused. The group was approaching the space in front of them. Ling Su was already sitting right in front, next to several wine jugs. He gave him an order. Suddenly, Miao Yin pointed at Ling Su and exclaimed happily, "It's you." He also smiled and greeted her warmly. "I didn't expect we'd meet again." Miao Yin immediately lifted her foot to run forward, the bells on her ankles jingling. Miao Yin walked up to Ling Su. She began to reminisce with him. "After you all went in, I rushed in too. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with you. After a fortunate encounter, I also obtained a slot for the Zhongtian trial." Ling Su replied cheerfully, making Miao Yan's eyes crinkle with laughter. "I have great faith in your strength. Your strength and Yunzi's are about the same. Getting this slot wouldn't have taken too much effort." The two of them continued to chat animatedly. They didn't notice that Wanhua was so annoyed a vein was popping on his forehead. Wanhua walked up to Ling Su and introduced himself. "I am Wanhua of the One family from Taiching City. May I ask your name, sir? And which city are you from?" Although he asked politely, both of them had already clenched their fists. Ling Su also smiled and replied, "Ling Su from Mantang City. I'm from the outside world." Wanhua smiled, showing his pearly white teeth, and called out familiarly, "Brother Ling, I hope you don't mind me addressing you like this." Suddenly, Ling Su's eyes narrowed slightly. He realized Wanhua's trick. "Trying to probe me?" Unexpectedly, Miao Yin rushed out and stood in front of Ling Su, shouting at Wanhua, "Wanhua, what are you trying to do with that sudden attack?" Wanhua waved his hands, trying to cover up his embarrassment. "I just wanted to test Brother Ling's strength. After all, for someone to get here so much faster than us, their strength must be very great." However, Miao Yin didn't care and stood firmly to protect Ling Su. She spoke sternly to Wanhua. "If you want to lay a hand on my friend, you'll have to ask if I agree first." From behind her, Ling Su's hand reached out and touched Miao Yin's shoulder. He still smiled and spoke to calm her down. "No need to be angry with him. I'm still fine, aren't I?" Seeing Ling Su and Miao Yin still smiling and talking so familiarly, Wanhua was so annoyed he clenched his fists tightly. Wanhua walked past Ling Su. His tone was still resentful as he said, "Brother Ling, you arrived here first but didn't activate the mechanism. Why don't you step aside for a bit? Give us a chance to go." As Wanhua was about to enter the space, Ling Su raised his hand to stop him. "Why should I step aside for you?" Wanhua glanced at him with a fierce expression. "Of course, so we can go to the second station. As a trial taker, you haven't activated the mechanism. You're just wasting time here. Since we're already here and want to pass the station, you should naturally step aside for us." Ling Su remained cold, not moving and showing no intention of letting Wanhua's group pass. Seeing this, Jihuan stepped forward to speak politely to Ling Su. "That's right. Brother Ling, if you're not going through, why not let us pass? The spirit-grade medicinal pills are very precious. Ling Su said loudly to Wanhua's group. If you want the spirit-grade medicinal pills, I can just give them to you later. The only reason I'm not letting you pass is because I want to... A smirk appeared on Wanhua's face. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Then he provoked Ling Su with a few words. You're from the outside world. You don't even care about spirit-grade medicinal pills. You must just be putting on an act. You're not letting us pass. Ling Su's expression changed. He clenched his fist, probably wanted to punch this guy to vent his frustration. He cursed inwardly. All you villain characters. Can't you just let me finish what I'm saying? At this moment, Miao Yan's face was flushed with anger on Ling Su's behalf. She raised her hands. A stream of green chi appeared. She said irritably, Wanhua, don't push your luck. He was the first one to get here. Wanhua was not one to back down either. He raised his fist, carrying a stream of red chi. He retorted angrily. In the demon capital, strength is everything. If you want me to shut up, then show me your strength. You useless freeloader. All you know is how to hide behind a woman. Ling Su remained silent, not refuting. A slight smile played on his lips. Suddenly, he smiled warmly at Wanhua and asked again, strength is everything, right? Hearing him ask that, Wanhua suddenly became visibly annoyed. He frowned and retorted, me, a freeloader? That's my own skill. Besides, since when did I say I was leeching off her? Hearing her name mentioned in that last sentence, Miao Yan seemed to freeze for a moment. Ling Su continued to retort to Wanhua's every word. Yet his demeanor remained as friendly as ever. I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already calling me trash? As expected, we're not the same. Blood rushed to his head as he roared. You dare insult me? Watch how I beat you to death. With that, Wanhua immediately launched a frenzied attack on Ling Su. Wanhua used an unnamed technique. With a thrust of his palms, countless giant hand phantoms appeared. Faced with Wanhua's technique, Ling Su's expression didn't change in the slightest. On the contrary, he looked as relaxed as if he were enjoying a show. He also seemed to recognize the technique, the Yun Miao Heavenly Sect Hand. A shocking palm strike was unleashed. It radiated across a large area in the sky. Ling Su calmly closed his eyes. Clasping his hands, he vanished from the path of the shockwave and let out a light taunt. Is that supposed to be the Heavenly Sect Hand? Watch me return the favor. Leaving Wanhua still up above, he turned to look at Ling Su, grinding his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a massive golden Buddha statue appeared before him. The Buddha's equally enormous palm thrust out towards Wanhua. This technique of Ling Su's was the Tathagata's Heavenly Buddha Hand. The strike was so powerful that it was impossible to see what happened. All that could be seen afterward was Ling Su landing gently on the ground. A pleasant smile remained on his face as if nothing had happened. He spoke up, asking the others, does anyone else want to go first? Seeing what had just happened to Wanhua. Of course, none of them dared to make the same mistake. So they all shook their heads in fear. Ling Su, satisfied, smiled and said good. The young Yunqing stood timidly behind Miao Yan. She turned slightly to look at Yunqing. Yunqing's eyes seemed to hold a mix of fear and admiration. Seeing this, Miao Yan immediately reassured Yunqing, don't be afraid. He won't hurt any of you without reason. Besides, you're my friend. He definitely won't lay a hand on you. Hearing this, Ling Su immediately chimed in, right. I'm actually very approachable. It's just that some people go too far. Back to Wanhua's current state. He was tied up and left dangling in the air, unable to resist. Ling Su stood before the space portal. He spoke to the others. I was just waiting for someone. They're here now. You can all go through. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ling Su was now with everyone. They stood waiting in front of the giant space portal that had opened in the sky. When he saw the person he had been waiting for finally appear, he broke into a warm, welcoming smile. You're finally here. That guest was none other than Jiang Yunzi. She stepped out, looking radiant, and waved, calling out Ling Su's name loudly, Lang Lang. With her was Mila. She seemed rather unfamiliar to the people here. Finding her strange, Miao Yan pointed at Mila and asked quietly, who is she? Hearing this, Jiang Yunzi enthusiastically introduced her. She's my traveling companion. Last time she was inside the inn. You all haven't met yet. Mila said nothing. Her face remained indifferent and cold. Meanwhile, over here, Miao Yan was shooting Ling Su a sharp glare. Perhaps she suspected he had done something wrong. Feeling the sharp gaze, he awkwardly wondered to himself, why is she glaring at me like that? Then, Jiang Yunzi suddenly threw herself into Ling Su's arms. She called his name in a sweet and affectionate tone that made him jump. Lang Lang. She hugged him tightly and whined. I missed you so much. Ling Su, flustered, scolded her. Can't you show a little respect? It's like this every time. He had to remind her again. Let go of me first. Everyone is watching. Despite his words, Jiang Yunzi stubbornly clung to Ling Su, refusing to let go. I'll listen to you, Lang Lang. They were unaware that over here, Miao Yin was extremely uncomfortable watching this scene. Seeing this, Jiang Yunzi didn't back down. She turned to stare daggers at Miao Yin, and a spark of hostility ignited between the two women. A man in their group, thinking he misheard, asked again, Lang Lang? Mila then spoke up to explain. Ling Su is a man. The more he heard, the more panicked the man became. A man! Then Mila turned to ask Ling Su, do those two know each other? He replied, awkwardly, I guess you could say that. But something happened. Just hearing that, Mila understood. She replied, I see. Jiang Yunzi and Miao Yin kept bickering, making Ling Su feel helpless and sigh. Then he flicked Miao Yin right between the eyes. If one girl got flicked, the other had to be flicked too for balance. And just like that, the two girls were separated. Ling Su was furious and scolded them. Can you two just behave for a bit? Are you here to fight or to participate in the Zhongtian trial? Hurry up and get to the gate for me. Even after being scolded, Jiang Yunzi still managed to stick her tongue out at Miao Yin one more time. For Lang Lang's sake, I won't stoop to your level. After that, everyone proceeded towards the spatial gate. On the other side of the gate, many people were already present. A handsome young man with blue hair spoke up. It seems the new trial takers you selected are quite strong. Suddenly, he noticed something beside him. An announcement suddenly rang out. The first gate is now closed. This stunned the participants. The city lord of Finlong Cheng announced. The second trial gate is now beginning. All trial takers will be teleported to the second gate. The participants were outraged, but could do nothing. They were forcibly moved away. But that guy is such a monster. Do we even have a chance? The person next to him added, damn it. In the second round, I'll risk my life to get first place. As they finished speaking, the gate in midair closed. Suddenly, a spiral staircase of unfathomable length appeared in the blue sky. Then, the participants were transported to another place. They were terrified and shouted, Where's this place? I can't wait any longer. Another person said with determination, I must get first place in this gate. Among the crowd was Xia Yinqing. She was looking around nervously, assessing the situation. The fog is so thick. Then an announcement rang out. In this gate, you will face the wandering ghosts hidden in the fog. Faced with this challenge, Ling Su showed a cheerful expression. The announcement was not over. There is a teleportation point here. However, it is guarded by wandering ghosts. If anyone wants to leave or withdraw, you can channel your spiritual energy into the jade token with your name on it. Hearing this, they all took out their jade tokens to examine them. The city lord of Finlong Cheng announced, in addition, the reward I am offering for this stage will be a spirit-grade martial weapon, and also a bottle of spirit-grade medicinal pills. Finally, he concluded, Good luck to you all. As soon as he finished speaking, the participants scattered. They shouted loudly, Hurry up, get the martial weapon. So exciting. This reward is mine. When the others had all run off, only Ling Su's group was left standing alone. They didn't know what to say. Suddenly, someone screamed. This startled Feng Nan. In contrast to him, Ling Su showed no fear and instead found it interesting. So we've encountered a strong, wandering ghost. To be eliminated right at the start. How unlucky. On the other side, Xia Yinqing asked Sister Miao Yan, Do you think he'll agree to let us follow him? Miao Yan affirmed with certainty, he will. After all, he's not a heartless person. Her next words were overheard by Ling Su. But this fog looks very dangerous. If we want to follow him, he will definitely have conditions. Hearing this, Xia Yinqing grabbed the hem of Ling Su's clothes and said hesitantly, She put on a pitiful expression. Can we go with you? To the teleportation point together. He replied without any sign of annoyance. If you want to follow us, then you'll have to fight the wandering ghost with us. When the time comes, you will all enter the teleportation point together. If we encounter wandering ghosts, we'll deal with them together. Hearing Ling Su's condition, The others had no objections and nodded repeatedly. No one was an exception. Xia Yinqing also replied cheerfully. And so, Ling Su's group began to move forward. As they walked, they cautiously observed their surroundings to guard against any unforeseen dangers. Suddenly, one of them grimaced as if in great fear. It turned out a wandering ghost had appeared next to him. It kept hissing and radiating a dark, murderous aura. When he noticed it, he was terrified and pointed at it, shouting, "It's a wandering ghost." Hearing that, Ling Su quickly looked over. His eyes widened as he thought, "This." He observed it carefully. He made an observation. It doesn't feel like a soul-snatching monster. The next second, Ling Su covered his ears with both hands. He also quickly shouted to everyone, "Quick, cover your ears." A giant wandering ghost appeared. It unleashed an ear-piercing sound wave towards them. Everyone covered their ears tightly. They tried to block its sound attack. Then Ling Su drew his sword. His entire body radiated a powerful aura. So it's not a soul-snatching monster. It's a banshee. You all stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. Feng Nan shouted, "Brother Ling, this wandering ghost strength is not low. Each one is at least at the Imperial Realm, and their attacks are very strange. Even if you're at the peak of the Imperial Realm, if you're not careful, you could be seriously injured. Don't act rashly." Ling Su didn't answer immediately. He just stood there, looking at the terrifying group of wandering ghosts. Then he strode forward decisively. He raised his sword and replied, "What's there to be afraid of? A true man goes up and fights, doesn't he? If you got the guts, fight me head on." Ling Su's eyes were sharp as ice. A smirk played on his lips. A powerful energy surrounded him. Then Ling Su suddenly swung his sword forward with great force. Purple energy radiated from his body. Seeing this, the two opponents in front of him were terrified. Their faces turned pale. Their mouths were wide open. They covered their ears with both hands. Ling Su had a triumphant look on his face. He said in a deep voice, "With just your broken fingernails, it's not even enough to sharpen my blade." As soon as he finished speaking, a man in black flew towards Ling Su at high speed. Seeing that Ling Su had dodged his deadly blow, the man in black was very surprised. His eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Xia Yunqing clenched her fists and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" After hearing the commotion from Xia Yunqing's side, the man in black was very surprised. He didn't think they were here. He looked at them with a murderous expression and said in a loud voice, "I was originally going to give you fools a painless death, but now..." He paused as he spoke. The man in black raised his hand. Ling Su stared at him with confidence. Contempt was clearly visible on his face. A mysterious purple energy appeared, covering the vast space. Ling Su's face was filled with killing intent. He held the sword in his hand. Purple energy appeared around it. The immense power of the sword radiated more and more. Along with it came Ling Su's voice. He smirked and shouted, "Slay." Seeing this, the man in black was terrified. His eyes widened. His mouth was agape, unable to speak. Then Ling Su's eyes narrowed. He showed his dangerous side to scare the opponent. The man in black still showed fear. His eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. He told himself, "What are you spacing out for? Run." Then he suddenly vanished. This surprised Ling Su's group. They looked around, searching for him. Mei La said in a panic, "Ling Su, we..." She looked around for him. She couldn't understand how he had disappeared so quickly. She exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Then Mei La shouted for everyone to follow. "Let's go after them." Hearing that, everyone gave chase. The men in black continued to run, sweating profusely. One of them said, panting, "He probably can't catch up." The man in black said quickly, "That guy's terrifying." He finished off a wandering ghost with a single slash. Each and every one of them was so tired their legs gave out. One of them said, all right, let's hurry and find the entrance to the teleportation point." Then suddenly, a voice accompanied by a purple light appeared. "Trying to leave?" Seeing this, the men in black were stunned. Ling Su suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking heroic. He held the sword. He scratched his head and said, "I don't have time to waste with you here. Either let me take the jade tokens myself." The man in black interrupted Ling Su. His eyes widened as he said, "Or else?" Seeing this, Ling Su smirked and said, "Or get out of here yourselves." The man in black, sweating profusely, stammered, "Put the jade tokens." He suddenly shouted, Put the jade tokens in the storage rings. Then scatter and run. They shouted, run, run, much to Brother Lang's surprise. Seeing this, Ling Su smirked and said, still want to run? You'll have to get my permission first. 4 purple arms appeared around Ling Su, reaching out to grab the men in black. It caused them to struggle to break free, but it was hopeless. Ling Su had a calm expression on his face, a triumphant smile. Below, the men in black were being squeezed tightly by the magical hands he had created. One of them grimaced. He gritted his teeth and shouted, catching us is useless. Without our spiritual energy, the storage rings can't be opened. Then a sound of something opening was heard. Ling Su's eyes crinkled with laughter. A surge of purple energy appeared, followed by the tokens. He laughed and said, goodbye, see you later. A loud ah was heard. 4 storage rings suddenly appeared in Ling Su's hand. He said in a sarcastic tone, oops, I accidentally became a robber. I wonder where Jiang Yunzi and the others are now. This white fog is quite complicated. Then Ling Su suddenly had an idea. If I want to meet up with them, I'll find a teleportation gate first. I can even stop others there. After saying that, he spread his arms and said, let's go. Ling Su put his hands behind his head. He walked and whistled relaxedly. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes were fixed on something with a surprised expression. A terrifying power covered the entire sky. Then it suddenly rushed towards Ling Su at high speed. It rushed towards him, catching him by surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, what? The terrifying power gradually appeared. It appeared in a very frightening form. Its eyes were bloodshot. A terrifying smile. Ha! It suddenly spoke, I'm finally out. I've been hiding here for a long time, gathering resentment for so long. All for the day I could see the sun again. Ling Su asked in a deep voice, are you done? Then Ling Su scratched his head and said calmly, if you're done talking, then be quiet. You're making it hard for me to find the teleportation gate. Seeing the guy turn his head back, Ling Su spoke up. If you're done talking, then be quiet. You're making it hard for me to find the teleportation gate. His eyes were bloodshot. His toothless mouth moved in surprise. Still alive? Kid, you're very interesting. I'll allow you to state your name. He slung his sword over his shoulder. He calmly introduced himself, Ling Su. And where did you crawl out from? Hearing that, the guy spoke in a sinister, warning tone, kid, you should watch your mouth out here. Have you ever heard of the 100 Ghost Parade? Hearing that, Ling Su cleaned his ear with his finger. He said nonchalantly, never. If you ask again, go kill yourself. He looked at him and thought to himself, just a name, and he expects me to recognize a villain's identity? But why does this guy look so familiar? The guy opened his mouth to introduce himself contemptuously. My name is Yan. I am a member of the 100 Ghosts Parade under the command of the Supreme Lord. Back when we ruled the demon capital, you were just a kid playing in the dirt. It's normal that you haven't heard of us. Hearing that, Ling Su let out a sigh. I thought he was some big shots kid. He held his sword parallel to his body and spoke. I don't remember if I played in the dirt or not, but now, I still have more than enough strength to play with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword forcefully towards the guy who called himself Yan. The guy retreated. He only managed to cry out. He stumbled backward. His face showed surprise that his identity had been discovered. Ling Su landed lightly. He left behind a cool-looking back. He even turned his head to glance back. He opened his mouth contemptuously. Such bad acting. And you're still trying to play two-faced? The black shadow spun in the air. A savage laugh escaped. Ha! The opponent revealed his true form. Red chains wrapped around his body. He kept marveling, interesting. So very interesting. Suddenly, his voice became sharp. How did you find me out? Ling Su replied with a cold smile. The aura you emit is exactly the same as that black monster's. I noticed it as soon as you appeared. He touched his head and stuck out his tongue. In the end, I was too hasty. He raised his head and continued. The body I worked so hard to find was destroyed by you. You tell me, what should I do now? Ling Su looked at the chains floating behind him and speculated. Behind him is the soul lock. What kind of monster is this? The other side raised its hand. The red chains also flew up with it. He said in a low voice, in my opinion, his 2 arms spread wide. The sharp tips of the chains shot towards Ling Su. His voice rang out again. Your body is quite sturdy. Ling Su stared at the rain of sharp points rushing towards him. The chains flew towards him, wrapping tightly around the sword in his hand, loop after loop. Ling Su yanked his hand hard. The chains shattered into many pieces, flying everywhere. The two sides faced each other. On one side were streams of purple chi. On the other were chains constantly clashing. Ling Su closed in step by step. The other guy also retreated step by step. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, my main body has just awakened. I can't use my spiritual power at all. I didn't expect this kid to have some skill. If I continue to tangle with him, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. His body melted into a pool of blood. Only a head remained above the pool. The head was gradually covered by the pool of blood. Ling Su rushed forward. Before disappearing, he laughed coldly. This time, it's because I'm still injured. Once I've recovered, I'll come and have a fair fight with you. When the pool of blood was just a small dot, a faint voice echoed, you wait. I will definitely be back. Brother Lang said nothing. He just gave him the middle finger. He slung his sword over his shoulder and said nonchalantly, he runs pretty fast, but the next time you meet me, I don't know if you'll be as lucky as you were this time. A castle was situated near a high mountain. It was surrounded by layers of hazy white clouds. A hand holding a game piece gently placed it on the board with a soft click. He stroked his beard while thinking silently. Then his two fingers picked up a game piece. He held the white piece in his hand. Seeing that his opponent hadn't made a move, he spoke up. Why aren't you continuing? Are you thinking of some trick to turn this game around? His eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly announced, that monstrous thing has awakened. Hearing that, he was surprised and dropped the game piece. He rested one hand on his thigh and asked, wasn't he sealed by Lord Mo 8,000 years ago? How could the seal be broken? He spoke nonchalantly. You also know that many years have passed. Anything can change. His fingers moved the game piece. Let's not talk about it. Now that monstrous thing has returned to the world. I don't know what kind of storm it will stir up this time. He laughed coldly and contemptuously. That is a land of exile. What can you and I do? Besides, although Lord Mo spent all his effort to seal him back then, he must have anticipated that he would return one day. This calamity has nothing to do with us. He raised his hand to remind him. I'm just worried he'll start all over again. Don't forget, back then, we had to join forces to... The other person snorted upon hearing that. His fingers held a black game piece, ready to place it down. He continued to speak. He has already lost the Nether Ghost Flute. The 100 Ghost Parade has also been scattered. Even if the seal is broken, he will have absolutely no chance. He closed his eyes. His fingers moved lightly on the game board. He said in a low voice, I hope so. I hope everything will be fine. He grabbed the other's hand tightly. He shouted angrily, so you talk so much. Just move my piece? Get your hand back. He immediately retorted, I'm helping you move the piece to a better spot. Hearing this, the two cranes looked at the scene before them with wide eyes. Then the two of them flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Below, the two were still making a fuss. Don't be so loud, don't be so loud. Look, you scared my cranes so much their feathers are falling out. The other side snorted coldly. Serves them right. At this moment, Ling Su was looking at the magnificent scene before him. He clasped his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly, so this is the teleportation gate for the next stage. Is every teleportation gate for every stage a copy? They're all exactly the same. How lazy. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. He glanced over and thought, footsteps. They're here. Looking at the three people walking towards him, he paused a little surprised. He glanced over. He was wondering if he had met this group before. The person in the back leaned towards the person in front and said in a low voice, Senior brother, since when did the second stage's teleportation gate have a gatekeeper? The one called Senior brother drew his sword contemptuously. I don't care if he's a gatekeeper. He's blocking the way here. Let's beat him up first and figure out later. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. Ling Su stood calmly with his arms crossed in front of the teleportation gate. The other sect was already in a stance, ready to charge and attack at any moment. Suddenly, a sound came from somewhere. Everyone, get out of my way. He and the one called Senior brother whipped their heads around to look in that direction. From a distance, a man and a woman were running towards them with arrogant expressions. The man in purple shouted, First place is mine. He rushed forward like the wind and deliberately bumped into the Senior brother. He didn't forget to provoke him. Don't get in my way. Unexpectedly, a black shadow flew over and blocked the way. It was Ling Su. He put his hands up to block the two of them. The man in purple shouted angrily, Who is it? Ling Su smiled brightly. My apologies. I'm waiting for someone. This place is off limits. The man in purple asked doubtfully. Waiting for someone? The teleportation gate is right in front of you. Who are you still waiting for? The pink-haired girl crossed her arms and said arrogantly. Don't waste your breath on him. This person is probably weak. He's waiting for his companions to come and protect him to the next stage. Ling Su held out his sword. He still smiled as if her words had nothing to do with him. Are you all in a hurry? But I got here first, so I'll have to trouble you all to wait with me. The man in purple retorted. He put his hands together to perform a technique. He shouted, nonsense! From within him, a man with a golden body and a fierce face appeared. He roared angrily. But Brother Lang remained as calm as if nothing was happening. He slammed his hands on the ground, causing it to crack in two. Then, streams of earth and rock carrying fire flew straight towards Ling Su. Ling Su swung his sword twice. The technique was instantly neutralized. The shattered rocks fell around him. He swung his sword one more time and said in a calm voice, slay. The man was cut into several pieces, to everyone's astonishment. The man in purple coughed up blood. He kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The pink-haired girl immediately took a stance, preparing to attack. She roared, you bastard! How dare you? D. She held out her hands and raised them to the sky. Following that, a red dragon appeared. It opened its mouth wide and attacked him. But Ling Su just watched it nonchalantly, as if it were a child's play. He raised his hand. In just a flash, the dragon was shattered by his arm, vanishing. Only a faint red afterglow remained in the air. The pink-haired girl was also affected, her face turning red. Then, as expected, she couldn't withstand it and flew straight back. Her body slammed into the ground. The man in purple called out worriedly, Long Qiao. Ling Su said cheerfully, such great resentment. You should really cool down. You're not in a hurry anymore, are you? Then he turned to look at the three people from the other sect who were watching everything in fear. And you? Are you in a hurry? The three of them quickly put on fawning expressions. Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry at all. We were just about to start a fire and cook a meal. Would you like to join us, sir? He shook his head. I can't just block the door like this. Oh well, I'll just wait for them after this stage. Thinking this, Ling Su turned around. He waved goodbye as he walked away. I'm off. You three, take your time. The three people from the sect bowed respectfully and replied in unison. Outside, the city lord of Finlongsheng had seen everything that happened inside through his magic. He then said with satisfaction, the second stage has also been passed. The city lord of Mantang City also replied cheerfully. This kid has the spirit to pass all the stages. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. But I don't know about the third stage. What kind of mental state will he create? He then said with satisfaction, the second stage is cleared. The third stage officially begins. All trial takers, please prepare yourselves. Prepare for teleportation. The city lord of Mantang City prayed silently. I can only wish him good luck. As soon as he entered the third stage, Ling Su found himself lost in a strange, dark space filled with a green mist. He looked around doubtfully. Here, he touched the ground beneath him, and it was a transparent space. It seems to be an illusory realm. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You've finally arrived. He turned his head to look. It turned out to be someone who looked exactly like him, but his eyes were completely black, with no whites or pupils. He spoke. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Su was speechless. This trick again? It seems the test for the third stage is mental fortitude. He just smiled but didn't reply. Ling Su smirked and said to him, I've said it before. A strong person like me has no inner demons. Since you dare to appear before me with this face, don't blame me for righteously exterminating even myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack at the inner demon. But it raised its hand and blocked it. Ling Su was stunned. This thing can actually neutralize my attack. The inner demon hesitated, wanted to say something. Then he spoke mysteriously. It seems, this is your choice. Ling Su lowered his head slightly and thought to himself, this thing's aura is even more fierce and sharp than before. But it does look different from the parasitic thing that was inside me before. Seeing that he didn't answer, the inner demon asked, Are you afraid? He didn't answer it either. His hand slowly rose. Purple light enveloped his entire hand. The inner demon's brow slowly furrowed. His expression became worried and uneasy. Behind Ling Su, streams of red light slowly radiated outwards. Ling Su touched his chin and thought, something's not right. His strength has at least reached the creation realm. If this is just a test of mental state, why would they use someone so strong to guard the stage? Unless, thinking of this, his hand lowered and grabbed a corner of his robe. Ling Su calmly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands were clasped together. Seeing this, the inner demon was struck as if by lightning. He remained silent. He was contemplating a counter-strategy in his mind. Seeing that Ling Su's expression remained calm, the inner demon slowly made a decision. He gradually sat down in front of Brother Lang. He said in a low voice, "This." Ming Chun looked at the image of Ling Su and the inner demon sitting opposite each other in the lens and said, "I've never seen a scene like this before. Are they just idly chatting in the illusion formation?" Suddenly, the lens became blurry, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Ming Chun exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" The other person explained, "Someone has concealed us. It seems someone will win this stage immediately." Down below, Ling Su propped his cheek on his hand and sighed in frustration. "As expected, you're exactly the same as that fake inner demon." Seeing that the inner demon was still calm, Ling Su continued, "You really are me. As long as I'm calm, you don't need to make any extra moves." The inner demon immediately stood up and smiled. "You figure out the rules of this formation so quickly, as expected of me. But as long as you still have doubts in your heart, you still won't be able to get out. I have blocked all senses from the outside world. The words I'm about to say, only you and I can hear." Ling Su waved his hand. "Stop rambling. This thing you call doubt. As the person involved, how could I not know?" The inner demon slowly spoke with a certain tone. "You do. Have you never thought about why you came here? Why did you transmigrate into the body of this Ling Su, the martial emperor? And how can you return?" Hearing him ask a series of questions, Ling Su's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Seeing him like this, the inner demon continued to speak. "Those who have tried to pass this stage before, most of them ended up being devoured by the lingering thoughts in their own minds. In the end, they went mad and died. But you are different. If you cannot pass this stage, your soul will completely leave this body and be buried here." He spread his arms. His cold voice rang out. "Because from the very beginning, you've always considered yourself the center of this world. You can't completely let go of the worries in your heart. Therefore, this world also cannot completely accept you." Ling Su frowned. "This thing is not wrong. I do indeed still have these questions on my mind. I've even thought about how to get back. Could it be?" He pointed a finger at the ground and asked, "Are you saying you want me to just stay here and be Ling Su? Be Ling Su, the martial emperor? And never think of returning again?" The inner demon shook its head, disagreeing. "I want you to believe that your strength lies in your heart, not in your body. No matter what skin you're in, you're still you." His hand slowly reached out and gently touched Ling Su's chest. Then he moved closer. His hand seemed to glow. He spoke softly, "Let go of the worries and doubts in your mind. Only then can you walk the path to seek the truth." All of this happened while Ling Su had his eyes closed. His body was relaxed. A voice, both near and far, echoed in his ear. "Go." He still had his eyes closed. His whole body felt incredibly comfortable and at ease. He slowly opened his eyes. He saw that everything around him was red. He opened his mouth slightly. This place. He saw that he was sitting on a rock. Below him, lava was flowing. He speculated to himself, "This must be the fourth gate." He stood up and looked around. Curiosity arose in his heart. This Zhongtian trial is more interesting than I imagined. It actually created another me. It even answered my questions and cleared my doubts. It seems this trip wasn't a waste. I wonder what else the fourth gate has in store. Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared before his eyes. Its entire body was a fiery red. Seeing this, he put on a lewd expression and said, "Another dragon, and it's in a spirit state. It looks quite majestic." The dragon, seeing his expression, was helpless. "Please show me some respect. I'm not just any dragon." He crossed his arms and looked at it, asking, "Are you the final boss of the fourth gate? The final trial?" The fire dragon stared at him and said, "That's right. In all the previous trials, you're one of the few who have reached this level, but you're not like them. I can sense that your strength is no less than the creation realm, even stronger than the city lord of Fenlong Cheng and Mozun." Ling Su held up 2 fingers and said shamelessly, "You flatter me. So this so-called Fenlong Cheng It couldn't be you, could it? The dragon coiled its body in the air and stopped in front of him, saying, "That's right. I was originally born in this world. Then I fell to the lower realm. My soul is trapped here. As for the fourth trial, it is to take my dragon soul and enter the dragon-rearing pond of the middle world. If you can do that, I will have a chance to be revived, and you will also receive an unimaginable reward." Hearing this, he put his hand to his chin and asked curiously, "Dragon soul? What's that?" The fire dragon raised its head. A golden pearl flew out from its body and stopped in its mouth. It said nonchalantly, "My time is running out. I have placed my 3 souls and 7 spirits into a new dragon soul. I'm just waiting for a fated person to appear and take me out of here." It opened its mouth. The pearl floated in the air and approached Brother Lang's hand. When the pearl was in his palm, it transformed into a small dragon. It looked at him with a dazed expression. The fire dragon's voice rang out, "This is my dragon's soul." He looked at the small creature in his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So cute." As expected, no matter how fierce they are, they're always cute in their infant stage. Ling Su silently admired the magnificent scene before him. A giant red dragon with blue eyes. It was baring its pearly white teeth at him menacingly. Its 2 eyes were as large as saucers. Its booming voice echoed throughout the space. "The entrance to the Zhongtian realm has been sealed by me. It cannot be opened." The small green dragon coiled its body forward. It held a metal lock in its hand. It closed its eyes slightly and said softly, "The people of the upper realm have the key to the entrance. This is a part of that key. I also have a piece." Ling Su analyzed silently. He remembered the green jade piece from before. He recalled, "I thought it was as far as the ends of the earth. Who knew it was right before my eyes? That jade piece. Did it cast an illusion on me?" Taking the metal lock from the green dragon's hand, he reached out. He sensed a strange shift in the other's emotions. A strange golden light suddenly appeared on Ling Su's hand. It quickly wrapped around the back of his hand, then slowly spread outward. Whoosh! The light leapt from his hand, revealing a carefully hidden scroll. The sight surprised both Ling Su and the green dragon. "This is—" The blue-eyed dragon seemed to recognize something. Its eyes widened, staring at the scroll in his hand. Thump! The Zhongtian sacred map. The green dragon held the metal lock, watching the light gradually envelop the lock. The blue-eyed dragon cleared its throat softly. "I suppose this could be considered fate. The Zhongtian sacred map will reveal the location of the next jade piece, and my dragon soul can pinpoint the exact spot." The scroll in Ling Su's hand turned out to be a miniature map. He held it forward, facing the metal lock. Immediately, a blinding light erupted. Rays of light intertwined and shot outward one by one, like a ball of light exploding with a loud boom. Ling Su's figure gradually vanished into the light. Finally, only a thin black streak remained. Ling Su narrowed his eyes slightly. The blinding beam stung his vision. Suddenly, Ling Su was teleported to another place. He stood suspended in the air. He looked down at the strange scene below in surprise and let out a soft "oh." A massive object arched its back powerfully, causing waves to crash against each other. Ling Su watched in surprise as a giant whale leaped over his head. He smiled faintly. It crashed down into the cool water below. The whale's massive body sent a powerful shockwave through the calmly flowing water. Water splashed onto the brick floor of the city above. He turned his gaze to the opposite side. The atmosphere inside was somewhat quiet. A man stood with his head bowed low. A long cloak obscured his expression. One could only see his thick beard. He was smiling faintly, as if chanting something. Facing him were rows of believers. They clasped their hands and bowed their heads in unison. Ling Su looked at the crosses in their hands, silently assessing that familiar cloak. "This is the Western Divine Continent." Ling Su's black robes fluttered in the wind. He spoke softly. "It seems the destination has been confirmed." He looked at the blue-eyed dragon beside him. It seemed its mission was complete. "This is all I can do for you. The rest depends on you. Remember, go to the primordial dragon abyss in the middle world. The dragon key lies there. My dragon soul can guide you." Ling Su bowed his head slightly, clasping his hands in thanks. "We shall meet again if fate permits, old dragon." The blue-eyed dragon closed its eyes. Blinding light radiated from its body. Boom! Golden light immediately engulfed the surrounding space. A strange, hazy pressure could be felt radiating from it. The green dragon shot up into the sky. It gritted its teeth. Immediately after, another blue-eyed dragon materialized and grew in size, bearing its sharp fangs. Its eyes rolled back, looking terrifying. The city lord of Cloud Dragon City looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. It seems the one you entrusted has arrived. His cloak flapped violently in the wind. The man's voice was full of triumph and joy. Then, channeling power into his feet, he leaped into the air, heading straight for the creature hovering in the sky. Immediately, his golden pupils glowed. His body seemed to merge with the dragon's soul. He stood straight. With majestic aura, the dragon arched its body, extending its claws proudly. One of them opened its mouth and let out a roar. Instantly, a terrifying screech echoed. It closed its eyes. A pale golden aura wrapped around its body. Surprisingly, its head began to fade away. A gentle breeze blew past. The dragon's remnant soul simply vanished. A crackling sound rang out. Finally, only a few glowing red streaks remained. If one hadn't witnessed it from the beginning, no one would believe a giant dragon had just been there. Facing that rare spectacle, he just smiled faintly. It's finally over. The green dragon shrank down, slowly flying to Ling Su's side. You're back. He landed softly, his robes fluttering in the air. With a gentle demeanor. Where are the others? The other person stood on the city wall and replied softly. They haven't been teleported here yet, but if they've passed the 4th trial, they should be out shortly. Looking up at the other person, his tone couldn't hide his amusement. You have passed his trial. From now on, the Central Plains trial will no longer exist. Thud. He jumped down from above. Young man, what are your plans for the future? Ling Su put his hands on his hips, thinking for a few seconds. Naturally, to find the fragments of the Central Plains key and ascend to the middle world. Hearing that, he looked relaxed and laughed aloud. Actually, the middle world is just a higher level region.